Jiang Feng, a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect labeled as an outlier, inadvertently finds himself in an otherworldly realm that exists during the exceptionally protracted era of the three sovereigns. Here, the clash of gods, immortals, demons, monsters, and humans unfolds a tumultuous entanglement of righteousness and wrongdoing, love, and hatred, ultimately culminating in a cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 1. A Treasure Discovered. Jiang Feng has resided in this world for 3 years, gaining a profound understanding of his surroundings. He finds himself on the Yunan continent, a land remarkably similar to his original world, dotted with numerous nations both grand and modest. This continent is home to a plethora of cultivators, albeit these practitioners differ significantly from the immortals of Jiang Feng's former realm. In this world, practitioners are distinctly divided into 2 categories: sorcerers and warriors. Warriors focus on honing their physical prowess, striving to transcend the limitations of the human body to attain ascension, while sorcerers harness the forces of nature, akin to Western magicians. However, a commonality exists between their practices and Jiang Feng's Daoist arts. All practitioners are classified into clear levels. Jiang Feng, who cultivates the Shu Mountain Daoist arts, can progress through stages such as foundation establishment, core formation, spirit void, out-of-body, grain absorption, nascent soul, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, ultimately reaching the status of an immortal. Above this, one can ascend to the ranks of earth immortal, heaven immortal, and beyond, with the title of immortal emperor denoting one as a sovereign in the celestial realm. Both warriors and sorcerers are initially categorized into 10 levels, with warriors further divided into warrior master, grand warrior master, martial sage, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial god, and martial lord. Sorcerers are classified as sorcerer, grand sorcerer, great mage, grand enchanter, sorcerer sovereign, sorcerer god, and sorcerer lord. Charge! Charge! The commanding shouts echoed through the forest of the Yunan Kingdom, where a cavalcade of knights galloped forth. Among them, several elegantly clad nobles stood out prominently. Should a commoner from Yunan happen upon them, terror would undoubtedly seize their heart, for these individuals were members of the royal family, and today marked the annual autumn hunt of the Yunan royalty. This is bad. The princess and the monarch are missing, a guard exclaimed in a state of panic. What? The monarch and princess are missing? You worthless fools! A middle-aged man roared, his eyes bulging with fury as if he might devour those before him. Quick, find them. If you cannot retrieve the monarch, do not return. With that, the man hurled the guard aside, a sinister smirk appearing on his face. They shall not return. This man was Qin Wei, the regent of the Yunan Kingdom, a 7th-level warrior whose power and status rendered him unwilling to submit to anyone. Do you know what to do once you find them? Qin Wei asked coldly. Understood. A voice replied, and in an instant, a shadow darted from the tent. The Yunan Kingdom belongs to me, mine alone. Qin Wei's eyes glimmered with fierce malice. Upon a small peak stood a temple, its architectural style starkly contrasting with that of the Yunan Kingdom, clearly an establishment of Jiang Feng. Having lived here for 3 years, Jiang Feng, who originally possessed the cultivation of the out-of-body stage, was equivalent to a 6th or 7th level practitioner in this realm. Throughout these 3 years, Jiang Feng struggled to correlate his Daoist cultivation with the levels of this world. He understood that a 10th level practitioner equated to great ascension, a martial sage to tribulation crossing, a martial sovereign to immortal ascension, and a martial god represented a significant leap, akin to an earth immortal. The ambiguity surrounding these classifications perplexed him. In the tranquil valley, a golden streak flashed like a meteor, startling the beasts within, who let out cries of alarm. Jiang Feng had just returned from the city after selling demon beasts. This endeavor allowed him to amass enough resources to establish a temple. With thoughts of the glittering gold coins and various provisions in his sleeves, he felt a wave of elation, eager to return to his sanctuary. Help! Suddenly, Jiang Feng heard a cry for assistance from above, startling him. He swiftly maneuvered his flying sword to search for the source. At the edge of a cliff, a pair of elegantly dressed youths were being menaced by several cloaked figures, who were pushing them towards the precipice. Fear flickered in the eyes of the young couple, who could hardly believe that just yesterday, they were celebrated figures among the masses, now reduced to such perilous straits. Who are you? The young woman asked, her voice trembling with terror, yet there was no response. The long knives held by the assailants glimmered ominously, revealing their prowess as 6th-level warriors. The couple felt a wave of despair wash over them. Breaking through the encirclement of the 6th-level warriors was impossible. On the Yunan continent, 6th-level practitioners were far from weaklings, although many mighty figures existed above them. They were scarce, most having become esteemed guests of royal families or high-ranking officials. Martial sages and grand sorcerers were particularly rare, and above them lay the realm of legends. Thus, 6th-level practitioners served as the backbone of combat on the continent, having become the very embodiment of cultivators. As the blades of the cloaked figures advanced towards the pair's vital points, the two, seemingly resigned to their fate, did not resist. Just as the blades were about to strike, several beams of golden light descended from the sky, each intercepting a blade. The assailants quickly retreated and formed a battle formation. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, clad in a deep blue robe, wearing a golden crown, and bearing an intricately carved sword sheath upon his back. The newcomer was Jiang Feng. With a graceful flick of his long sleeves, he coalesced the golden light into a 3-foot blade. The cloaked figures, sensing Jiang Feng's profound abilities, were taken aback. One assailant, attempting to seize the initiative, lunged forward with a flash of cold light. Jiang Feng's sword glimmered as he engaged his foe in a single exchange. The assailant retreated back to his formation. Peak 6th-level prowess. Be cautious. One of them quickly assessed Jiang Feng's strength. The remaining attackers quickly surrounded him, hoping to leverage their numbers to subdue him, for Jiang Feng's displayed peak 6th-level capabilities were not easily overcome. However, they had miscalculated, for Jiang Feng's abilities extended far beyond this. The initial encounter had merely revealed Jiang Feng's martial skills. His Daoist techniques remained unutilized. As several cloaked figures leapt towards him, their blades aimed at his throat, Jiang Feng did not flinch. With swift motions, he executed several hand seals, channeling energy into the sword hilt. The blade erupted in golden radiance, transforming into numerous sword shadows that struck outwards. Sword control technique. Jiang Feng commanded, blood splattering as several black-clad figures fell lifelessly to the ground. 7th-level peak, one of them lamented as he closed his eyes in resignation. Return to the sheath, Jiang Feng gestured, and the sword shadows obediently returned to the sheath. A smile graced his face as he approached the young couple, who remained frozen in awe, astonished by his overwhelming strength. Clearly, Jiang Feng was no ordinary individual. This was also the reason he struggled to draw accurate comparisons of power. His Daoist arts emphasized a dual approach of body and technique. With each advancement, a cultivator's physical prowess and martial skills would greatly improve, and the Daoist arts naturally enhanced this further. Consequently, even with merely 6th-level martial prowess, Jiang Feng could unleash peak 7th-level strength when combined with his Daoist techniques. As Jiang Feng reached the pair and confirmed they were unharmed, he inquired, "Given your attire, you must be nobility? Who are you?" The two were none other than Qin Hai, the king of Yunan, and his sister, Qin Lan, the crown princess. Overwhelmed by Jiang Feng's prowess and demeanor, Qin Lan, as if steeling herself, bowed deeply and expressed, "We are immensely grateful for your timely assistance. We are the king and crown princess of the Yunan Kingdom. While hunting in the mountains, we encountered an ambush and became separated from our retinue. Wait. You are from the Yunan royal family," Jiang Feng exclaimed, interrupting Qin Lan's words. With a swift gesture of his sleeve, a jade pendant from Qin Lan fell into Jiang Feng's hand. "I shall ascertain your identities, for matters concerning the royal family are of utmost importance. Once I have verified who you are, I will ensure your safe return," Jiang Feng declared, tucking the pendant into his sleeve. Observing this, Qin Lan refrained from speaking further. It was evident that the individual's prowess surpassed level 7, placing him among the elite on the continent. Furthermore, she harbored a suspicion that this enigmatic figure might be a dual cultivator, with significant mastery in both disciplines and even more formidable notion, indicating his capability to challenge higher-tier practitioners. Before such a mysterious and formidable force, any king would show utmost reverence. To Qin Lan, Jiang Feng's acquisition of her jade pendant seemed merely a means to confirm their identities. However, Jiang Feng was inwardly elated, sensing that the pendant was no ordinary item, as only the nobility would possess such treasures. Thus, he believed in their royal identities with considerable certainty. To think I've stumbled upon a king and a princess. This is a stroke of fortune. I could establish a grand sect for myself. Jiang Feng's heart brimmed with excitement. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and silently chanted an incantation. A sword-shaped beam of golden light erupted from beneath his feet, measuring a yard in length. "You shall accompany me back to the temple," Jiang Feng proclaimed, gesturing with his sleeve as he summoned the two onto his flying sword, soaring into the sky. This display left them utterly astonished. In the Tianan continent, practitioners typically relied on magical beasts for flight, and such creatures were usually above level 8. For a practitioner to fly independently, They needed to possess level 9 prowess. Level 9 sorcerers could invoke wind manipulation, while level 9 warriors could employ their inner energy for lightfoot flight. As the Qin siblings observed this oddly dressed man, their awe deepened. Upon returning to the temple, Jiang Feng left provisions behind and soared towards Yunan City on his sword. "Brother, that person is incredibly strong." Qin Hai finally dared to speak as Jiang Feng receded from view. Qin Lan nodded at her younger brother, though her gaze revealed something more. "Sister, we should be able to return to the palace soon, right?" Qin Hai inquired. Qin Lan merely nodded in response, remaining silent. "If we have his assistance, perhaps we can truly reside in the palace," she sighed inwardly, lost in thought. Chapter 2. Trouble approaches. As the evening descended, Jiang Feng returned to the temple and went straight to his room, while Qin Lan and her brother settled into a side room for the night. Inside Jiang Feng's chamber, he sat cross-legged in a meditative posture, exuding a faint azure mist. However, unbeknownst to anyone, his primordial spirit was elsewhere, a manifestation of the out-of-body stage, allowing his spirit to roam freely, overseeing the surroundings and even infiltrating the minds of others to lead them astray. At this moment, Jiang Feng's primordial spirit was vigilantly surveying the area outside the temple. This vigilance stemmed from his return from Yunan City, where he had entered with Qin Lan's jade pendant, swiftly confirming their identities. Yet, on the way back, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, though he could not discern the observer's presence. Exercising caution, he employed a strategic move. His primordial spirit wandered through the woods. As he passed a thicket, he heard a cacophony of sounds, from which several figures emerged. One among them let out a peculiar whistle, and shortly thereafter, a sparrow-sized bird flew out of the underbrush and landed in that man's hand. "We found them, in a cabin on the mountain," the man exclaimed excitedly. "The boss's pursuit of the lark is impressive. He will surely rise in rank again." A rather sleazy-looking man, grinning ingratiatingly, added, "No wonder I could never find them." At that moment, a cold smile flickered across Jiang Feng's ethereal visage. The man who had just been receiving flattery from his subordinates suddenly let out a bizarre shriek as his eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light. In a swift motion, he drew a curved dagger from his waist, and in an instant, several figures fell, leaving only the sleazy man to flee in a panic, crying, "The boss has gone mad. Help!" The boss, seemingly unwilling to leave any witnesses, pursued the sleazy man relentlessly. Yet, the latter possessed considerable strength, making it difficult for the boss to slay him. With a shout, the boss unleashed a fiery bird technique, and a massive firebird soared from the forest. Screeching as it lunged at him, Jiang Feng immediately sensed that the firebird was conjured by a level 7 sorcerer. He quickly withdrew his primordial spirit from his physical body, for he had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, and his spirit could not withstand the damage of such a potent level 7 spell. The man let out a tragic wail as his body was consumed by flames, turning to ash. The sleazy man, relieved to be spared, quickly adopted a submissive demeanor as a man in luxurious clothing emerged from the woods, a middle-aged figure of ordinary appearance. Yet his entwined serpent staff lent him an air of malevolence. This was Shang Wu, the national sorcerer of Yunan, a pinnacle level 7 sorcerer. "Lead the way," Shang Wu commanded, and the sleazy man hurried ahead to guide him. Back in Jiang Feng's room, as he returned his primordial spirit to its rightful place, he soared out on his sword. Meanwhile, Qin Lan and her brother remained oblivious. On the mountain path, Shang Wu advanced towards Jiang Feng's lair when suddenly, a golden light flickered in the sky. Shang Wu distinctly saw a figure amidst the brilliance. A level 9 master? He gasped in terror, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A level 9 master was beyond his capabilities to contend with. However, he retained his composure, reasoning that the figure appeared quite youthful. Achieving level 9 mastery required decades of arduous training, making such youth improbable. Clenching his staff, Shang Wu muttered an incantation, and 2 fiery serpents erupted from his staff, aiming to engulf Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng deftly evaded the fire serpents, directing his sword towards Shang Wu himself. Taken aback, Shang Wu quickly retreated while continually casting ice shields to impede Jiang Feng's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a thunderstorm spell, with the serpent heads on his staff releasing spheres of lightning. Meanwhile, the fire serpents closed in. Jiang Feng ascended skyward, invoking the 5 swords returning to truth. And 5 ancient sword apparitions materialized around him, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Upon collision, the serpents and lightning struck the swords, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. As the brilliance faded, Jiang Feng stood proudly in the void, the 5 sword apparitions still revolving around him. Witnessing this, Shang Wu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. With a single stroke, Jiang Feng's sword transformed from 1 to 5, golden light flashing as Shang fell, lifeless, 5 bloody holes punctuating his body. The sleazy man, attempting a stealthy escape, barely took a few steps before feeling an icy chill at his back, and then he was no more. Returning to his room, Jiang Feng's complexion was ashen. He had sustained injuries from the recent battle. As he sat cross-legged, channeling his internal energy, he realized that the lightning and fire had damaged his organs. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, but recovery would require effort. As dawn broke, Qinlan and her brother rose early, filled with worry about how Jiang Feng would address them. Yet, after waiting in vain for his appearance, they hesitated to seek him out, remaining in anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was undergoing his own tribulations. After a night of healing, his wounds had nearly mended when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in his dantian, startling him greatly. The dantian housed his golden core, as well as his reservoir of magical energy. Any change within it could jeopardize his life. Immediately, he channeled all his energy into the dantian, yet found no injury there. Instead, he felt a rising concern over the golden core. The golden core spun ceaselessly within the dantian, absorbing the energy he infused. Its luminescence intensified, and its rotation quickened. While Jiang Feng's expression grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat cascading down and soaking his robe. The golden core continued its rapid spin, revealing faint golden threads on its surface, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Alarmed, Jiang Feng summoned all his strength to channel energy into the dantian, which consolidated into a sphere with the golden core at its center. The golden threads on the core shone ever brighter, seemingly nourished by the influx of energy. As the brilliance reached its zenith, the golden core exploded, and Jiang Feng let out a piercing scream. Outside, the Qin siblings were jolted by the sound. Yet they dared not intervene. Jiang Feng appeared deathly pale, his eyes reflecting a deep aura of despair, yet he was not dead. Within the dantian, the fragments of the golden core were enveloped by the energy sphere, gradually beginning to orbit a central point, reminiscent of a cosmic galaxy. At the center of this celestial formation, a red light coalesced, and Jiang Feng soon regained vitality. He swiftly realized that the light represented an infant core. "I have advanced to the Breaking Valley stage," Jiang Feng exclaimed with joy. Reflecting on the preceding events, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Had he not channeled all his energy to protect the golden core, he would have likely perished in an explosion. Feeling the emergence of the infant core within his dantian filled him with elation, for it signified his opportunity to cultivate the nascent soul and embark on the true path of cultivation. As he focused on his recovery, outside, the Qin siblings witnessed ethereal energies swirling above Jiang Feng's abode, their eyes wide with astonishment. When the door swung open, Jiang Feng emerged. Though his pallor suggested he was far from well, inciting a wave of panic in the Qin siblings as they feared they had offended him. "What transpired within your royal family? Why was a level 7 sorcerer tracking me yesterday? Answer me honestly," Jiang Feng demanded, acutely aware that he had become ensnared in a royal conspiracy where he could easily become a sacrificial pawn. "What? A level 7 sorcerer? Shang Wu is here." Qin Lan's eyes widened in terror, while Qin Hai displayed a hint of excitement. "Is the national sorcerer here to escort us back?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Lan urged, "We must leave quickly. Shang Wu is formidable and not to be trifled with. There's no need. He is already dead. Now, it would be best if you divulged everything to me. I have no interest in kings or princesses." Jiang Feng's tone was now laced with a palpable menace. Qin Lan, witnessing Jiang Feng's genuine fury, had no choice but to reveal, "My brother is the king of Yunan, yet he is still young. Many affairs of the kingdom are entrusted to our uncle, the current regent. However, I soon sensed that Qin Wei harbored ambitions beyond that of a mere prince. His aspirations grew increasingly grandiose, as he relentlessly sought opportunities to undermine my brother, even placing his spies throughout the imperial palace. I can now ascertain that this assassination attempt originated from Qin Wei." After uttering these words, Qin Lan took a deep breath, as if shedding a heavy burden. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt himself inexorably drawn into this conflict. To extricate himself entirely, he would have to abandon Qin Lan and her brother. But he could not bring himself to do so, not now, at least. For Qin Wei's actions against him had already crossed a line, and those who offended him must pay the price. "What is the extent of your royal family's power?" Jiang Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and responded, "Currently, in Yunan, only Qin Wei himself is a 7th-level warrior. But there exists a group of 10 6th-level sorcerers and a battalion of 100 6th-level warriors. As for any hidden powers that Qin Wei might possess, I cannot say. but I believe they do not exceed 7th level. In that moment, Qinlan felt a glimmer of hope. A wry smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face as he considered the situation. Now that he had entered the realm of advanced cultivation, he was capable of overcoming 8th level practitioners. It was time for him to exact his revenge. Chapter 3. Thunderous measures. Yunan City, the most prosperous metropolis of the Yunan Kingdom and its capital, witnessed the regent Qin Wei, his countenance darkened by despair, as his dreams of emperorship crumbled once more. With Qin Hai missing, he was the rightful heir. However, the majority of officials insisted that Qin Wei could only ascend to the throne once the king's death was confirmed. But with Qin Hai's whereabouts unknown, his ascension remained thwarted, compounded by the troubling news of Shang Wu's demise, which left him in utter disarray. Your Majesty has returned. A sudden uproar of cheers erupted from outside the palace. Qin Wei and his retinue hastily exited, only to behold Qin Lan and her brother making their way through a throng of soldiers. Qin Wei gazed at them, incredulous, while the other officials knelt in reverence. Stunned into silence by the sight, Qin Wei forgot to pay his respects. Impudent traitors, daring to stand before His Majesty without bowing? A booming voice resonated from above. The crowd looked up to see a figure standing in the sky, astride a colossal sword, capable of flight. A 9th level practitioner? Gasps rippled through the assembly. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wei. Now fully aware, Qin Wei understood that today would bring resolution. Seize them, Qin Wei bellowed, summoning a throng of figures from the palace. Among them, 10 elegantly robed sorcerers wielding staffs stood out prominently. They swiftly began chanting incantations, their bodies aglow with various luminescence. Jiang Feng's golden aura surged as he vanished, leaving only an afterimage in the sky. Screams erupted as the throats of the sorcerers burst forth like fountains, blood gushing forth in torrents, all from a single strike. Jiang Feng appeared among the tumultuous crowd, leaving several high-ranking officials in a state of shock, questioning the very nature of his being. As the sorcerers fell before him, Qin Wei hastily commanded the warrior battalion to engage. Jiang Feng unleashed a series of seals, summoning 8 flying swords from his sword box, which arranged themselves in the formation of the Bagua, enclosing the 100-man warrior battalion within. The swords shimmered with 8 colors as they converged, weaving together like a celestial net that ensnared the warriors. With the final seal completed, the swords descended into the battalion, unleashing a storm of sword energy that transformed the scene into a veritable hellscape. Rivers of blood flowed, and many were overcome with nausea. Witnessing the swift annihilation of both the sorcerers and the warriors, Qin Wei was stripped of his courage. His only desire was to flee. Yet, as he took his first steps toward escape, a blade pierced through him, pinning him firmly against the palace wall. Following this massacre, the Yunan court underwent a thorough purge. Every official and faction associated with Qin Wei was systematically eradicated, plunging the court into a tempest of blood and fear, where none dared to voice their grievances. For the new king possessed formidable backing. At present, no family within the Yunan Kingdom had the strength to oppose him, for the consequences would only lead to a grim fate. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng found solace in his secluded temple, now recognized as the national master of Yunan. He was gifted the mountain forest by Qin Lan. His temple was refurbished and designated a royal forbidden ground. Even the Qin siblings dared not tread lightly within. Over the course of 3 months, Jiang Feng had stabilized his cultivation, and now he was ready to embark on his next phase of training. Seated upon a meditation cushion, Jiang Feng gazed upon the ancient sword box before him. With a gentle gesture, he opened it to reveal a 3-foot-long sword lying quietly within. This sword box, forged in Mount Shu, was known as Ling Chu, a vessel for nurturing swords. When a sword is placed within, it can absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. The sword, named by Bing, was crafted from Jiang Feng's blood mixed with various spiritual materials through Mount Shu's techniques, making it a rare divine weapon. This sword required synchronization with the Mount Shu sword control technique, allowing it to multiply in accordance with the practitioner's mastery. Now, Jiang Feng's cultivation had reached a level where he could split the Bai Bing sword into 10. His objective was to refine the Bai Bing into his own life weapon, a weapon of immense power that transcended ordinary blades, capable of communicating with his spirit, thereby allowing him to wield it at will. Yet, this refinement could only be achieved with cultivation beyond the advanced stage. Chanting incantations, Jiang Feng's hand gestures transformed as a green aura emanated from his fingertips, entwining the Bai Bing as if it were a vine. The sword seemed to respond, emitting a melodious chime. Jiang Feng executed several seals, enveloping the sword in a brilliant green light that flowed like liquid toward him. After guiding the aura into his dantian, Jiang Feng found a small sword flickering within his Dantian infant. With a mere thought, the small sword vanished, and in its place, Jiang Feng now held a 3-foot-long sword. This sword, except for its blade, was entirely ink-black, thin and narrow like a bamboo leaf. Observing the sword in his grasp, Jiang Feng's face lit up with satisfaction. This shall be my new Bai Bing. I shall name it Emoju, my new sword. In the imperial city of Yunan, Qin Hai and a group of ministers were engaged in deliberations concerning state affairs. Seated slightly apart was Qin Lan, acting in her capacity as a princess to assist in governance. They were confronted with a troubling situation. In addition to the Yunnan civil and military officials, several individuals adorned in foreign attire had entered the Grand Hall. These were envoys from the neighboring nation of Jinlan, ostensibly sent to strengthen camaraderie. Yet their true intent was to exploit the internal strife within Yunnan and exert pressure for its subjugation. They were also aware of Jiang Feng's existence. However, on the Tiannan continent, practitioners of level 8 and above generally regarded secular power struggles with disdain, leading to the representation of the continent's martial practitioners being predominantly those of levels 6 and 7. This circumstance emboldened Jinlan to act brazenly as they presented their state document. Both Qin Hai and Qin Lan's expressions darkened upon viewing the document, which was nothing short of a shakedown notice, replete with demands for rare forging materials exclusive to Yunnan. The Jinlan envoy wore an expression of assured confidence, fully aware that Yunnan possessed an 8th-level national master. Yet, such high-ranking practitioners typically remained aloof from worldly conflicts, believing that as long as they were treated with sufficient respect, they would not intervene. Having made up his mind, the Jinlan envoy felt emboldened. Qin Lan examined the document, her countenance grim. Yunnan, already weakened, could ill afford to offend Jinlan, yet the terms were excessively harsh. If this continued, Yunnan would inevitably become a vassal state of Jinlan. She was uncertain whether Jiang Feng would assist them again, as he had transcended the mundane world. In her heart, a fierce internal struggle raged, leaving her indecisive. At that moment, an inner court attendant approached Qin Lan respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, the national master has arrived." He then handed her a slip of paper. Upon reading it, her gloomy expression lifted. The note simply stated that after refining 100 weapons into ink bamboo, Jiang Feng no longer possessed any arms. The newly forged ink bamboo was unfit for battle, needing time to assimilate with Jiang Feng's powers before it could unleash its true potential. Consequently, he required new materials for forging. While this was not a significant issue, it was fortuitous that the materials he sought coincided precisely with those demanded by Jinlan. "Regrettably, Your Excellency, I have just received an edict from the National Master indicating that the materials you mentioned in your state document are precisely what he requires. Therefore, our nation is unable to provide them," Qin Lan declared, regaining her regal composure. The Jinlan envoy was taken aback, never anticipating such misfortune. His request had inadvertently crossed paths with a formidable figure. He quickly responded, "Since the National Master requires them, we shall have to forego our demands. However, as mentioned in the state document, I propose that our two nations establish an alliance, with Jinlan providing military protection to Yunnan in exchange for financial support." His tone turned haughty, clearly revealing the underlying threat. Every Yunnan official comprehended the implications of his words, a blatant intimidation tactic, yet they felt powerless, for as of now, they had not offended Jiang Feng, and thus an 8th-level master had no reason to intervene. Observing the minister's silence, the Jinlan envoy grew increasingly brazen. "I urge your majesty to make a prompt decision." His tone had shifted from courteous to overtly threatening. Faced with this predicament, the 15-year-old Qin Hai was at a loss, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. "No decision is necessary. Yunnan can defend itself," a voice suddenly resonated. A young man clad in a deep blue robe emerged from the inner hall. National Master, Qin Lan, Qin Hai, and the ministers all bowed in unison. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the assembly, his figure vanishing abruptly. With a resounding crash, a guard from Jinlan was sent flying out of the Grand Hall. Jiang Feng reappeared where the guard had stood, and without pausing, he pointed at another guard, who became ensnared in a swirl of azure light. The guard, sensing something amiss, began to murmur incessantly, yet it yielded no effect. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. A 7th-level warrior and a 7th-level sorcerer, the guards of Jinlan are indeed formidable. The Jinlan envoy's face paled, as Jiang Feng disregarded him entirely and coldly stated, "I require materials to forge a sword in Yunnan. The resources may be insufficient. I might very well pay a visit to Jinlan." The envoy, filled with regret for not having 2 additional legs to flee with, hurriedly retreated alongside the sorcerer. dragging away the unconscious warrior. As they fled in a disheveled manner, laughter erupted from the Yunan court. Jiang Feng approached Qianlong with a smile. I have assisted you once more. My materials should be gathered swiftly now. Qianlong, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at Jiang Feng, snapped back to reality only to find him had already departed, leaving her cheeks flushed. Sister, why are you blushing? Innocently inquired Qin Hai, standing nearby. Flushed with embarrassment, Qianlong hurried back to the inner palace. Under Qin Hai's imperial decree, Jiang Feng's materials were swiftly assembled. In the Daoist temple, Jiang Feng radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a divine being. His hands moved through intricate seals, conjuring 10 beams of light that transformed into 10 swords, encircling him. Simultaneously, the meticulously arranged materials seemed to possess life, being absorbed into the 10 swords. As the swords absorbed the materials, their brilliance waned, revealing 10 uniquely designed ancient long swords. Jiang Feng then pricked his finger, allowing 10 drops of blood to fall onto the blades. The 10 beams of light ignited simultaneously, and with a soft command from Jiang Feng, the radiant glow dissipated, revealing the sword's gleaming blades. Under his guidance, they entered the spirit repository. Having completed this, Jiang Feng reclined and fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was abruptly awakened by a thunderous storm. Approaching the window, he beheld flashes of lightning illuminating the distant mountains, where streaks of golden lightning rained down. It was the tribulation lightning. Alarmed, Jiang Feng recognized that on the Tiannan continent, any being, whether human, beast, or other races, must confront tribulations upon reaching level 10, akin to his own transition into the tribulation phase after achieving the Great Ascension stage. During this phase, he too would have to face heavenly lightning. Only by overcoming it could he ascend to immortality. With resolve, he strapped on the spirit repository and took flight on his sword, arriving just as the lightning tribulation concluded. Surrounding mountains had been reduced to scorched earth, and at the epicenter of the tribulation, a massive pit, over 10 meters deep, had been formed. Within the pit lay a colossal black beast, blood gushing from its wounded body. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted upon recognizing the creature. It was a black dragon, seemingly having failed its tribulation. He could sense the life force of the dragon waning. 10 flying swords emerged in response to his command. 2 swords crossed to bind the dragon's head, while the remaining 8 positioned themselves at the 8 cardinal points: rest, birth, injury, due, seen, death, shock, and open. Jiang Feng's hand seals shifted rapidly, and all 10 swords glimmered with light. The 8 swords unleashed their brilliance, converging upon the 2 that secured the dragon's head, forming a radiant lock that ensnared it within the formation. Jiang Feng continued to execute his seals, racing against time to refine the black dragon into his sword spirit before the emissaries of the underworld arrived to claim its soul. Under the influence of the 8 radiant locks, an ethereal shadow emerged from the dragoness body, as if struggling to break free, surging upward. Jiang Feng's excitement heightened, for this shadow was none other than the dragoness soul. Jiang Feng hastily inscribed a mark, causing the twin swords that bound the dragon's head to suddenly soar into the air. Yet the swords remained tethered to the dragon soul's head. Under the restraint of the swords, the dragon's soul ascended into the sky. The swords abruptly released their grip on the dragon's head and began to spin rapidly, entangling the dragon's body with 8 radiant locks. Sensing imminent danger, the dragon's soul struggled desperately. Jiang Feng immediately intensified his efforts, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant light, which grew ever more brilliant. He was exerting himself to the utmost. This ink dragon was capable of enduring tribulations, thus possessing at least the strength of a 10th level cultivator. Furthermore, being a dragon, its innate power surpassed that of humans. Hence, despite its failure to transcend the tribulation, the dragon soul's strength remained formidable, still outmatching Jiang Feng's own. The vibrant hues of Jiang Feng's aura had dwindled to mere white, indicating that his magical energy had reached its zenith. The reason for Jiang Feng's reckless determination was the palpable presence of an overwhelming deathly aura creeping toward him. The arrival of the soul-reaping specter was his immediate concern, compelling him to seize every moment and muster all his strength. The specter, a legitimate agent of the underworld, belonged to the realm of the spirits, and Jiang Feng found himself utterly powerless against it. Anyone who dared to claim that the specter was feeble would earn Jiang Feng's disdain. It was evident that countless powerful beings across the realms were ultimately bound by the specters after death. Without formidable strength, how could they traverse the domains and capture the souls of various powerful beings? Of course, there were exceptions. Those who attained the golden immortal level found it exceedingly difficult to be ensnared by the specters, while the Shinxian and immortal emperors could reincarnate at will. As Jiang Feng suppressed the dragon's soul with his magic, he simultaneously summoned the ink bamboo contained within his infant elixir. The dragon's soul, unable to break free from its bindings, emitted a series of roars. At this moment, Jiang Feng's face was drenched in sweat, and his long black hair billowed wildly under the influence of his magical force. Nevertheless, his gaze remained unwavering, as the overwhelming deathly aura surged towards him. Jiang Feng had no time to spare. He awaited an opportunity. The dragon's soul continued to struggle, when suddenly, an otherworldly light flashed from within it. Jiang Feng instantly recognized the soul crystal, as a shadow erupted from his body and struck the crystal, shattering it into fragments, which the shadow devoured entirely. At that moment, the dragon's soul ceased its struggles, its form gradually being drawn into the shadow. Once the shadow had consumed the dragon's soul, it returned to Jiang Feng's body. While Jiang Feng, now drained of magical energy, collapsed to the ground. He hastily retracted his flying sword, preparing to flee. But it seemed that escaping was no longer an easy feat, for a powerful figure descended before him. Jiang Feng scrutinized the newcomer, who was clad in black garments, adorned with a black square hat, shrouded in dark mist. "Mortal, I am Xing Luo, the sole messenger of the underworld, the one who seized the ink dragon's soul," the figure stated coldly. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure's words, rendering him incapable of resistance. He could only respond submissively. "It was I?" Xing Luo nodded slightly. "Mortal, your honesty is commendable. The dragon's soul has been refined by you, and thus I cannot seize its soul. You have disrupted the order of the world, and you shall be punished." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately retorted, "On what grounds do you punish me? I refined the dragon's soul through my own strength. Survival of the fittest aligns with the way of heaven. What right do you have to penalize me?" Xing Luo's expression remained impassive. "The souls of the deceased belong to my domain. This is also the way of heaven. Your refinement of the dragon is a violation of this order, and thus you must face punishment." It seemed Jiang Feng understood that evasion was futile today, so he decided to confront it head-on. "Do not attempt to intimidate me with such words. We cultivators have long defied heaven, opposing its way. Today, if your strength exceeds mine and you wish to punish me, then do so. Spare me the flowery rhetoric, if you wish to play the harlot. Do not erect a facade." With that, he adopted an attitude of indifference, as if he were a pig unafraid of boiling water, inviting whatever fate awaited him. Seeing Jiang Feng's demeanor, a faint smile appeared on Xing Luo's face, yet to Jiang Feng, this smile felt chilling, leading him to think he wouldn't actually enjoy this. Would he? Suddenly, a part of him instinctively recoiled. "Mortal, as you have suggested, I shall punish you according to your strength." With a casual wave, Xing Luo ensnared Jiang Feng in a shroud of dark mist. Jiang Feng felt an icy chill pierce through him, as if something within him was being stripped away, threatening to tear him apart. Yet in an instant, he sensed that the severed part was being replenished by some force. When Xing Luo withdrew the dark mist, he declared, "Mortal, I have extracted one of your souls, using the dragon's soul to restore it. Your dwelling has also been obliterated, serving as a substitute for your demise. Your punishment is concluded. Mortal, we shall meet again." With that, Xing Luo vanished entirely. "You are nothing but a harlot." Jiang Feng erupted in a furious roar upon realizing the extent of Xing Luo's actions against him. "To those beyond this realm, you have now entwined your fate with this world. We shall meet again," Xing Luo mused, gazing at the fragment of Jiang Feng's soul in his grasp. In the Yunan National Master's residence, it was now a bustling hub of activity. Jiang Feng, having lost his home to forcible demolition, could no longer maintain the guise of a recluse and was obliged to reside at the National Master's estate. This, in turn, prompted a flurry of visits from nobility and officials in Yunan City, eager to befriend a figure as esteemed as Jiang Feng, as it would greatly benefit both themselves and their families. Consequently, the frequency of visitors to the National Master's estate increased significantly. Jiang Feng was not bothered, for the guests brought valuable gifts. After all, his recent loss left him in dire need of funds. In this situation, he gladly accepted their offerings, for he was no longer in the confines of Shushan and need not adhere to numerous strictures. Upon acquiring the dragon soul, Jiang Feng quickly fused it with himself and the ink bamboo. The 10 flying swords, previously soaked in dragon blood during the refinement of the dragon soul, had been reforged by Jiang Feng, now wielding greater power than before. Overall, Jiang Feng had profited from the ordeal. As for the punishment, he accepted it. After all, his adversary's strength far surpassed his own. Moreover, Considering that the other party had cast aside any pretense, he felt there was little more to be said. Jiang Feng had a disposition that if one truly surpassed him, he could tolerate it. However, once he regained his footing, his vengeance would be nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 5. Rectifying the atmosphere. Yunan City, as the capital of the Yunan Kingdom, was naturally filled with high-ranking officials and nobility, leading to a surge in the production of wayward science. These young rascals roamed the city, engaging in dogfights and bullying the weak. It could be said that outside the imperial city, there was nowhere they dared to act with impunity. Yet now, a new realm had emerged, Jiang Feng's national masteress estate. The fathers of these rascals had issued stern orders forbidding their sons from misbehaving within the confines of the national masteress estate, for they knew they lacked the ability to rescue them should trouble arise. The rascals, upon hearing their father's inability to shield them, naturally grew fearful. Thus Yunan City gained a patch of sanctity. Help! The cry for help echoed through the capital, indicating that there was little hope left. Clearly, it was another band of rascals causing trouble. This time, it was the son of a general harassing a respectable woman. It appeared that the situation was escalating. As the general's son continued his advances, a group of rascals gathered nearby, most of them wearing expressions of indifference. To them, tormenting a commoner was hardly a concern. At that moment, the general's son seemed to lose control, beginning to tear at the woman's clothing, intent on crossing a line. The woman, fully aware of the impending danger, was filled with terror, her cries becoming increasingly desperate. Conversely, the general's son laughed more brazenly, just as he was about to pounce on her, when a hand grasped him from behind. "Wang Xiao, what are you doing? What have you been eating? Why are you always so reckless?" A voice chimed in. Wang Xiao turned around, grumbling, "Li Qi, why do you always ruin my fun?" Though displeased, Wang Xiao dared not express his frustration in front of Li Qi, for his father was the chancellor. At this moment, Li Qi cast a glance at the woman, who understood the signal and gratefully nodded before hastily retreating into the crowd. Seeing the woman escape, Wang Xiao's expression turned sour. However, Li Qi interjected, "Wang Xiao, although we are rascals, we should still maintain some decorum. We cannot behave as if we just emerged from the barracks, yearning for every woman we see. This will greatly tarnish our image in the eyes of the common people." This statement left everyone astounded, even causing Jiang Feng, who was sipping tea nearby, to cough. He immediately regarded Li Qi with admiration, a true model for our generation. A group of young scions, upon hearing these words, could not help but express their disdain. A good image? With the term scion attached to you, your reputation is irreparably tarnished. Yet, despite their contempt, they still felt compelled to flatter, with even the young master Wang eagerly singing praises. Li Qi, caught up in the flattery surrounding him, momentarily basked in the attention, but as reality set in, he noticed that the group of scions had dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. Particularly as young Master Wang had found a new target for his affections, resulting in a flurry of chaos. "Silence!" A thunderous voice rang out, startling the offenders, several of whom were abruptly thrown into the middle of the street. Young Master Wang, at that moment, found his face firmly pressed underfoot. This was a humiliating experience for the usually arrogant scions. They instinctively prepared to curse, but upon recognizing Jiang Feng, they fell silent. Being from noble families, many had visited Jiang Feng with their fathers, and thus knew him well, causing them to feel as though they had hit a wall of steel, behaving like obedient children in the presence of a master. "Cease these trivialities. You shall remain here until your fathers come to negotiate your education," Jiang Feng commanded, and the young scions promptly fainted from the shock. Outside the imperial court in Yunan, a group of officials had just concluded their meeting when they learned that their precious children had been detained by Jiang Feng. In a frenzy, they rushed to rescue them. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng awaited their arrival, and before long, a cloud of dust announced the approach of a convoy, blocking the street completely. Officials, eager to save their children, abandoned their carriages and sprinted down the street, a spectacle to behold. Upon seeing their sons unharmed, the officials exhaled with relief and hurried to bow before Jiang Feng, fearful that their negligence might lead to their son's suffering. Jiang Feng, however, did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, he pointed at young Master Wang beneath his foot and inquired, "Whose son is this?" General Wang hastily stepped forward. "He is my son." Jiang Feng scrutinized General Wang, contemplating, "A military family, I can understand. 12 years of service is indeed arduous. If it were prolonged, even a Sao would suffer." Jiang Feng's words caused General Wang to flush with embarrassment, while the other officials struggled to suppress their laughter, twitching with amusement. Aware of his son's shortcomings, General Wang felt a sudden urge to strangle the little scoundrel. Jiang Feng then shifted his foot, sending young Master Wang tumbling into his father's arms. Throughout the morning, various fathers of science engaged in earnest discussions with Jiang Feng concerning their children's education. By the time it was Li Qi's father's turn, he trembled with apprehension. Having witnessed the previous fathers emerge battered and bruised, with two requiring immediate medical attention, Jiang Feng paid no heed to Li Da's demeanor and merely remarked, "Your son is quite commendable. Even science require a semblance of decorum before departing." This left the onlookers in shock, including Li Qi and his father, who took some time to regain their composure. Once they did, Li Da felt a renewed sense of pride. Leading his son out of the crowd with his head held high, returning home to announce a feast and celebration. His proclamation resonated loudly. The other officials could only vent their frustrations on their own sons, leading to a night filled with cries of despair throughout the capital. The following day, people were astonished to find that, aside from young Master Li, the other scions had mysteriously vanished. Rumors later confirmed that they had all been grounded, with the most unfortunate being young Master Wang, who had been sent directly to the military camp, likely to remain there for no less than 12 years. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, he had unknowingly made a significant contribution to the moral improvement of the capital. At that moment, he was deep within the mountains outside Yunan City, traversing the forest on his sword. Suddenly, he spotted a caravan along the mountain path, which contained several large cages holding demonic beasts. However, one cage held a young woman, approximately 17 or 18 years old, possessing exquisite beauty and an alluring figure. Yet a white tail protruded from behind her, indicating she was a fox spirit, already having attained a level of consciousness. Jiang Feng's instincts were piqued, and he descended upon the path, halting the caravan. Observing his arrival, the caravan came to a stop, and a man who appeared to be in charge approached. Wearing a broad smile, "Esteemed elder," he greeted. "Who are you?" Jiang Feng inquired. "Oh, we are a merchant caravan specializing in demonic beasts. On our way to Yunan City," the man replied respectfully. "A merchant caravan? Is it possible for you to have captured such a spirit?" Jiang Feng questioned sternly. The leader, noticing Jiang Feng's anger, broke into a cold sweat. "Esteemed elder, you may not be aware, but we did not capture the fox spirit. Our small caravan consists of only a few level 6 experts. We discovered the fox spirit severely injured in a valley, and our sorcerers managed to subdue her with spells." Jiang Feng nodded in understanding. Once a demonic beast attained consciousness, it transcended its former existence as a mere beast and entered the realm of spirits, typically possessing a rank of at least 7 or higher. Without severe injury, this caravan would not have been able to capture her. Approaching the cage that held the fox spirit, Jiang Feng scrutinized her closely. "You are capable of escaping. Why do you remain with them?" he demanded. Upon hearing his words, the leader of the caravan became terrified, while the others hastily scattered. The fox spirit, realizing her disguise had been seen through, laughed melodiously. "Ah, keen eyes. It seems your cultivation is impressive." In an instant, 2 short swords appeared in her hands, and the cage crumbled under her might. Twin blades, like venomous serpents, struck towards Jiang Feng's face. He swiftly retreated, brandishing a long sword to counter, but the fox spirit's relentless assault continued, her dual swords striking with agility and cunning. Jiang Feng wielded his sword with grace and poise, emitting a blue sword energy. The fox spirit, unwilling to confront it directly, leapt out of its path. Yet she was undeterred, launching her swords like hidden weapons. The blades glimmered with a purple hue, and when Jiang Feng attempted to block, he was forcefully pushed back 5 paces, while the swords returned to the fox spirit's grasp. "Impressive, nearly an 8th level warrior. Though I am uncertain how you can fly. Your strength ends here. Today, you shall be defeated," the fox spirit proclaimed confidently. Before she could finish, she formed seals with her hands, summoning numerous fox apparitions that roared as they charged at Jiang Feng. Overwhelmed by their cries, Jiang Feng felt momentarily disoriented, quickly realizing the peril he faced. 10 golden rays shot into the sky, dispersing the fox apparitions upon contact. As the golden rays pursued the phantoms, the fox spirit's eyes widened in horror. He is a dual cultivator, not only a peak 7th level warrior, but also an 8th level sorcerer? In that fleeting moment of confusion, Jiang Feng's voice resonated as the 8 ancient swords descended from the sky, encircling her. The fox spirit sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee, but felt an irresistible force binding her, with 2 swords hovering ominously above her. She hesitated, acutely aware of the imminent danger as a celestial net began to form above. As Jiang Feng executed a powerful seal, the celestial net descended, erupting in a flurry of sword energies. The fox spirit, recognizing the threat, hastily formed seals of her own. sprouting 2 additional tails, causing her 3 tails to expand to several meters in length, creating a barrier that deflected the sword energies. A 9-tailed celestial fox. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows, sensing trouble. In the Tiannan continent, once a demonic beast reached level 7, it had the potential to attain human form, thereby separating itself from the beast realm to form its own lineage within the spirit realm. Among the spirit tribes, the Fox clan was renowned for its superior adaptability, often emerging as the strongest lineage. Within the Fox clan, a faction known as the Celestial Foxes existed, ranked by the number of tails they possessed, the lowest being 3 tails and the highest 9. Upon reaching 9 tails, they could invoke the heavenly tribulation, and if fortunate enough to survive, they would gain a 10th tail, becoming a divine fox akin to a deity. The 3-tailed fox spirit deflected the sword energy, sweeping it back towards the sky net, which was unexpectedly torn asunder by the force of her tail. Jiang Feng hastily retracted his 10 swords, yet the ethereal flames of the 3-tailed fox spirit seized the opportunity to counterattack. Countless violet flames cascaded from the heavens like rain, reducing all flora that came in contact with the violet fire to mere ashes. The relentless onslaught of violet flames surged towards Jiang Feng, who, now enveloped in flames, appeared to the fox spirit as a mere ember. She relaxed, convinced Jiang Feng was finished, unless he were a cultivator of the 9th level or above. He could not possibly withstand her 8th level strike. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's voice echoed again. To the fox spirit's astonishment, the violet flames engulfing him dissipated, leaving him unharmed, with the 10 ancient swords forming a protective circle around him. The 10 swords, activated by the 10-fold soul-binding array, occupied 8 gates while the twin swords locked the spirit. As the fox spirit unleashed her 3 tails, radiating a tricolor brilliance, she sent the 10 swords flying. However, the situation was far from straightforward. After repelling the swords, she was taken aback to find the surroundings transformed. Only black and white remained in this altered realm. She found herself amidst an ink bamboo forest, where shadows flitted about like flowing ink. The fox spirit heightened her vigilance, but suddenly sensed danger. She quickly shielded herself with her tails as an ink shadow darted from the forest, grazing her tail and leaving a wound that emitted inky smoke. Fear gripped her heart. From that last strike, she had sensed a profound draconic energy. Though powerful, her celestial fox lineage inherently feared the dragon clan. Who could this be? How could someone of equal rank injure her tail? Only a 10th level cultivator could achieve such a feat. Coupled with that draconic energy, she pondered incessantly. Reveal yourself. If you have the courage, confront me directly rather than hiding. The fox spirit roared into the void. Ha ha ha, little fox. You are now ensnared within my realm of perception and dare to boast. Jiang Feng's silhouette materialized in the air, albeit as an inked apparition. The fox spirit gazed at him, sensing an unfathomable depth in his presence. Why do you not reveal your true form? She demanded sharply. I shall ensnare you. Jiang Feng replied with a mocking smile. The fox spirit nearly spat blood. This did not resemble the demeanor of an 8th level master, but rather that of a scoundrel. As he conjured an ink-colored long sword, her heart trembled with fear, for it radiated a potent draconic aura. This was indeed the sword that had harmed her. With a slight flick of his wrist, the sword transformed into 10 ink shadows that merged into the bamboo forest, causing the ink-laden bamboo to churn like a tempestuous sea. Surrounded by the encroaching waves, sword shadows assailed from all directions. The fox spirit attempted to defend herself, but the strikes were too sinister, merging seamlessly into the ink waves from one side to the other. In a moment of desperation, she cocooned herself with her tails, yet was this truly effective? Jiang Feng clenched his fist, commanding the ink bamboo's assault with the fury of a tempest. The ink swords left myriad scars upon her, and from above, she resembled a captive bound by ink chains. With a sudden, forceful gesture, Jiang Feng raised his hand and then brought it crashing down. The 10 ink bamboos ascended to the heavens, merging into one. An ink dragon emerged from the sword's body, concealed within the dragon's form. The dragon unleashed a resounding roar, soaring down from the heavens directly towards the fox spirit amidst the ink waves. The dragon's roar stirred a vortex of ink, surging towards her. As the ink dissipated, Jiang Feng withdrew his perception, revealing the fox spirit battered and bruised, her 3 tails marred with wounds, each emitting wisps of inky smoke, the aftermath of draconic energy. Do you desire to live? Jiang Feng coldly inquired, his sword's edge poised against her throat. The fox spirit, filled with resentment, yet powerless, succumbed to silence. Gravely injured and unable to self-destruct, Jiang Feng, discerning her plight, swiftly inscribed a mark with his left hand, imbuing a drop of blood into her brow. Instantly, she felt a pull upon her soul, forging a connection with Jiang Feng. I have now bound you in a blood pact, unless I perish. You shall forever remain my servant, he declared, retracting the ink bamboo and casting a cold gaze upon her while imbuing her with a surge of power. Realizing she was now irrevocably bound to Jiang Feng, she gracefully bowed her head. Little Rain greets her master. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Come along. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Little Rain to follow in silence. Jiang Feng's situation was far from favorable. Today marked his first venture into the realm of insight through the use of the dragon's soul, a power he was yet ill-equipped to fully wield. The blood pact had inflicted a backlash upon him, causing internal injuries. Upon returning to the National Master's estate, he entered seclusion, with the three-tailed fox, Little Rain, guarding him. Jiang Feng harnessed his energy to stave off the backlash, yet it was a consequence of invoking the dragon's soul. Within him, draconic energy flowed, and fortunately, due to his own fusion with the dragon's soul, his body sustained no further damage. He directed the draconic energy into his dantian, where the nascent Dan was now aglow with red light. The draconic energy coiled around the Dan, and within it, Jiang Feng's ethereal form emerged, wielding the ink bamboo with calm composure. Suddenly, the draconic energy surged towards the Dan. Jiang Feng wielded the ink bamboo to intercept, and in an instant, the draconic energy was absorbed into the Dan. After the absorption, the Dan began to pulse like a heartbeat, a promising sign, indicating that he was beginning to form his Yuan Dan. Once formed, the Dan would manifest as a miniature version of Jiang Feng himself. As long as the Yuan Dan remained intact and was not seized by the underworld's emissaries, he could achieve rebirth through possession. Yet, Jiang Feng found himself without that opportunity. After healing his injuries, Jiang Feng continued to meditate for a month, solidifying his insights while gaining new understandings. Upon emerging from his chamber, Little Rain, who had been guarding the door, promptly bowed. Master, she greeted. Jiang Feng acknowledged her with a nod, noticing her wounds had nearly healed, although her tail remained. Curiously, he inquired, Little Rain, can your tail not transform? Looking at her tail with a sigh, she replied, it was once possible, but since my injury, I have been unable to do so. Jiang Feng recalled that Little Rain had been injured while accompanying the caravan. Tell me your tale. How did you get hurt? He prompted. Little Rain recounted her harrowing experience, revealing that she was not only from the Celestial Fox clan, but also the daughter of its leader. Her father was an esteemed eight-tailed celestial fox, equivalent to a martial sovereign. The disparity in strength between demons and humans was significant. Little Rain had sustained her injuries during a visit to the Tiger clan, where she was ambushed by 9th-level experts of the Netherworld clan. Despite her desperate efforts to break free, she was severely wounded and subsequently captured by the merchant convoy. The Netherworld clan, Jiang Feng, echoed the name. In that moment, a smile crept across Xing Luo's face within the 9 Netherine division. Destiny has begun. The turning point for this world is at hand. After hearing Little Rain's tale, Jiang Feng unleashed a radiant light that enveloped her form. Under this glow, her tail gradually vanished. Little Rain's face lit up with joy, and as the light dissipated, her tail was no longer visible. This is merely an illusion technique. It cannot last indefinitely. You must remember to replenish it regularly, he advised. Jiang Feng chuckled as he handed the incantation for the transformation technique to Xiaoyu, who was naturally overjoyed. She could clearly sense that Jiang Feng's cultivation had significantly strengthened, even though he remained at the 8th level. The thought of facing him in battle left her feeling that defeat would come swiftly. Xiaoyu's curiosity about Jiang Feng deepened. How could his cultivation fluctuate so dramatically? His techniques were exceedingly rare, and it was peculiar for a dual cultivator to be so unusual. On Yunan Boulevard, Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu, as master and servant, strolled leisurely. For Xiaoyu, it was her first visit to the grand human metropolis, and her curiosity was piqued by everything around her. She gazed around in wonder, while Jiang Feng seemed indifferent to her excitement. Encouraged by his nonchalance, Xiaoyu grew bolder and began to run about. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng found a tea house to relax in. Suddenly, cries for help echoed through the streets. The people speculated that yet another scion of privilege was causing trouble. However, this time, something felt amiss. The voice sounded familiar. It belonged to young Master Wang, who had been sent to the military by his father. How had he emerged again? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Indeed, it was young Master Wang, who had stealthily escaped from the military camp, only to fall back into his old habits on the streets. This time, however, he was met with misfortune. As he attempted to flirt with Xiaoyu, a member of the demon clan who held little regard for noble offspring. With a swift motion, she struck him, leaving him howling in agony. Seeing their master being beaten, Wang's soldiers called upon the city guards. But what good would that do? The streets soon filled with lamentations. And even Jiang Feng in the tea house could hear the commotion. When Jiang Feng arrived at the scene, he found people strewn about, some on the ground, others in trees. His eyes quickly landed on young Master Wang, who resembled a battered pig. "Ah, you're the little turtle from General Wang's household. How did you end up in such a state? Is it your old habits that have led to this?" Jiang Feng approached Wang with a mischievous grin. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Wang scrambled aside in fear. Jiang Feng placed his foot firmly on Wang's back, commanding, "Shall I summon your father to redeem you?" Wang's men, recognizing Jiang Feng, hurried back towards the military camp. Jiang Feng settled down on a chair, waiting. Meanwhile, General Wang, unable to locate his son in the camp, was informed that Jiang Feng sought to discuss educational matters. He felt an urge to bang his head against a wall, but rushed to rescue his son. Jiang Feng continued to sip his tea, maintaining his foot on Wang, while Xiaoyu observed him, realizing that he appeared even more unruly than young Master Wang. She found herself dizzy, pondering whether it was fortunate or unfortunate to have such a master. General Wang soon arrived in a flurry. Upon seeing Jiang Feng standing over his son, he understood the situation and felt as if his face had been thrown into a cesspool. "National Master." He greeted Jiang Feng with a forced smile. Jiang Feng, adopting a tone befitting an elder, replied, "Ah, old Wang, it seems your educational methods are lacking. Your son is still as audacious as ever." General Wang could only nod in agreement. "Indeed, National Master, your words are wise. I shall ensure stricter discipline in the future." Just then, Li Qi approached Jiang Feng and bowed. "National Master, I heard that young Master Wang has acted up again and came to intervene. I did not expect you to arrive first." Jiang Feng found this amusing and inquired, "How do you know he has a problem?" Ignoring General Wang's resentful gaze, Li Qi chuckled. "It is common knowledge that young Master Wang has his issues. This is largely due to General Wang's concerns about the family line, leading him to pressure his son from a young age to expand the family legacy. The immense pressure, both mental and material, has resulted in Wang's current predicament. Please do not misjudge his bad habits." Listening to Li Qi, Jiang Feng's opinion of him rose significantly. He had managed to insult someone while prompting gratitude. Jiang Feng turned to General Wang and asked, "Is this true?" The general, a seasoned official, recognized Li Qi's attempt to absolve him and felt gratitude wash away his earlier resentment. He lamented, "Indeed, National Master. It is said that among the 3 greatest unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. My Wang family has but this one scion, and I fear failing my ancestors, hence my misguided parenting. I ask for your understanding." Jiang Feng, pleased with the opportunity to ease the situation, lifted his foot off Wang and called for Xiaoyu to return home. "National Master, wait." Li Qi suddenly called out to Jiang Feng. "What is it?" Jiang Feng asked, only to see Li Qi kneel in the street. "I wish to become your disciple. National Master, please grant me this honor." The crowd stood in shock. Even Xiaoyu, an extraordinary demon, was taken aback. Jiang Feng regarded Li Qi with a hint of amusement. "I cannot guarantee that I will teach you any spells." With that, he turned to leave. Li Qi, in a frenzy, dashed home, while General Wang surveyed his son, now resembling a pig, and felt a bitter pang. The disparity between his son and others was stark. Upon returning to the National Master's residence, Jiang Feng found Xiaoyu visibly anxious. The events of the day had stemmed from her, and given the long-standing conflict between humans and demons, she wondered if Jiang Feng would truly stand by her side. Sensing her turmoil, Jiang Feng reassured her, "Do not dwell on today's events. You have done nothing wrong." Xiaoyu was taken aback by Jiang Feng's response, and he continued, "You may not yet understand my principles. I do not favor humans over demons. If a human errs, I will not hesitate to punish them." Jiang Feng's words stirred a tempest within Xiaoyu. This man's demeanor was unlike any she had encountered, and his insights stemmed from a rejection of the prevalent ideology that used heavenly principles as justification for indiscriminate slaughter of the other races. In Shushan, he had been labeled an outcast for his opposition, yet he felt no regret, believing he was in the right. Now in this world, Jiang Feng was determined to persist. In the following days, news spread like wildfire through the capital. Li Qi had taken Jiang Feng as his master. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Yunan court, bringing great prestige to Prime Minister Li. The Qin siblings were even preparing to hold a grand ceremony to honor the occasion, much to Li's delight. Meanwhile, countless envious gazes were cast upon them, but Li reveled in the attention, proclaiming, "What is there to be jealous of? Even a wastrel needs an image. How can your sons compare to mine? The gap is too wide." Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, he declined the ceremony, stating it would be a waste of public resources. This declaration elevated his stature among the citizens of Yunan, who regarded him as selfless, powerful, and unafraid of authority. However, in truth, while the grand ceremony was dismissed, the royal family had rewarded him with a plethora of precious spiritual materials, all of which he graciously accepted. Unafraid of authority? Quite the opposite. It was evident that the powers feared him. In Yunan, who would dare provoke him? He was the one who bullied others, not the other way around. As for his disciple, he paid little mind, merely assisting him in forging a flying sword and teaching him the basics of Shushan swordsmanship, after which he left him to his own devices. The Li household expressed endless gratitude for such minimal guidance. In the national master's residence, Jiang Feng was engrossed in quiet cultivation, seizing the opportunity presented by the infant transformation to further solidify his cultivation for future advancements. Meanwhile, the celestial fox Xiaoyu remained steadfast in her protective role, continually honing her skills. A resounding proclamation heralded the arrival of the princess, echoing through the estate. Xiaoyu swiftly positioned herself at the entrance, where a grand procession awaited. At the forefront stood a resplendent woman, adorned in opulent attire and surrounded by a retinue of maidens, resembling a flourishing blossom. The master is in seclusion and cannot receive guests, Xiaoyu declared frostily. For reasons unknown, a wave of discontent washed over her upon seeing Qinlan. Impertinent! How dare you be disrespectful to the princess? Before Qinlan could respond, a maid beside her hastily rebuked Xiaoyu. The audacity of a mere servant reprimanding her sent Xiaoyu's countenance into a chill. She had always held a position of esteem within her clan, and even as Jiang Feng's servant, none had spoken to her in such a manner. In a fit of indignation, she struck the maid across the face, coldly retorting, "How dare a mere mortal presume to command me in the presence of the princess?" While Qinlan was generally of good temperament, being chastised by a servant ignited her ire. "If my maid is at fault, I shall address it myself. Though you serve the national master, you are not entitled to overstep your bounds." Xiaoyu, undeterred, conjured a wisp of violet flame in her hand, asserting, "I shall reiterate, the master is in seclusion, and mere mortals must withdraw." This declaration bore the weight of a blatant threat. Yet, Qinlan stood her ground, surprising Xiaoyu, who had not anticipated such defiance. A conflict loomed, but Xiaoyu hesitated, fearing the repercussions from Jiang Feng should she harm Qinlan. "Be cautious." At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, stirring a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Xiao, who landed clumsily, resembling a fallen creature. Li Qi, practicing his swordsmanship, had been drawn to the unfolding scene, but his lack of skill resulted in an unfortunate entrance. As he slowly rose, he was met with Xiaoyu's icy glare and Qinlan's furious expression, causing his heart to skip a beat. This seems to be quite a predicament. With an unexpected smile, he turned to Xiaoyu and respectfully inquired, "What has you so incensed, teacher?" His words stunned the onlookers. Li Xiao had a penchant for shocking declarations, even rendering Xiaoyu speechless. Her cheeks flushed. "You just referred to her as teacher?" Qinlan asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Indeed," Li Xiao replied confidently, but then leaned in to whisper to Qinlan, "It's not official yet, but it should be soon. Or she wouldn't be so brazen." Qinlan nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Li Xiao, be cautious with your words. You might provoke your master," Xiaoyu admonished, unable to adopt the same demeanor with him as she did with Qinlan. "Li Xiao, step aside." Jiang Feng suddenly appeared at the entrance. Li Xiao promptly moved aside, and Xiaoyu and Qinlan dared not continue their dispute. Li Xiao regarded the maid who had been struck. Ignorance of one's status and bullying others warrants punishment. He then turned to Qinlan. "You must maintain better control over your subordinates. That too deserves a penalty." Finally, he faced Xiaoyu. "Abusing your powers without courtesy warrants punishment." With that, he unleashed a beam of azure light upon Xiaoyu, stripping her of her powers for 2 days, reducing her to an ordinary mortal. Furious, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "You are a fraud, just like the others who discriminate against me." She fled, while Jiang Feng did not pursue. Instead, he turned to Li Xiao, who, sensing his master's gaze, quickly pleaded, "Master, I came to mediate." Jiang Feng, bemused by his exceptional disciple, chuckled, "You are clever, but lack respect for your elders. Given your predicament, return and refine your swordsmanship. Do not embarrass yourself again." Li Xiao departed on his sword, relieved. Qinlan, feeling somewhat aggrieved, reflected on how her well-intentioned visit had resulted in reprimands, and now punishment. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in her mind. "My principle is to judge not by lineage or status, but by right and wrong. Should you disagree, feel free to challenge me." With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed, leaving Qinlan no choice but to return in defeat. Alone on the streets, Xiaoyu muttered her grievances when suddenly her path was obstructed by a young man of noble bearing who approached her with a smile. "Step aside," she coldly commanded. The young man laughed heartily. "I refuse to yield. What will you do about it?" As he advanced toward her, Xiaoyu instinctively prepared to retaliate, only to remember her lost powers. A wave of fear washing over her. The young man grew increasingly brazen, and just as he reached for her attire, he was sent sprawling backward. Jiang Feng appeared, asserting, "This is my principle. I have no need for deceit. Let us return." With a renewed lightness in his demeanor, Jiang Feng led Xiaoyu away, who followed obediently. Chapter 8. The specters of the underworld having temporarily lost her powers, Xiaoyu wandered like an ordinary girl, much to Jiang Feng's chagrin as he trailed after her. Frustrated, he soon requested to lift her restrictions, but Xiaoyu resolutely replied, "Mistakes must be met with consequences. One cannot abandon their principles." Jiang Feng, rendered speechless, began to regret their blood pact. It felt as though he had taken on an ancestral burden. While Xiaoyu gleefully explored the streets, Jiang Feng followed, his mood darkening with curiosity about her unwavering spirit despite her lost powers. In a secluded corner, several pairs of eyes fixated upon them. "We found her," one declared. "We cannot let her escape." In an instant, they vanished. "Xiaoyu," Jiang Feng called, hastening to her side and tapping her lightly on the back. She looked at him quizzically as they proceeded toward the city's outskirts. As they reached the border, the cloaked figures lost track of Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu. Where did they go? One of the figures wondered aloud. Before they could comprehend the situation, the world transformed into a monochrome realm, enveloping them in a bamboo forest. The 5 figures quickly formed a combat formation, all being 9th-level cultivators, unleashing their formidable aura. The bamboo forest surged like turbulent waves, encircling them. They struck in unison, dispersing some of the encroaching darkness, yet new waves quickly surged forth. From within the shadows, 10 dark figures launched a relentless assault. The 5 cultivators, though powerful, found themselves struggling against the onslaught. "If this continues, we shall be worn down. The intensity of these waves is extraordinary, capable of breaching our 9th-level defenses," one of the cloaked figures remarked. Jiang Feng observed the 5 as they stood firm amidst the chaos. "I shall end this," he declared fiercely. Within the tumult, 10 ethereal figures ascended, coalescing into a colossal ink-hued dragon, radiating an overwhelming presence as it descended upon the 5. Guided by the dragon, the waves erupted, forming 5 dark whirlwinds that bore down upon them. The 5, undeterred, united their strength to counter the dragon's onslaught. While they initially withstood the attack, the whirlwinds soon converged, compressing them in a vice-like grip. They activated their protective barriers, but the whirlwinds ground against them like a millstone, causing their defenses to falter. As the tumult subsided and the world returned to normalcy, the 5 black-robed figures appeared pale and trembling. A voice resonated through the air. "Return to your origins, young ones. Depart from this sacred ground, lest your next encounter be far more severe." The 5, startled, realized they had inadvertently trespassed on a master's domain. "We shall withdraw." Esteemed elder, the leader of the cloaked figures replied respectfully, and with that, they hastily retreated, nursing their injuries. Our esteemed figure, Jiang Feng, now finds himself in a perilous predicament, his face ashen and blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Upon witnessing Jiang Feng's dire state, Xiaoyu's countenance pales in shock. "They must be members of the underworld clan," Jiang Feng inquires. Xiaoyu, perplexed by his words, instinctively nods. "A 9th-level master. Indeed, I am unable to contend with them," Jiang Feng remarks with a bitter smile. Suddenly, Xiaoyu realizes the gravity of the situation and hastily channels her energy into Jiang Feng. However, as she attempts to infuse a modicum of her power, a force from within Jiang Feng repels her. He rises to sit upright, beginning to regulate his breathing. At this moment, Jiang Feng's condition is perilously critical. His infant elixir is in tumult, the chaotic energies within his dantian raging like a tempest. Jiang Feng's consciousness delves into the infant elixir, where the ink bamboo within emanates a dense, dark mist. Suddenly, the dragon soul bursts forth with a roar, and concurrently, the dragon soul within Jiang Feng stirs. The 2 dragon souls outside the infant elixir bind it like chains, yet the infant elixir trembles violently, as if striving to break free from their grasp, igniting a tug-of-war between the forces. Amidst this chaos, the turbulent energies continue to wreak havoc in the dantian, relentlessly assaulting the surroundings. Jiang Feng strives to command the ink bamboo to sever these chaotic energies, but as soon as the bamboo emerges from the infant elixir, it is repelled by the tumultuous forces. In that moment, Jiang Feng loses his composure, left to endure the onslaught of power. Xiao Yu observes Jiang Feng attempting to regulate his breath, yet he persists in spitting blood, his complexion more pallid than parchment, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, Jiang Feng violently expels a copious amount of blood, feeling the world spin around him, the light diminishing in his vision until he collapses in despair. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, is stricken with alarm as she checks Jiang Feng's pulse, finding it faint to the point of near extinction. He is dying. This realization evokes a tumult of emotions within her. On one hand, Jiang Feng's demise would grant her freedom, yet observing the flicker of life fading from him. Coupled with his previous actions, she contemplates her guiding principles. I do not favor one over the other based on their nature. Should a human err, I too shall not hesitate to strike. Jiang Feng's words echo in her mind, and in this moment, she finds herself unwilling to let him perish. Yet, as his vitality wanes, she is rendered powerless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, Xiao Yu perceives a tremendous pressure approaching, far mightier than that of her mother. An ominous figure materializes before her, cloaked in black brocade, adorned with a square cap, resembling an official, yet cloaked in an eerie dark aura. Xiao Yu recognizes that the source of this oppressive presence emanates from this individual. I am the sole envoy of the underworld, Xing Luo. The voice resonates ominously. Xiao Yu is momentarily stunned. The sole envoy has arrived, signifying Jiang Feng's imminent doom. Unperturbed by Xiao Yu's thoughts, Xing Luo casts a beam of soul light into Jiang Feng's body. In a moment of transcendence, Jiang Feng hears a voice. I am Xing Luo. Jiang Feng, I have gleaned your circumstances from your soul. As I foretold, we shall meet again. In a daze, Jiang Feng perceives Xing Luo, simultaneously feeling a surge of new energy within him. From the quaking infant elixir emerges a version of himself, which swiftly transforms into starlight, merging with the infant elixir. At this juncture, the infant elixir begins to metamorphose, gradually forming a figure resembling Jiang Feng within his dantian, and he slowly awakens. I have formed my primordial infant. Jiang Feng exclaims in astonishment upon realizing his achievement. He gazes at Xing Luo, who now bears a smile. I utilized your essence to facilitate your advancement. But I must inform you that due to your reliance on external forces, you will face calamities twice as severe in your future cultivation. Jiang Feng nods in acknowledgement, a smile returning to his face. No matter, the path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Whether facing more or fewer tribulations, it matters not. Xing Luo regards Jiang Feng with approval, stating, I must take my leave. We shall meet again, though next time may not herald good tidings. With that, Xing Luo vanishes from sight. You have not perished. Upon witnessing Jiang Feng's revival, Xiao Yu joyfully leaps into his embrace, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Sensing the awkwardness, she hastily retreats. Master, the sole envoy just visited. Why are you unscathed? Xiao Yu can't restrain her curiosity. He owes me, Jiang Feng replies, rising to depart. Xiao Yu, bewildered by his assertion that the sole envoy owes him, grapples with her thoughts, but there's no time for contemplation as Jiang Feng begins to summon his sword. Xiao Yu swiftly ascends. Having reached level 8, she is capable of flight. Jiang Feng first returns to the National Master's residence in Yunan City, taking with him all the valuables he can carry. Before departing, he leaves behind his cultivation methods for Li Qi and then sets off with Xiao Yu. Master, are we really leaving like this? Xiao Yu inquires along the way. Why not? The Underworld clan has clearly discovered us. Their strength is formidable. This time, there are 5 9th level warriors. Next time, it could very well be 10th level sorcerers. I may be able to flee, but in a confrontation, I would undoubtedly lose. Jiang Feng explains, looking at Xiao Yu as if she were naive. Shouldn't you bid farewell to the princess? Xiao Yu cautiously questions. Bid farewell? Are you out of your mind? We are fleeing. Must we announce it to the world? Jiang Feng finds the question absurd, irritation creeping into his tone. He had formed a blood pact with Xiao Yu due to her potential, but he never anticipated her intellect would lag behind. He feels a sudden urge to take on a teaching role. Are you worried about the princess's feelings? Xiao Yu probes further. Jiang Feng retorts. What does her sentiment matter to me? I've resolved numerous issues for her. She has no reason to be upset. With that, he accelerates his flight, unwilling to engage in what he perceives as trivial discourse. Xiao Yu, observing his demeanor, feels an inexplicable joy, the reason for which she cannot articulate. In the Yunan Imperial Palace, Qin Lan stands alone within the hall, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Perhaps I am destined to remain a mere mortal. Meanwhile, in Yunan City, the young Scions rejoice in their newfound freedom. Spring has returned to them. Yet, in a shadowy corner, 5 figures cloaked in black are far from jubilant. They escaped? The leader of the black-clad individuals seethes with barely concealed fury, while the others stand silently, not daring to utter a word. Their injuries have healed. After all, the prowess of 9th-level warriors is beyond Jiang Feng's capacity to vanquish. Suddenly, a blue flame ignites in the leader's hand, revealing a visage obscured by a large robe, rendering it indistinct. The 5 individuals bow deeply. "We pay our respects, Commander. By the king's decree, all clan members abroad must return to the abyss without fail." With that, the flame extinguishes. The 5 figures cloaked in black promptly departed from the abyss of the Nether tribe, a realm situated at the northernmost reaches of the southern sky continent. They were not merely a singular race. Among them were demonic beasts, mystical creatures, and even humans, products of the relentless interspecies conflicts that had ravaged their world. Most of them bore grievous wounds from the wars, afflicted by curses and horrific poisons, yet they survived, only to be shunned by their own kind. They were hunted, exiled, and ultimately found refuge in the desolate north, where they united and declared themselves the Nether tribe. Their hearts brimmed with boundless resentment towards the world, driving them to seek vengeance, rendering them the common enemy of all races. Other tribes once banded together to eradicate them, but the Nether tribe was composed solely of those who had endured the horrors of war. Each member was a formidable warrior. In the end, after much bloodshed, both sides were compelled to reach a truce, acknowledging the existence of the Nether tribe. However, the Nether tribe vowed not to initiate conflict unless provoked by another race. In the depths of the abyss, the Nether King Imosies stood before a colossal mirror. Reflected within it was a battlefield ablaze with countless burning towers, a deceitful fade that ensnared the world. Imosies spoke coldly, his eyes revealing an abyss of murderous intent. Chapter 9. The escape plan. After departing from Yunan Kingdom, Jiang Feng and the celestial fox, Xiaoyu, journeyed eastward. In an unremarkable small town, they found refuge in a quaint inn, where Jiang Feng meditated within his chamber. With the assistance of Xing Luo, he had broken through to the nascent soul stage and commenced his flight from danger, now striving to stabilize his newfound realm. As Xing Luo had indicated, his ascension was facilitated by her power, thus he would encounter exponential resistance in his pursuit of the great ascension stage. His master had once imparted that the nascent soul stage marked the beginning of a cultivator's quest for immortality, and to ascend further from this point required immense effort, lest one risk becoming akin to a 10th-tier practitioner at the great ascension level. Beyond that, the tribulations faced were comparable to those of a martial saint, and ascending to the level of an immortal was akin to achieving the status of a martial sovereign, illustrating the vast chasm of disparity among these stages. Within Jiang Feng's dantian, a figure mirroring his own sat in meditation, a dark-hued sword swirling around him. At that moment, Jiang Feng could distinctly sense a torrent surging through his meridians, expanding them as his spiritual power flowed rapidly, circulating from his dantian throughout his body before returning once more, a continuous cycle. When he finally opened his eyes, the night had fully descended. Xiaoyu, noticing his awakening, smiled brightly. "Master, you're awake. It seems you've grown stronger. Surely now you can surpass a 9th-tier expert?" "That depends," Jiang Feng replied with a chuckle. "In a one-on-one duel, I could easily defeat him, but in a group confrontation, I might be overwhelmed." He then retrieved a map from his sleeve. "Xiaoyu, where are your kin? Point it out on the map for me." Jiang Feng spread the map before her, and Xiaoyu carefully searched for her tribe's location. However, her expression turned sour as she returned the map to him. "Master, I can't find it. I only know my tribe is to the south, likely within this area." She circled a region on the map with her finger. Jiang Feng examined the area she indicated, known as the land of Wuyo, a territory at the convergence of 4 nations, said to be independent and home to many practitioners, a veritable kingdom of cultivation. "You mean to say you cannot find your home?" Jiang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. To him, despite Xiaoyu's apparent simplicity, it seemed implausible for someone of her age to be unfamiliar with the path home, unless she had suffered amnesia or had some developmental issues. Yet, he recalled never having struck her head. Amnesia seemed unlikely, leaving only the explanation of profound navet. Sensing his confusion, Xiaoyu hastily explained, "Master, I reside in a place called Wuxiang Valley, but it is shrouded by a barrier that conceals it from outsiders. My kin carry a spirit orb that connects to the valley's barrier, allowing them to return home. However, if a tribe member encounters danger outside, the orb will self-destruct, ensuring the safety of our homeland, though those outside may be abandoned." Her gaze dimmed as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng understood and admired the caution of the Fox tribe, which ensured the continuity of their lineage. He suddenly realized that Xiaoyu could very well be abandoned, especially with the uncertain return of the Nether tribe. Determined, he swiftly resolved to head south to the land of Wuyou, find Wuxiang Valley, and assist Xiaoyu in reuniting with her kin. Once accomplished, he could dissolve their blood pact and live freely, though he would keep this plan from Xiaoyu. The land of Wuyou spanned 3,000 miles, inhabited by both mortals and numerous cultivators. The ruling body of this land was an organization known as the Kuning Pavilion, which boasted a multitude of practitioners, 500 at the 7th tier among its ordinary members, 30 at the 8th tier serving as offerings, and 5 at the 9th tier as elders. The pavilion's leader, Huangfu Weiming, was said to have attained the cultivation level of a martial saint. Each year, the Kuning Pavilion recruited new members, with the minimum requirement set at 7th tier cultivation, making entry exceedingly rare. However, it also sought peripheral members, essentially foot soldiers, resulting in a large number of varied individuals, totaling over 10,000. As Jiang Feng reviewed the acquired information about the land of Wuyou, a relaxed smile spread across his face. Xiaoyu, noticing his grin, could not help but inquire, "Master, what has you smiling?" He handed her the document, chuckling. "It seems I could easily rise to the position of an elder in the land of Wuyou." Xiaoyu examined the document and asked, "Does Master wish to become an elder in the land of Wuyou?" Jiang Feng pointed to a line on the paper, and Xiaoyu glanced at it, realizing that elders could possess demonic beasts or spirits as servants. Still slightly perplexed, she sought clarification. Jiang Feng explained, "You must understand that the Kuning Pavilion houses 30 8th tier practitioners and 5 9th tier practitioners. Although I have taught you the art of transformation, it would likely be ineffective against those of such high levels. We would surely find ourselves embroiled in endless battles." Only then did Xiaoyu grasp the implications, her heart swelling with joy. In her eyes, Jiang Feng transformed into a considerate figure. She found herself momentarily confused, unsure whether the brash young man who had once walked over others in Yunan while demanding ransoms was the same as the thoughtful individual before her now. A fleeting moment of clarity that left her dazed. Yet, she had no time to dwell on this. Jiang Feng had already soared 100 miles ahead. Xiaoyu hurried to catch up. The land of Wuyou was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Feng marveled at the sight of numerous 6th tier cultivators populating the streets. In Yunan, a nation where 100 6th tier warriors and 10 6th tier sorcerers could form the backbone of a kingdom, here, 6th tier practitioners were not as rare as cabbages, but rather a common sight. There were 6th tier cultivators aplenty. "Master, how can we gain entry to the Kuning Pavilion?" Xiaoyu inquired curiously. A cunning smile crept across Jiang Feng's face as he replied, "You can find out by asking that person over there." Little Yu was unaware of Jiang Feng's cunning scheme and approached the 6th level cultivator he had indicated. Suddenly, Jiang Feng dispelled the illusion behind her, revealing her true identity as a demon to the cultivator. In the realm of Wuyou, only 5 elders possessed demon servants, and they were well acquainted with those. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar demon clearly signified an intruder. The 6th level warrior immediately launched an attack on Little Yu. Although surprised, Little Yu, an 8th level demon, quickly responded and sent the 6th level warrior flying with a single punch. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Spells began to flash across the street, and a throng of warriors surged toward them, most of whom were 6th level cultivators. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Little Yu noticed her tail had reappeared. Finally comprehending Jiang Feng's tactic, she shot him a glare, but Jiang Feng seemed unfazed, casting his gaze elsewhere. The warriors attacked like a tide, yet Little Yu stood firm like a rock in the sea, effortlessly repelling each approaching foe. However, in the distance, the sorcerers had prepared their incantations, unleashing spells representing the 6 elements of wind, thunder, fire, water, wood, and earth from all directions toward Little Yu. In an instant, Jiang Feng intervened, using only his sword aura to block those spells. The 8th level warriors, witnessing their spells easily deflected, cried out in astonishment. Only cultivators above the 8th level could withstand such a barrage of elemental spells using mere sword aura. "Quick, summon the elders and the revered ones," someone shouted, prompting the warriors to realize they were no match for the foes before them and to retreat in haste. Neither Jiang Feng nor Little Yu pursued. "Who dares to act so recklessly here?" A voice boomed from the skies, revealing 2 figures suspended in the air, signifying their 9th level prowess. They were elders from the Kuning Pavilion, both distinguished by their white hair. One, robust with leopard-like eyes, was named Xiong Kue, enveloped in a faint aura of energy, indicating his identity as a 9th level warrior. The other, appearing quite scholarly and wielding a crimson flag imbued with a commanding presence, was named Li Ru, a 9th level sorcerer. They had been conversing in the pavilion, but rushed to respond upon hearing of the invasion by an 8th-level warrior and a female demon. The presence of the two elders instilled a sense of security among the other cultivators, who erupted in cheers. Jiang Feng ascended on his sword, confronting them in midair, silencing the crowd as if their throats had been constricted. Another 9th-level expert, was the collective thought among the onlookers. Both Xiong Kuei and Li Ru were taken aback. They initially assumed it was merely an 8th-level disturbance, easily manageable, but facing a 9th-level expert posed a significant challenge. They realized that the female demon must be his servant, cursing their subordinates' foolishness in their minds. Yet, it was too late for reproaches. The confrontation was inevitable, and they had to preserve their dignity. Xiong Kuei brandished a dual-bladed battle axe, its orange gleam signaling a strike capable of splitting mountains. Jiang Feng summoned 10 dark flying swords above him, forming a shield to deflect Xiong Kuei's thunderous assault. Seizing the moment, he transformed the 10 swords from defense to offense, targeting Xiong Kuei's dantian, which is vital for both warriors and sorcerers alike. Xiong Kuei swiftly executed a backflip, retreating while his axe spun to deflect the sword's edge. Meanwhile, Li Ru completed his incantation, waving his flag to unleash countless fiery crows that encircled Jiang Feng. Warriors sometimes wield peculiar weapons to enhance their offense or defense, known as exotic weaponry. While sorcerers predominantly used staffs, exceptions existed, such as Li Ru with his flag named the Fire Crow Banner, amplifying fire-based attacks. As Li Ru waved the flag, the fiery crows surged toward Jiang Feng. With his left hand forming a seal, Jiang Feng summoned another 10 dark flying swords, now capable of controlling 20 due to his advancement to the nascent soul stage. The 10 swords transformed into dragon shadows, devouring the fiery crows. Li Ru, witnessing his crows being consumed, was left dumbfounded, while Xiong Kuei shared his astonishment. Li Ru understood the potency of his fiery crows, which were composed entirely of true fire. Yet they were unaware that Jiang Feng had refined the soul of a tribulation ink dragon, capable of spewing true fire, particularly a dragon soul that had endured lightning tribulations. Amidst their confusion, Jiang Feng seized the advantage. Employing the 8 trigram sword formation, Xiong Kuei and Li Ru found themselves surrounded by 8 flying swords. Before they could comprehend the situation, they felt sword energy descending from above, prompting them to activate their protective barriers. Jiang Feng's smile grew more pronounced, revealing a sinister intent. Li Ru and Xiong Kuei were genuinely taken aback by Jiang Feng's unprecedented combat style. As Jiang Feng shifted his tactics, they instinctively prepared for defense, adhering to the age-old adage of responding to change with stability. Yet, this proved to be a tragic miscalculation. Had they dared to strike back at the incoming swords as little you did, they might have avoided the ensuing torment. Observers on the ground felt as if they had been struck by an unexpected blow, witnessing 2 9th-level experts rendered hesitant to retaliate by a single 9th-level cultivator. Little Yu, watching Jiang Feng, thought to herself, he has grown so powerful, surely he can defeat a 10th-level cultivator now. Li Ru and Xiong Kuei braced themselves for a direct confrontation with the flying swords, but to their surprise, the swords did not attack them. Instead, they interlaced and hovered above their heads, forming the 10 full binding formation. The 8 swords emanated beams of light, encircling and rotating around the 2 elders, binding them as if shackled by iron chains. Xiong Kuei and Li Ru screamed in despair, feeling as though their very souls were being extricated from their bodies. Yet they found themselves utterly immobilized. As they roared in frustration, they summoned their 8th-level demon beasts in hopes of distracting Jiang Feng long enough to escape. 2 colossal figures appeared in the sky. Xiong Kuei's was an 8th-level purple-eyed golden lion, while Li Ru's was an 8th-level red-crowned crane. Little Yu ascended into the sky, sealing the 2 beasts with a flick of her enchanting fire. As an 8th-level demon of the Tianhu clan, she found it effortlessly easy to contend with 8th-level demon beasts. The 2 beasts sensed Little Yu's demonic aura and were instantly filled with dread. Such was the innate pressure of a demon, akin to the dominance of dragonkind over others. The 2 creatures, feeling the weight of Little Yu's presence, hesitated, yet the purple flames sealed their escape, leaving them to flounder in confusion. At this moment, Jiang Feng maintained control over both formations, and the anguished cries of Li Ru and Xiong Kuei echoed through the skies, sending shivers down the spines of those below. What a strange sensation. Buddy, did you just wet yourself? I'm sweating profusely and my legs are trembling. Jiang Feng was able to refine a level 10 dragon soul even during his fasting period. Although the dragon soul was greatly weakened after enduring the thunder tribulation, it was still sufficient to contend with 9th-level cultivators. Now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, dealing with 9th-level cultivators is naturally much easier. However, Jiang Feng refrained from refining the two, waiting for a moment to cease, as 3 more figures appeared in the sky, accompanied by 3 demon beasts. The newcomers were the remaining 3 elders of the elite pavilion, all of whom were 9th-level sorcerers and bore striking resemblances to one another. Their names were El Qin, El He, and El Gui, siblings born of the same mother, and coincidentally, their demon beasts were also from the same litter, 3 purple lightning-chasing cloud leopards. Each of the 3 wielded magical artifacts akin to Li Ru. El Qin possessed a golden wheel, a thunder-type artifact. El He wielded a black-edged feather fan, a wind-type artifact. And El Gui held a dark gold bowl, a water-type artifact. As brothers, they fought together with remarkable synergy, their spells complementing one another and exponentially amplifying their power. Xiao Yu, deal with the demon beasts, Jiang Feng declared, retracting his flying sword. The world shifted in hue, and the El brothers along with Li Ru found themselves amidst a vast ink bamboo forest. What trick is this? I have never seen such a thing. El Qin exclaimed gravely, quick, protect Li Ru. The 3 immediately shielded their companions and erected a magical barrier. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my enhanced understanding. Jiang Feng's voice resonated from all directions. The bamboo sea surged, dark waves roiling, as 20 ink bamboo flying swords emerged from various quarters. The magical shield of the El brothers was splattered with bursts of ink, its brilliance gradually waning. With the ascension to the nascent soul stage, Jiang Feng's comprehension had also deepened, rendering his attacks swifter and more ferocious. He manifested above the bamboo sea, still a shadow of ink and water. With synchronized movements, he commanded the 20 flying swords, transforming them into 2 ink dragons that coiled and constricted. As Jiang Feng orchestrated the dragons, they opened their maws, unleashing a dragon's might upon the El brothers. Each of the El brothers activated their artifacts, conjuring tornadoes of thunder, wind, and water that entwined with the ink dragons. The roar of the dragons echoed through the heavens as they were gradually eroded by the 3 elemental tornadoes. Jiang Feng then pressed his palms together, merging the 2 ink dragons into one, which astonishingly broke free from the vortex, heading straight for the El brothers. The 3 brothers completed their incantations simultaneously, forming a vortex shimmering with the combined powers of wind, thunder, and water before them. As the vortex began to devour the ink dragon, Jiang Feng urged it to ascend and launch a vertical strike from above. The El brothers felt the earth tremble beneath them as 5 dark-colored tornadoes rose from the ink sea, converging on them. They gazed upward at the formidable ink dragon and the 5 towering tornadoes, the sky darkening as if heralding the apocalypse. They unleashed their spells like the wind, yet each was consumed by the ink sea. This was the realm of the nascent soul stage for Jiang Feng. Within this dominion, he was a king. Unless his opponents possessed significantly greater cultivation, escape was an impossibility. Meanwhile, the El brothers found themselves engulfed in despair, their vision consumed by darkness. Your Excellency, please spare us. A massive crimson hand dispersed the ominous ink, restoring the world to its normalcy. A middle-aged scholar radiating a crimson glow appeared in the void. The pavilion master. Gasps echoed from the ground. Jiang Feng, gazing at the middle-aged scholar, was filled with astonishment. Cultivating in the nascent soul stage is akin to ascending with each step. He recalled his master's words. The pavilion master, Huangfu Weiming, a martial sage on par with a tribulation survivor, effortlessly shattered Jiang Feng's realm with a single palm, clearly showing restraint. May I inquire how to address you? Huangfu Weiming inquired amiably. Jiang Feng, came the simple reply. Young friend Jiang, I am well aware of the circumstances. I apologize on behalf of the elite pavilion, Huangfu Weiming said, bowing slightly to acknowledge Jiang Feng's prowess. Jiang Feng returned the gesture. The pavilion master possesses keen insight. I, Jiang Feng, apologize for my earlier recklessness. Huangfu Weiming nodded, satisfied with Jiang Feng's demeanor. What brings you to our pavilion? He asked. Jiang Feng feigned regret. I heard that the elite pavilion is recruiting talents and intended to apply. It seems now that it is not feasible. He signaled to Xiao Yu to prepare for departure. Huangfu Weiming, noticing the glimmer of opportunity in Jiang Feng's eyes, responded, Young friend, please wait. The position of Grand Elder in the elite pavilion is currently vacant, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Jiang Feng, wearing a mask of cunning delight, turned back with a radiant smile. Since the pavilion master is so sincere, I shall not stand on ceremony. Witnessing Jiang Feng's transformation from despondence to elation at the prospect of becoming the Grand Elder, a myriad of descriptors, hypocritical, shameless, contemptuous, flooded the minds of the 5 elders who had just been defeated by Jiang Feng. The thought of this young man ascending to a position above them left them in a state of despair, questioning their faith in life. Their shared sentiment echoed in their hearts. Dissent was futile. "Young friend is truly magnanimous," Huangfu Weiming said, a red glow flashing in his hand. Jiang Feng received the luminous token, realizing it was a medallion. "Elder Jiang, this medallion grants you unrestricted access throughout the realm, except for certain restricted areas," Huangfu Weiming explained. Understanding its significance, Jiang Feng bowed deeply. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Huangfu Weiming nodded before returning to the pavilion, while the 5 elders simultaneously bowed to Jiang Feng. "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Jiang Feng hurriedly reciprocated, and the ground erupted in a cacophony of voices as throngs knelt in homage to the elite pavilion. The elite pavilion, a massive structure perched on a cliff, featured winding corridors and intersecting walkways, shrouded in mist with birds soaring above, resembling a celestial realm. At the eastern end of the pavilion, a corridor connected to a solitary chamber, which would serve as Jiang Feng's residence. "Master, the scenery of the elite pavilion is truly splendid," Xiao Yu exclaimed, gazing out at the clouds and mist from the window. "By the way, the pavilion master is quite accommodating. Despite the chaos we caused, he still appointed you as Grand Elder," she remarked, turning to Jiang Feng. "Do you find him admirable?" Jiang Feng countered. Xiao Yu, puzzled by his question, wondered, "Isn't he?" "Perhaps," Jiang Feng smiled knowingly. Fully aware that Huangfu Weiming's invitation stemmed from recognizing his and Xiao Yu's capabilities. Now at the nascent soul stage, he could defeat 9th-level cultivators and even escape from 10th-level ones, as those at that stage were akin to the Great Ascension level. It was virtually impossible for a nascent soul to remain undefeated against such opponents without the aid of divine artifacts. By recruiting Jiang Feng, Huangfu Weiming had effectively doubled the battle prowess previously held by Li Ru and his companions, along with the strength of an 8th-level demon. However, there was a misunderstanding. Jiang Feng could not have defeated Li Ru and the others under normal circumstances. Initially, Li Ru and his companion were caught off guard by Jiang Feng's swordplay, and after the Fierce Crow banner was vanquished, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to strike twice with his sword formations. The El brothers, upon their first encounter, found themselves ensnared in Jiang Feng's realm, subsequently suffering a swift defeat that shattered their morale. Had the 5 faced Jiang Feng in a proper formation, he would likely have had to flee. Ultimately, Jiang Feng's victory was somewhat fortuitous. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the Yuming clan, he had nearly lost his life without slaying a single 9th-level cultivator, a testament to their formidable strength. "Master, could it be that the pavilion master harbors ulterior motives?" Xiao Yu observed Jiang Feng's smile, sensing something hidden beneath it. "Whether there are ulterior motives, I cannot say. I hope not. For now, our priority is to locate your clan. With the pavilion master being so powerful, I doubt the others can contend with the Yuming clan. Only by finding your people, with your mother's 8-tailed celestial fox strength, will we attain true safety." Jiang Feng's expression shifted from humor to grave seriousness as he spoke the last words. Xiao Yu, noting the change in his demeanor, recognized the precariousness of their situation and nodded in agreement. Chapter 11. A Millennium of Mystery in the Abyss of the Netherworld. A vast clearing was filled with numerous members of the Nether tribe. Their formidable aura suggested that each of them was at least a 9th-level practitioner. The formation they had arranged indicated they were currently engaged in a strategic formation. At the center of this formation sat 2 figures cloaked in black robes. Surrounding the formation, the Nether King, Mo Xie, stood atop a stone platform, his gaze fixated on the ominous cloud in the sky, occasionally illuminated by flickering lightning. He thought to himself, "The celestial realm cannot shroud the heavens indefinitely. We shall eventually dismantle their royal authority." A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as the aura of a martial sovereign emanated from him, without reservation. Behind him stood an elderly figure, exuding an unusual calmness. Perhaps no one would notice that he remained entirely unaffected by the martial sovereign's oppressive presence, for he was a witch sovereign, exemplifying the strength of the Nether tribe. In the depths of the 9 Nether, restless souls drifted in a chilling and terrifying ambience. This was the resting place of the undead, as well as the genesis of all living beings, the underworld. The Hall of Yama, the highest dominion of the underworld, was where the Yama King expressed his concerns. A ghostly messenger had just reported that another individual in the Nether realm was about to undergo the tribulation of thunder. This time a martial saint and a grand wizard. The Yama King, draped in a black dragon robe, wore a worried expression as he spoke to a young man seated across from him. If Jiang Feng were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. For the young man was none other than Xing Luo, the sole envoy of the underworld, who conversed with the Yama king as an equal, illustrating his high standing in the underworld. Oh, is that so? This is not the first occurrence. There is no need for you to be overly anxious, Yama. Xing Luo replied calmly. Sighing, the Yama king continued. You know well that since 3,000 years ago, there have been almost no successful candidates for the Thunder Tribulation at the martial saint level. The casualties have surpassed the total of the past several millennia. The martial sovereigns, and which sovereigns currently existing in the world, are all remnants from 3,000 years ago, the martial gods, and which gods have long since vanished. Similarly, there is no evidence to suggest that those divine beings have ascended to the celestial realm. Our soul envoys have not ventured to the celestial realm to retrieve souls either. We remain in the dark about the happenings in the celestial realm. In these 3 millennia, only members of the Nether tribe, such as the new Nether King, Imosia, have succeeded in transcending the tribulation, which is quite peculiar. Although our ghostly messengers can enter the abyss of the netherworld, they may only retrieve souls and cannot inquire further. For we in the underworld must not interfere with the affairs of the living unless the heavenly order changes. Yet, in these 3,000 years, the number of powerful practitioners perishing under the wrath of thunder has been alarmingly high. I cannot fathom why they harbor such immense resentment, preventing them from reincarnation. They remain imprisoned in the underworld, and their resentment only intensifies over time. I fear that one day, the underworld may perish under this accumulated resentment, leading to a cessation of reincarnation and the annihilation of all living beings. I suspect this may be connected to the Nether tribe. Upon expressing these thoughts, the Yama king appeared to visualize the impending doom, his countenance turning exceptionally grim. The Yama king's concerns were indeed valid. However, there was currently no evidence pointing toward the Nether tribe. One could merely suggest that they possessed unique methods to endure the thunder tribulation. Nonetheless, I already have a temporary remedy for the worries regarding the resentful souls of the underworld, Xing Luo stated calmly. The Yama king was taken aback, his eyes suddenly brightening with excitement as he grasped Xing Luo's arm, exclaiming, "What method do you possess to alleviate the underworld's concerns? Speak quickly." At that moment, the Yama king had completely shed his regal demeanor. Thus, Xing Luo recounted the incident when Jiang Feng refined the inked dragon soul to the Yama king. Upon hearing this, the Yama king was overjoyed, declaring, "Indeed, such a miraculous method has been passed down. Our underworld may find peace at last. We must summon him to the underworld swiftly." Xing Luo chuckled bitterly, replying, "Yama, you are truly naive. The underworld only permits the dead to enter. He is still alive. Summoning him would only lead to his demise. As long as the heavenly order remains unchanged and living beings have not exhausted their lifespan, we cannot forcibly retrieve souls. However, do not worry. He will soon face a tribulation, and at that time, he will undoubtedly come here." Upon hearing Xing Luo's words, the Yama king chuckled. "I was indeed reckless. Jiang Feng. At that time, not only will the concerns of the underworld rely on you, but the troubles of this world may also fall upon your shoulders," Xing Luo mused inwardly. In the abyss of the netherworld, golden tribulation lightning pierced the depths like a colossal sword, and within the abyss, the grand array set by the gathered individuals erupted with intense black light, transforming into the visage of a malevolent spirit, its gaping maw seemingly intent on devouring the tribulation lightning. However, the lightning swiftly pierced through the ghastly countenance, descending upon the 2 figures at the center of the formation. Yet, it was evident that the tribulation lightning had weakened considerably. After a continuous barrage of 18 bolts, the dark clouds dispersed, and the 2 who had transcended the tribulation approached Imosia, bowing respectfully. The aura radiating from them indicated their success. "With the assistance of our kin and the favor of our ancestors, we are fortunate to have fulfilled our duty," they said reverently. Imosia nodded in acknowledgement, turning to address the gathered tribe members, proclaiming, "We have gained another martial emperor and grand wizard." The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they themselves had ascended in rank. Outside the abyss of the netherworld, in the surrounding forest, voices arose. "The Nether tribe has succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Relay this news." Although the Nether tribe had established a treaty with other races, the latter remained wary of the former. Within the abyss of the netherworld, numerous spies had been deployed by other factions, monitoring every movement. Why can't we succeed while those exiled individuals can?" Various factions echoed this lament, burdened by a millennium of unanswered questions. In the land of no worries, Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu strolled leisurely through the streets. By now, everyone recognized him as the Grand Elder, having single-handedly defeated the 5 other Grand Elders, with the former Pavilion Master personally endorsing him as the Grand Elder. As Jiang Feng walked along the main thoroughfare, practitioners bowed to him, but after paying their respects, hurriedly retreated as if fleeing from a plague. Unfazed, Jiang Feng strolled alongside Xiao Yu into a nearby tavern. Originally, he intended to take Xiao Yu around the four kingdoms to search for her kin. However, the Guild of Heroes had regulations preventing elders from leaving the land of no worries without a mission, compelling them to protect the area. This disrupted Jiang Feng's plans. Consequently, he and Xiao Yu occasionally emerged to wander about, with Xiao Yu recently cultivating her fourth tail and reaching 9th level strength. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng had cautioned her against revealing her identity as a member of the Celestial Fox clan. Although 9th level elders could have demon servants, Celestial Foxes were not ordinary demons. The potential trouble could be immense. The Grand Elder was escorted to a private room, and the tavern owner, recognizing Jiang Feng, eagerly came forth to serve him. At that moment, a group of young aristocrats entered the tavern, 2 of whom astonishingly possessed 7th level cultivation. Upon noticing Xiao Yu beside Jiang Feng, their eyes gleamed with predatory intent. Today, Jiang Feng had already helped Xiao Yu conceal her tail, and thus, the 2 young men could not discern her true nature. Consequently, they completely disregarded Jiang Feng and approached Xiao Yu, attempting to flirt and make unwelcome advances. Observing their arrogant demeanor, Jiang Feng thought, how can such people exist? Although he felt no concern for Xiao Yu, he decided to intervene personally, as her identity as a demon made her vulnerable. You two are being rather excessive. Jiang Feng interjected. The 2 young men, oblivious to Jiang Feng's identity and emboldened by their usual arrogance, brazenly retorted, You, kid, better step aside and not interfere with our fun. Do you know who my father is? This statement did not intimidate Jiang Feng. Rather, it sent a wave of fear through the surrounding crowd, who were genuinely worried about the potential consequences of these 2 fools being harmed. The tavern owner hurriedly attempted to dissuade them, yet the 2 youths remained unyielding, basking in the encouragement of their companions. Jiang Feng observed their behavior and mused that if they had tails, they would likely be waving them in delight. With the cheers of their friends bolstering their confidence, they continued their inappropriate advances toward Xiao Yu. The phrase heavenly calamity is bearable, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable perfectly encapsulated the situation. And an unfortunate outcome was all but assured. In an instant, Jiang Feng had them pinned to the ground with a single foot, rendering them immobile. They still attempted to assert their dominance, demanding, Do you know who our fathers are? With a sly grin, Jiang Feng replied, I will soon find out. Jiang Feng's audacity primarily stemmed from his understanding that the Dao sovereign Huangfu Weiming had no sons, only a daughter, a 9th level cultivator who was currently wandering the world. This meant that in this worry-free land, there was no one to instill fear in him. Jiang Feng pulled up a chair and sat down, his feet not leaving the 2 individuals as he sought their father to negotiate their release. He resumed his old profession, and Xiao Yu, observing Jiang Feng revert to his former ruffian demeanor reminiscent of when he restored Yunan City, couldn't help but laugh. The 2 friends, not wishing to miss an opportunity, rushed to deliver the news. Who dares to touch my son? Soon, 2 voices rang out from outside, but upon seeing Jiang Feng, their clamorous voices fell silent. Jiang Feng recognized the newcomers, Li Ru and Xiong Kuei. Suddenly, it dawned on him why those 2 dared to be so arrogant. Li Ru and Xiong Kuei begrudgingly bowed to Jiang Feng, saying, Greetings, Grand Elder. The 2 young masters were taken aback to hear their father addressing Jiang Feng in such a manner, suddenly recalling that their father had been humiliated not long ago, and that the one who had done so was now a Grand Elder. They had been engrossed in merriment with the courtesans of Yihong Courtyard and had never encountered Jiang Feng before, only to find themselves facing an insurmountable obstacle today, causing them to faint from shock. Jiang Feng regarded Li Ru and Xiong Kuei with a persistent smile, but to them, that smile was more terrifying than a ghost. The pain inflicted upon them by Jiang Feng using the tenfold binding technique still haunted them. Ah, esteemed elders, Jiang Feng exclaimed with a smile. Hearing him address them, the 2 nearly shuddered, realizing that their psychological trauma would linger for quite some time. I was just enjoying tea here when I caught these rascals harassing women. Yet they claim to be the sons of the 2 esteemed elders, which complicates matters. Thus, I sought you for clarification. I firmly believe that you 2 elders would never have raised such sons. However, before Jiang Feng could finish his sentence, they vehemently denied it. Fearing the disgrace of having their entire family exposed for being taught a lesson, they absolutely could not acknowledge it, and upon awakening, they were distressed to learn that they had become fatherless children, likely fainting again from overwhelming sorrow. Just as I expected, such vile scoundrels deserve to be taken out and executed. Jiang Feng proclaimed indignantly, Grand Elder, please show mercy. The two cried in unison. Perhaps unaware of their remarkable synchronicity that day, one might have thought they were telepathically connected. What, do you have objections? Jiang Feng asked, feigning confusion. Li Ru hastily replied, please. Grand Elder, allow me to take these impostors back for strict interrogation regarding their disgraceful actions that tarnish our family reputation. This is a matter of utmost importance. He was genuinely anxious. If he didn't act quickly, he might lose his son. Xiong Kuei chimed in agreement. Recognizing their genuine concern, Jiang Feng decided not to tease them further. Very well, I am inclined to assist in your endeavor, he said before departing, with Xiao Yu hastily following him. Once outside, Xiao Yu's long-suppressed laughter finally erupted, while Li Ru and Xiong Kuei, still courteous, expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your assistance. Before hastily retrieving their son and rushing home, ignoring the laughter that filled the air. Chapter 12. A devious trick. The worry-free land, situated at the intersection of four nations, spans 3,000 miles and is governed by the Yunan Pavilion, which oversees thousands of cultivators within its domain. Each year, the four nations pay tribute, and in return, the Yunan Pavilion protects them from demonic intrusions, refusing to engage in their conflicts. The Yunan Pavilion is built upon a cliff, towering into the clouds. At its pinnacle, Pavilion Master Huangfu Weiming, Jiang Feng, the 6 elders, and a woman in white gathered. I have just received a distress signal from the western country of Yuyan, reporting the emergence of a snake demon in the southern region. It is said that this demon has achieved a high level of cultivation, reaching the 8th rank. Young Miss Yinru has expressed her determination to confront it, yet we are concerned that her youth may hinder her ability to capture the demon decisively. Therefore, we seek the assistance of an elder to accompany her for thorough preparation, Huangfu Weiming stated calmly, his gaze sweeping across the 6. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. The woman in white acknowledged with a bow, to which Li Ru and the others nodded in return. Which elder is willing to go? Huangfu Weiming inquired. The 5 elders did not respond immediately. Accompanying the young master on such a task appeared appealing, yet it was a daunting responsibility. The accolades would belong to the master, while any faults would fall squarely on them. Their glances met and ultimately settled on Jiang Feng, who was currently dozing at the table. Jiang Feng had always detested meetings. Even during teachings at Shushan, he had often dozed off, resulting in a month of wall-sitting punishment, yet he continued to sleep soundly. The 5 elders exchanged knowing smiles. Returning to the pavilion, we unanimously recommend Grand Elder Jiang Feng, Li Ru declared, relishing the opportunity for revenge in his heart. Oh, is that so? Huangfu Weiming replied with amusement. Li Ru hurriedly added, indeed, Elder Jiang Feng is exceptionally talented, with profound cultivation and exquisite techniques. He single-handedly defeated all 5 of us, earning our utmost respect. We believe that with Elder Jiang's involvement, the snake demon will be thoroughly apprehended. One might think, hearing Li Ru's words, that they shared a close relationship, as the other 4 elders cast admiring glances toward him. Do you all share this sentiment? Huangfu Weiming asked. In perfect unison. The 5 affirmed, yes, with Elder Jiang Feng leading, we are entirely convinced. Their voices were so synchronized it seemed rehearsed. Huangfu Weiming's gaze shifted to the sleeping Jiang Feng. Elder Jiang, he called out, utilizing his martial prowess. What is it? Jiang Feng suddenly sat up, his sleeves shimmering. The matter of dispatching the demon in Yuyan. I entrust to you, Elder Jiang, Huangfu Weiming smiled. All right, fine. Jiang Feng surprisingly agreed, leaving the other 5 elders in disbelief, wondering if he truly had been asleep. If he hadn't, they would be in deep trouble, and they felt a wave of sweat trickle down their backs. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Elder Jiang. We shall depart tomorrow, Huangfu Weiming stated, while Yinru also bowed to Jiang Feng, saying, thank you for your help, Elder. She took the opportunity to glance at Jiang Feng, who had just returned from his travels and heard of the new elder, a young man of high cultivation who had single-handedly vanquished 5 grand elders and an 8th-rank demonic servant. Initially, she had doubted this, but hearing Li Ru's acknowledgement, she observed Jiang Feng, who appeared no older than 27 or 28. However, his disheveled appearance made it difficult to associate him with a master. Yinru, let us depart. Elder Jiang must prepare as well, Huangfu Weiming said before leaving, with Yinru closely following. Watching them leave, Jiang Feng muttered to himself, accompanying the young master in studies. He then walked away, leaving Li Ru and the other elders drenched in sweat. Xiao Yu, tomorrow we will head to Yuyan to confront the demon. Use this opportunity to check if your clan is present there. Jiang Feng returned to his quarters and washed his face. Exterminating demons? Master, do you intend to be like them? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Jiang Feng, recognizing her concern, chuckled. Have you forgotten my principles? Only then did Xiao Yu's worries dissipate. At the Kunying Pavilion's sky platform, Jiang Feng, Xiao Yu, and Huangfu Yinru bid farewell to Huangfu Weiming and set off toward Yuyan on their swords. Elder Jiang, do we have a plan for this demon extermination? Huangfu Yinru inquired. No, Jiang Feng replied succinctly. No. Huangfu Yinru exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed no? Jiang Feng responded. Feigning surprise. Elder Jiang, although this snake demon is an 8th rank entity, we cannot afford to underestimate it. Huangfu Yinru expressed her dissatisfaction with Jiang Feng's casual approach to confrontation. I am not underestimating it. Jiang Feng retorted, looking innocent. How could you not be? You have no plan at all. Huangfu Yinru persisted, recalling her father's admonition to rely on Jiang Feng during this journey. Could she truly depend on him? A large question mark loomed in her mind. It is not that I lack a plan. Rather, the current intelligence is insufficient to formulate one, Jiang Feng explained. How could that be? The letter states quite explicitly that 3 months ago, a village in the Qianfeng mountain range in Yunnan was attacked at night. Witnesses reported seeing a stranger descend from the heavens into the village, subsequently transforming into a colossal figure resembling a giant serpent, clearly indicative of an 8th-level serpent demon. Huangfu Yinru, however, remained convinced that Jiang Feng was merely evading the issue. She reiterated the intelligence, eager to witness how Jiang Feng would twist his words. Jiang Feng regarded her with an expression of disbelief, aware that he was once again assuming the role of the teacher. An attack occurred at night. A stranger was seen descending from the sky, transforming into a 100-jong form. This can only imply the presence of a serpent demon, as such a form could only be perceived in darkness by an ordinary onlooker, whose vision may be compromised by fear. After all, not only serpent demons possess such a stature. If one possesses sufficient cultivation, even an earthworm could grow to 100-jong. The only certainty is that the opponent is a demon above the 8th level. The specifics can only be discerned upon visiting the site. Xiaoyu, you are familiar with demons. Please explain to the young lady. Yes, master, Xiaoyu responded, then began elucidating to Huangfu Yinru. Once a demon beast reaches the 7th level, it gains the potential to metamorphose into a demon, thereby acquiring a human form. Those of the 8th level and above can even take to the skies. Furthermore, within the demon race, there are many creatures resembling serpents with 100-jong bodies, including not only serpents but also dragons and lizards. With sufficient cultivation, even an earthworm could reach 100-jong in length. Do you understand now, young lady? The intelligence we currently possess is insufficient. Our opponent is still unclear. How can we proceed with a plan? You have traveled extensively. Why do you still behave like a novice? Upon finishing, Jiang Feng shook his head, as if to say the girl was beyond help. He then took to the skies on his sword, and Xiaoyu hurried to catch up. Huangfu Yinru, watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure, clenched and unclenched her hands, feeling a wave of frustration. Despite being praised for her intelligence since childhood, she felt utterly defeated before Jiang Feng, who regarded her with disdain, rendering her a mere fool in his eyes. Even Xiaoyu, this demon servant, seemed superior in Jiang Feng's estimation. Finally, Huangfu Yinru composed herself and followed. Throughout the journey, Huangfu Yinru quietly trailed behind Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu, who did not look back. Xiaoyu, please attune your senses to determine if your kin are nearby, Jiang Feng instructed. Xiaoyu nodded and began to extend her spiritual awareness. Jiang Feng stole a glance at Huangfu Yinru's silhouette, a smirk of cunning crossing his face. Accompanying the prince in his studies, I shall not serve. I am not like those 5. I have no intention of being a long-term subordinate to this elder, Jiang Feng mused. An hour later, the trio arrived at the ravaged village, where all the houses lay in ruins, long abandoned by its inhabitants. The ground was scarred with deep gashes, evidently caused by a violent impact. Jiang Feng examined the ground, scrutinizing the destroyed trees and homes. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, claw marks, and not fresh ones. He continued to search for clues until he stumbled upon something beneath his feet. Lifting his foot, he discovered a scale, white and roughly the size of a human palm. He tucked the scale into his sleeve, intent on continuing his investigation, when Huangfu Yinru's voice suddenly called out, prompting him to rush over. Upon his arrival, he found Huangfu Yinru and Xiaoyu had captured a woman. Jiang Feng assessed her. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes burned with a murderous rage. Elder Jiang, we've found the culprit. It's the serpent demon, Huangfu Yinru declared proudly, eager to prove Jiang Feng wrong and anticipating his embarrassment. Kill me if you dare, you hypocritical humans. And you, human slave. The serpent demon spat venomously. Demon, do not presume I lack the courage to slay you, Huangfu Yinru retorted. her palm glowing with the same radiant light as Huangfu Weiming. Stop. Release her. She is not the killer, Jiang Feng interjected coldly. Huangfu Yinru, Xiaoyu, and the serpent demon were taken aback. What do you mean she's not the culprit? How can you be sure? Huangfu Yinru demanded. I discovered large claw marks on the damaged trees in the forest, along with this scale, Jiang Feng replied, producing the scale from his sleeve. Those serpents have scales. They shed them in conjunction with their skin. They do not fall off piece by piece. This scale is remarkably rare, not typical of common demon beasts or demons. And besides, serpents do not have claws. That doesn't mean we can let her go. She is a demon. Huangfu Yinru's confidence faltered. Being a demon warrants death? Who taught you that? If she is innocent, she should not be subject to arbitrary slaughter. All lives are equal. Jiang Feng's tone turned icy. Huangfu Yinru sensed his chill, her voice trembling. How do you know she hasn't killed before? I have not. I would swear a blood oath. I, Qinglin, have never harmed an innocent soul in my cultivation, the serpent demon declared. I do not believe you. How could one trust a demon's words? Huangfu Yinru began to lose her composure. I believe her. Jiang Feng interjected. Jiang Feng extended his hand to assist Qinglin, ignoring Huangfu Yinru's protests. Qinglin regarded Jiang Feng with astonishment, questioning his humanity. Xiaoyu chimed in. I told you, my master is different from others. Suddenly, Huangfu Yinru took to the skies alone. Master, should we pursue her? Xiaoyu inquired. She has reached the 9th level. She should be fine. She needs to calm down, Jiang Feng replied. Chapter 13. A formidable foe. Thank you. Qinglin bowed to Jiang Feng, then turned to Xiaoyu. Perhaps you are right. Your master is indeed unlike the others. You are fortunate. Xiaoyu beamed with delight. Qinglin, may I ask if you know who is responsible for the attack on the village? Jiang Feng questioned. Qinglin nodded. Yes, I know. The perpetrator is a dragon called Jima, notorious for his bloodlust. However, he is also the most powerful demon in the Qianfeng Mountains, reportedly at the 10th level of cultivation, capable of invoking the thunder tribulation. Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu gasped in shock. An enemy of the 10th level. The path of cultivation leads to heavenly ascension. Not only can it be employed for spiritual growth, but also for worldly endeavors. The gap between the 9th and 10th levels may seem slight. Yet the disparity is geometrically vast. A 10th level cultivator must endure the baptism of the thunder tribulation, a testament to the evident difference in power. Jiang Feng immediately recognized the peril of their mission far exceeded their expectations. Even Huangfu Weiming likely had not anticipated facing a 10th level dragon. You do not intend to confront him, do you? The serpent demon Qinglin questioned skeptically. To her, dealing with her was one matter. But facing the 10th level Jimo was a far-fetched notion. Indeed, but it seems now is not the time, Jiang Feng conceded. Yet there is a possibility. If we obtain the dragon-slaying sword, we might have a chance, Qinglin remarked. The dragon-slaying sword was left behind by an ancient power, said to have slain countless dragons. The sword, having absorbed the essence of dragon blood, carries an overwhelming malevolence that can nullify all powers of a dragon except its true essence. Thus, wielding this sword against a dragon is destined to be a battle for survival. Jiang Feng eagerly inquired, where can this sword be found? It resides within the sword tomb at the highest peak of Qianfeng Mountain, a place even Jima dares not tread. I wish you good fortune. May you break the millennia-old legend. Qinglin then shifted the conversation. That is all I can assist with. I must take my leave. If Jima discovers that I aided humans, I would be doomed. Why did you help us? Jiang Feng asked, perplexed. Qinglin responded generously. You need not feel any discord. I merely see you as different from those who are blind to right and wrong. The world needs more like you. With that, Qinglin vanished into the heavens. Oh, one more thing. Jima typically emerges at dusk. The sound of Qinglin's voice echoed from the sky. Jiang Feng was suddenly alarmed. The sun was about to set. Quick, we must find Huangfu Yinru, Jiang Feng declared, taking to his sword, with Xiaoyu hastily following. Underneath a phoenix tree, Huangfu Yinru sat in solitude, consumed by questions. Why? He was undeniably human, yet spoke for demons. Shouldn't demons be eradicated? Throughout her travels, she encountered only demons who, if not submissive, faced death. Yet, why was it different with Jiang Feng? He believed in the equality of demons and humans. The words echoed endlessly in her mind. Indeed, the phoenix could be drawn to the phoenix tree. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Startled, Huangfu Yinru looked up to see a young man standing not far away. Despite his youth, he possessed long white hair and eyes shimmering with a murderous glint. Instantly alert, she discreetly gathered her inner strength. I am Jima. It is a rare fortune to meet you today, fair maiden. Might you consider becoming my companion in the pursuit of the Tao? Jima wore a faint smile. one that would lead most to perceive him as benevolent. Scoundrel, perish. Huangfu Yinru, already irked by Jiang Feng, found an opportunity to vent her frustration at this audacious man. She struck out with a palm, a crimson imprint emerging. Jima, undeterred, retaliated with a punch, a blue light coalescing into a dragon's head, albeit one without horns. His innate power, a jiao, a close relative of the dragon, differed only in lacking horns. Horns signify dragons, while the hornless are jiao. The dragon's head opened wide, swallowing her palm imprint. Huangfu Yinru gasped in shock. Her technique had been devoured. It seems you will do what I desire. Jima's smile twisted into something cruel. In an instant, he appeared before her. Huangfu Yinru, he taunted, as she prepared to strike. Emitting a faint crimson aura, each of her moves was lethal. Yet Jima remained calm, his hands radiating a soft blue light in stark contrast to her red aura. Good moves, we could play longer. You should thank me. I will allow you to die a bit later, he said maliciously. Huangfu Yinru ignored his taunts, too aware of his overwhelming strength to afford distraction. Tiger break. She executed a backflip midair, launching a punch that transformed into a roaring tiger, charging at Jima. In response, he countered with a punch, unleashing a blue light that morphed into a soaring blue jiao. The jiao's massive jaws engulfed the tiger, yet it continued its assault on Huangfu Yinru. She activated her protective barrier, but the blue jiao crashed into it, shattering it like glass. Plummeting from the air, she found herself in Jiang Feng's arms. Astonished to see him, the very person who had nearly driven her to madness, save her in her direst moment. Jiang Feng handed her to Xiaoyu. Quickly, go to the sword tomb. I will hold him off and join you shortly. Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Feng, uttering a single warning. Master, be careful. Before departing, without hesitation, do not think to escape. Jima bellowed, sending a blue jiao after Xiaoyu. Jiang Feng drew his ink bamboo sword, unleashing 10 ink bamboos that struck faster than the blue jiao. Ah! Jima screamed, 10 wounds appearing on his body, emitting plumes of ink smoke as his blue blood seeped out. The blue jiao vanished with Jima's injury. Dragon Chi. Jima was taken aback, feeling the intense dragon energy from his wounds, the true cause of his injury. His gaze sharpened like a sword as he focused on Jiang Feng. Who are you? He roared, his fury palpable. Jiang Feng, was all Jiang Feng replied. Good. You shall die. Suddenly, a blue long knife appeared in Jima's hand, forged from one of his own teeth. Imbued with his essence, he danced with the knife, creating a storm of blades. Jiang Feng countered with 20 ink bamboos, defending himself as the blades clashed, creating a shower of sparks. Jiang Feng felt a surge of blood boil within him. The ink bamboo was his life as treasure, his spirit intertwined with it. If the bamboo suffered great harm, so too would his spirit. As the blade storm dissipated, Jiang Feng counterattacked. One hand commanded the ink bamboo, while the other formed seals. Jima, aware of the dragon energy within the sword, proceeded with caution, using his long knife to block. Being a jiao, he dared not confront the dragon energy of Jiang Feng's 10th level ink dragon soul head-on, as jiao were perpetually subdued by dragons unless they could transcend the thunder tribulation. Wielding his knife like lightning, Jima deflected the ink bamboo's attacks, unaware that 8 ink bamboos had encircled him in strategic positions. The heavenly net drew closer. Jima, seeing the net above, transformed into a blue light and charged upward. Break! With a flash of his knife, he tore through the net. Jiang Feng hastily directed the ink bamboo to pursue Jima. Ah, here is my true form. Jima transformed into a colossal blue jiao, coiling through the sky. Its scales glimmered like armor, and its claws resembled blades, akin to a divine dragon descending. The only flaw was the absence of dragon horns. The giant jiao unleashed a beam of light, pushing the ink bamboo back. Although Jiang Feng's dragon energy could wound Jima, it paled in comparison to the true essence of a 10th level jiao, naturally rendering it ineffective. A pearl appeared in Jima's mouth, his jiao dan, shimmering with 7 colors. From it surged countless blue jiao avatars, overwhelming the ink bamboo. Jiang Feng recalled the bamboo as the tide of blue jiao surged toward him, threatening to cast him from the sky. In the realm of intent, the world faded into black and white. Jiang Feng summoned towering waves of ink to clash with the blue jiao tide. Jima observed the sudden shift in the environment, astonishment flickering in his colossal eyes. The blue jiao tide and ink waves entwined, but within Jiang Feng's domain, the blue jiao began to succumb to the vast ink sea. Jiang Feng rapidly formed seals, summoning 2 ink dragons from the depths of the ink sea to ambush Jima. Spotting the ink dragons, Jima's eyes widened with unease as he spiraled through the air. The The seven-colored glow of his Jiao Den intensified, enveloping him. The ink dragons collided with the giant Jiao, and the seven-colored light expanded, forming a protective sphere. The ink dragons circled the sphere, while Jiang Feng prepared to change his strategy. 5 tornadoes rose like pillars, and as the ink dragons stirred the air, the seven-colored sphere was assailed by waves of ink smoke. Inside the sphere, Jima sensed the encroaching dragon energy. The sphere flickered violently under the relentless assault, a threatening presence that stirred his ferocity. With a sudden roar, he retracted the seven-colored glow of the Jiao Dan, transforming it blood-red. The sphere erupted, the shockwave shattering the ink dragons and tornadoes. Jiang Feng's eyes filled with horror. This was the second time his domain had been shattered, the first being by Huangfu Weiming, a martial saint who had forcibly breached his defenses. Jiang Feng had believed his intent could not be overcome, but he had underestimated Jima's strength, which had surpassed his expectations, shattering his very intent. In the midst of Jima, a fierce light glinted in his eyes as blood trickled from his tongue. He had just performed a blood sacrifice to break Jiang Feng's realm, a costly act that drained his own vital essence. Jiang Feng, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Jima, felt turmoil within himself. With his realm shattered, he had sustained internal injuries. Without hesitation, he summoned his sword and sped toward the sword tomb. Jima, unwilling to let Jiang Feng escape, transformed his massive form into a streak of light, pursuing Jiang Feng relentlessly. Jiang Feng did not dare look back, pushing his speed to its utmost, the sky above them illuminated by a golden and a blue light in pursuit. Chapter 14. The dragon-slaying sword. As Jiang Feng and Jima raced through the towering peaks of Qianfeng Mountain, it was evident that Jima, as a 10th-level flood dragon, possessed superior strength and swifter speed. Unlike Jiang Feng, he did not need to evade obstacles. He obliterated everything that stood in his way. With each passing moment, he drew closer to Jiang Feng, his gaping, bloodied maw opening wide in excitement, the stench of blood wafting towards Jiang Feng. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Feng bit into his finger, deciding to perform a blood sacrifice of his own. Instantly, 20 blood sword feathers spread out beside him, each emanating a faint crimson glow. These sword feathers, resembling a pair of wings, doubled Jiang Feng's speed. Frustrated at Jiang Feng's escape, Jima roared in anger and gave chase up the mountain. The peaks, sharp as swords, surrounded the highest summit, Blade Peak, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds. At its apex lay a colossal sword tomb, littered with broken swords and remnants of ancient weapons, their rust hinting at the tomb's age. At its center stood a stone sword, its blade resting atop a bed of dragon bones. The dragon-slaying sword had vanquished countless foes, its blade unsheathed, leaving a multitude of dragons in its wake. Elder Jiang. Could he be in danger? Huangfu Yinru fretted, her concern palpable as she awaited Jiang Feng's arrival. Although she had been infuriated with him, she remembered how he had saved her during her perilous moment, sacrificing himself to ensure her safety, and her resentment had vanished completely. He will be fine. My master is capable of defeating 5 opponents of equal rank single-handedly, Xiaoyu reassured her confidently. Yet, from the glint in her eyes, Huangfu Yinru discerned the lingering worry that overshadowed her confidence, perhaps even something more. Impossible. She is a demon servant. No matter how unique Jiang Feng is, he wouldn't dare. Huangfu Yinru shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the thought. A thunderous roar broke the tension, and both women gazed skyward, witnessing a figure plummet like a shooting star, crashing into the ground between them, creating a deep crater. It was Jiang Feng, but he appeared in disarray, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. Moments later, a colossal flood dragon emerged in the sky, circling ominously, cautious of the vicinity. Jima, sensing the overwhelming malevolence radiating from the dragon-slaying sword within the sword tomb, hesitated. Even dragons dared not approach such an aura, let alone he, a mere flood dragon. I wonder how long you can hide, Jima bellowed, his voice reverberating, causing Xiaoyu and Huangfu Yinru to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing they were temporarily safe. The two hurried to check on Jiang Feng, but as they reached him, he halted them, lying in the crater with his hands crossed over his dantian, eyes closed. Xiaoyu and Huangfu Yinru observed as red light began to emanate from Jiang Feng. A figure resembling him rose from his dantian, though they did not recognize it as his nascent soul. The nascent soul sat cross-legged in the void, continuously casting seals, accompanied by a swirling ink dragon. Huangfu Yinru, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. She had traveled far and wide, but had never encountered such a technique. It bore no resemblance to the inner energy regulation of warriors or the healing spells of sorcerers. She felt a profound sense of mystery surrounding Jiang Feng, while Xiaoyu, equally stunned, realized that though she had been with Jiang Feng for a long time, the spectacle before her was beyond her imagination. The nascent soul was inscribing seals onto Jiang Feng's body. His injuries were severe, comparable to the battle against the Yuming clan. The initial clash with the blade's aura had shaken his spirit, and the subsequent shattering of his realm had left him gravely wounded. The blood sacrifice he performed during his escape only compounded his plight. However, fortune smiled upon him this time. Unlike the previous occasion, he did not suffer from backlash. And although his injuries were severe, his dantian remained intact. Furthermore, as a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, his body was more robust and resilient. A nascent soul cultivator could utilize their soul to heal, just as Jiang Feng was doing now. The nascent soul could survive and reincarnate after the cultivator's death, serving as their second life, intertwined with their fate, mutually supporting one another in healing. This was a remarkable technique exclusive to cultivators above the nascent soul stage, marking the true beginning of one's journey into immortality. As Jiang Feng's nascent soul continued to inscribe seals, his complexion gradually regained its color, the blood ceasing to flow from his mouth. Finally, the nascent soul brought its hands together and returned to Jiang Feng's dantian. Sitting up, Jiang Feng exhaled in relief upon seeing that his children were unharmed, and they too felt a wave of relief wash over them. This must be the sword tomb, Jiang Feng remarked, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, master, this is the sword tomb, Xiaoyu responded, her face brightening with a smile, relieved to see Jiang Feng was safe. Have you found the dragon-slaying sword? Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he recalled Jima lurking outside. He could not afford to be lighthearted until he had secured the sword to resolve this pressing dilemma. The dragon-slaying sword lies at the center of the sword tomb. But we cannot extract it. Huangfu Yinru replied. Show me. Jiang Feng's countenance grew increasingly grim. If they could not withdraw the dragon-slaying sword, they would be trapped here. Upon reaching the center of the sword tomb, they beheld a stone sword embedded amidst a pile of dragon bones. Jiang Feng sensed an immense, terrifying malevolence emanating from the stone sword. Having previously merged with a fragment of the inked dragon's soul, he could distinctly feel its dread. Yet he was not paralyzed with fear as Jima was. Suddenly, the dragon-slaying sword emitted a resounding cry, stirring Jiang Feng's spirit. He felt the ink bamboo within him stirring restlessly. In a moment of urgency, he attempted to suppress it, but the ink bamboo surged forth, hovering above the dragon-slaying sword. The ink dragon's soul erupted from the sword's hilt, appearing terrified as tendrils of blood light emerged from the sword, ensnaring the ink dragon. The ink dragon's soul shrieked in terror, and Jiang Feng quickly cast seals, enveloping himself in a five-colored radiance. If you seize my sword spirit, I shall refine you. He thought resolutely. Refining technique? As Jiang Feng's seals struck the dragon-slaying sword, he was astonished to hear it speak. Could it be? Does it possess a sword spirit? Jiang Feng was taken aback, fully aware that in this world, the art of refinement was non-existent. To him, the so-called divine weapons of this realm were merely extraordinary materials endowed with unique abilities. Otherwise, he would never have dared to contemplate refining the dragon-slaying sword. Yet, the voice from the sword confirmed the existence of its spirit. The bloodlight surrounding the dragon-slaying sword surged violently, and from the radiant light emerged a colossal eagle. Upon its appearance, the entire sword tomb began to tremble, prompting Huangfu Yenru and Xiaoyu to instinctively step back. Young one, did you employ the refining technique? The giant eagle inquired. Indeed, but are you the sword spirit? Jiang Feng countered. Correct. Young one, how did you acquire the refining technique? Those who understood it vanished 3,000 years ago, the eagle replied. 3,000 years. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had studied the history of the Tiannan continent, which contained records of the refining technique, but it had indeed vanished 3,000 years prior, with no further mention. What transpired 3,000 years ago? He pondered. Young one, answer me. How did you come to know the refining technique? The giant eagle pressed once more. Naturally, Jiang Feng would not disclose that he hailed from Mount Shu and had accidentally fallen into this world. It was what it was, devoid of any further explanation. He maintained a demeanor devoid of reverence. With audacity, you dare to be arrogant before me, the golden-winged great Peng. Let us see what you are truly capable of. The colossal eagle instantly flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of golden feathers. Jiang Feng summoned the ink bamboo to block the assault. But the clash of sword and feather sent them both reeling. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth as he finally comprehended the true essence of the dragon-slaying sword. The golden-winged great Peng, soaring across the 9 heavens, devours the divine dragon without restraint. The sword's ability to slay dragons stems from its spirit, the golden-winged Great Peng, a natural nemesis to dragons. Realizing the futility of its first attack, the Great Peng chose to abandon Jiang Feng and instead swallowed the inked dragon's soul whole. Witnessing his sword's spirit consumed, Jiang Feng seethed. "You have devoured my spirit. Prepare to pay the price." The five-colored radiance emanating from Jiang Feng surged to its zenith, as he summoned every ounce of his strength to refine the golden-winged Great Peng. The Great Peng sensed an impending danger, although formidable. It was merely a sword spirit and thus vulnerable to the refining technique. It had hoped to intimidate Jiang Feng into forming an equal agreement, allowing it to enter the ink bamboo and escape the sword tomb. However, its greed led to its downfall, and Jiang Feng recognized this. The cost of refinement was significant, and he hesitated initially, but the consumption of the dragon's soul solidified his resolve. Jiang Feng fervently channeled his power, his nascent soul continuously forming seals. No. The golden-winged Great Peng began to shrink and twist, ultimately being absorbed into the ink bamboo sword. The ink bamboo, now radiating a ghostly crimson glow, shattered the stone sword, signifying its ascension as the new dragon-slaying sword. Jiang Feng had refined the golden-winged Great Peng, but succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Yu and Huangfu Yinru, anxious, hurriedly attended to him, relieved to sense his lingering life force. Xiao Yu gently laid Jiang Feng upon a bed of grass, carefully wiping the blood from his lips. Huangfu Yinru gazed at the unconscious Jiang Feng, her heart filled with confusion. The depth of his cultivation and the profundity of his techniques left her in awe. She recalled Jiang Feng's selfless sacrifice and his disdainful demeanor when she mistakenly accused the snake demon. Curiosity stirred within Huangfu Yinru as she pondered the true nature of Jiang Feng. For the first time, she wished to understand him. Outside the sword tomb, the roar of Jimo reverberated through the heavens, dark clouds swirling ominously as thunder rumbled. Inside the tomb, Jiang Feng remained oblivious to when he would awaken. "Xiao Yu, how did you come to meet your master? What kind of person do you think he is?" Huangfu Yinru inquired cautiously. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but recounted her encounter with Jiang Feng. Huangfu Yinru was surprised, having assumed that Jiang Feng had rescued Xiao Yu, compelling her to become his demonic servant out of gratitude. However, the truth was quite the opposite. Xiao Yu had been forced into a servant contract by Jiang Feng. Yet, her attentive care for him belied any signs of coercion, deepening Huangfu Yinru's intrigue about Jiang Feng. Ignoring Huangfu Yinru's reaction, Xiao Yu continued, "Master is quite peculiar. He does not discriminate based on status or lineage. He despises bullying and false accusations. He once told me his principle: I will not favor humans over demons. If a human errs, I will not hesitate to strike." She then recounted how Jiang Feng dealt with the lecherous Scions at the Yunan and Kingdom pavilion, a proud smile illuminating her face. Huangfu Yinru chuckled at the tale of Jiang Feng's confrontation with the ruffians, finding him amusing and bold. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng lay in a deep slumber, his overexertion having caused damage to his meridians, a severe impediment to his cultivation. His nascent soul worked diligently to mend the injuries, yet its own exhaustion hindered the healing process. The ink bamboo had returned to the dantian, while the golden-winged Great Peng observed Jiang Feng's nascent soul with astonishment, pondering the absurdity of a man giving birth. "You need not speculate. The world is not so chaotic. I am his nascent soul, a fragment of him. Our consciousness is intertwined. He is me, and I am him," the nascent soul elucidated. "Ah, you're still alive?" The Great Peng gasped. "You are the one who is dead. Be wary, or I shall refine you," the nascent soul threatened, displaying a sudden assertiveness. The golden-winged Great Peng trembled at the threat, understanding that Jiang Feng's refining technique would spell its demise. "Be straightforward. What is your current cultivation level?" Jiang Feng's nascent soul inquired. "By human standards, I am at the level of a martial god. However, if the sword-bearer is significantly weaker than me, I can only exert power equivalent to one level above my own," the Great Peng replied honestly, yet subtly dismissing Jiang Feng's status as its master. The nascent soul took note but remained unfazed, focusing on the practicality of their situation. Despite the golden-winged Great Peng's prowess, Jiang Feng's ability to slay dragons indicated his formidable strength. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Jiang Feng finally awoke, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Jima, let us see who slays whom." Above, Jima's white hair billowed as his eyes blazed with murderous intent, capable of incinerating Jiang Feng and his companions. With a furious roar, Jima transformed into his true form, a colossal figure spiraling through the sky. Jiang Feng unleashed 20 ink bamboos, each emanating a ghostly crimson light. Jima howled in agony as blood spattered across the heavens, his massive form riddled with wounds. He distinctly sensed the malevolent aura of the dragon-slaying sword seeping into his injuries, turning his blood into a dark, sinister flame. Xiao Yu unleashed violet flames upon Jima's wounds, while Huangfu Yinru transformed into a giant phoenix, joining the assault. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Huangfu Yinru intensified her attacks, fueled by memories of Jima's earlier taunts and Jiang Feng's fierce spirit. The injured Jima cried out, his wounds exacerbated by the relentless onslaught. I refuse to believe it. I will not be defeated. As he summoned the dragon pearl, glimmering with bloodlight, he prepared for a blood sacrifice. Jiang Feng, however, was resolute, unleashing his intent to reshape the world. Observing Jiang Feng's formidable aura, Jima sneered, another attempt? I shall shatter it once more. This time, you shall have no chance. Jiang Feng declared, casting his seals to summon two golden-winged great pungs from the ink sea. Golden-winged great pung. Jima was truly engulfed by fear this time. He hastily summoned the Jiaodan, a surge of crimson light enveloping his entire being. Yet, reality proved to be brutally harsh. The golden-winged rock was a sword spirit at the level of a martial sovereign. Even at his current capacity of merely a 10th level prowess, he had transcended the tribulations of lightning, inherently restraining dragonkind. Jima found himself utterly incomparable. The rock's sharp talons effortlessly tore through the bloodlight, its keen beak plunging deeply into his neck, severing the thread of life. In that moment of demise, Jima's eyes widened in disbelief, as if still proclaiming, I refuse to believe this. I do not accept that he has drawn the Dragon Slayer's sword. I cannot accept that I am unable to defeat him. As the essence of his will dissipated, Jima's body plummeted from the sky, and from his form, the Jiaodan soared forth. Jiang Feng immediately seized the Jiaodan, storing it within his dantian. Now, his path to advancement was doubly arduous without the aid of external forces, and this Jiaodan, a reservoir of Jima's primal power, served as his greatest ally. You seized that Jiaodan? Huangfu Yinru inquired. Indeed. You wouldn't assume that my previous assistance to that serpent spirit implied I wouldn't claim the demon's inner core, would you? Jiang Feng replied, his expression one of bemusement. Huangfu Yinru, observing his demeanor, felt a surge of irritation, while Xiao Yu remained silent, recognizing the reality of Jima's numerous transgressions. After all, the demon race adhered to the law of the jungle. For her, the act of killing enemies and seizing cores was entirely commonplace. Huangfu Yinru's habitual assumptions clouded her judgment. Having witnessed Jiang Feng assist the serpent demon, she presumed he would not resort to claiming cores. After dispatching Jima, Jiang Feng did not rush back, but lingered for several days in the Cloud Nation, urging Xiao Yu to search for her kin, yet to no avail. Eventually, he returned to the Assembly of Heroes, but he chose to withhold all of this from Huangfu Yinru. Upon his triumphant return, Huangfu Weiming personally led a contingent of assembly members to welcome him. Elder Jiang truly lives up to expectations, returning victorious, Huangfu Weiming declared, his face adorned with a composed smile, revealing no trace of emotion. Jiang Feng responded with a courteous gesture, you flatter me, sect master. Father, there was a misunderstanding regarding the intel. It turns out that the demon was not a serpent, but a 10th level Jiaolong. Thankfully, Elder Jiang's wisdom and formidable cultivation allowed him to slay the Jiaolong, though he sustained severe injuries in the process. Huangfu Yinru succinctly recounted the events, clearly advocating for Jiang Feng. Her words left the attendees astounded, even causing Huangfu Weiming's expression to shift uncomfortably. The notion of Jiang Feng, with his 9th level strength, vanquishing a 10th level Jiaolong seemed utterly preposterous. Little did they know that Jiang Feng had the backing of a martial sovereign-level golden-winged rock. In truth, Jiang Feng had indeed employed his 10th level prowess, with the rock's innate advantage over Jima ensuring victory. Jiang Feng himself understood that if he were to face a 10th level demon without the Dragon Slayer's sword, he would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. Yet, such knowledge remained hidden from others. They could only marvel at Jiang Feng's feat of slaying a 10th level Jiaolong with 9th level strength, a rarity unseen for a millennium in southern lands. The 5 members of the Li family, in particular, were now chilled to the bone. Why must this monster appear here? You should take him back. This sentiment resonated among the 5. Just then, Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon them, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Li Ru and Xiong Kuei, still haunted by their past encounters, nearly faltered. Their plight seemed pitiful, and it was likely they would spend their twilight years overshadowed by Jiang Feng's presence. Esteemed elders, how have you fared lately? Jiang Feng greeted the 5 with a bow. However, at that very moment, something unexpected transpired. Li Ru and Xiong Kuei, overwhelmed by the pressure, fainted at the sight of Jiang Feng's smile. "Oh dear! Elder Li and Elder Xiong have become too excited and fainted," exclaimed the El brothers, hastily attending to them. Jiang Feng stood there, flabbergasted. How could they faint from excitement? He sighed, causing the El brothers, who were lifting the fainted elders, to nearly stumble. "Watch out! Be careful not to hit Elder Li's head," El Gui exclaimed. "Elder Jiang is incredibly formidable," one remarked. "Indeed, and his character is commendable. Just look at how Elder Li and Elder Xiong fainted from joy upon seeing Elder Jiang's return," another added. The members of the Assembly of Heroes engaged in animated discussions, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Feng's prowess and integrity. Jiang Feng, not one to be modest, reciprocated their greetings frequently, almost as if he were the leader, while the true leader, Huangfu Weiming, remained engrossed in his daughter's presence. Huangfu Yenru, however, was wholly captivated by Jiang Feng, delighting in his display of charisma. What transpired along the way? It had been a long time since Yenru had smiled so brightly. "Jiang Feng, what talents do you possess?" Perhaps Huangfu Weiming had thoughts of his own, but could not help but smile as well, sensing the shift in atmosphere. It was best to leave soon, otherwise, trouble would ensue. At that moment, Jiang Feng contemplated, "Master, perhaps I do not wish to return." Xiaoyu observed the spirited Jiang Feng, silently reflecting on their individual thoughts, uncertain of what would unfold next. Chapter 16. Huangfu Weiming's concerns in Jiang Feng's quarters. Xiaoyu stood guard at the door while Jiang Feng was inside, attempting to refine the Jiaodan. "Surely you do not intend to refine that Jiaodan. You must understand. It is a 10th level Jiaodan." The golden-winged rock, residing within Jiang Feng's dantian, observed as Jiang Feng's nascent soul continuously cast spells upon the Jiaodan. Unable to restrain his inquiry. "Of course. Do you think I cannot refine it? I have already refined you. Do I need to fear this Jiaodan?" Jiang Feng's nascent soul continued to weave intricate seals, and under his efforts, the Jiaodan began to emit twinkling starlight as its shell gradually dissolved. The Jiaodan and the Dragon Pearl were the very sources of power for the dragon and the Jiaolong, harboring their primal essence, the purest of energies. However, both the Jiaodan and the Dragon Pearl were encased in a protective layer akin to an eggshell, safeguarding their power from leakage and preventing any damage. The golden-winged rock, upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, wore a solemn expression. "What do you mean you can refine me too? Do not compare me to those four-legged serpents that crawl from eggshells." The rock mused, though he seemed to overlook that he too had emerged from an egg. Observing Jiang Feng's nascent soul persisting in the refinement, he grew anxious, emerging from the ink bamboo and transforming into a golden-haired youth. Landing beside Jiang Feng's nascent soul. "Do you not comprehend the consequences of refining this Jiaodan?" the rock inquired. Jiang Feng's nascent soul was unperturbed by the rock's transformation. After all, the rock had achieved martial sovereign status. "Consequences? What consequences?" Jiang Feng's nascent soul questioned in confusion. The rock, noticing Jiang Feng's genuine lack of understanding, elaborated, "This Jiaodan is a 10th level one. Judging by its cultivation, it seems prepared to undergo the lightning tribulation. Should you refine it, your cultivation may indeed leap to the 10th level. However, once you reach that level, you will have to face the thunder tribulation that dragons endure. Understand that the Jiaolong is a close relative of the dragon. Upon transcending the tribulation, it can transform into a dragon, and the power of a dragon's thunder tribulation is 5 times that of a human. You must think carefully. Do you still wish to refine this Jiaodan?" The rock's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Feng's nascent soul, awaiting his response. "I still wish to refine it. What I require now is power. As for the rest, I shall take things one step at a time," Jiang Feng's nascent soul declared, intensifying the urgency of his spellcasting. The golden-winged rock, observing him, ceased further discussion and returned to the ink bamboo, thinking to himself, "You will regret this. When the time comes for the thunder tribulation, don't forget that you still have me," Jiang Feng's nascent soul retorted with a cunning tone. The rock, upon hearing this, stumbled slightly. "Jiang Feng, you rascal. You will surely face the lightning's wrath. I will make sure it strikes you." The rock fumed. Jiang Feng, undisturbed in his nascent soul form, calmly remarked, "Do not act impulsively. The stronger the thunder tribulation becomes, the more you will be drawn into it, increasing your chances of being struck. If you wish to seize such opportunities for yourself, I do not oppose it." The golden-winged Dapeng, feeling a surge of bloodlust, found himself at a loss against Jiang Feng. "Heaven above," he exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth as he clasped his hands in prayer. "O heavens, please show mercy during the tribulation and spare this demon from severe punishment." Observing the fervor of his prayers, One might mistakenly believe him to be deeply loyal to Jiang Feng, as his sincerity could almost move the heavens. However, Jiang Feng remained preoccupied, casting incantations with unwavering focus. Yet, the shell of the Jiao Dan proved remarkably resilient. Despite witnessing the stars ascend, the shell remained unyielding. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating its tenacity. He formed another seal, causing the ink bamboo to split into 10, encircling the Jiao Dan. 2 crossed forms hovered above it, initiating the 10-fold soul-binding array. The 10 ink bamboos emitted a radiant spectrum of light, enveloping the Jiao Dan. Within this brilliance, the figure of the golden-winged Dapeng emerged. And with a sound akin to that of cracking eggshells, the shell shattered, releasing torrents of blue primordial energy that surged into Jiang Feng's meridians. The golden-winged Dapeng, astonished, exclaimed, "You are quite bold. Do you not fear that the overwhelming power of the Jiao Dan will shatter your meridians? Enough chatter. Quickly help me control this primordial force, or I shall practice my skills on you." Jiang Feng understood the gravity of the situation and hastily set to work controlling the primal energy. The golden-winged Dapeng, feeling the pressure, reluctantly joined in, with a crimson and golden light transforming into 2 colossal hands to restrain the chaotic energy. At that moment, Jiang Feng radiated a brilliant blue light, with his hands forming seals as a 5-colored glow enveloped him atop the pinnacle of heroes. Meanwhile, Huangfu Weiming and his daughter gazed up at the sprawling starlight. "Yinyu, what are your thoughts on Jiang Feng after this demon-slaying journey?" Huangfu Weiming inquired, turning to his daughter. "Jiang Feng is highly intelligent and possesses profound cultivation, yet his peculiar demeanor leaves one perplexed," Huangfu Yinyu replied. "What do you find so peculiar about him? Do share," Huangfu Weiming urged, intrigued. Thus, Huangfu Yinyu recounted every detail of their journey, concluding with, "Though he defeated the demon Jiao, his condescending attitude towards me truly vexes me." Upon hearing of Jiang Feng's refinement of the golden pong, a flicker of astonishment crossed Huangfu Weiming's eyes. Yet, noticing his daughter's feigned annoyance that masked delight, he regained his composure. "It seems Jiang Feng is indeed a prodigious talent. I have faith that he will attain great heights in his cultivation, surely surpassing my own," he mused. Huangfu Yinyu gazed at her father in astonishment, perplexed by his high praise for Jiang Feng. "Father, how can you be so certain?" she asked. Huangfu Weiming, observing her shock, smiled gently, because Jiang Feng's mindset transcends that of ordinary individuals. While the world divides itself by lineage and rank, even among cultivators, Jiang Feng perceives only right and wrong, treating all clans equally. He does not judge based on demonic or righteous origins. His broad-mindedness is a crucial factor in his spiritual journey. Such individuals are least likely to stray from the path of cultivation. Suddenly, Huangfu Weiming's tone shifted. "If he were to become my successor, entrusting the pinnacle of heroes to someone as astute and profoundly skilled as he, I would feel at ease." As he spoke, his voice grew somber. Huangfu Yinyu sensed the change in her father's demeanor, but was unsure how to console him, remaining silent. "Yinyu, do you perhaps harbor feelings for Jiang Feng?" Huangfu Weiming suddenly inquired. Taken aback by the question, Huangfu Yinyu found herself momentarily speechless, while her father paid no heed and continued gazing skyward. "Others see me as a martial saint, yet few know that it is a facade. You must understand, I have attained the realm of martial emperor and will soon face the thunder tribulation in pursuit of the martial sovereign title. What a glorious dream it is to ascend to divinity. Yet, who is aware that in the past 3,000 years, aside from the Yuming clan, none have reached this realm without perishing under the thunder? The pinnacle of heroes may boast its name, but truth be told, only Jiang Feng measures up to my standards, which is why I appointed him as the Grand Elder upon his entrance." Huangfu Weiming turned back to his daughter. A father knows his daughter well. "Your gaze towards Jiang Feng today revealed your burgeoning fondness for him. If you could forge a bond with him, I would find solace. Should I fail in my tribulation, I would have no worries." Huangfu Yinyu remained silent, comprehending her father's concerns. Indeed, as Huangfu Weiming indicated, the pinnacle of heroes appeared formidable, yet once he was gone, their old adversary, the Eastern Sea Pavilion, would surely strike. Although the Eastern Sea Pavilion lacked martial saints, they boasted thrice the number of 9th-level cultivators and 10 10th-level practitioners, with their leader, Dongfang Hai, being a formidable master. This reality compelled Huangfu Weiming to refrain from annihilating the Eastern Sea Pavilion while he remained, for such an action could lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, the threats lurking in the Forbidden Lands added to Huangfu Weiming's apprehensions. She understood her father's worries. Yet she pondered, did she truly harbor feelings for Jiang Feng? Did he reciprocate her affections? Huangfu Yinyu questioned herself, reflecting on Jiang Feng's demeanor towards her, and recalling the sincere smile on Xiao Yu's face whenever she mentioned Jiang Feng. Her heart became tumultuous, observing his daughter's turmoil. Huangfu Weiming felt a pang of sympathy and said, Yinyu, though I have expressed my thoughts, I will not compel you if you are unwilling. You may take the opportunity to interact with Jiang Feng, and then decide, for I sense that the Thunder Tribulation is still some time away. Huangfu Yinyu remained silent. Yet Jiang Feng's visage lingered in her mind. As the five-colored light surrounding him gradually diminished, the sweat on his forehead revealed the intensity of his prior ordeal. Within his dantian, Jiang Feng's nascent soul and the golden-winged Dapeng were both panting heavily. You are quite reckless. Do you truly treat this as a mere egg? Even I would not dare to be so bold, opting instead to refine and absorb gradually. Very well, the primordial energy is now under your control. Proceed to refine it at your own pace. Should you dare to act so recklessly again, beware of dire consequences. I shall take my leave to rest. The golden-winged Dapeng declared before retreating into the ink bamboo for repose. Jiang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and began his tranquil meditation. Outside, Xiao Yu, hearing commotion from Jiang Feng's room, hurriedly entered. She found him sprawled on the ground, fast asleep, with a basin comically positioned atop his head. Unable to contain her laughter, Xiao Yu remarked, even at this age, you cannot sleep properly. She then gently assisted Jiang Feng onto the bed, covering him with a blanket before quietly exiting and closing the door, returning to her quarters. At that moment, Huangfu Yinyu happened to witness this scene from the corridor. Chapter 17. Do I like him? As dawn broke, Jiang Feng awoke, feeling a significant enhancement in his strength and a newfound comprehension of his realm. Yet, he remained in the nascent soul stage, and the primordial energy of the Jiao Dan had dwindled considerably. Indeed, each step beyond the nascent soul is akin to ascending to the heavens. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, rising to find himself covered with a blanket. He recalled losing consciousness after managing to control the chaotic primordial energy, vaguely remembering being struck on the head by something. Master, you're awake. Xiao Yu entered with a basin of water for washing his face. Xiao Yu, was it you who helped me with the blanket last night? Jiang Feng inquired. And Xiao Yu nodded, chuckling. Master, you truly are amusing. At your age, you still manage to fall out of bed. And even with a basin crashing down upon your head, you remain asleep, more formidable than a pig. Having accompanied Jiang Feng for quite some time, Xiao Yu had come to understand his temperament. As long as she did not infringe upon his principles, he would not take offense. Thus, when it was just the two of them, she dared to jest with him. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's playful remarks, Jiang Feng could not help but smile wryly as he accepted the towel she offered. Now in the nascent soul stage, he no longer required sustenance from grains. Yet he still adhered to the daily rituals of washing and grooming. Of course, he could employ spells for these tasks, but Jiang Feng considered that a waste. He believed that maintaining the habits of a mortal was a form of cultivation, a refinement of the heart. After washing his face, Jiang Feng prepared to take Xiao Yu for a stroll. While he felt an urgent need to enhance his abilities, he vehemently opposed the practice of secluding oneself for prolonged periods of rigorous training. He held that the essence of cultivation lay in comprehension. Only when one truly understood would seclusion yield results. Otherwise, excessive training was merely a waste of time, potentially leading one astray. A leisurely walk might inspire insights instead. Xiao Yu, pleased with the plan, had no objections. As they reached the corridor, they encountered Huangfu Yinru. Uncertain if it were the effect of Huangfu Weiming's words from the previous night, she blushed upon seeing Jiang Feng and softly asked, Jiang Feng, where are you headed? Observing Huangfu Yinru's demeanor today, Jiang Feng felt puzzled. What could have caused this girl to appear so flustered? Was she perhaps rattled by that Jimo? He mused inwardly. Yet voiced, we are merely taking a stroll. Care to join us? All right. Huangfu Yinru stammered, indicating her evident nervousness. It seemed she truly needed her father to have a word with her. Her anxiety was palpable. Jiang Feng could not help but think about Huangfu Weiming's inattentiveness as he observed her stuttering. Nonetheless, they proceeded together onto the streets. Jiang Feng had become a renowned figure in the Wuyou region, and as he walked through the streets, everyone greeted him with admiration in their eyes, though there were exceptions. Ah, long time no see. You two are out again, Jiang Feng exclaimed, as if discovering a new world. The two individuals by the roadside trembled in fear. Their companions behind them equally terrified. These two were Li Ru and Xiong Kuei's sons, who had been punished by their fathers after Jiang Feng had taught them a lesson. Today, they had just been released and encountered the El brothers' sons on the street, intending to engage in mischief. However, upon spotting a beautiful girl, They were startled by a voice they found far more terrifying than any ghost, nearly causing them to lose their wits. Regretting their decision to venture out without consulting the calendar or seeking their father's guidance, they felt a profound sense of dread. Enough of the excuses, let's follow the usual protocol, Jiang Feng said with a benevolent smile. Upon hearing that their parents would be called, the two recalled their previous humiliating experience at their father's hands and, overwhelmed with emotion, rolled their eyes and collapsed onto the ground, foaming at the mouth as they convulsed. Observing their synchronized performance, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Ah, such harmony. Last time it was your father's, this time, it's you. This must run in the family." As he turned his attention to the El brothers, they, having witnessed Jiang Feng's interaction, prepared to imitate the previous two. "No fainting," Jiang Feng commanded, and they froze in place, unable to succumb to unconsciousness. "Do you understand?" Jiang Feng grinned. The El brothers nodded in unison, hastily seeking someone to notify their parents for a meeting. However, only 3 letters arrived, and Jiang Feng was taken aback by their contents. Wow, blood brothers truly share a bond. Such coordination. Each letter bore identical wording, stating that the authors did not consider the boys their sons and urged Jiang Feng to handle the matter, imploring him not to cause any harm. Initially, the El brothers had lamented the misfortune that befell Li Ru and Xiong Kuei due to their sons' actions, yet they had not anticipated such swift retribution. Discovering that their sons had been apprehended alongside the troublesome boys, they were struck with a desire to discipline them, but the thought of confronting them was too embarrassing. Thus, they each penned a letter and prepared to educate their sons on the importance of avoiding bad company and choosing good friends, oblivious to their sons' own shortcomings. Jiang Feng, still astonished by the identical letters, remarked, "Your fathers are quite remarkable, willing to disown their sons. Are you truly their biological offspring? Even a wild child wouldn't be so heartless." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the El brothers fainted in unison, following in the footsteps of the previous two, foam spewing from their mouths with a level of expertise. "Oh dear, almost got splashed." Jiang Feng swiftly leaped aside. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had already doubled over with laughter, while Huangfu Yanru, familiar with the El brothers' usual behavior, could not help but cover her face, chuckling at Jiang Feng's antics. Her gaze softened with warmth as she observed his amusing expression. Once Jiang Feng had dealt with the 5 young men, he returned to Xiaoyu and Huangfu Yanru, just about to speak when a tremor shook the ground beneath them. Suddenly, they witnessed a massive cloud of dust rising from the southeast, and a voice cried out in alarm, "What? Something has happened in the forbidden area." Huangfu Yanru immediately soared towards the southeast, and Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu recognized the gravity of the situation, hastily following suit. Upon their arrival, they found the forbidden area in disarray, where a colossal beast roared. Huangfu Yanru was taken aback at the sight. Although she knew the forbidden area housed perilous entities, she had not anticipated encountering such a fierce creature. Jiang Feng recognized the beast on the ground as a 9-headed serpent, its roar eerily reminiscent of a baby's wail. "Zhouing." A voice echoed within Jiang Feng's dantian. The golden-winged Dapeng asking, "Do you recognize it?" Jiang Feng communicated with the golden-winged Dapeng, who promptly replied, "Indeed, it is an ancient ferocious beast, Zhouing. Born at the dawn of creation when the world's spiritual energy was as dense as a physical substance, giving rise to numerous formidable spiritual creatures. This 9-headed serpent emerged from the confluence of yin and yang energies in deep mountains and marshes, claiming the name Zhouing. Each head corresponds to a life. As it was born directly from the earth, it lacks a soul and is exceedingly powerful, effectively immortal. As long as one life remains, it can replenish itself by absorbing spiritual energy from the world. Such a formidable creature?" Jiang Feng gasped in astonishment as one of Zhou Ying's heads suddenly spotted the trio above. It unleashed a column of fire directed at Huangfu Yanru. Jiang Feng swiftly descended, using his sword to shield her, but the fiery blast narrowly missed him. He felt the intense heat of the flames, and his spiritual reserves were instantly consumed in a fiery inferno. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Feng's brow. Zhouing excelled in both water and fire techniques, wielding the most ancient elements of fire and water, utterly indestructible. The voice of the golden-winged roc echoed once more, and all 9 heads of the 9 infants turned to discover Jiang Feng. Simultaneously, 9 colossal mouths unleashed pillars of water and fire. Jiang Feng, cradling Huangfu Yanru, deftly maneuvered through these torrents. Little Yu, witnessing Jiang Feng's peril, could no longer hesitate. Her foretails sprouted fully, radiating brilliance as they swept toward the 9 infants with overwhelming force. The 9 infants, an ancient beast born of heaven and earth, with no soul and an exceptionally formidable body, were reputed to be immortal, possessing 9 lives. Instantly, it spewed forth a massive net woven from water and fire, bearing down on Little Yu. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Feng bit his finger, transforming his blood into a sword-like flash that whisked Little Yu away just in time. While he evaded the onslaught of the 9 infants' fiery pillars, which came thick and fast, leaving him no opportunity for counterattack. With a thunderous command, Jiang Feng felt the assault from behind dissipate, prompting him to release both Little Yu and Huangfu Yanru. He soon realized that Huangfu Weiming had arrived personally, while the 5 elders likely remained guarding the Kuning Pavilion. Glancing at the 9 infants, which had been driven deep into the ground, he noticed an enormous handprint, larger than the 9 infants themselves, clearly visible. He surveyed Huangfu Weiming, whose depths were unfathomable. Quickly, do not let it have a moment's respite. Huangfu Weiming bellowed, striking down repeatedly with his palm upon the 9 infants. Huangfu Yanru hurriedly joined the fray, while Little Yu's ethereal flames desperately filled the pit. Jiang Feng set up the 8 trigram sword array, and the area where the 9 infants had been was now a deep pit several dozen meters down. Jiang Feng positioned 8 ink bamboo at the pit's entrance, a vast net sealing it off. With the golden-winged rock as the sword spirit, the array transformed from azure to gold, unleashing countless golden sword energies into the abyss. The 9 infants attempted to break through the celestial net, but to no avail. Sinking to the bottom of the pit, pillars of water and fire erupted within, momentarily shattering the net, allowing the massive form of the 9 infants to leap back to the surface. This approach is futile, it cannot be slain. It is immortal, possessing 9 lives. As long as one remains, it can gather spiritual energy from the world to recover. Only by simultaneously attacking all 9 heads can it be destroyed. The voice of the golden-winged rock resonated again from within the ink bamboo. In a moment, heed my command and strike together, Jiang Feng instructed the others. Having internalized the words of the golden-winged rock, he conceived a daring plan, wagering on the efficacy of his newfound comprehension. Suddenly, the heavens shifted, and upon seeing the world turn to black and white, the 9 infants instinctively prepared to attack. Move. Strike to prevent it from retaliating. Jiang Feng shouted. Huangfu Weiming, Huangfu Yanru, and Little Yu immediately launched their desperate assaults. Jiang Feng swiftly formed seals, summoning numerous ink-colored tendrils from the bamboo grove, ensnaring the 9 heads of the 9 infants. The creature struggled against its bindings, its astonishing brute strength tearing apart several tendrils. Observing this, Jiang Feng hastily reinforced the bindings. Realizing Jiang Feng was under immense pressure, Huangfu Weiming unleashed his grand capture technique, a colossal crimson hand descending from the heavens to grasp the 9 infants. Huangfu Yanru and Little Yu quickly executed their ultimate techniques, alleviating Jiang Feng's burden. 2 golden-winged rocks soared from the ink sea, their beaks and claws obliterating 6 of the 9 infants' heads in an explosive display. Jiang Feng conjured 3 tornadoes that drilled into the mouths of the remaining 3 heads, their previous roars transforming into mournful cries. Ultimately, under the dual assault of the 2 golden-winged rocks, the last 3 heads of the 9 infants were reduced to mere remnants. As Huangfu Yanru beheld the formidable foe's demise, her gaze instinctively shifted to Jiang Feng, recalling how he had sheltered her from the 9 infants' onslaught, her face suffused with tenderness. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Huangfu Weiming locked eyes, both profoundly shaken. Jiang Feng marveled at Huangfu Weiming's ability to single-handedly suppress the 9 infants. Without him, the creature would have surely obliterated his resolve. Conversely, Huangfu Weiming was astonished by Jiang Feng's remarkable progress and latent potential. You are the celestial fox? He inquired, gazing at Little Yu in surprise. Jiang Feng, sensing danger, quickly positioned himself in front of Little Yu. Noticing Jiang Feng's apprehension, Huangfu Weiming chuckled. No need for concern. Let us return. Jiang Feng then felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 18. The turn of events. Jiang Feng, reassured by Huangfu Weiming's benign intent, prepared to depart. However, with Little Yu's identity as a celestial fox now exposed, he resolved to remain vigilant. As the 4 were about to leave, a terrifying roar emanated from within the seal, accompanied by a foul stench that quickly enveloped them. Turning back, they beheld a colossal, bloody maw emerging from the seal, its massive fangs still glistening with remnants of blood. This is not good. That is the mouth of the ancient, fearsome Tao Tai. The voice of the golden-winged rock resounded once more, but this time Jiang Feng sensed its fear. What kind of beast is this? Even a martial sovereign-level expert like the golden-winged rock fears it? Jiang Feng thought, astonished. What is the true power of this Tao Tai? What abilities does it possess? He communicated with the rock mentally. It possesses only one skill, devouring. However, This act of consumption is sufficient to bring about the world's destruction. The golden-winged rock replied excitedly. Devouring? Is that truly a technique capable of annihilating existence? Jiang Feng found it hard to fathom, utterly incredulous. In the extreme south of the divine continent, there exists a malevolent beast with 4 eyes and black skin, a long neck and 4 limbs, known for its ferocity and insatiable appetite. It moves with the swiftness of the wind, wreaking havoc wherever it goes, and is known as Tao Tai. Its mouth is akin to an abyss, capable of consuming anything and everything, and it can digest all. Its strength is unparalleled, surpassing even that of the 9 infants. Hence the only way to deal with it is through sealing techniques, the golden-winged rock stated gravely. Jiang Feng recognized the gravity of the situation. The massive mouth within the seal continued to writhe, suddenly opening wide, causing the heavens to churn as clouds were drawn into its gaping maw. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What level of beast is this, capable of devouring the heavens? He pondered. To his astonishment, a ferocious entity such as this was confined within the seal. Even having reached the martial emperor realm, Huangfu Weiming was still profoundly horrified. Yet, he quickly realized that they could not allow this beast to escape. Otherwise, the land of no worries would face impending doom. Utilizing the grand capture technique once more, Huangfu Weiming sought to force the Tao Tai back into its prison. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The previously overwhelming handprint was swallowed whole by the gaping maw. Huangfu Weiming stood frozen in disbelief. This beast cannot be matched by human strength. I cannot let it escape. I shall give it my all. Jiang Feng resolved. Summoning the ink bamboo, he sliced his hand, letting his blood flow onto the blade before splitting the bamboo into 25 swords. Jiang Feng, having absorbed the primordial power of the Jiao Dan, had indeed grown significantly stronger. He arranged 5 swords into a geometric formation, positioning them at the 5 cardinal points of the seal. Pavilion Master, use your grand capture technique to hold me back. Do not let me be devoured. Jiang Feng called to Huangfu Weiming. Though unsure of Jiang Feng's intentions, Huangfu Weiming nodded in agreement. As Jiang Feng soared above the Tao Tai, he felt himself beginning to sink. Sensing the danger, Huangfu Weiming swiftly deployed a crimson handprint to catch Jiang Feng, halting his descent. With this reprieve, Jiang Feng began to form seals, heavenly Tao, 5 elements. Drawing from blood, demonic might surging, sealing myriad beings, 5 elements blood sacrifice, great seal. Jiang Feng pressed his palms down, and 5 black bamboos simultaneously radiated a crimson light. The 5 beams of blood converged in Jiang Feng's hands, forming a blood shield that encapsulated the Tao Tai within. This 5 elements blood sacrifice sealing technique and blood sword feathers were not spells from the Shushan sect, but rather dark magic that Jiang Feng had inadvertently learned during a mission to eradicate demonic forces. He believed that spells held no inherent good or evil. The crucial factor lay in their application. At this moment, various strange symbols began to emerge on the blood shield, and Jiang Feng felt his own blood surging outward uncontrollably. He chanted incomprehensible incantations, and under their influence, the shield's radiance intensified. Simultaneously, the figure of the golden-winged rock appeared in the sky, its wings emanating a brilliant golden light that enveloped Jiang Feng, invigorating his spirit. Seal! Jiang Feng shouted, and the blood shield began to shrink rapidly. Tao Tai, with an unwilling roar, was drawn back into the seal. At this moment, Jiang Feng could no longer maintain his strength. After violently coughing up blood, he fell into unconsciousness. Huangfu Weiming hurriedly laid Jiang Feng upon the ground. Master, Xiao Yu rushed to Jiang Feng's side. Finding him pale as a ghost, his mouth stained with blood, reminiscent of that fateful day outside Yunan City. Master, Xiao Yu gasped in horror, her legs giving way as she knelt beside him, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Huangfu Yenru, upon witnessing Jiang Feng's near-lifeless state, panicked, covering her mouth with her hands as tears filled her eyes. Fortunately, Huangfu Weiming remained composed. He quickly discerned that Jiang Feng still had a flicker of life. Quickly, take him back to the Kuning Pavilion. He has used the blood sacrifice method. He has lost too much blood. If we delay, there may be no hope. Xiao Yu and Huangfu Yenru sprang into action, lifting Jiang Feng to return to the pavilion. Jiang Feng had suffered greatly, and Huangfu Weiming summoned all the spiritual herbs from the Kuning Pavilion for the physicians to prepare remedies. Meanwhile, within Jiang Feng, his nascent soul was exceedingly weak, continuously inscribing seals upon itself. You are truly reckless, treating your life so lightly. Yet your Minghai is remarkably resilient. Even such bloodletting cannot extinguish you, remarked the golden-winged rock. observing Jiang Feng's fragile nascent soul amidst the black bamboos. Do you think I desired this? Had I not fought desperately, allowing that Tao Tai to escape, we would have been doomed. Jiang Feng lamented helplessly. The rock nodded in agreement. Indeed, had Tao Tai emerged, their demise would have been inevitable. Thus, it continued to cultivate within the bamboos, refraining from disturbing Jiang Feng's recovery. In Jiang Feng's chamber, Xiaoyu and Huangfu Yinru had reddened eyes, with clear traces of tears upon their cheeks. Xiaoyu, having wept for 3 days while Jiang Feng lay unconscious, appeared to be a mere servant subdued by Jiang Feng. Yet the truth was known only to her. Jiang Feng had never regarded her as a servant. He had always shielded her from danger. However, perhaps Jiang Feng himself was unaware of this truth. Observing Xiaoyu's state, Huangfu Yinru felt a sudden, inexplicable unease. Xiaoyu, do you harbor feelings for your master? She inquired, unsure of why she posed such a question. Upon uttering it, she instinctively covered her mouth, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu, keen to observe her reaction. Upon hearing Huangfu Yinru's question, Xiaoyu felt as though struck by lightning. She had never considered whether she loved Jiang Feng. She simply enjoyed being by his side, protecting him, engaging in light-hearted banter, witnessing him deal with the arrogant elite, and fighting alongside him. Yet, she had never contemplated whether she had indeed fallen for him. When Jiang Feng had faced death, she had the chance to be free, but she had wished fervently for his survival. When he awoke, her joy was overwhelming. Despite losing her opportunity for freedom, this realization crystallized when Huangfu Yinru posed her sudden question. She had indeed come to love her master. Looking at the unconscious Jiang Feng, Xiaoyu's face broke into a smile. Master, I understand now. I have fallen for you. I do not wish to return home. I want to follow you. She thought silently. Yet a voice interrupted. She is your master. He is human, and you are a demon. You cannot be together. You will bring harm to him, the one you love. Your master will be scorned by the world. Xiaoyu's smile faded into panic. No, I will not harm my master. I will not. Cradling her head, she muttered to herself, desperately running outside. Huangfu Yinru realized she had made a grave mistake and hurried to pursue her, but upon reaching the door, Xiaoyu had vanished. Huangfu Yinru felt a surge of fear. If Jiang Feng awoke and discovered that she had let Xiaoyu escape, her standing in his eyes would be irrevocably tarnished. After another 7 days, Jiang Feng finally regained consciousness. Instinctively, he called out Xiaoyu. However, the one who appeared was Huangfu Yinru. Jiang Feng, puzzled, asked, Miss, is it you? Where is Xiaoyu? Huangfu Yinru spoke in a barely audible voice. Jiang Feng, I am sorry. Xiaoyu has been missing for 7 days. Jiang Feng was taken aback and quickly inscribed a mark on his forehead. He had formed a blood bond with Xiaoyu, allowing them to sense each other. Suddenly, he felt something and swiftly soared into the air, directing his sword toward a small valley overgrown with weeds. There, he quickly discovered Xiaoyu hidden within a thicket, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. All right, let us return, Jiang Feng smiled gently. Xiaoyu looked up in astonishment, her mouth opening to speak but closing again, frozen in place. Jiang Feng could see that she had endured much suffering these past few days. He extended his hand, grasping hers, and turned to carry her on his back. Xiaoyu was entirely stunned. She had never anticipated Jiang Feng would carry her. Little girl, remember not to wander off again. Otherwise, I, your master, will have to search for you everywhere. Have you ever seen a master scouring the world for their servant? Jiang Feng said with a smile as they walked. Xiaoyu lay against Jiang Feng's shoulder, quietly nodding, eventually drifting into slumber. Observing her peaceful face, Jiang Feng shook his head. You are still just a child. Perhaps I should not have forged that blood bond after all. With that, a golden light flashed beneath his feet, and he soared into the air. Upon returning to the Kuning pavilion, Huangfu Yinru had been waiting anxiously in Jiang Feng's chamber. Seeing him return with Xiaoyu, she breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Feng laid Xiaoyu on the bed, covering her with a blanket before stepping outside with Huangfu Yinru. Just as they were about to speak, Jiang Feng held up a hand to silence her. Miss, you need not say anything more. Let it all pass. I simply hope you will look after Xiaoyu in the future. Though she is a demon, she is still a child. I do not differentiate based on race. And I hope you can understand my principles. With that, Jiang Feng walked away. Jiang Feng, I am sorry. Huangfu Yinru remained behind, weeping softly. She felt immense regret for harboring jealousy at such a moment, causing Jiang Feng to drift further away. And she was at a loss as to how to mend the rift. Chapter 19. Visitors from the east see the Kuning Pavilion presides over an area of 3,000 miles, inhabited by tens of thousands of cultivators. Its influence radiating across the 4 great kingdoms, its status undeniably exalted. Yet, this perception exists solely in the eyes of mortals. within the realm of cultivators. Numerous forces rival or surpass it. Among them is its arch-nemesis, the East Sea Pavilion. The Kuning Pavilion is renowned for its excellence. Yet Huangfu Weiming himself acknowledges that only he and Jiang Feng can truly be considered exceptional within its ranks, revealing a certain fragility beneath its facade. In contrast, the Donghai Pavilion controls an expanse of 5,000 miles, separated from Kuning Pavilion by merely one nation. The animosity between the two factions stems from their struggle for dominance in this very land. Donghai Pavilion boasts over 10,000 cultivators, including 18 9th level and 10 10th level practitioners. Their leader, Dongfang Hai, is a formidable sorcerer. Although Kuning Pavilion may excel in elite fighters, the sheer number of Donghai's 9th and 10th level cultivators far surpasses that of Kuning. Should a conflict arise, even if Huangfu Weiming's prowess exceeds his opponents, he remains but a martial artist, unable to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously as Jiang Feng or a sorcerer might. The overwhelming number of Donghai's elite poses a significant threat. Should he become entangled, the cultivators of Kuning would face dire consequences. This is one of the reasons Huangfu Weiming has refrained from initiating any significant actions against Donghai Pavilion. Today, Huangfu Weiming's demeanor is notably grim, a rare sight indeed. To others, he typically wears a smile, exuding confidence, yet now he appears troubled. Huangfu Yinru mirrors his distress, all stemming from a single letter, a missive from Donghai Pavilion. It seems Donghai Pavilion has uncovered my secrets. Dongfang Hai dares to send his son, Dongfang Jie, personally to deliver this letter. Huangfu Weiming remarked darkly. I will never agree to marry that scoundrel, Dongfang Jie. Huangfu Yinru retorted coldly. Neither will I, Dongfang Hai. You believe I fear a direct confrontation due to the potential losses I might incur, and that my combat prowess, when pushed to its limits, could trigger a tribulation? If you think you can threaten me into marrying your son, you are sorely mistaken. Huangfu Weiming's eyes ignited with a fierce killing intent, his words turning icy. Roar. I will protect our daughter, he added, his gaze softening as if the earlier fury had never existed. By the way, how is Jiang Feng's recovery progressing? Huangfu Weiming suddenly inquired. Upon hearing her father mention Jiang Feng, Huangfu Yinru felt a pang in her heart. It had been several days since she last saw him. It was not that Jiang Feng was avoiding her, but rather she was afraid to face him. It seems he has fully recovered, she replied, offering a perfunctory comment. Good. That is reassuring, Huangfu Weiming said, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Jiang Feng's recovery represented hope for a confrontation with Donghai Pavilion and for his daughter's future. At that moment, Jiang Feng was in seclusion, with Xiaoyu by his side, a precaution against a recurrence of the incident with Huangfu Yinru. Jiang Feng had employed the 5 elements blood sacrifice grand seal, leading him once again to the threshold of death. Yet, this time he gained new insights. Within his dantian, his primordial infant was enveloped in a cerulean aura, the essence of his ultimate power. As the primordial infant transformed the seals in its hands, the blue shield gradually thinned, becoming starlight that seeped into Jiang Feng's primordial infant. The once faint red glow emanating from it shifted to a delicate golden hue. Jiang Feng sensed this transformation and felt elated. Signs of advancement were finally manifesting. However, he realized that he would require a primordial pill to complete this ascension. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, acknowledging that, as Xinghua had said, the path to advancement had become significantly more challenging. Jiang Feng, father is calling for you to meet the representatives of Donghai Pavilion. Huangfu Yinru exclaimed before hurriedly departing, unable to face Xiaoyu. Jiang Feng promptly prepared to meet Huangfu Weiming, reminding Xiaoyu to stay put before leaving. As he departed, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall the day Jiang Feng had carried her. Little girl, remember not to wander off again, otherwise, I'll have to search the world for you. Have you ever seen a master searching everywhere for their servant? Jiang Feng's words echoed in her mind, bringing a sweet smile to her face. In a vast chamber atop Kuning Pavilion, Huangfu Weiming, Huangfu Yinru, Jiang Feng, and the 5 elders were all present, alongside 2 strangers. One was a young man who exuded a sense of authority, his eyes reflecting arrogance, while the other piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity, a monk clad in a bright yellow robe. Hands joined in prayer, emanating an aura of reverence. This marked Jiang Feng's first encounter with a practitioner of Buddhism since arriving in this world. I am Dongfang Jie, here to pay my respects to Pavilion Master Huangfu and the 6 elders, Dongfang Jie greeted, his demeanor lacking true respect. He then introduced the monk. This is Master Wuxian from the Western Realm, a 10th level practitioner. He is traveling through the Central Plains, and I happened upon him, thus bringing him to meet the Pavilion Master. Esteemed benefactors, I greet you, Master Wuxiang said, his smile serene and voice calm, embodying the essence of a living Buddha. Upon hearing that Wuxiang was a 10th level practitioner, the members of Kuning Pavilion were astonished, noting his youthful appearance. It is known that while 10th level practitioners can extend their lifespan, they do not retain youth indefinitely. Only upon reaching the martial saint or grand sorcerer level can one regain youthful vigor, which then slows aging. Thus, Wuxiang's youthful visage indicated extraordinary talent, a fact that brought Huangfu Weiming a sense of reassurance as he glanced at Jiang Feng. Pavilion Master, my intentions must have been conveyed by my father in the letter. What are your thoughts? Dongfang Jie inquired. I am aware of the matter, but regrettably, my daughter is already taken, and I do not wish to go against her wishes. Therefore, I must apologize to you, my dear nephew, Huangfu Weiming replied, directing his gaze toward Jiang Feng. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in the room astonished. Huangfu Yinru anxiously observed Jiang Feng's reaction, while he himself was taken aback. However, upon noticing Huangfu Weiming's subtle gestures, he understood and fell silent. To others, Jiang Feng's silence appeared as tacit agreement. Seeing Jiang Feng's lack of denial, Huangfu Yinru felt a wave of relief. The 5 elders were not particularly surprised. Jiang Feng's strength and potential indeed made him a suitable candidate. Wuxiang, being a monk, refrained from commenting, but Dongfang Jie fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng with malice. I challenge you. Yinru must be matched with a strong partner. Dongfang Jie, a 9th level practitioner himself, was indeed exceptionally gifted, which led to his arrogance towards those of equal or lesser standing. He dares to challenge Jiang Feng? He is courting death. The 5 elders silently mourned for the young man. Jiang Feng glanced at Dongfang Jie, aware of his 9th level prowess. Yet he himself was on the cusp of breaking into the great ascension stage and was utterly unconcerned. I have no interest. Jiang Feng replied coldly. Are you afraid? Dongfang Jie sneered. Huangfu Weiming, smiling, said, Elder Jiang, perhaps you could offer some guidance to young Master Dongfang? We would also like to witness the enhancements in your strength. Jiang Feng's eyes glinted with intrigue. Huangfu Weiming's profound cultivation had indeed allowed him to perceive the signs of Jiang Feng's impending advancement. Since the Pavilion Master has instructed me, I shall comply, Jiang Feng replied, not even glancing at Dongfang Jie. An insult, a blatant affront. Dongfang Jie felt a surge of humiliation, something he had never experienced before. All he desired was to eliminate Jiang Feng and return to Donghai Pavilion, waiting for an opportunity to annihilate Kuning Pavilion and thus erase the shame of this day. On the rooftop of the Kuning Pavilion, Dongfang Jie retrieved a small flag from his bosom. After reciting an incantation, the flag instantly elongated to 10 feet, adorned with a 6-pointed star. Each point bore a symbol representing the 6 elemental attributes: wind, thunder, fire, water, wood, and earth. No one anticipated that the formidable Dongfang Jie was a sorcerer. As he invoked his spell, the 6-pointed star shimmered with a spectrum of colors, and the elemental spells erupted simultaneously like 6 colossal serpents lunging at Jiang Feng. Witnessing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. The simultaneous release of the 6 elemental spells rendered any weaknesses obsolete. Jiang Feng, astonished that Dongfang Jie's flag could unleash such diverse elemental magic, remained unfazed, for he knew those attacks could not harm him. With one hand, he summoned 10 ink bamboo swords, a newly refined defensive technique, while the other hand commanded another 10 to strike at Dongfang Jie. In haste, Dongfang Jie altered his incantation, vigorously waving the flag to deflect the ink bamboo swords. Jiang Feng, unperturbed, changed his hand seals, determined to use this encounter as a test of his newfound mastery, the 3 talents sword formation. Instantly, he conjured another 10 ink bamboo swords, bringing the total to 30. His power surged to new heights as the 30 ink bamboo swords divided into 3 groups, symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly swords glimmered with azure light, representing the sky. The earthly swords radiated red, symbolizing humanity, while the human swords emitted black light, denoting the earth. These 3 formations intertwined with beams of light, creating a cage that ensnared Dongfang Jie. 3 talents, seal, Jiang Feng declared, as the 30 ink bamboo swords unleashed tricolored sword energy. Dongfang Jie desperately waved his flag in defense, yet the mighty flag shattered under the relentless onslaught of the tricolored energy. Such a divine artifact was too formidable. If it fell into malevolent hands, it would spell disaster. Jiang Feng watched the flag disintegrate without a trace of regret, whereas the El brothers and Li Ru were deeply pained, cursing Jiang Feng for his wastefulness. With the protection of his flag gone, Dongfang Jie's anguished cries pierced the heavens. By the time Jiang Feng retracted the sword formation, Dongfeng Jie lay lifeless, his body marred by sword energy wounds. Blood rapidly staining the rooftop floor. Unbeknownst to the others, he had exchanged a fleeting glance with Huangfu Weiming, gazing upon Dongfeng Jie's bloodied corpse. The five elders were filled with dread. Jiang Feng's power was truly terrifying, and his cruelty sent chills down their spines. Master Jiang, Wuxiang suddenly spoke. Is there something you wish to convey, Master? Jiang Feng inquired, having observed this monk from a foreign land with great curiosity. He was intrigued by the existence of a Buddhist sect in this world without a Daoist counterpart and sought answers from this monk. May I ask, did you just employ a Daoist sword technique? Wuxiang questioned. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Indeed, this world had once known the Daoist sect. Master possesses keen insight. Jiang Feng replied with a smile. However, I wonder how you came to know this, as it seems the Daoist sect has long since vanished from the southern road. Wuxiang maintained his serene smile, saying, I learned of this from ancient texts in my temple's library. It harkens back to the great chaos of the Central Plains 3,000 years ago. At that time, our Buddhist sect was still in its infancy in the region, while the Daoist sect was but a minor faction. They excelled in a sword technique, wielding mere 3-foot blades to soar through the skies and vanquish foes. Adept in both physical training and spellcraft, rendering their disciples far more formidable than others. Some even transcended the need for swords, wielding the elements themselves as weapons. Alas, amid the turmoil, the Daoist sect, which could have flourished, was extinguished in but a brief time, leaving no trace of its history. Our Buddhist sect was fortunate to have intersected with the Daoists, thus preserving these secrets. Indeed, our current practices draw inspiration from the Daoists' brilliance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was enlightened yet puzzled. If the Daoist sect was so powerful, why had it perished 3,000 years ago, leaving no lineage behind? What truly transpired in that time? It was as if history itself had been severed and rewritten. When Wuxiang revealed these secrets, the gazes of Huangfu Weiming and the others fell upon Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, you are indeed extraordinary. We must bind you to our Kuning pavilion for the sake of our cause, and for Yenru. Huangfu Weiming thought to himself. Huangfu Yenru felt an increased sense of mystery about Jiang Feng. Excellent, excellent. Upon first witnessing your sword technique, I was filled with admiration and lamented my own lack of opportunity to spar with it. Now, you have granted me the chance to fulfill a long-held desire. I beseech you to indulge me. Wuxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well, I shall also experience the Buddhist sect's ultimate teachings. Jiang Feng replied, summoning 30 flying swords before him. Thank you, master. With that, Wuxiang radiated a brilliant aura, his countenance dignified. Buddha's hand seal. Wuxiang thrust forth a colossal golden handprint hurtling towards Jiang Feng. Huangfu Weiming gasped. This technique mirrored his own. Jiang Feng soared into the sky, evading the strike. Encountered with the 8 trigram sword formation, a net descending upon Wuxiang. The air resonated with Wuxiang's chants, a swastika symbol emerging above his head. While Jiang Feng's sword energy dissipated against the golden handprint, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. The Daoist sect emphasized offense, while the Buddhist sect prioritized defense. Their clash was indeed a fierce contest. Jiang Feng, observing his strike's failure, withdrew his flying swords. At that moment, Wuxiang unleashed a string of prayer beads, each adorned with swastika seals, shimmering with golden Buddhist light. The beads soared above Jiang Feng, bind. Wuxiang intoned. Instantly, the beads encircled Jiang Feng, constricting tighter. Jiang Feng shifted his hand seals, summoning 5 ink bamboo, swords that emerged around him to resist the beads, allowing him to retreat. The 3 talents sword formation manifested once more. 3 talents, seal. Jiang Feng announced. Tricolored sword energy surged forth, yet Wuxiang, uttering his Buddhist incantations, enveloped himself in a golden bell, successfully shielding himself from the sword energy. Jiang Feng, astonished that Wuxiang could withstand the tricolored sword energy, admired the monk's formidable cultivation. Yet, he had yet to reveal his final gambit. 3 talents sword formation, contract. Jiang Feng executed another hand seal, causing the cage to constrict inward. The 30 sword points lunging at Wuxiang. The golden bell shattered, but Jiang Feng's sword formation also faltered. Wuxiang pressed his palms together, his resonant chants reverberating through the skies. Reminiscent of countless monks reciting scriptures, Jiang Feng felt his spirit drawn, as if Wuxiang were a Buddha incarnate, inspiring reverence. Sensing Jiang Feng's momentary distraction, Wuxiang smiled subtly, invoking a calming spell. With a gentle fingertip, he released a golden light that flew towards Jiang Feng's brow. Just as Jiang Feng sensed danger approaching amid his confusion, he unleashed his consciousness, transforming the world into black and white, causing the golden light to vanish into the inky abyss. Wuxiang, startled by the sudden shift, recognized the Daoist's extraordinary mastery. He intoned a lengthy Buddhist chant, summoning a fifth-grade lotus platform beneath him, his ultimate artifact, akin to Jiang Feng's ink bamboo. This lotus would evolve alongside Wuxiang's cultivation, potentially reaching the 18th grade, the pinnacle of Buddhist mastery. Seated upon the lotus, Wuxiang's hands remained clasped, a halo of light encircling his head, exuding tranquility and solemnity. Jiang Feng, altering his hand seals, extended countless inky tendrils toward Wuxiang. However, each was obliterated by the radiant light. Jiang Feng marveled at the miraculous nature of Buddhist techniques. Even against ancient beasts like the 9 infants, his ink tendrils proved effective. Yet under the Buddha's light, they were utterly futile. In a state of tranquility, Wuxiang clasped his hands together, his lips continuously uttering the sacred mantra. The radiance emanating from his being intensified, transforming him into a golden sun, casting its luminous glow across the heavens and the earth. To Jiang Feng's astonishment, the ink sea began to dissipate gradually. The resonant sound of Wuxiang's voice reverberated through the universe, as Jiang Feng observed the light dispelling his ink sea and coldly remarked, "It won't be that easy." With a swift change of gestures, Jiang Feng summoned tumultuous waves within the ink sea, unleashing 5 ink-colored tornadoes that surged toward Wuxiang. A golden barrier enveloped Wuxiang, causing the tornadoes to shatter upon impact, yet the brilliance of his light diminished significantly. Suddenly, a string of prayer beads appeared in Wuxiang's hands, transforming into a massive golden ring that bound the 5 tornadoes, ultimately causing them to dissipate under its restraint. Jiang Feng then executed another seal, summoning 3 golden-winged peng birds that soared into the sky, their bodies gleaming with golden light, seemingly more powerful than Wuxiang's radiance. Wuxiang's heart quivered at the sight of the 3 golden peng, recognizing them as the legendary protectors of the Buddha, the golden-winged peng birds. With 3 resounding calls, the world returned to its natural state, as Wuxiang and Jiang Feng stood facing each other. "My long-held wish has been fulfilled, thanks to you," Wuxiang expressed. Though his face bore signs of fatigue, Jiang Feng performed a respectful bow, replying, "I concede." Witnessing the conclusion of their battle, Huangfu Weiming was left speechless, marveling at the spectacle of the conflict between the Buddhist and Daoist sects, which seemed as if deities had descended from the heavens. The others were equally awed by the swift and dazzling exchange, a display of martial prowess and grand sorcery they had never before encountered, leaving the names of Buddhism and Taoism etched deeply in their minds. "Jiang Feng, your mastery of the Tao is profound, and I admire it. However, your methods are ruthless, and you exude an aura of violence that should be tempered. You should not have taken the life of Master Dongfang so lightly," Wuxiang advised. Jiang Feng, instead of taking offense, chuckled and replied, "Master, are you jesting? In battle, one must exert their full strength. Mercy has no place. I have heard that the Buddha also unleashed a lion's roar to vanquish demons. Was that not an act of wrath?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng invoke Buddhist doctrine, Wuxiang's expression turned solemn. "Your words carry weight. The Buddha's roar was to quell evil and alleviate the suffering of the world. It cannot be deemed wrathful." Jiang Feng countered, "The suffering of the world stems from greed, hatred, and delusion. This Dongfang Jia covets Miss Huangfu, mistaking her for an object of desire. His insistence on marrying her, despite her unwillingness, reflects his greed. His challenge to me upon hearing of her potential betrothal to me reveals his anger. My reluctance to engage him signifies my disdain. He has already sown the seeds of his own demise. Death would be his liberation and a responsibility for others." Wuxiang shook his head. "I have devoted my life to the study of Buddhism, seeking to propagate its teachings and cleanse the world. I believe that the Dharma can transform him, transcending his greed, hatred, and delusion without resorting to violence." Jiang Feng, opting not to directly refute, inquired, "Master, have you transcended within the Dharma?" Wuxiang, unsure of Jiang Feng's intent, replied, "I find great joy in the Dharma, which could be considered transcendence. No, you have not transcended. You have violated the precepts of greed and delusion." Jiang Feng asserted, "I am but a humble monk, wandering the world in search of alms, possessing nothing of value. How could I be guilty of greed or delusion?" Wuxiang questioned, perplexed. Jiang Feng smiled. "You speak not of worldly riches, but of the hearts of men. You claim your life's purpose is to spread the Dharma and transform the world into a pure land. Yet have you contemplated whether people genuinely wish to receive such teachings? By extolling the virtues of the Buddha and seeking to lead them to abandon their perhaps not erroneous ideals, you propagate the Dharma under conditions of unwillingness, which constitutes greed. Your delusion is your singular focus on the Buddha, idolizing him to the point of obsession, hoping others will likewise venerate him. This cycle of cause and effect will entrench your own inner demons. How then can you hope to transform the world into a pure land? At that rate, the world may very well descend into the abyss of hell. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, Wuxiang felt a cold sweat break out upon him. Jiang Feng continued, "Bridges are bridges, roads are roads. Let go, and the world will be a pure land. Life is not necessarily virtuous, nor is death inherently evil. It all lies within the heart. Only by letting go can one avoid being ensnared by inner demons." Upon hearing this, Wuxiang was struck with a sense of clarity, as if he had found a glimmer of light in the darkness. "Jiang Feng, your state of mind is extraordinary. I have learned much from you. Thank you. And I hope we may meet again in the future," Wuxiang said, his expression now relaxed and content. With that, a lotus platform of the 5th rank rose beneath him, and he ascended into the heavens. Jiang Feng watched Wuxiang's retreating figure, reflecting, "This monk possesses wisdom." In the following days, Huangfu Weiming dispatched all his spies and retrieved a vast collection of historical documents related to various sects from the Kuning Pavilion. He sought to comprehend the Daoist teachings and their remarkable strength. After a month of investigation, he uncovered only a few scattered clues. Yet the information he compiled left him astounded. Daoist practices emphasize the mind, with the body as a secondary focus, and the stages of cultivation include foundation establishment, golden elixir, spiritual void, spirit exit, fasting, primordial infant, great vehicle, tribulation crossing, and immortality, human immortal. Beyond these lie the realms of human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, robed immortal, golden immortal, and mysterious immortal, ultimately achieving the title of immortal emperor. Cultivation in Taoism primarily employs the sword as a weapon. One can integrate the sword into their being by the stage of fasting, and through the primordial infant stage, each cultivator manifests their own divine powers. During the tribulation phase, they ascend to immortality through thunder tribulations, gaining various supernatural abilities, ultimately aspiring for eternal life. Huangfu Weiming, after perusing this concise documentation, felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Feng, Taoism, Yinru, he mused to himself. Chapter 21. The collision of strategies. Jiang Feng had slain Dongfang Jie, yet the Donghai Pavilion did not retaliate immediately, granting the Kuning Pavilion a few months of tranquility. Huangfu Weiming, my vengeance is about to commence. You must tread carefully, Donghai sneered, his white hair obscuring half of his face, rendering him exceedingly haggard. Upon learning of his son's demise, his heart felt as if pierced by a dagger. However, he remained rational, choosing to endure rather than retaliate immediately. He awaited the opportune moment, for Huangfu Weiming's tribulation was approaching. The longer he delayed, the more favorable it would be for him. Now, sensing the time was ripe, he resolved to exact revenge upon the Kuning Pavilion. Huangfu Weiming's countenance darkened as he reviewed the death toll of the month's assignments. The intensity of his murderous intent grew with each report. Throughout the month, several demon-slaying teams that the Kuning Pavilion had dispatched in response to invitations from the 4 nations had suffered inexplicable attacks, resulting in total annihilation. This surge in casualties escalated the monthly reports, with 27th-level cultivators and 1 8th-level cultivator lost, losses that even the Kuning Pavilion could scarcely bear. Donghai Pavilion, do you truly believe you can threaten me by waiting for my tribulation? Huangfu Weiming thought, crumpling the report into dust. For the past few months, Jiang Feng had been diligently cultivating. His confrontation with Wuxiang made him realize that his techniques lacked sufficient power. Had it not been for the golden-winged Peng spirit, he might have succumbed to the Buddhist light that day. The defensive capabilities of the Buddhist sect were indeed formidable. Even his 3 talents, sealing sword formation, barely penetrated Wuxiang's golden bell shield. Thus, Jiang Feng felt an urgent need for strength enhancement. He entered a secluded retreat for 3 consecutive months, and within his dantian, the faint red glow of his primordial infant had been entirely replaced by a golden radiance. Have you advanced? The golden-winged Peng inquired from the ink bamboo, observing Jiang Feng's primordial infant. Yet it took much longer than anticipated. I had expected you to advance upon refining that dragon pill, but I did not foresee it taking so long. Jiang Feng's primordial infant paid no heed to the remark. Fully aware of the reasons behind the delay, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, revealing 2 beams of golden light. His master was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Miss Huangfu, Please do not make things difficult for me. Hearing the voice of Xiaoyu outside the door, Jiang Feng stepped out to find Xiaoyu and Huangfu Yinru embroiled in a debate. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Master, Miss Huangfu is looking for you. I told her you were unavailable, but she insisted. No need to say more. You did well. Jiang Feng replied before asking Huangfu Yinru, what is the matter? It is my father. He urgently requires your presence in his study, and it is of great importance, Huangfu Yinru explained. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that this matter must pertain to confidential affairs, and thus he headed straight for Huangfu Weiming's study. Upon entering, Huangfu Weiming immediately remarked, You have advanced in your cultivation? Jiang Feng nodded, and Huangfu Weiming returned the gesture. Jiang Feng had just reached the Great Ascension stage, and although he was a level below Huangfu Weiming, who was a martial emperor, Huangfu Weiming wondered if he could easily defeat him. Huangfu Weiming, while not deeply versed in the nuances of cultivation ranks, had made conjectures based on simple data. His martial emperor prowess was nearing ascension with a solid foundation, while Jiang Feng had only just entered the Great Ascension stage and lacked sufficient comprehension to contend with him. Huangfu Weiming's astonishment stemmed primarily from Jiang Feng's splendid battle against Wu Xiang and the latter's descriptions of the Tao, alongside the brief note indicating that those in the transcendent stage could ascend through heavenly tribulations, leading to various miraculous powers. This made the Tao seem as mysterious and powerful as a deity in Huangfu Weiming's eyes. However, a smile formed on Huangfu Weiming's face as he realized that Jiang Feng's increasing strength would significantly bolster the Kuning Pavilion. He then handed Jiang Feng a report. Jiang Feng scanned the document, his gaze filled with skepticism. Is it the East Sea Pavilion? Huangfu Weiming nodded and said this time, the East Sea Pavilion is likely planning to exploit their superior number of 9th and 10th level cultivators to systematically dismantle our team, as we lack sufficient experts to send out. What do you suggest we do? The East Sea is well aware of your capabilities. Jiang Feng understood the implication. He and the Kuning Pavilion were now inextricably linked and must face the current crisis together, unable to act solely in their own interests. After reviewing the report, Jiang Feng replied, Indeed, we cannot dispatch our 9th level elders, as we cannot ensure they won't encounter 10th level experts. However, without capable fighters, our losses will be even more severe. If we lose our 7th level and numerous peripheral cultivators, the East Sea Pavilion's tactics of overwhelming us with numbers will be detrimental. I am aware of all this, but I would like to hear your recommendation, Huangfu Weiming said. Our immediate course of action should be to consolidate our forces and refrain from accepting any commissions. We can publicly declare this, Jiang Feng suggested. In that case, commissions from the 4 nations will naturally fall to the East Sea Pavilion, presenting us with an opportunity. Huangfu Weiming interjected, Yes. I anticipate that formidable beings of at least 10th level will emerge within the 4 nations. Jiang Feng smiled slyly, and at that moment, both the elder and the youth shared a peculiar grin. Jiang Feng, you truly conceal your depths well, Huangfu Weiming remarked. Mutual sentiments, if I may inquire. What is the extent of your cultivation, Pavilion Master? Jiang Feng countered. Huangfu Weiming's smile broadened. Indeed, you cannot be deceived. I am a martial emperor, and my ascension is imminent. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Huangfu Weiming's cultivation was indeed more profound than mere martial saint. Transcendence. I wonder if the tribulations of a martial sovereign could obliterate the Kuning Pavilion, Jiang Feng mused before taking his leave. Watching Jiang Feng depart, Huangfu Weiming pondered his words and suddenly felt enlightened. What a remarkable Jiang Feng. He is indeed no ordinary individual. East Sea Pavilion. Do you not wish for me to ascend sooner? Very well, I shall oblige. Huangfu Weiming's smile grew colder. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiaoyu, sensing Jiang Feng's return, anxiously inquired, Master, was there some significant matter that delayed you? All is well, Jiang Feng replied casually. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief. She had been worried about inadvertently complicating his affairs. Master, may I ask you a question? Xiaoyu asked nervously. Sensing her unusual tone, Jiang Feng's curiosity was piqued. What question do you wish to pose? Master, hypothetically speaking, if a demon were to fall in love with a person, or if a person were to marry a demon, what would be your thoughts? Would you find it strange or oppose their union? Xiaoyu asked cautiously. Jiang Feng, interpreting her inquiry as an indication that she had developed feelings for someone in the Kuning Pavilion, replied, If they are willing, then to me, it is inconsequential. After all beings possess emotions and desires. Even those of the Buddhist path cannot completely escape such matters. As for the opinions of the world, they are but that, opinions. Even deities cannot dictate human hearts. If both parties are content, Why concern ourselves with anything else? Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, now, tell me, little girl, have you taken a liking to someone? What are their thoughts on you? Just moments ago, he had been in Huangfu Weiming's study, strategizing with depth. Yet now he seemed like an inquisitive gossip monger, an unexpected juxtaposition. Xiaoyu blushed at Jiang Feng's teasing and hurriedly waved her hands. No, no. Jiang Feng assumed her embarrassment stemmed from shyness and continued to dismiss possibilities in his mind, outright eliminating the son of the fifth elder from consideration. As Jiang Feng pondered, Xiaoyu's voice cut through his thoughts. What is it? Jiang Feng halted his mental whirlwind. Master, would you ever fall in love with a demon? Xiaoyu inquired, her gentle tone tinged with tension as she observed Jiang Feng's reaction. Jiang Feng fell into contemplation. He had been cultivating since the age of 8. A span of 20 years during which he had vanquished countless demons and witnessed myriad human affections, yet he had never considered whether he might like someone. To this question, he found himself unable to provide an answer. I do not know. Let fate decide, was all he said. Xiaoyu's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing this. Though she was not disappointed, for Jiang Feng's acceptance of interspecies love and unions gave her hope. With this thought, her demeanor brightened. Noticing Xiaoyu's silence on further inquiries, Jiang Feng resumed his training. Having just entered the Great Ascension stage, he needed to acclimate quickly and consolidate his strength, as the tribulations he would face upon reaching the Transcendent stage could be as formidable as the thunder tribulations described by the Golden Winged Dapeng, potentially akin to a dragon's wrath. Without a robust foundation, he feared he might perish beneath the storm. In his dantian, Jiang Feng's golden nascent soul shimmered. He directed a beam of golden light toward the ink bamboo, summoning the Golden Winged Dapeng. What do you intend to do? The Golden Winged Dapeng inquired. I have advanced. This ink bamboo must undergo further refinement, or it will not withstand the burden, Jiang Feng replied. You truly belong to the Daoist sect? The Golden Winged Dapeng suddenly asked. Indeed. Jiang Feng's nascent soul affirmed, recalling that the Golden Winged Dapeng had become a sword spirit 3,000 years prior. Are you aware of the Daoist teachings? Jiang Feng inquired. The Golden Winged Dapeng nodded and said, I was transformed into a sword spirit through the Daoist refining technique. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted. The Golden Winged Dapeng continued. The one who did this was named Yunshun. When I had just reached 8th level cultivation, I was arrogant and reckless, causing trouble everywhere. Eventually, I encountered Yunshun, who refined me into a sword spirit. From then on, I followed him, and it was then that I truly understood what it meant to be powerful. Yunshun could command hundreds of swords with a mere wave of his hand, and his Daoist techniques were unfathomable. Experts from the dragon, demon, and human races all fell before his swordsmanship, as his methods originated from his own insights, previously unknown to the world, leading many to mistakenly believe he was an ancient powerhouse re-emerged. How laughable. Later, Yunshun established the Dao sect, but alas, chaos engulfed the world, leading to its demise. I vividly recall the fierce battle we waged against the dragon clan atop Mount Qianfeng, when suddenly the sky darkened and a blood-red heavenly lightning struck Yunshun. Though he had ascended to the realm of celestial beings and could have withstood it, he was severely weakened by the relentless assault of the dragon clan. Ultimately, Yunshun self-destructed, taking the dragon clan down with him, and I found myself stranded on Mount Qianfeng. Upon hearing the words of the golden-winged Great Peng, Jiang Feng finally grasped why the art of alchemy had vanished 3,000 years ago. It was likely tied to the downfall of the Dao sect. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng's curiosity about those ancient events deepened. What truly transpired 3 millennia ago that even a celestial being like Yunshun met his end? Jiang Feng pondered. Since you are of the Dao sect, we are fated to be connected. I shall assist you, declared the golden-winged Great Peng. In truth, upon Jiang Feng's initial attempt at alchemy, he had harbored suspicions that Jiang Feng might be a descendant of the Dao sect, for he had witnessed the sect's formidable power. He could not believe the Dao sect could simply vanish. However, it was only after the Formless One recounted the past, and Jiang Feng admitted it himself, that he became certain and resolved to unveil the truth behind Yunshun's death and the emergence of that blood-red lightning. Chapter 22. Counterattack. During this period, the 4 nations surrounding the Wuyo land were engulfed in dread, for just days prior. The Heroes' Pavilion had published a list of casualties and recalled all personnel, refusing any commissions. This signified the loss of protection from the Wuyo land, leaving them vulnerable to monster assaults. Do you wish to hide like turtles? Then I shall unceremoniously accept the tributes from the 4 nations, remarked Dongfang Hai coldly. I not only intend to slay your Heroes' Pavilion members, but also to ensure that all forget your existence. You shall leave no trace in history. When the Heroes' Pavilion announced its withdrawal from the 4 nations, The influence of the East Sea Pavilion swiftly filled the void left behind, and they began accepting commissions from the four nations. In no time, the citizens turned to the East Sea Pavilion, disillusioned by the Heroes Pavilion's failure, many believing the East Sea Pavilion far surpassed its predecessor. Observing this scene, Dongfang Hai felt a swell of satisfaction. Heroes Pavilion, I shall first ruin your reputation. When Huangfu Weiming perishes beneath the tribulation, that shall be your day of reckoning. Ho Cheng was deep in the mountains of Yunan Kingdom, searching for his target. He was one of the top 10 experts at level 10 in the East Sea Pavilion, tasked with eliminating a troublesome level 10 monster. Initially reluctant, as someone of his cultivation level, the advancement of his skills was paramount. Engaging in combat with a level 10 monster was perilous, risking his own demise. However, given their urgent need to establish a good image upon entering Yunan Kingdom, he proceeded, accompanied by 3 level 8 experts and 10 level 7 experts. As he surveyed the vast mountain range, Ho Cheng contemplated where the level 10 monster might be. Suddenly, the world shifted to stark black and white, and they found themselves not in the mountains, but within a dense forest of ink bamboo. Instantly sensing danger, Ho Cheng realized the ink bamboo forest began to stir, with countless inky tendrils emerging to ensnare them. The sound of swords clashing and screams echoed as the level 7 and 8 cultivators met their demise. Ho Cheng, relying on his formidable barrier, withstood the onslaught. Who are you? Show yourself and fight me honorably, he bellowed, unafraid of death but unwilling to perish without reason. Ho Cheng, you desire an honorable fight? I shall grant you that. A resounding voice reverberated through the air, and a crimson figure appeared in the sky. Ho Cheng, rendered speechless, could scarcely believe Huangfu Weiming had come to confront him, let alone that such a figure, a martial saint, would personally ambush him. He was torn between pride and despair. With a single strike, Huangfu Weiming unleashed a powerful technique, instantly reducing Ho Cheng to dust. The world returned to normal as Jiang Feng appeared beside Huangfu Weiming. It is time to move on, Jiang Feng remarked. Huangfu Weiming nodded. The presence of these level 10 experts had long been a headache for him, as they had previously been concentrated in the East Sea Pavilion, never acting independently. Coupled with the formidable Dongfang Hai, they were not easily dealt with. But now, they had an opportunity to eliminate them. Dongfang Hai, feeling considerably aged, gazed at a table of reports and found himself in a predicament similar to that of Huangfu Weiming on that fateful day. Countless death reports and staggering losses flooded in. All his level 10 experts had perished. Upon reading the report, Dongfang Hai spat blood. These level 10 cultivators were the backbone of the East Sea Pavilion, and their loss heralded his faction's impending doom. What is happening? Everything was under my control at the outset, yet this is the outcome. Is heaven out to destroy me? Dongfang Hai lamented. It is not heaven that seeks your end, but I, a thunderous voice replied. Startled, Dongfang Hai rushed outside, only to find Huangfu Weiming suspended in the air, dark clouds swirling above him. Dongfang Hai's pupils constricted. Huangfu Weiming, what are you planning? He inquired, already suspecting the answer but hoping otherwise, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Huangfu Weiming erupted into laughter before coldly replying, what am I planning? Can you not discern? Dongfang Hai, do you not believe I am doomed to perish during my tribulation, hence your audacity? Today, I shall fulfill your wish, and in this East Sea Pavilion, you shall witness my trial of thunder. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Hai felt as though struck by lightning, for this was his greatest fear. Anyone undergoing tribulation sought a secluded, uninhabited place to avoid the formidable wrath of the heavenly tribulation, as anyone inadvertently entering the area could face certain death. Moreover, once the tribulation was over, the individual would be left in a state of extreme vulnerability. However, Huangfu Weiming, knowing he could not defy the laws set for the past 3,000 years, had resolved to perish alongside Dongfang Hai. As Dongfang Hai observed Huangfu Weiming enveloped in a crimson aura, while the tribulation lightning flickered increasingly violently, he realized the moment had come. Clutching a staff, he summoned a whirlwind at his feet. Determined to flee the scene, he had no desire to serve as Huangfu Weiming's sacrificial companion. Yet, after flying 100 feet, a figure blocked his path. Upon seeing the individual wielding a massive sword and adorned in a blue robe, with a golden crown atop his head, surrounded by a swirling array of 30 black swords, Dongfang Hai recognized him immediately. You are Jiang Feng? Indeed, it is I, Jiang Feng affirmed. Upon realizing it was Jiang Feng, Dongfang Hai abandoned his escape plan. Very well. Today I shall avenge my son. The eastern sea roared, his white hair billowing, and his staff shimmered with a crimson glow. This time, he was determined to fight with all his might, directly performing a blood sacrifice on the staff. Jiang Feng, aware of the Eastern Sea's prowess as a grand sorcerer. Close to transcending tribulation, did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately unleashed his realm of intent. As the incantation left Eastern Sea's lips, countless bloodblades shot towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng raised a towering ink wave, which caused the blood blades to explode upon impact, shattering the ink wave instantly. In this moment, they were evenly matched. Jiang Feng formed seals with his hands, and from the ink sea, countless ink tendrils surged toward Eastern Sea, intermingled with 30 ink bamboos. As Eastern Sea completed another incantation, a whirlwind enveloped him, repelling all tendrils and bamboos back into the ink sea. Jiang Feng's expression grew serious as he shifted his seals, unleashing 5 whirlwinds from 5 directions toward Eastern Sea. Trapped within them, Eastern Sea felt an immense pressure. In a hurry, he recited his incantation, and the whirlwinds crackled with lightning, culminating in a thunderous explosion that rendered them void. Ha ha ha, do you have any tricks left, boy? Ha ha. Eastern Sea laughed maniacally. Since you have no more moves, it's my turn. He began chanting strange syllables, and with each utterance, the sky roiled with thunder and lightning, as if golden serpents danced among the clouds. Jiang Feng gazed at the stormy sky, unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Eastern Sea, this is my realm, my world. In my world, unless you are a grand wizard, attempting to harness the essence of my domain to attack me would be tantamount to courting death. Jiang Feng sneered. Seal, he commanded, casting a seal that instantly stilled the lightning in the sky. Eastern Sea was taken aback, hurriedly attempting to chant his spells, but he found himself unable to connect with the spiritual energy of the world, as everything was sealed by Jiang Feng. His face turned ashen, realizing that a sorcerer unable to wield spells was akin to being a mere dish in someone else's hands. Jiang Feng, observing Eastern Sea's panic, chuckled inwardly. Let us see what else you can do. This move was Jiang Feng's newfound comprehension of intent during the Great Ascension phase. He could control any essence within his realm, confining or dismantling it. However, if the opponent's cultivation was sufficiently high, they could contend for control over the essence. Yet, Eastern Sea was incapable of such feats. As Jiang Feng stated, had he been a grand wizard, he might have shattered these confines, but he was merely a grand sorcerer. Jiang Feng executed another seal, release. The lightning vanished instantly. At this moment, Eastern Sea was engulfed by terror, unable to fathom that Jiang Feng could imprison the spiritual energy of space, completely countering him. In this world, while sorcerers possessed some magical power within their dantians, it was limited. This power merely served as a catalyst to help sorcerers attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to their surroundings, largely due to their frail constitutions, which could not endure excessive magical force. Conversely, Jiang Feng's path emphasized physical training, allowing him to generate and store substantial magical power within his body. Only when utilizing various formations would he attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Typically, he would not require it in combat, thus reducing many limitations. However, possessing the correct cultivation method was essential, and while many dual cultivators had emerged in Tian continent, improper methods led to no significant achievements. Eastern Sea was now gripped by fear, wishing he were a grand martial artist so he could continue fighting. Alas, he was not. Jiang Feng unleashed a seal, piercing through the air with a shriek of golden light. Eastern Sea's wail echoed through the heavens as he returned to normalcy, bloodied, his staff now gone. In his final moments, he had shattered the staff to block Jiang Feng's strike. Jiang Feng was astonished that he had not killed him, seeing he was still alive. Eastern Sea's face twisted into a sinister grin. Haha, I'm still alive. Jiang Feng, I will take you down with me. He roared, swiftly reciting his incantation. Jiang Feng, however, had no intention of granting his wish. The 3 talents sealing sword formation ensnared Eastern Sea within its confines. At this moment, Eastern Sea had completed his incantation, his body radiating blood light, the beginning of his self-destruction. Yet, after a long while without experiencing the explosion, he grew perplexed. Jiang Feng sneered. In your current feeble state, you think you can self-destruct? Do you know why this formation is called the 3 talents sealing sword formation? It seals before it kills. It can seal or slay, life or death, all in one hand. Eastern Sea felt a wave of impotence wash over him. He no longer had the qualification to perish together. Life and death lay in another's grasp, and he perceived Jiang Feng as his nemesis, rendering him utterly powerless. Jiang Feng glanced back at Huangfu Weiming, who was undergoing tribulation, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 23, Breaking the Laws. Jiang Feng beheld Huangfu Weiming in a state far removed from that of a dignified pavilion master, He appeared utterly disheveled. The remnants of his clothing were but tattered rags, and his body bore the scorch marks of the tribulation, stained with blood. His hair was completely disheveled, and his face smeared with dirt. The scarlet barrier flickered in and out of visibility. The Eastern Sea Pavilion had long been reduced to rubble, and the thunderclouds above continued to churn, gathering strength for the next round of lightning strikes. At that moment, Huangfu Weiming turned back, noticing Jiang Feng had subdued Eastern Sea, and smiled, nodding at him. Jiang Feng, I am about to face the final tribulation. If I perish, I hope you will inherit the Kuning Pavilion, Huangfu Weiming proclaimed, his voice imbued with profound melancholy. Jiang Feng understood Huangfu Weiming was making arrangements for what lay ahead, but he could not acquiesce. Yet, before Jiang Feng could respond, the last bolt of tribulation lightning, long in the making, suddenly descended. Huangfu Weiming, summoning all his remaining power to withstand this final strike, found his once flickering scarlet barrier now radiant. He let out a thunderous roar, as if declaring war upon the heavens. In a split second, Jiang Feng hastily hurled Eastern Sea, trapped within the three talents sealing sword formation, towards the storm. In that fleeting moment, Eastern Sea grasped Jiang Feng's intention. Jiang Feng, I will haunt you even as a ghost, he bellowed, yet this time he would likely not have the opportunity to do so. He was already on the verge of self-destruction, and the impending tribulation would annihilate him completely. Eastern Sea was thrown above Huangfu Weiming's head just as the tribulation lightning arrived. As Eastern Sea's body exploded, their forces collided. Huangfu Weiming's power surged to its peak. Jiang Feng observed the clash of energies above, knowing that the last bolt of tribulation lightning was the strongest among the 18 strikes. There was nothing more he could do. He watched the bloodlight of Eastern Sea's explosion contest against the lightning, but after a brief standoff, the lightning pierced through the bloodlight, striking down towards Huangfu Weiming. Come! Huangfu Weiming roared defiantly. The lightning descended in an instant, engulfing him in a golden blaze, while the ground rapidly collapsed. The lightning spreading like tendrils across the earth, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Jiang Feng had already soared 100 miles away, watching the dragon-like tribulation lightning, his heart heavy with concern for Huangfu Weiming's survival. As the thunderclouds dissipated, Jiang Feng flew towards the site of Huangfu Weiming's tribulation, now a scorched earth. Huangfu Weiming lay within a massive pit, dozens of meters deep, the surrounding fissures stretching far and wide. Jiang Feng descended on his flying sword, finding Huangfu Weiming's body charred black. He quickly checked for signs of life, and found a faint breath. Jiang Feng gasped in astonishment. He was aware of the history of Tiannan continent. Huangfu Weiming's survival signified the dawn of a new era. A soft white mist enveloped Huangfu Weiming. Swirling around him, a myriad of colors converging into one, returning to simplicity, he was truly advancing. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly took Huangfu Weiming back to the Kuning Pavilion, stealthily avoiding everyone on his return. Soon, a rumor spread across the southern continent. Huangfu Weiming, the leader of the Kuning Pavilion, and the Grand Elder Jiang Feng had jointly annihilated all forces of the East Sea Pavilion. During the battle, Huangfu Weiming attempted to transcend but failed, remarkably, for reasons unknown. He survived, albeit losing his opportunity for advancement. This news sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Additionally, the previously sealed information regarding Jiang Feng's battle with the Buddhist sect also emerged, thrusting Jiang Feng into the limelight among the major powers, showcasing his formidable strength at a young age, a fact that could not help but draw attention from every faction. In the study of the Kuning Pavilion, Jiang Feng expressed his admiration. Leader, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Huangfu Weiming deliberately concealed his success in transcending, ensuring that no one would learn of his breaking of historical norms. The strength of the Yin clan was well known, and none dared to question their successful transcendence. Huangfu Weiming was different. Should the truth come to light, he would become a target. The southern road still harbored many formidable figures, and even Huangfu Weiming, now a martial sovereign, preferred to avoid provoking them. By publicly declaring that he had lost his chance for advancement, he followed a precedent, securing safety for himself and the Kuning Pavilion, a truly clever maneuver. Jiang Feng, I must sincerely thank you. Without you, I would have perished. Huangfu Weiming stated earnestly. Do you remember what I said during my transcendence? If I were to die, I wished for you to inherit the Kuning Pavilion. I now repeat that. Jiang Feng, would you marry Yenru? What? Marry the young lady? Jiang Feng exclaimed, utterly astonished by Huangfu Weiming's unexpected proposition. Unbeknownst to both, a pair of eyes outside the door watched intently. At that moment, Huangfu Yinru's heart was a tangle of emotions as she nervously fixed her gaze on Jiang Feng, uncertain of his response. I'm sorry, leader, I cannot, for I must take my leave. Jiang Feng had sensed Huangfu Weiming's intention to recruit him, wishing for him to remain in the Kuning Pavilion. However, having just arrived, he could not leave immediately, especially after the conflict with the East Sea Pavilion. Now that the matter was resolved, and having aided Huangfu Weiming, it was indeed the right moment for him to depart, and out of gratitude. Huangfu Weiming had no grounds to refuse him. What? You intend to leave? This time, it was Huangfu Weiming who was taken aback. Ignoring Huangfu Weiming's astonishment, Jiang Feng replied, Yes, leader. I promised to take Xiaoyu home, but it seems her family is not here, so we must be on our way. A man's word is his bond, and regardless of whom it concerns, please allow me to depart in light of my contributions to the Kuning Pavilion. With that, he returned the token to Huangfu Weiming. Xiaoyu. He truly is doing this for Xiaoyu. Outside, Huangfu Yinru felt a pang of heartbreak and left in a daze. Xiaoyu, his heart belongs only to her, yet Xiaoyu is but his demon servant. Suddenly, Jiang Feng recalled the day when he mentioned Xiaoyu's disappearance. He quickly sought to find her again. A bold thought crossed Huangfu Yinru's mind. Could it be that Jiang Feng was so afraid of losing Xiaoyu that he acted this way? If Jiang Feng were to learn of her thoughts at that moment, he might feel an urge to find a piece of tofu to knock his head against. It can only be said that a woman's capacity for conjecture and sorrow is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Huangfu Weiming, upon hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, could not help but recognize it as a pretext. He suspected there were hidden reasons behind Jiang Feng's decision, yet he refrained from voicing it. He could see that Jiang Feng was resolute in his departure. Indeed, he had his own motives. He wished to uncover the reasons behind the demise of the Daoist sect. However, he could not divulge this to Huangfu Weiming, as the Daoist sect now represented a significant temptation, and he could not trust that Huangfu Weiming would remain passive. Very well. Since you have decided to leave, I will not hinder you. However, the doors of the Kuning Pavilion shall always remain open to you, and the position of Grand Elder will forever be yours, Huangfu Weiming declared. Thank you, leader. Jiang Feng replied with a bow before turning to depart. Watching Jiang Feng leave, Huangfu Weiming felt a deep reluctance, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. He pondered how Yinru would react to this news. On this day, Jiang Feng bid farewell to the members of the Kuning Pavilion alongside Xiaoyu. As he walked away, Huangfu Weiming could hardly bear it, though others might not share his sentiments. Li Ru and the others watched Jiang Feng's departure with delight, exclaiming, Finally, this scourge has left. Heaven has opened its eyes. However, there were others even more exhilarated. The sons of the five men felt an overwhelming urge to cheer upon Jiang Feng's exit. Had the gathering not been so formal, they would have erupted in celebration on the spot. With Jiang Feng gone, they could once again live carefreely, reminiscent of liberated serfs singing songs of freedom. Immediately, the five exchanged glances, contemplating where to celebrate this momentous occasion in their lives. How about the gathering Red Pavilion? No, that is not upscale enough. Where then? They exchanged furtive looks, and their fathers, observing them, remarked in confusion, even after being thoroughly defeated by Jiang Feng. You shouldn't be this excited now that he has left. You're acting like lunatics. Jiang Feng, what a calamity you've brought upon us. Did you see the young lady? Huangfu Weiming suddenly inquired, noticing that Huangfu Yinru had not come to see Jiang Feng off. When no one had an answer, on the rooftop of the Kuning Pavilion, Huangfu Yinru, clad in a snow-white robe, watched the distant figure fade away, her eyes glistening with tears. Will we meet again? Master, where are we going? Xiaoyu asked. Though she appeared quite cheerful, it was now just the two of them. Jiang Feng leafed through the compendium of beasts he had taken from the Kuning Pavilion, a tome detailing various beasts and fairies, including their habitats and common grounds. It was a parting gift from Huangfu Weiming. We shall head south, Jiang Feng concluded. Closing the book, the compendium of beasts noted, the celestial fox clan, renowned for their exceptional wisdom among the beast tribes, cultivates remarkable skills and stands as a dominant force among the beasts. Once, the nine-tailed fox king commanded a myriad of beasts in the southern mountains, invading the central plains, but was ultimately defeated by the righteous path. The fox king led the beast army back to the southern mountains, after which the beast tribes lacked the strength to threaten the central plains again, and the fox king vanished from the world. In the southern cloud kingdom, a vast land spanning thousands of miles and home to a population in the hundreds of millions, it bordered the Wuyo region to the north and the southern mountains to the south. The local customs were fierce and warlike, as the entire nation revered martial prowess, thus earning the moniker Southern Martial Kingdom. On the bustling streets of southern Martial City, Two figures stood out as extraordinary, a young man clad in a deep blue and white-sleeved robe, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, and a young woman in a pure white gauzy dress, captivating yet delicate, drawing curious gazes from passers-by who speculated about their origins and uniqueness. Chapter 24. Clouds of Doubt in the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Master, why are they all staring at us? Xiaoyu questioned, observing the curious glances of the people they encountered along the way. Jiang Feng chuckled, it's nothing to worry about. As he took in the geography and attire of the Southern Cloud Kingdom, he noted the similarities to his homeland's Miao region. Such places often faced transportation challenges, hindering communication. Although they occasionally sought assistance from the Wuyo region to deal with monsters, cultivators typically ventured into the deep mountains to exterminate beasts, rarely visiting these mortal cities. Thus, the locals found it natural to gawk at two individuals dressed so differently from themselves. Miss, what is your name? I find you enchanting. Would you do me the honor of marrying me? A young man adorned in the attire of the Southern Cloud Kingdom suddenly approached Xiaoyu, making a public proposal. This took both Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu by surprise. Jiang Feng regarded the young man, who was reasonably handsome yet audacious. Truly, while the Southern Cloud people were known for their boldness, this was audacity taken to an extreme. In the kingdom of Nanyun, the entire populace holds martial prowess in high esteem, thus venerating the strong. Those who possess strength wield the right to seize what they desire, even if it belongs to others. The vanquished, should they lose something to the victor, harbor no resentment. Instead, they strive harder to grow stronger and reclaim what was lost. This admirable trait is why a young man dared to publicly propose, irrespective of the marital status of the woman in question. For the first time, Xiaoyu, a girl, encountered such a formidable figure and felt utterly at a loss. Fearing that any misstep might provoke Jiang Feng's ire, her gaze instinctively shifted towards him. Observing her silence, the young man assumed Jiang Feng to be her suitor. I challenge you, he declared, confronting Jiang Feng. This audacious challenge stunned Xiaoyu. She turned her gaze back to Jiang Feng. Xiaoyu, do you fancy him? If you do, I shall concede. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in her mind, communicating through their blood pact. Xiaoyu, astonished, shook her head vigorously. Mistaking her response, the challenger reassured her, fear not, fair maiden, I shall show mercy. Oh, you do not fancy him? Then I shall triumph. Jiang Feng's voice resounded again, and Xiaoyu, filled with joy, nodded in agreement. The challenger, interpreting her nod as gratitude, felt elated, unaware of his utter insignificance in the situation. Jiang Feng regarded the level 4 warrior before him, entirely disinclined to employ any mystical arts. At this juncture, he had reached the great ascension stage, capable of overcoming even a grandmaster like Dongfang Hai with his techniques. His physique had attained the might of a level 9 warrior, rendering the confrontation with this level 4 warrior trivial. The challenger, brimming with confidence, a common trait for a level 4 warrior in the realm of mortals, remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly scholarly stranger possessed the strength to rival a grandmaster. Make your move, Jiang Feng said with a smile. The challenger, momentarily taken aback, thought, with that slight frame, he dares to feign mastery? I shall surely break him. He swiftly assumed a fighting stance and lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Jiang Feng's face. However, the ensuing sound was far from what one would expect. Jiang Feng raised a single fist, and the once formidable challenger found himself embedded in the city wall, contributing his meager efforts to the beautification of Wufeng City. Gasps arose from the crowd, a wave of panic sweeping through as many recognized the challenger's prowess. But now, he lay defeated by this foreign youth, prompting the onlookers to part ways in fear. Jiang Feng, observing their reactions, mused, it seems I miscalculated my strength. Yet, Xiaoyu's attention remained fixated solely on Jiang Feng. Despite the lopsided victory, her heart brimmed with joy, nearly oblivious to Jiang Feng calling her name. What is the matter with her? Is she truly so exhilarated by a proposal from someone she does not even fancy? Jiang Feng pondered, bemused by her delight. Master, what did you say just now? Xiaoyu suddenly inquired, turning to him. I said nothing. Jiang Feng replied, smiling sheepishly as if caught in a misdeed. Before the notice board, a throng of Nanyun citizens gathered, lamenting, what should we do? This creature is terrifying. Indeed, with the Eastern Sea having been decimated, the Kuning Pavilion seemed to have suffered significant losses as well. What is to become of us? They fretted. As Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu passed by, intrigued by the mention of the Kuning Pavilion, they approached the notice board. It featured an imperial edict announcing that a monster had emerged in the Wufeng Mountains, located 100 miles south of Wufeng City. A village of nearly 100 inhabitants had mysteriously vanished overnight 10 days prior, and even a military detachment of 500 sent to investigate had also disappeared. The Kuning Pavilion, having sustained heavy losses in its conflict with the Eastern Sea Pavilion, was now unable to manage the situation and sought capable individuals to assist. Is it truly possible for so many to disappear at once? It seems there is indeed a monster at play, Jiang Feng mused aloud. Ah, Jiang, we are truly fated to meet. A familiar voice called out. Turning around, Jiang Feng saw the monk Wuxiang, who wore a serene smile. Oh, master. You two have come to Wufeng City? What a coincidence. Jiang Feng replied, returning the gesture. Jiang, who is this? Wuxiang's gaze shifted to Xiaoyu, his expression subtly changing. Jiang Feng understood that Wuxiang had discerned Xiaoyu's true nature. While his illusion technique might deceive those like Huangfu Weiming, who could only sense her peculiarity, it would not hold against someone of Wuxiang's caliber. Acknowledging Wuxiang's insight, Jiang Feng nodded. Master, the Buddha once stated, all beings are equal, all possess Buddha nature. And all can achieve Buddhahood through a sincere heart, regardless of their origins. Even the most malevolent spirits from the Avicii hell can attain enlightenment. Your astonishment suggests you have yet to release your preconceptions. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Wuxiang felt as if a profound truth had struck him. Though you are of the Daoist school, your understanding of Buddhism is indeed profound. I have learned much from you. Master, you flatter me. I am merely a traveler. How could I claim to instruct you? Are you aware of the situation in Wufeng Mountains? Jiang Feng inquired. Indeed, I must confess. I intend to venture to Wufeng Mountains to investigate. The mysterious disappearance of so many souls raises considerable suspicion. I suspect a malevolent entity is involved, Wuxiang replied. Upon hearing that Wuxiang also aimed to visit the Wufeng Mountains, Jiang Feng exclaimed, that is splendid. Let us journey there together. After their previous encounter, Jiang Feng had been genuinely impressed by the defensive capabilities of Wuxiang's Buddhist techniques. Wuxiang had managed to thwart his formidable Sankai, Feng Sha sword formation solely with his innate skills, without resorting to any magical artifacts. This revelation had left Jiang Feng in awe of the monk's powerful defenses. With Wuxiang's formidable protective abilities, they could undoubtedly avert numerous troubles. Jiang Feng contemplated this, while Wuxiang remained oblivious to Jiang Feng's intentions, asserting, subduing demons and rescuing beings is the essence of our Buddhist practice. I shall accompany you, Jiang. Master, what were you discussing with that monk? I couldn't comprehend any of it. What does all beings are equal even mean? He seemed quite impressed by your words, Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Jiang Feng smiled at Xiaoyu. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. It cannot be spoken. At that moment, Wuxiang chimed in. Laozi says, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. They exchanged knowing smiles, while Xiaoyu remained perplexed, watching the two enigmatic figures share a laugh. Feeling utterly bewildered by their cryptic conversation, the Wufeng Mountains lay 100 miles south of Wufeng City, a remnant of the vast southern wilderness. Wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards roamed freely here, yet no monsters had surfaced in centuries. The kingdom of Nanyun, steeped in martial tradition, had gradually attracted settlers. Jiang Feng surveyed the village, where the missing villagers had vanished without a trace. Not even signs of struggle were evident. The weather had remained dry, with no bloodstains to mark the scene. It appeared that the creature responsible possessed either exceptional abilities or profound cultivation, for how else could it have abducted so many without leaving a trace? Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he contemplated the mystery. Indeed, the monk has traveled this path without encountering any anomalies. It appears that the nature of this demon, as Master Jiang has suggested, either possesses extraordinary abilities or has unfathomable cultivation. We must proceed with caution. The beads in Wuxiang's hand are noticeably moving at an accelerated pace. Master, I have not sensed any demonic aura in this village. I suspect the villagers left on their own accord, Xiaoyu remarked. Jiang Feng and Wuxiang were taken aback. Xiaoyu, are you certain that the villagers departed willingly? Jiang Feng inquired. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Master, every demon possesses a unique aura. While they can conceal it using spells, this aura lingers during their actions and does not dissipate over time. Yet, I feel no trace of demonic energy in this village. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Jiang Feng was compelled to believe her words, sinking into profound contemplation. What could this mean? On a high mountain outside the village, a pair of eyes was intently observing them. A barely audible voice echoed, and as Jiang Feng was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, as if he were about to fall asleep. Just then, a resonant chant filled the air, snapping Jiang Feng back to clarity. Wuxiang noticed that Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu had regained consciousness and felt reassured. Be cautious, he is approaching. This demon seems adept at concealment and manipulation of the mind, Wuxiang cautioned. Jiang Feng and Xiaoyu nodded in unison, their gazes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. You have disrupted my dream manipulation. Their cultivation is formidable. We must tread carefully. A voice from the mountain murmured softly. Chapter 25. The nightmarish taper born from the heart. Entranced by the image, the illusory becomes reality. Dreams manifest. A spell resounded from the mountain, and Jiang Feng, Xiaoyu, and Wuxiang instantly felt the scene before them transform. Wuxiang found himself amidst ethereal clouds, bathed in resplendent Buddhist light. Gazing upward, he beheld a golden bridge stretching into the distance, flanked by towering golden pillars adorned with coiling celestial dragons, exuding an aura of majesty and sanctity. At the end of the golden bridge stood a magnificent golden temple, radiating beams of light akin to the sun. A divine bird, the golden-winged roc, circled above the temple. With each step upon the golden bridge, Wuxiang approached the temple, where 500 arhats were seated on either side. As he passed through the arhats, he approached the grand hall, where 4 fierce guardians stood like mountains at the entrance. Inside the hall, the Buddha and Bodhisattvas resided on either side, some wielding divine treasures, others meditating on lotus thrones, their expressions ranging from fierce to benevolent. At the center of the hall, the Buddha sat upon an 18-petal lotus throne, his countenance serene yet inscrutable, embodying the myriad aspects of enlightenment. Wuxiang joined his hands in profound reverence. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu found herself in a bamboo grove, frantically searching for Jiang Feng's figure. "Master, where are you?" she called out. But her voice echoed in vain. Panic gripped her heart as she continued her search until she spotted Jiang Feng at the edge of a precipice. Cautiously, she approached. "Master," Xiaoyu whispered, and Jiang Feng slowly turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. The mountain breeze tousled his long hair and robe, imparting an ethereal grace. Suddenly, Jiang Feng extended his hand toward her, still smiling softly. A blush crept across Xiaoyu's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her sleeves. Jiang Feng, observing the imposing hall before him, noticed a banner fluttering in the wind, adorned with the Taiji symbol. Numerous figures clad in similar robes soared through the sky on swords. Shu Mountain, Jiang Feng pondered. Have I returned? Cautiously, he ascended the steps toward the grand hall. Upon reaching the end, he saw a figure standing there, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a gray robe, holding a whisk and standing with arms crossed, his smile kind and gentle. "Master, have I truly returned to Shu Mountain? How can this be?" Jiang Feng questioned internally, torn between disbelief and the vividness of the scene. Suddenly, the figure spoke. "Disciple." Jiang Feng was startled, his eyes flashing with intent as he drew his sword. The elder, taken aback, waved his whisk, vanishing before Jiang Feng's eyes. In that instant, Jiang Feng activated his consciousness, unleashing a seal to shatter the illusion. The world before him transformed into shades of black and white. Wuxiang was fervently chanting, when suddenly, the image of the Buddha and all else shattered before him. Xiaoyu hesitated, contemplating whether to approach when Jiang Feng's figure abruptly fragmented. It was only when they realized they were ensnared in Jiang Feng's illusion that they understood they had fallen victim to a spell. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Jiang Feng had managed to break free first. In truth, Jiang Feng had initially been ensnared as well. But he had seized upon a flaw, the utterance of disciple. Jiang Feng had shared a father-son bond with his master since childhood, always addressing him as little rascal. A detail unbeknownst to the illusionist, thus revealing the crack in the spell. Within Jiang Feng's illusion, another figure appeared, a woman clad in purple, strikingly beautiful. "Who are you? And why did you ambush us? Were you responsible for the villagers' disappearance?" Jiang Feng demanded sternly. "Humph, even if I told you, you would not believe me. There is no use in further words. Let us engage." The purple-clad woman retorted, her hand radiating purple light. "Release the dreams," she commanded, unleashing countless purple phantoms that assailed the trio with chilling wails. Wuxiang's voice resonated with the calming chants of the Buddha, causing the phantoms to falter amidst the sacred verses. Xiaoyu summoned ethereal flames that encircled the purple-clad woman, who quickly conjured a beam of light to fend off the fiery assault. Jiang Feng unleashed a binding seal, trapping all phantoms in midair, rendering them powerless. As Jiang Feng shifted his seal, countless tendrils surged forth like spears towards the sky, annihilating the phantoms in an instant. Wuxiang hurled the beads in his hand, transforming them into a golden ring that ensnared the purple woman's light. "Bind," Wuxiang commanded, and the golden ring constricted, shattering the light like glass. The purple-clad woman, taken aback, retreated hastily. The 3 talents, sword formation. Jiang Feng's voice rang out. and the purple woman realized she was ensnared within a cage, her powers seemingly sealed, unable to manifest. Now that I have dispelled the illusion, I shall ask you once more, who are you, and why did you ambush us? Were you responsible for the villagers' disappearance? Jiang Feng queried with authority. The purple-clad woman, recognizing her inferiority against the trio, ceased her resistance. I am Mo Yin, a nightmarish taper. I am the one who abducted the villagers and soldiers. But I have not harmed them. They are all alive, she exclaimed, her agitation evident, as if fearing Jiang Feng and the others would not believe her. Compendium of Demons, the nightmarish taper, possessing the features of an elephant's trunk, rhinoceros eyes, a cow's tail, and tiger's feet, dwells in the southern valleys. Its hide wards off pestilence, and its form dispels evil. It feasts on dreams, devouring them, and can even cause consumed dreams to resurface. In its transformed state, it excels in invading minds, allowing individuals to witness their innermost desires, becoming entranced by them. Upon learning that she was a taper, Jiang Feng comprehended everything. The taper could manipulate dreams, and Mo Yin had undoubtedly ensnared the villagers within a dream, leading them to willingly depart the village. Jiang Feng mused. Take me to find them. Mo Yin nodded, and Jiang Feng released the cage while instructing Wuxiang to bind her with the beads to prevent her escape. The three of them traversed the mountains with Mo Yin at the forefront. Upon reaching a valley, Mo Yin halted and cast forth a beam of purple light. The air at the valley's entrance shimmered, gradually forming a circular portal. Mo Yin stepped through, followed closely by Jiang Feng and the others. Inside the valley, they beheld countless individuals lying about, those who had gone missing. Jiang Feng was certain they were alive, as their expressions indicated they were still lost in beautiful dreams. At that moment, Jiang Feng's heart began to ease. Why did you do this? Jiang Feng inquired, his tone noticeably softened. Mo Yin observed Jiang Feng, her expression reflecting a mix of conflict. She was uncertain of his reliability. Jiang Feng sensed her unease and addressed Wuxiang. Master, now that we know these individuals are unharmed, it proves she has not lied. We may now release the Buddhist beads from her. Indeed, what Jiang Benefactor says is quite true. Upon finishing his words, Wuxiang retracted the beads. Mo Yin gazed at Jiang Feng in disbelief, while Xiaoyu interjected eagerly. Just tell her, my master is truly a good person. As long as you do not harm the innocent, he will help you if you are in need. Jiang Feng chuckled and scolded, little girl, when did you learn to flatter so skillfully? Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue at him and fell silent. Mo Yin had already sensed that Xiaoyu was also a creature of the supernatural. No matter how exquisite the illusion, one of the same kind could always discern it. Seemingly resolute, Mo Yin declared, in truth, I wish to save my child. Your child? Jiang Feng and the others exclaimed in surprise. Please, follow me, Mo Yin said, leading them toward a cave. Inside, there lay a stone bed upon which a small taper rested, its condition dire. It convulsed incessantly, its eyes devoid of life. Teetering on the brink of death, Mo Yan's heart ached at the sight of her child's suffering, and tears streamed down her face. The three were similarly moved by the sight of the small taper. Wuxiang clasped his hands together and sighed, Amit Ba? How did it come to be injured? Jiang Feng asked. Mo Yin numbly uttered, wounded by a cultivator. The revelation startled Jiang Feng, and both Xiaoyu and Wuxiang were taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Feng held immense respect for Mo Yin. Despite her child suffering such harm at the hands of humanity, she sought no vengeance against them. Furthermore, although she had captured these individuals, she had not taken any lives. Such character is rare indeed. Even among humans, it is not commonly found. Master, the Buddha teaches compassion for all beings, and our Daoist philosophy advocates acting on behalf of heaven. It is commendable that Madame Mo Yin retains her benevolence despite the harm done to her child. Perhaps we ought to assist her? Jiang Feng proposed to Wuxiang. Well said. Jiang Benefactor makes a valid point. This humble monk is willing to lend a helping hand, Wuxiang replied. Hearing their willingness to save her child, Mo Yin immediately knelt, saying, If you both can heal my son, I, Mo Yin, vow never to harm any innocent person in this lifetime. Xiaoyu hurried to help Mo Yin up, assuring her, Do not worry, my master will do his utmost. Mo Yin nodded in gratitude. As Jiang Feng and Wuxiang simultaneously channeled their powers, the cave was filled with flickering golden and azure lights. Under the influence of their combined energies, the little taper gradually regained vitality, its convulsions ceasing. Overcome with joy at the sight of her child being saved, Mo Yin wept tears of happiness. Once the light faded, only Mo Yin and her child remained in the cave. The small taper playfully nudged against its mother, who gazed at her revitalized child with joy and affection. Outside the cave, Jiang Feng remarked, Master, Now that the issue has been resolved, we must set forth to the southern wilderness. Please escort these individuals back. It is time for us to part ways. Wuxiang did not object, instead producing a book from his robes and offering it to Jiang Feng. Jiang benefactor, since we are fated to meet, please accept this book. It may aid you on your journey to the southern wilderness. Jiang Feng accepted the book. Master, we shall take our leave now, until we meet again, he said, before taking to the skies on his sword with Xiaoyu. Wuxiang watched them depart. Murmuring a Buddhist chant, Ba, in his heart, he silently expressed gratitude. Jiang Feng, thank you for enlightening me on the essence of letting go. Chapter 26. The Three Schools Within Oneself on the Journey to the Southern Wilderness. Jiang Feng perused the book gifted by Wuxiang. It contained Wuxiang's training records, detailing his personal insights alongside the methods for practicing two Buddhist techniques, the Tranquil Heart Mantra and the Golden Bell Shield. Wuxiang, though straightforward, displayed remarkable wisdom. It was indeed a rare gift. Jiang Feng mused that the techniques provided by Wuxiang significantly bolstered his defenses. However, both the Golden Bell Shield and the Tranquil Heart Mantra were relatively elementary practices within the Buddhist tradition. By sharing these methods with Jiang Feng, Wuxiang assisted him while avoiding the grave sin of revealing his sect's secrets, as these techniques were accessible to many lay disciples. As Jiang Feng meticulously studied the two techniques, he furrowed his brow. He swiftly retrieved two other books from his spatial pouch, a technique from the Shushan sect that allowed him to store various items within his sleeves. The first was the sword control technique, which he had been cultivating, and the second was the celestial demon technique, acquired during his battles against demonic forces. His blood sword feathers and the 5 elements blood ritual seals stemmed from this tome. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 3 schools of techniques could complement one another. The demonic techniques emphasized following one's heart, acting upon one's desires, and pursuing freedom. However, when one's heart was excessively liberated, it could lead to self-indulgence and disregard for others, resulting in chaos. Thus, the Buddhist methods served as a necessary counterbalance, focusing on the cultivation of the heart and adhering to numerous precepts to prevent disciples from becoming too entangled in worldly affairs. The steadfastness of Buddhist practitioners stemmed from their reverence for the Buddha, yet should this reverence turn into obsession, they risked falling into delusion and thereby straying from the path. This necessitated the Daoist principle of non-action, which advocates for a state of non-contention, remaining unaffected by external circumstances and releasing attachments. Yet, excessive non-action could lead to a loss of self and purpose, necessitating the need to rediscover one's true essence through the demonic teachings. Each of the 3 schools possessed its own strengths, yet they were intricately interwoven, leaving Jiang Feng astounded. In his own realm, the Daoist and demonic sects were at odds, with demonic practices being utterly incompatible with Daoist cultivation, while Buddhist teachings were strictly preserved within their sect, forbidden to outsiders, thus preventing the discovery of their interconnections. However, in this alternate realm, he fortuitously uncovered these secrets, leaving him in a state of great astonishment. Master, we have arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains. Xiaoyu suddenly announced. I can clearly sense the pervasive presence of demonic energy here, and there are many powerful auras. Jiang Feng was jolted back to reality, observing the vast mountain ranges before him and also perceiving the formidable demonic energies. Very well, we shall not enter the mountains today. I will find a nearby place to rest and prepare before venturing in, Jiang Feng declared, eager to attempt the fusion of the 3 schools techniques. In a small border town of the Yunan Kingdom near the 10,000 Great Mountains, Xiaoyu was in her room at a modest inn, feeling restless and anxious. Now that they had returned to the vicinity of the 10,000 Great Mountains, she sensed that she was drawing closer to home. In truth, she had not fully disclosed the truth to Jiang Feng. Indeed, their Tianhu clan always carried a spiritual pearl when traveling to facilitate their return to the clan's territory. Without that pearl, one might become an outcast. However, Xiaoyu was different. As the chieftain's daughter, she bore the mission of preserving the Tianhu clan's legacy. Thus, she could resonate with the barrier of Wuxiang Valley, but only within the confines of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The barrier's resonance worked the same way for her. I'm about to return. If my mother discovers that I have formed a blood pact with my master, she will surely kill him, Xiaoyu thought, a sense of dread enveloping her. She was acutely aware of her mother's formidable strength. Although Jiang Feng was powerful, he paled in comparison to her mother's prowess at the martial sovereign level. With a mere strike, her mother could easily annihilate him. Little Rain's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, devoid of clarity. Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang Feng was diligently attempting to merge the techniques of the Buddhist, demonic, and Daoist sections, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He continuously altered the hand seals. Radiant hues of azure, gold, and violet danced around him, with the azure light forming a taiji diagram at his dantian, surrounded by a bagua pattern. Above his left shoulder, a golden light morphed into a golden swastika, slowly rotating, while a violet light on his right transformed into a swirling mass of purple energy, within which a blood-red claw symbol emerged, representing the slaughter of the demonic path. The three colored symbols emitted beams of light that intertwined, forming a triangle, symbolizing a robust alliance of mutual enhancement among the three techniques. Within Jiang Feng's dantian, his nascent soul was in quiet meditation, its originally golden form now radiating azure light. Flanking him were two phantoms, one golden and benevolent, the other purple and cold. Though the latter appeared significantly more formidable than the former, yet still weaker than the azure. The three colors manifested the symbols of the Buddhist, demonic, and Daoist paths. In the ink bamboo sword, the golden-winged roc gazed upon Jiang Feng's nascent soul, exclaiming that if Yun Chun were present, he would surely be pleased. For this Jiang Feng possessed an understanding and talent that seemed to surpass even his own. The azure figure of Jiang Feng's nascent soul suddenly surged with brilliance, gradually merging the golden and purple phantoms into his being. Upon completion of the fusion, Jiang Feng's nascent soul transformed from golden and azure to a pure white, symbolizing the return to the essence of all things. The golden-winged roc distinctly sensed a substantial increase in the power of Jiang Feng's nascent soul. Above the small city, a massive black hole abruptly formed, revealing a colossal eye that loomed over the town, as if searching for something. Inside the inn, Little Rain suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of malice, prompting an immediate sense of foreboding. She rushed outside, only to behold that immense eye, which, in an instant, locked onto her. A violet beam shot forth from the eye's pupil, and in a panic, Little Rain turned to flee. However, the speed of the violet light was too swift. She was soon swept into the sky. "No, Master, save me!" Little Rain cried out despairingly. In the room, Jiang Feng's eyes snapped open, a flash of light coursing through him. He summoned his sword to the sky, witnessing Little Rain being consumed by the gigantic eye. The eye, having detected Jiang Feng, disregarded him entirely, closing and vanishing into the heavens. Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he pressed a hand seal to his forehead, sensing Little Rain moving toward the 10,000 great mountains. He immediately took to the skies, questioning who had abducted her and why. The 10,000 great mountains stretched endlessly, teeming with countless demonic creatures, having withstood numerous joint assaults from the righteous sects of the Central Plains without faltering, resembling the ominous underworld tribe of the south. Upon entering the 10,000 great mountains, Jiang Feng ceased his flight, opting for stealth amidst the multitude of demons, aware that, as a solitary human cultivator, he could easily attract a horde of adversaries. He had not yet come to terms with the notion that he could confront the entire 10,000 great mountains single-handedly. Utilizing the Blood Alliance, Jiang Feng discerned that Little Rain was located at the easternmost edge of the mountains. He found it perplexing that the giant eye had taken her there, for according to the compendium of demonic creatures, it was a marsh devoid of any beasts. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on such matters and pressed onward. Choosing to traverse like a lowly mortal warrior, he leaped from tree to tree. Yet, despite his caution, he soon found himself under scrutiny, as the echoes of monkeys filled the air. Ah, a human! How interesting that a human dares to venture into the 10,000 great mountains. A voice called from atop a colossal tree, towering over 100 feet. Go. Keep an eye on him, and see what he intends to do. The man commanded a monkey perched on his shoulder. The monkey seemed to understand, letting out a cry before vanishing into the forest. Human, you cannot escape my grasp in these woods, the man declared confidently, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. I am Wu Zhiqi, and you will come to regret this. After wandering through the forest for nearly an hour, Jiang Feng had yet to emerge, and aside from the cries of monkeys, he had not heard any other sounds. A sense of unease washed over him. How peculiar. Why is it that only the monkeys are vocal? Even if this is their habitat, there should be other beasts making noise. Jiang Feng pondered, sensing something amiss. Ah, mortal. It seems you have noticed. You are not as simple as you appear. Suddenly, a voice rang out as a figure descended gracefully onto a branch nearby. The person was slender, with a stern visage, and notably, a pair of golden eyes that gave off a distinctly simian impression. Who are you? Jiang Feng asked warily. I am Wu Zhiqi, or you may refer to me as the Monkey King, which I prefer, he replied nonchalantly. Now, I have a question for you. Human, what brings you here? You must know that the 10,000 great mountains do not welcome your kind. I have merely come to find someone. I am tracking a giant eye, and am simply passing through. I mean no harm. I beg you not to misunderstand. Jiang Feng responded courteously, aware that he was in the 10,000 Great Mountains and wishing to avoid conflict for his own benefit. Tracking a giant eye? Then I cannot allow you to pass. Wu Zhiqi said, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. Seeing the hostility in Wu Zhiqi's demeanor upon mentioning the giant eye, Jiang Feng questioned the origins of that eye, wondering why it warranted such fierce protection from a level 10 demon. But there was no time to ponder, as Wu Zhiqi had already launched his attack. Jiang Feng had no choice but to fight back, marking the commencement of his first battle within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 27. Wu Zhiqi bellowed. Shadow shift. Instantly, he conjured numerous illusions to ensnare Jiang Feng. Observing the flurry of shifting forms before him, Jiang Feng summoned 10 ink bamboo swords for his defense. Chanting a Buddhist incantation as a golden bell materialized, enveloping him. Wu Zhiqi's illusions all converged on Jiang Feng, and a resounding chime echoed as Jiang Feng's golden bell remained intact amidst the chaos of fleeting shadows. Huh, human. Your trick resembles that of the turtles in our demon clan, but do you think this will secure your victory? Wu Zhiqi's laughter echoed from all directions. Jiang Feng chose to ignore him, continuing to chant the Buddhist sutras. Calm your mind. The resonance of his chant echoed outward, causing Wu Zhiqi's myriad illusions to become disoriented. Merging into a singular form, Wu Zhiqi, feeling the effects, was not pleased. Behold my nine-form divine power, he roared, his fists radiating a tricolor glow as he lunged at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng intercepted with his 10 swords, but was sent flying by Wu Zhiqi's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng soared into the sky, just as Wu Zhiqi's punch struck the massive tree where Jiang Feng had stood, uprooting it in an instant. Jiang Feng could not help but gulp. The brute strength of this creature was astounding, likely enough to shatter his golden bell. Wu Zhiqi ascended rapidly, and Jiang Feng swiftly formed his own hand seals. With a fierce shout, Jiang Feng transformed into a myriad of flickering shadows, startling Wu Zhiqi, who had not anticipated Jiang Feng would employ such a technique. However, he was not one to resort to the turtle-like defenses of the golden bell. Feeling the imminent threat, Wu Zhiqi prepared to retaliate. Wu Zhiqi, it would be impolite not to return the favor. Now, I shall repay your earlier trick. Jiang Feng's technique derives from the heavenly demon scripture. After a night of diligent practice, he amalgamated elements from 3 different schools of thought, enabling him to adeptly wield their spells without the confusion that typically arises from their differing methodologies. This explains why, upon acquiring the heavenly demon scripture, Jiang Feng focused solely on the blood sword feather and the 5 elements blood sacrifice seal, despite his fears of self-destruction. Now, as he unleashed 50 ink bamboo, the maximum quantity he could command at his current stage of mastery, they surged toward Wu Zhiqi from all directions. Wu Zhiqi, with a fierce roar, brandished his arms in a wild dance, astonishingly using his bare hands to fend off Jiang Feng's onslaught. The ink bamboo's relentless strikes were met with Wu Zhiqi's iron fists, which sent the incoming ink swords flying. With the winds and thunder raging, Wu Zhiqi's fury intensified, and he bore the pain of the ink bamboo's piercing strikes, summoning 5 tornadoes from the heavens, each imbued with crackling lightning. As the tornadoes swirled around him, Jiang Feng's illusions dissipated. Blood stained his shoulder. He had been struck by the lightning. Upon spotting Jiang Feng's true form, Wu Zhiqi directed the tornadoes toward him, and Jiang Feng felt the overwhelming pressure and immense pull of the vortexes. Realizing escape was futile, he braced himself and conjured 5 ink dragons to block the assault, while simultaneously commanding countless tendrils from the ink sea to ensnare Wu Zhiqi. Despite being entangled, Wu Zhiqi remained unperturbed, his golden eyes gleaming as he incinerated the ink tendrils. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng cast a seal, launching 50 ink bamboo directly at Wu Zhiqi. This time, Wu Zhiqi dared not underestimate his opponent, hastily raising his fists to defend. In this moment of distraction, Jiang Feng shattered the tornado, and the ink dragon surged forward. Astonishingly, Wu Zhiqi, using his formidable strength, grasped one of the ink dragons and, with a mighty swing, hurled it at the other 4 tornadoes, creating a cataclysmic clash that sent tidal waves roaring through the ink sea. Jiang Feng was taken aback by Wu Zhiqi's ferocity. This foe was truly formidable. Wu Zhiqi, equally surprised by Jiang Feng's profound cultivation and versatile techniques, realized he could not afford to engage in prolonged combat. He decided for a swift resolution. Observing Jiang Feng's resilience, he roared once more, his form swelling into a colossal ape towering dozens of feet high, radiating golden light. Each movement summoned the forces of wind and thunder, Yet as Jiang Feng attempted to cast his seals, Wu Zhiqi felt his speed diminish. Another seal was unleashed, nullifying Wu Zhiqi's wind and thunder powers. Jiang Feng then summoned 5 golden rock birds. Despite the absence of wind and thunder, Wu Zhiqi, undaunted, clashed with the 5 rocks. Jiang Feng, witnessing the fierce battle between the giant ape and the rocks, felt a sense of urgency. This adversary had entered a state of fury from the outset, now akin to a cultivator on the verge of transcending realms. He needed to devise a strategy to suppress Wu Zhiqi's strength. The voice of the golden-winged rock echoed in his mind, revealing the nature of Wu Zhiqi's ferocity. Some creatures could enter a state of rage through certain techniques, temporarily unleashing their maximum combat potential, but such power came at a cost, leading to extreme weakness once the effect faded. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng squeezed out a drop of blood, channeling his purple energy. He unleashed the blood demon claw, striking Wu Zhiqi's abdomen and leaving a massive claw imprint, within which a formidable sealing character was inscribed. This technique from the heavenly demon scripture was designed to weaken an opponent's power, while the demonic arts possessed devastating destructive capabilities. They also included supplementary effects to diminish foes, making it easier to cultivate adept practitioners. Wu Zhiqi was hit, yet his ferocity remained undiminished. Jiang Feng intoned a series of Buddhist chants, invoking the Calm Mind spell. Under the combined influence of the Calm Mind spell and the Blood Demon Claw, Wu Zhiqi visibly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng unleashed the 3 talismans killing sword formation, commanding 48 inked bamboo to complete the array. Wu Zhiqi struggled within the confines of the cage, showcasing his relentless spirit. What is the origin of that giant eye? Jiang Feng demanded, his voice firm. Ha ha ha, human. Though you may have bested me, you will never conquer him. Abandon all hope. Wu Zhiqi continued to struggle within the prison, his fury unabated. Realizing further inquiry would yield no answers, and with injuries weighing on him, Jiang Feng understood he could not guarantee how long he could contain Wu Zhiqi. The cage began to constrict, and a mournful wail echoed through the skies. Jiang Feng extracted Wu Zhiqi's inner core, observing the swirling wind and thunder energy within. The 10,000 great mountains were indeed fraught with danger. He needed to enhance his strength. With a flick of his sleeve, the inner core was absorbed into his dantian, and he hurriedly departed, seeking a concealed refuge to heal. He could not be certain whether other powerful creatures lurked nearby, ready to strike. News of Wu Zhiqi's demise spread swiftly across the 10,000 great mountains. The madman had been slain by an intruding human? Wu Zhiqi, once enraged, could rival a martial saint in strength, yet he had fallen. It seemed this human was not to be underestimated. In a secluded valley, Jiang Feng had established a barrier, isolating himself from the outside world. Only those far superior in strength could detect him. Now healed, he sensed through the blood alliance that Xiao Yu was still alive. Thus, he chose to delay his journey eastward, opting to refine Wu Zhiqi's inner core first. The 10,000 great mountains were perilous if he struggled against Wu Zhiqi. Sustaining injuries in the process, encountering other formidable beasts could spell disaster. Jiang Feng activated the techniques of the 3 schools, manifesting their seals before him. The 3-colored radiance enveloped him, and within his dantian, his primordial spirit divided into 3 colored forms, green, gold, and purple, encircling Wu Zhiqi's inner core, continuously imprinting seals upon it. The tumultuous wind and thunder energy within Wu Zhiqi's core began to subside under the relentless assault of the 3-colored seals, gradually becoming more subdued and gentle. Accelerating his cultivation, Jiang Feng's 3-colored forms altered their seals, and the core's protective shell began to dissolve. The tempestuous energy flowed forth, filling Jiang Feng's dantian, while the 3-colored figures continued imprinting seals, guiding the energy through his meridians. By dawn, Jiang Feng emerged from the valley, having successfully refined Wu Zhiqi's inner core. He felt his strength significantly augmented. Suddenly, he realized that the fusion of the 3 schools had greatly accelerated his cultivation speed. Additionally, his ability to refine inner cores had improved markedly. This was not surprising, as the 2 other primordial spirits within him were indeed genuine, albeit weaker than Jiang Feng's own. They were compelled to reside within his primary spirit, but Jiang Feng mistakenly believed they were merely manifestations of his own spirit, the result of amalgamating the techniques of the 3 schools. In truth, Jiang Feng now possessed 3 primordial spirits in his cultivation, leading to a natural and rapid growth in his power. Jiang Feng had yet to take flight, still traversing the forest, albeit with increased caution. This time, he carefully concealed his presence and sought out obscure paths to walk upon. Fortunately, his journey remained relatively uneventful. Upon emerging from the woods, Jiang Feng found himself in a desolate expanse, devoid of life. The wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust as he walked across the barren land, which stretched endlessly before him. He realized that his passage through this wasteland was destined to be anything but safe. Here, he was helplessly exposed to the watchful eyes of formidable monsters. Continuing onward, he sought to find a spirit among the desolation to inquire about the name of this forsaken place. Just then, two figures approached in the distance. Sensing no threat from them, Jiang Feng approached. The figures turned out to be newly transformed spirits, each still possessing a tail. Upon seeing Jiang Feng approach, they exchanged glances before stepping forward to bow, greeting him with, "We pay our respects, esteemed elder." Chapter 28. Lord of the Wasteland Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback by their address, but quickly understood. The 10,000 great mountains saw few visitors, and he had concealed his aura well. It appeared these two spirits had only recently taken on human form, and judging by their tails, one was a bull spirit and the other a leopard spirit. Jiang Feng deduced that they mistook him for a more powerful entity due to their inability to sense his true nature. He inquired, "Are you under the jurisdiction of the Feng forces? Where are you headed?" In response to the esteemed elder, "We are subordinates of Lord Yazi, the master of this wasteland, tasked with a mission to the west." The leopard spirit replied respectfully, "Oh, this place is called the wasteland. Quite desolate indeed." Jiang Feng remarked, "What forces lie to the east? I have come from the south and have not visited this area in quite some time. I wonder if the powers have shifted." Jiang Feng now exuded the aura of a legendary elder, and indeed, he managed to intimidate the two young spirits. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's claim of being away from the east for a long time and inquiring about changes in power, they were taken aback, further heightening their respect for him. In response to the esteemed elder, to the east lies the Emerald Pool, the Dark Abyss Forest, and the Crimson Flame Mountain. The master of the Emerald Pool is Lord Serpent, the master of the Dark Abyss Forest is Lord Ghost Carriage, and the master of the Crimson Flame Mountain is Lord Crimson Flame Beast. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Very well, you may return to your duties." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them and continued on his way, while the leopard and bull spirits hurriedly departed. "Yazi, how did that fellow end up here?" The voice of the golden-winged roc echoed. "Do you know him?" Jiang Feng inquired. "Of course. This fellow was already renowned 3,000 years ago." The golden-winged roc replied. "Oh, I'm quite surprised. But I recall there was no mention of him in the Chronicles of Monsters," Jiang Feng said. "Naturally not. The Chronicles of Monsters only document the various clans of monsters in this world, while Yazi is not a member of any monster clan. He belongs to the Dragon Clan." The golden-winged roc explained. Jiang Feng was taken aback. "The Dragon Clan? How did he end up here?" "Yazi is the offspring of the Dragon Clan's progenitor and another clan. He possesses a significant resemblance to a dragon, yet he is inherently bloodthirsty. His cultivation was exceptionally high, reaching the level of a martial venerable 3,000 years ago, making him a rare adversary even among the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he is notoriously vengeful. If anyone wrongs him, he will remember it for a lifetime and seek revenge. Conversely, if you have helped him, he will forever remember your kindness. Such is his extreme nature. However, we should be safe," the golden-winged roc added, somewhat uneasily. Jiang Feng felt a sense of resignation, hoping he would not provoke this individual. It would be best to avoid drawing his ire, he chuckled ruefully, considering his current inability to defend himself against a martial venerable. Indeed, though he is of the Dragon Clan, he does not possess the full bloodline, so my ability to restrain him is considerably diminished. Yet, I never expected this fellow to have been exiled from the Dragon Clan for killing his kin. It seems only a bloodthirsty madman could have turned this place into such a wasteland, the golden-winged roc remarked. As Jiang Feng continued his trek through the wasteland, he encountered no other spirits. It was only natural, given the presence of such a murderous being, no other spirits would dare approach. Even the leader of the Tianhu clan, a martial venerable, likely would not risk seeking trouble with him. While pondering how to traverse this wasteland without attracting Yazi's attention, he unexpectedly spotted a remarkably youthful figure. Clearly not a monster. The spirit was seated upon a large boulder, seemingly preoccupied with something. Uncertain of the stranger's intentions, Jiang Feng decided to avoid confrontation, fearing that any altercation might provoke Yazi. Choosing to take a detour does not seem befitting of a true gentleman, the youth suddenly spoke. Realizing he had been noticed, Jiang Feng could no longer evade the interaction. "It would be rude to do so. I sincerely apologize for my discourtesy. As a newcomer to this land, I merely wish to avoid trouble by taking a different route. I hope you will not hold it against me." With that, Jiang Feng bowed to express his contrition. The young man rose and approached Jiang Feng, nodding approvingly. "You are quite forthright. I suspect you chose to detour due to Yazi's notorious reputation, fearing him so much. Is he truly that unreasonable in your eyes? The young man's tone shifted, revealing a playful demeanor as an imposing aura emanated from him. You'd best speak honestly. Jiang Feng was perplexed by the young man's intent, unable to gauge his cultivation level, which seemed vastly superior to his own. Under the pressure of such an atmosphere, he replied, Indeed, I fear offending Lord Yazi. My detour was merely a precaution to protect myself. I am unfamiliar with Lord Yazi, and most individuals tend to avoid the unknown. This is unrelated to your assertion of Lord Yazi's supposed irrationality. Please do not conflate the two. The young man nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Jiang Feng's response. Then tell me, what is your perspective on Yazi? He inquired, demanding further honesty. Who is this person? And why does he persist in associating with Yazi? Do they harbor animosity? Jiang Feng pondered internally, yet outwardly he stated, I do not know Lord Yazi well. I have only heard some rumors. However, from what I gather, he does not seem to be as unreasonable as you suggest, just somewhat extreme. Somewhat extreme? The young man displayed keen interest. Do elaborate, but speak the truth. Jiang Feng contemplated before responding. According to the rumors, Lord Yazi is indeed vengeful and holds grudges. If someone wrongs him, he will remember it for a lifetime and seek vengeance. Conversely, if you have aided him, he will remember your kindness forever. This indicates that Lord Yazi is one who repays kindness and harbors grievances. However, if someone inadvertently or without malice provokes him, I believe it would be excessive for him to hold on to that. The young man nodded, as if deep in thought. In truth, he was Yazi, reflecting on his past recklessness that had led to his exile from the Dragon Clan for his bloodthirsty nature. Hearing Jiang Feng's words filled him with regret for not being more magnanimous. Human, I thank you for your enlightening words. Yazi shall remember your kindness. Yazi bowed to Jiang Feng. Upon realizing the stranger had revealed his identity as Yazi, Jiang Feng felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Fortunately, he had spoken wisely. Had he made a misstep, he would have faced dire consequences. I pay my respects to Lord Yazi. I hope you will forgive my previous remarks. Jiang Feng said respectfully. Yazi smiled and replied, You speak the truth. I declared that I would repay any kindness shown to me. You shall henceforth be my friend. Jiang Feng responded with a bow. Thank you, my lord, for your esteemed regard. Yazi, smiling as he prepared to assist Jiang Feng, suddenly noticed the taiji pattern on Jiang Feng's sleeve. His expression changed dramatically, and with an excited tone, he exclaimed, You belong to the Daoist sect? Jiang Feng, puzzled by Yazi's sudden reaction, responded honestly, Yes, I am indeed part of the Daoist sect. He was curious as to how Yazi was aware of the Daoist sect. Prove it to me, Yazi demanded. With no other option, Jiang Feng summoned the ink bamboo and performed the sword mastery technique. Indeed, you are of the Daoist sect. Yazi remarked in astonishment. Yazi, it is rare that you still remember the Daoist sect, yet the death of Yunshun was a consequence of your actions. Suddenly, the golden-winged rock emerged from the ink bamboo, appearing in human form but with a grim expression. Golden rock, what are you doing here? Weren't you in the dragon-slaying sword? Yazi was surprised to see the golden rock. The familiarity between the two astonished Jiang Feng, who nearly lost his composure. I inherited Yunqin's Daoist lineage, and thus I followed him to preserve a trace of bloodline for the Daoist sect. The golden rock stated coldly. Yazi's face was filled with guilt as he replied, Golden rock, I know you harbor resentment towards me. I caused great trouble within the Dragon Clan and was pursued by them. Had it not been for the benefactor's rescue, I would have perished. Yet, the benefactor became entangled with the Dragon Clan and ultimately lost his life, leading to the demise of the Daoist sect. I am deeply sorry. As he spoke, tears streamed down Yazi's face. Jiang Feng could see that Yazi was in great anguish. Yunqin had saved him. Yet it was because of him that Yunqin had died. Given Yazi's nature of repaying kindness with kindness, his suffering was indeed profound. Since you still remember Yunqin, Jiang Feng is the last remaining bloodline of the Daoist sect. You should know what to do. The golden rock pointed towards Jiang Feng. Yazi glanced at Jiang Feng before turning back to the golden rock, declaring, I, Yazi, swear that if Jiang Feng has any requests of me, I will do my utmost to assist him, even at the cost of my life. Very well, I, Golden Rock, will trust you this once. The Golden Rock replied. Grateful. Yazi said, Thank you. The Golden Rock nodded and returned to the ink bamboo, while Jiang Feng retracted it. I never expected you to be the last bloodline of the Daoist sect. I am truly sorry for you. Yazi continued, producing a scale from his hand. This is one of my scales. If you drop your blood upon it, it will merge with your body, allowing me to be aware of your danger and come to your aid. Thank you, Lord Yazi. May I ask what your current cultivation level is? Jiang Feng inquired, curious as to why he couldn't sense Yaji's power, even if he were a martial sovereign. Yaji, without reservation, replied, 3,000 years ago, with the benefactor's help, I reached the divine tier. Jiang Feng was nearly struck dumb. Yaji was at the divine tier, a rarity in this realm. Immediately, Jiang Feng dropped his blood onto the scale, which transformed into shimmering starlight, penetrating Jiang Feng's soul. By the way, Jiang Feng, why have you come to the 10,000 Great Mountains? You should know that humans are not welcome here. Yaji inquired curiously. Jiang Feng then recounted the entire story to Yaji, who unexpectedly laughed, albeit in a peculiar manner, before saying, go ahead. If you encounter danger, just call for me. With that, Yaji departed. Observing Yaji's demeanor, Jiang Feng became increasingly perplexed and intrigued by the origin of the giant eye. However, with Yaji as a formidable ally, Jiang Feng felt more confident about the road ahead. This time, Jiang Feng chose to fly low on his sword, for in this desolate land, he no longer had to fear danger. Chapter 29. The Azure Water Pool. This must be the Azure Water Pool. Jiang Feng marveled at the endless expanse of azure waves before him, reminiscent of the sea. The Azure Water Pool stretched for miles, devoid of any land. A territory entirely belonging to the water spirits within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Gazing at the water, Jiang Feng realized he had no choice but to venture forth on his sword. With a flash of light beneath his feet, Jiang Feng took to the skies. He endeavored to maintain an appropriate altitude, ensuring he remained out of reach of the aquatic creatures beneath while avoiding detection by any aerial entities. As he soared through the air, he remained vigilant, sensing his surroundings. After flying 100 miles without incident, he still dared not relax. Perhaps to validate Jiang Feng's concerns, a disturbance suddenly erupted within the Azure Water Pool. A colossal whirlpool formed, and a figure emerged, transforming into a water tornado. The figure stood atop the water tornado, which ascended to Jiang Feng's height and halted, revealing a strikingly enchanting woman. Her every gesture exuded allure, particularly her pair of phoenix-like eyes, which could easily cause havoc in the human realm. Yet, despite her beauty, Jiang Feng had no inclination to admire her. His gaze was fixed on her, unwilling to grant her any opportunity to exploit his vulnerability. You are the human who killed Waziki, aren't you? You are quite handsome. The woman cooed with a seductive smile. Are you the serpent of transformation? Jiang Feng retorted coolly, simultaneously channeling his magical power, sensing that her strength seemed to surpass his. Likely on par with Waziki. Thus, he had to proceed with caution. The serpent of transformation giggled even more. Yes, I am the serpent of transformation. It is an honor that you recognize me. As Jiang Feng listened to her laughter, he felt himself becoming dazed. Alarmed, he immediately recited a calming incantation. The sound of the Buddha resonating around him, radiating golden light. The serpent of transformation suddenly felt her mind disturbed. This fellow is formidable. He managed to resist my charm and countered my mental assault. Her gaze sharpened, yet her smile remained seductive. However, her actions did not cease. She conjured a vibrant green light, and Jiang Feng's 50 ink bamboos appeared in an instant. The serpent of transformation uttered a soft command, and a water barrier surged from the Azure Water Pool, obstructing Jiang Feng's ink bamboos, which could not advance a single inch. Jiang Feng hastily retracted them. Water Serpent Strike. The serpent of transformation formed a seal, causing the Azure Water Pool to churn violently. 6 water tornadoes shot skyward, each morphing into a water serpent, their massive mouths gaping wide. Jiang Feng sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the 6 serpents as they simultaneously surged towards him, colliding with tremendous force. Monster Compendium. Serpent of Transformation, a water beast with a human face and wolf-like body, possesses wings and serpentine movement, capable of summoning great waters. After the onslaught, the Serpent of Transformation was astonished to see Jiang Feng still alive, enveloped in a golden bell, with a defensive barrier formed by the 50 ink bamboos. This golden bell is indeed useful. Otherwise, relying solely on the sword for defense would have surely resulted in injury, Jiang Feng contemplated. Let's see how long you can endure. The Serpent of Transformation sneered, casting another seal into the pool. The water transformed into countless raindrops, which then morphed into ice needles, relentlessly assaulting Jiang Feng. As the sound of icy projectiles echoed against his flying sword and golden bell, Jiang Feng's heart raced with trepidation. The Serpent of Transformation, observing Jiang Feng's unwavering defense, declared, "Very well, let us see how long you can hold out." Her eyes glimmered with cold light. Ice Giant. She unleashed another seal, summoning a massive figure from the water, which took the form of an immense ice giant. With a thunderous roar, the ice giant lunged at Jiang Feng, creating a tremendous shockwave that knocked him down a full yard. Jiang Feng clearly saw a crack appear on the golden bell, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as the ice giant continued its assault, forcing him to evade. Thinking of escaping? The Serpent of Transformation chuckled. It's not that easy. In this passage, there exists an inexhaustible aura of lethal intent. A series of arcane seals are cast, summoning several ice giants that begin to encircle Jiang Feng, the elusive serpent proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Within the depths of the azure pond, the water seems to bend to its will, as if this realm were its very own. Jiang Feng reflects, suddenly grasping a revelation about his own domain. Very well. I shall contest you in your world, he resolves with determination. Shadows of magic loom heavily as Jiang Feng transforms into an ephemeral silhouette, causing the ice giants to lose their target and flail aimlessly. A mere trick, the serpent mocks, as countless ice needles shoot skyward. Yet, in that very instant, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The serpent gazes in astonishment at the stark black and white landscape. The once azure pond is now severed by a sprawling forest of black bamboo, the ice giants appearing as mere hills amidst the inky sea. Seal. Jiang Feng's voice resonates through the heavens, and the speed of the ice needles significantly diminishes. Release. He commands again, and the needles shatter into a flurry of icy fragments. Jiang Feng's assault does not wane. With relentless fervor, he conjures numerous seals, unleashing countless tendrils that pierce the ice giants' forms, each glowing with the brilliance of lightning. One by one, the giants collapse like icebergs into the dark waters. You not only killed Wu Zhiqi but also refined his core, acquiring his tempestuous power? The serpent exclaims in disbelief. She, well aware of Wu Zhiqi's formidable strength, observes Jiang Feng's cultivation level to be only around the 10th tier. Wu Zhiqi, in his fury, could contend with a martial saint-level expert, making the refinement of his core no trivial task. Yet, she cannot dismiss the fact that Jiang Feng now possesses Wu Zhiqi's power, and a sense of impending trouble dawns upon her. As the serpent hastily alters her seals, she is alarmed to find her connection to the azure pond weakened, rendering her unable to summon its waters. A true sense of peril envelopes her. Jiang Feng's seals shift once more, and all the inky tendrils lunge towards the serpent. Gone is her seductive smile, replaced by an intense murderous intent. Human, do you believe this will be enough to vanquish me? The strength of the demon race is not so easily overcome. Her tone drips with icy disdain, each word seemingly capable of freezing the air. Before Jiang Feng's eyes, the serpent morphs from a woman into a colossal serpent, stretching over 100 feet, complete with a pair of wings. Its cavernous maw exudes frigid air, instantly turning the tendrils into ice spikes that shatter upon contact. The serpent's icy breath continues unabated, transforming everything it touches into a frozen wasteland. A chill runs down Jiang Feng's spine. If this continues, his own essence will surely be disrupted. He casts a seal, summoning a swirling vortex of ink, but this time accompanied by 3 tempestuous whirlwinds infused with electric light. Let us repay tooth for tooth, Jiang Feng declares fiercely, as the 5 whirlwinds strike the serpent with the force of heavy blows. Caught off guard, the serpent is toppled, but before it can rise, Jiang Feng unleashes his blood demon claw, striking down upon it once again. Jiang Feng's onslaught persists, having previously been intimidated by Wu Zhiqi's fury. He remains uncertain if the serpent too might unleash a similar wrath. 5 golden rock birds emerge from the inky sea, their talons grasping the serpent's massive form, which writhes in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, confronted with the fierce gaze of the golden rocks, a chill of fear creeps into her heart. As a serpent, she instinctively fears the might of the rock. As her strength begins to wane, the effect of the blood demon claw takes hold. Jiang Feng casts one last seal to restore equilibrium, and the serpent's massive body plunges into the azure pond, sending up waves that soar dozens of feet high. In his hand, he holds a shimmering blue orb, swirling like water. This is the serpent's core, imbued with the overwhelming power of water. He stores it within his dantian and takes flight on his sword, having removed the thread of the serpent from the azure pond. With his feet back on solid ground, he immediately begins to set up a barrier, determined to refine the serpent's core for his journey eastward through the Crimson Flame Mountain. The territory of the fire beasts necessitates the serpent's water power. 3 seals manifest as Jiang Feng's 3 primordial spirits continuously cast their tricolored seals. Under their guidance, the azure water power from the serpent's core begins to permeate his meridians. Observing Jiang Feng's refinement of the core, the golden rock expresses concern. wondering if this reckless absorption might prematurely summon a calamity. As another day passes, Jiang Feng opens his eyes, radiating with a gentle light. It is evident he has successfully refined the serpent's core, a task seemingly far easier than the last. He feels the water power flowing within him. A natural outcome since the serpent's cultivation was not vastly superior to Wu Zhiqi's. Her formidable combat prowess stemmed from her dominion over the Azure Pond. Her realm, just as Jiang Feng had surmised. With the serpent's water power at his disposal, Jiang Feng finds the task of refining the core significantly simplified. He lowers the barrier and proceeds toward his next destination, the Dark Whispering Forest. How can this be? This should be the Dark Whispering Forest, Jiang Feng exclaims, staring in bewilderment at the sea of flames before him. Chapter 30. The Demon Battle. How can this be? This should be the Dark Whispering Forest. Jiang Feng gazes at the inferno, incredulous. This resembles the Crimson Flame Mountain more closely. Before him stretches an expansive sea of fire, from which two colossal beasts emerge, engaged in a fierce battle, each spewing flames at the other. Jiang Feng quickly identifies them. One is a gigantic bird with 9 heads. The other a lion engulfed in flames. The ghost carriage and the Crimson Flame Beast. Jiang Feng remarks. Bestiary, ghost carriage, also known as the 9-headed bird. Color red, resembling a duck, with the largest having wings that stretch nearly 10 feet. It is blind by day and sees only at night, during overcast conditions. It screeches as it flies by, drawn to human souls, its 9 heads once belonging to the celestial hound, a creature that bleeds. The Crimson Flame Beast, a guardian of the essence of fire, is engulfed in flames, with toxic fire that can kill a person instantly. Legends speak of ancient forbidden arts, commanded by fierce deities, employing the Crimson Flame Beast to conjure the 8 fiends' mystic fire array, most peculiar in nature. Why are the ghost carriage and the Crimson Flame Beast fighting? Jiang Feng wonders. Yet despite his curiosity, he has no interest in intervening. He hopes they will battle fiercely, ideally resulting in mutual destruction, which would leave him at ease. With a roar, the Crimson Flame Beast unleashes a torrent of flames toward the ghost carriage, which deftly deflects the attack with a fiery shield. Countering, the ghost carriage spreads its wings, releasing a flurry of firebirds. The Crimson Flame Beast steps forward, creating a fire barrier that absorbs the impact of the firebirds, which dissipate as if swallowed by the sea. With another roar, the fire barrier transforms into a fire beast identical to itself, lunging at the ghost carriage. In response, the ghost carriage's 9 heads emit a simultaneous cry, sending forth a single firebird to meet the charging creature. The collision erupts in a blaze of sparks, a fierce contest of fire against fire. Their strengths appear evenly matched. Akin to a dragon battling a tiger, Jiang Feng marvels. Neither the ghost carriage nor the Crimson Flame Beast seem to acknowledge Jiang Feng's presence, fully engaged in their struggle. It is clear they are evenly matched in magical prowess, resorting to sheer strength to determine the victor. The Crimson Flame Beast lunges at the ghost carriage, catching it off guard and sending it plummeting from the sky. Boom! The massive creature, engulfed in flames, was overwhelmed, and the ghostly chariot soared into the sky, its claws seizing the abdomen of the blazing beast. 9 sharp beaks attacked the beast's back simultaneously, eliciting a pained scream from it. In retaliation, the fiery beast unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly consuming the 9 heads of the chariot, which let out a mournful wail as some of its feathers were scorched. The chariot hastily released its grip on the fiery beast, but it was not without its own cunning. In that moment of release, it retaliated with a burst of flames, causing the fiery beast to cry out in pain as well. What was happening? Both creatures wielded fire, yet they were harmed by it, clearly fearful of its wrath. Jiang Feng observed their plight and could not help but express his confusion. What is so strange about it? Fire and fire are not the same. The voice of the golden-winged rock echoed in Jiang Feng's mind, carrying a tone of nonchalance. How do you know about this fiery beast? Jiang Feng inquired, intrigued. Of course, I know. The fiery beast descends from the ancient fire dragons, though it is merely a branch of that lineage, far less connected to the true dragon clan. Strictly speaking, it has become its own kind, distanced from dragons. Its flames are the true fire of Samadhi, a divine flame. The ghostly chariot also has an intriguing lineage. It is descended from the ancient Phoenix clan. However, like the fiery beast, its connection to the Phoenix is tenuous, having established its own lineage. For some unknown reason, they faced punishment from the underworld, transforming into a grotesque form devoid of the Phoenix's auspiciousness. Their mastery of fire also morphed into the hellish ghost fire. And though both are flames, divine fire and ghost fire are fundamentally opposed, which is why they can harm each other. The golden-winged roc elucidated everything to Jiang Feng, who suddenly grasped the situation. So that is how it is. Wait, while it's no surprise you know about the fiery beast, considering your long-standing conflict with the dragon clan, how do you know so much about the ghostly chariot? Jiang Feng pressed. Don't claim omniscience. Well, you see, it's not that complicated. I, too, am a branch of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix reigns supreme among birds, encompassing numerous offshoots, including myself, the ghostly chariot, peacocks, and others. My bloodline is relatively closer to the Phoenix than the ghostly chariot is, yet I harbor no fear of the Phoenix, even in its presence. Should its cultivation be inferior to mine, I would not be intimidated. The golden-winged roc declared disdainfully. Haha, that is quite a disrespectful stance towards your ancestors. Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Respect? We raptors only value strength. You haven't seen that peacock. That fellow is even more ruthless, daring to beat a phoenix. However, he was later hunted by the Phoenix clan and has since vanished, his fate unknown. Perhaps he is still alive. The golden-winged roc remarked indifferently. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words, yet he could comprehend the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Power dictates one's voice. Meanwhile, the two colossal beasts continued their fierce battle, both visibly battered and bruised, their fur singed in multiple places. It seemed the ghostly chariot was at a disadvantage, with one of its 9 heads bleeding profusely, rendering it even more grotesque. At that moment, the two beasts ceased their fighting and fixed their gaze upon Jiang Feng, preparing for a final showdown. Prepare yourself for the opportune moment to strike. After all, they are nearing the threshold of tribulation, and we cannot contend with two frenzied, unrestrained entities. The golden-winged roc advised. I understand, Jiang Feng replied, though his palms began to perspire. The fiery beast was now surrounded by a rising vortex of true fire, coalescing atop its head into a colossal fireball that glowed increasingly brighter, reminiscent of the sun. Within that fireball, a fire dragon seemed to spiral. The ghostly chariot, however, was not idle. The blood from its wounded head soared upward, morphing into a blood bird above it, while the other 8 heads emitted flames that converged upon the blood bird. Ultimately, a magnificent fire phoenix soared into the heavens, its flames flickering with a sanguine radiance. A blood-fire phoenix. Jiang Feng marveled aloud, just as a dragon's roar erupted from the fireball, and a scarlet fire dragon burst forth, spiraling through the skies, the ancestral dragon of fire. Jiang Feng gasped in awe, realizing they were truly prepared to fight to the death. The dragon's roar and phoenix's cry reverberated through the firmament, illuminating the sky with a crimson glow. The immense sphere of light enveloped both the fiery beast and the ghostly chariot, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rippled through the burning dark forest below. Jiang Feng raised his protective barrier to withstand the force. As the flames subsided, he looked skyward, observing both the fiery beast and the ghostly chariot still standing, albeit severely weakened. Suddenly, the ghostly chariot plummeted from the sky, its massive bulk crashing to the ground, shaking the earth and collapsing portions of the dark forest. The fiery beast descended beside the ghostly chariot, and a fiery red inner core began to emerge from the chariot's body, prompting the fiery beast to open its jaws to consume it. A shadow swooped in, startling the fiery beast, which hastily ascended into the sky, abandoning its pursuit of the chariot's inner core. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng snatched the inner core and swiftly stored it in his dantian. Human, you dare to be so bold as to ambush me and steal my inner core? Have you no regard for your life? The booming voice of the fiery beast echoed from above. Are you threatening me? In your prime, I might have chosen to avoid you, for dealing with a fully formed version of you would indeed be burdensome. But now, in your weakened state, you dare to threaten me? That is simply delusional, Jiang Feng retorted, feigning indifference. Do you truly believe you can best me? The fiery beast challenged, though its bravado faltered, as it doubted its own ability to triumph in its current state. Let us put that to the test, Jiang Feng sneered, seizing the moment of weakness. This was the unchanging truth of combat, to strike when one's opponent falters. Jiang Feng was resolute in his intent to eliminate the fiery beast, summoning 50 ink bamboo swords. The fiery beast's front paw stomped the air, raising a shield of flames. Jiang Feng quickly altered his strategy, employing the 8 trigram sword formation, skillfully controlling 2 formations simultaneously to assault the fiery beast from above and below. Countless golden sword energies struck the flame shield, yet it remained unyielding. Jiang Feng remained undeterred. The fiery beast was at its twilight, and merely wearing it down would ensure victory. He promptly disbanded the 8 trigram sword formation and invoked the 3 talismans sealing sword formation. Cage, he bellowed. manifesting a prison that ensnared the fiery beast, which felt its power wane as it was confined. The onslaught of three-colored sword energies intensified, amplifying its pressure. This child is too formidable to contend with. It seems I must resort to desperate measures. The fiery beast declared, releasing a surge of flames from its mouth. Be cautious. That is its true essence. The golden-winged rock exclaimed excitedly. The fireball erupted violently, shattering the three talismans' sword formation, giving the fiery beast an opportunity to flee. Jiang Feng, initially startled by the formation's collapse, quickly regained composure and shouted, "You shall not escape." The heavens and earth shifted in an instant. As the fiery beast attempted to flee, the world suddenly reverted to a monochrome of black and white, its escape route disappearing. Panic seized it as it gazed at Jiang Feng, whose face bore a sinister smile, akin to a hunter relishing its prey. You think to flee in such a state? I wonder where you plan to run. Jiang Feng taunted, casting a binding seal. The fiery beast felt the world around it constrict, realizing it had no avenue for retreat. It was a cornered beast, left with no choice but to fight to the death, even contemplating self-destruction to take Jiang Feng down with it. Yet, Jiang Feng was not oblivious to its intentions. The fiery beast's eyes were devoid of fear, replaced by a fierce resolve to battle until its last breath. Jiang Feng, observing the creature's determination, remarked, "Do you wish to perish alongside me? Alas, your current strength is far too feeble." In the depths of his heart, Jiang Feng scoffed, his hands already forming intricate seals. Chapter 31. Entering the swamp, Jiang Feng struck first, unleashing a seal that sent forth a surging tide of ink. Tendrils imbued with the power of lightning darting towards the fire beast like bolts from the sky. In retaliation, the fire beast exhaled a torrent of flames, akin to a fiery whip, obliterating the advancing tendrils. With a cold smirk, Jiang Feng cast another seal, summoning 5 whirlwinds infused with the forces of wind, thunder, and water that erupted beneath the fire beast. At that moment, the fire beast fought with a desperate resolve, its caution dissipating as it was toppled by the 5 whirlwinds, which pinned it to the ground, relentlessly bombarding it. The water energy caused steam to rise from the fire beast's body, which roared in agony. Jiang Feng, however, showed no mercy. As he altered his seals, the golden-winged rock's cries echoed. As everything settled back to normalcy, Jiang Feng began refining the 2 inner Dan in his barrier. He could distinctly sense that little Yu was located within that swamp. Yet, he could not assure himself that there were no more formidable creatures lurking there than the likes of Wu Jiqi, the serpent transformation, the fire beast, or the ghost chariot. Though Yazi would lend assistance, relying solely on others was not in his nature. The path of cultivation is inherently solitary, demanding that one confront challenges alone. The immortal path is unforgiving, fraught with perils that threaten life. True understanding of the immortal way can only be grasped amidst danger. I appreciate your concern, but I must proceed. After Jiang Feng's inner essence echoed with determination, he devoted himself entirely to the refinement of the inner Dan. You and Yun Shun are indeed alike, the golden-winged rock remarked. Remember, the inner Dan of the fire beast and the ghost chariot are antagonistic. You must fully refine one before attempting the other, lest you invite great peril. With that, the rock returned to his bamboo grove to continue his own cultivation. Jiang Feng's 3 primordial spirits concentrated on refining the inner Dan of the fire beast. Given that the fire beast had already fought 2 battles and was severely wounded, the difficulty of refinement was significantly reduced. As the casing of the fire beast's Dan shattered, the pure energy of its true fire erupted. Jiang Feng felt himself ablaze, his body emanating a crimson glow. He was astonished by the overwhelming power of the fire beast. His hand seals shifted continuously, and the 3 family seals spun before him. Within his dantian, the 3 primordial spirits maintained an unbroken flow of seals, their combined energies, blue, purple, and gold, acting like untamed wild horses, guiding the fire beast's strength to circulate normally within Jiang Feng's body. Once the fire beast's power was under control, Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat, yet he pressed on, seizing the moment to continue refining the true fire energy. 5 days passed before Jiang Feng finally opened his eyes, having successfully refined the power of the 2 inner Dan. Pleased with his progress, he rose to set forth, but as he stood, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and his internal energy began to surge chaotically. Could it truly be here already, so soon? Jiang Feng pondered. How could it not be swift? The inner Dan he had refined were equivalent to the cultivation levels of great ascension stage beings, particularly the inner Dan of the ghost chariot and the fire beast, which were close to the threshold of tribulation. The potency of the energy contained was unimaginable, especially since he had refined 4 in rapid succession. Such a massive influx of energy could not be digested all at once, inevitably leading to a backlash that would communicate with the impending tribulation. Jiang Feng hurriedly seated himself to meditate and regain control, casting seals upon himself to stifle the energy's escape. After an hour of focused effort, he managed to delay the oncoming calamity. Although you have temporarily suppressed the impending calamity, you must remember that in the next 10 days, you must refrain from engaging in intense combat, or you risk hastening its arrival. The voice of the golden-winged rock resonated in Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng nodded, I understand. I will exercise caution. With that, he took to the skies, directing his sword eastward toward the swamp. The flames of the dark yew forest still raged, billowing waves of heat into the sky, prompting Jiang Feng to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the fire mountain, he understood the meaning of heat. The mountain was aptly named, entirely engulfed in flames, glowing like a piece of charred wood. Jiang Feng was reluctant to linger, hastening his flight. He felt fortunate that he had not encountered the fire beast here, for he would have surely been the one to falter against such heat. After traversing the fire mountain, a welcome coolness enveloped him. Jiang Feng opted to proceed on foot. Beyond this grove lay the eastern swamp. Hurry, we are almost home. Jiang Feng heard a commotion and promptly concealed himself within the thicket. Soon, he observed a group of figures clad in black robes descending from the sky. Let us rest here for a while. The fire mountain is truly deadly, the leader of the black-robed figures declared. Their robes were voluminous, obscuring their faces. Though Jiang Feng could not discern their features, he sensed they all possessed level 9 cultivation. After all, level 10 beings like Wu Zhiqi were not commonplace. Even such powerful entities ruled over territories. This mission has gone rather smoothly. We shall soon return to the swamp. The leader's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. The swamp? Perhaps it was prudent to follow them, Jiang Feng thought, sensing that there was something amiss in their mention of the swamp. All right, let us proceed, the leader commanded. This time, the black-robed figures did not fly, but, like Jiang Feng, chose to walk into the woods. As the last black-robed figure passed by Jiang Feng, he seized the opportunity. With his current strength, dealing with a level 9 creature posed no challenge. The black-robed figure barely had time to react before falling unconscious. In an instant, Jiang Feng transformed into the figure's likeness, seamlessly blending into the group, undetected by those ahead. Following the black-robed figures, Jiang Feng safely traversed the woods and arrived at the eastern swamp. Gazing at the vast expanse of murky water, he perceived no immediate anomalies. The swamp's puddles occasionally bubbled ominously, suggesting a place devoid of concealment. Yet, Jiang Feng could distinctly sense that little Yu was nearby. Before he could ponder further, the black-robed figures advanced deeper into the swamp. Jiang Feng felt compelled to follow them into the mire. Upon reaching a gnarled tree, the leader halted, beginning to form seals and chant incantations in a language Jiang Feng did not comprehend. After completing the incantation, the black-robed leader struck a seal towards the void ahead. Jiang Feng witnessed a 6-pointed star seal erupt, causing ripples in the air. Soon, a fissure appeared in the center of the star, revealing a barrier. Enter, the leader commanded, stepping through first, followed closely by the others. Jiang Feng naturally followed suit. Once everyone entered the barrier, the grand gate closed behind them. Jiang Feng surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a valley. The figure in the black robe continued onward, and when a massive rock came into Jiang Feng's view, he was astounded to see the 3 crimson characters inscribed upon it, Wuxiang Valley. Indeed, it was an enigmatic place devoid of both form and shadow. Jiang Feng mused, realizing at this moment that it was undoubtedly his companion's mother who had taken Xiaoyu that day. Only a being of the 8-tailed celestial fox lineage, possessing the cultivation of a martial sovereign, could so effortlessly abduct someone from his grasp. Furthermore, Waziki's ominous words indicated he was acutely aware that Jiang Feng could not contend with the celestial fox clan, and he dared not offend them either. The mocking grin of Yazi suggested he was well aware of the identity of that colossal eye. Listening to Jiang Feng recount the events, it became clear that he had initially intended to return Xiaoyu home, yet now, with her homeward bound, he found himself tasked with rescuing her, a blatant contradiction. However, Jiang Feng sensed Xiaoyu was in the eastern marsh, for this was indeed Wuxiang Valley, her home. Amusingly enough, he thought, the objective had been achieved. Once he found Xiaoyu, he would help her dissolve the blood pact, and then seek a place to transcend tribulations. Afterwards investigating the true causes behind Yun Shen's death and the obliteration of the Dao sect. As the procession of black-robed figures advanced, they were halted at the valley's entrance by guards. After a thorough inspection of their passage permits, they were allowed entry. Jiang Feng found the valley to be vast, populated with various structures resembling a small city. Most of the inhabitants were celestial foxes in human form, though some remained in their untransformed state, relegated to laborious tasks. In this realm, strength reigned supreme. As Jiang Feng walked alongside the black-robed figures, the fox clansmen bowed respectfully, indicating the high status of this group. What could their identities be? Jiang Feng pondered. Eventually, the procession halted before a grand palace, and Jiang Feng marveled at the sight. It rivaled the palatial halls of the human realm. Surely, this was the residence of the clan leader, he mused. Chapter 32. Like mother, like daughter blending into the ranks of the black-robed figures, Jiang Feng arrived at the palace of the Celestial Fox clan. The leader of the black-robed figures was engaged in a hushed conversation with the palace guards, seemingly exchanging coded signals. Jiang Feng could only wait. Suddenly, he witnessed the figures ahead drop to their knees. Moments later, Xiaoyu burst forth from the palace, though her countenance was far from cheerful. Following her was a young man. No, rather a youthful-looking demon. The young demon pursued Xiaoyu, calling out, "Princess Yu, don't run. Wait for me." Yet, Xiaoyu showed no inclination to stop. Jiang Feng chuckled inwardly at the sight of the little girl kneeling as well. As Xiaoyu approached Jiang Feng, she abruptly halted. A familiar sensation washing over her, one that was inconceivable. He shouldn't be here. She quickly dismissed the notion. "Princess Yu, I understand you are troubled by the matter of the contract, but fear not. It does not impede the alliance between our Celestial Fox clan and your Tiger clan. As long as we remain within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the human would not dare approach." The young demon smiled. "Lu Hu, be silent." Xiaoyu snapped, then turned to Jiang Feng, commanding, "Block him." Having gleaned from their conversation that this Lu Hu was likely the young master of the Tiger clan and Xiaoyu's betrothed, Jiang Feng thought it prudent to dissolve the blood pact sooner rather than later. However, Xiaoyu's order left him momentarily at a loss. She glared at him, exclaiming, "Do you mean to say you cannot follow my command?" The black-robed guard only swears allegiance to the clan leader and the young master. The leader of the black-robed figures interjected. Jiang Feng understood the implication of this statement and promptly positioned himself in front of Lu Hu. Lu Hu's expression darkened at the audacity of a mere guard to obstruct him. "How dare you stand in my way? I am the young master of the Tiger clan and also the betrothed of your young master," he declared with disdain. Jiang Feng, having dealt with such arrogant signs in the past, felt a wave of revulsion at Lu Hu's demeanor. No wonder Xiaoyu fled, seeing that Jiang Feng remained unmoved. Lu Hu's temper flared. "Get out of my way," he demanded. "The black-robed guard only swears allegiance to the clan leader and the young master. Once you become our young master, I shall yield," Jiang Feng replied, adhering to his principle of not yielding to coercion. Had Lu Hu approached with civility, Jiang Feng would have obliged, but given his arrogance, he felt no inclination to relent, especially as he sensed Lu Hu's cultivation was only at the 9th level, clearly beneath him. Lu Hu found himself at a loss for words, realizing Jiang Feng spoke the truth. He was bound to obey his own leader, and while he was Xiaoyu's betrothed, he had yet to be formally recognized as her husband within the Celestial Fox clan. Thus, he lacked the authority to command the clan's guards, a fact that would hold true anywhere within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Aware of the precariousness of his situation, Lu Hu refrained from further provocation. Understanding that any misstep could provoke conflict between their clans, a consequence his father would not overlook. Seeing Jiang Feng block Lu Hu, Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Come with me," she instructed Jiang Feng. "Old Nine, you are the most capable among us. Protect the princess," commanded the leader of the black-robed figures. Jiang Feng, pondering the leader's comment about being the most skilled, followed Xiaoyu as they ventured into a nearby grove where someone was still fast asleep. They reached a cliff where Jiang Feng could survey the entire valley. The houses below were arranged with remarkable precision, a testament to the ingenuity of its inhabitants. "Perhaps it would have been better had I not come," Xiaoyu suddenly remarked. Jiang Feng was taken aback, but responded, "Your Highness, you jest. Where could be better than home?" In truth, Jiang Feng longed to return home, yet felt utterly powerless. Perhaps in the past, I believed home was the best place. But now, things have changed. My mother insists I marry Lu Hu. Insisting it is for the sake of our clan's safety, despite knowing the contract binds me as a servant. I told her my master would not harm me. Yet she refuses to believe it. No matter how I plead, she remains adamant. In comparison, I would rather return to my master's side. Although others may see me as a demon's servant, I know I am free with my master, who would never coerce me into doing something against my will. Though traveling with my master is perilous, it brings me more joy than my current circumstances," Xiaoyu lamented, seemingly speaking to herself. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Feng thought, I must dissolve this blood pact. He resolved, preparing to reveal his identity to Xiao Yu when Lu Hu reappeared, buzzing around like a fly. Jiang Feng regarded him with disdain as Xiao Yu coldly rebuked, How dare you follow me? Do you think yourself my master? Lu Hu, undeterred, approached Jiang Feng, a disingenuous smile gracing his features. I heard this brother possesses remarkable skills. I would like to learn a thing or two from you, if you would be so kind. He said. Jiang Feng recognized Lu Hu's intentions and internally criticized his narrow-mindedness, believing he would ultimately ruin his own clan. Lu Hu, do not go too far. We are in Wuxiang Valley. Xiao Yu warned sharply. Yet Lu Hu paid her no heed, continuing, If you choose not to speak, I shall take that as acquiescence. With that, he unleashed a spectral claw from his right hand. Despicable! Xiao Yu exclaimed furiously. Jiang Feng effortlessly dodged the strike. With his current cultivation level, even against the 9th level Lu Hu, he would not be defeated without even lifting a finger. Lu Hu, realizing his attack had missed, immediately unleashed another barrage of strikes. The Tiger clan relied heavily on brute strength, thus their techniques were limited, yet every move they executed was powerful and ferocious. As Lu Hu swung his fists, 2 Crimson Tiger Phantoms lunged at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng noted that Lu Hu's technique bore a resemblance to Huangfu Yenru's Tiger Soul, though its potency and might were significantly greater. Still, Jiang Feng refrained from countering and opted to evade instead, frustrated by his inability to land a hit. Lu Hu's fury escalated. His entire being was enveloped in a scarlet glow as he lashed out with a tiger's tail, akin to a steel whip. Jiang Feng swiftly sidestepped, but the massive boulder where he had stood moments before shattered into fragments. Lu Hu, consumed by rage, attacked relentlessly. Feeling the disgrace of being unable to harm a mere Fox clan attendant as a young lord of the Tiger clan, Jiang Feng, growing impatient with Lu Hu's relentless assault, waved his hand, summoning 8 ink bamboo swords to form an 8 trigrams sword formation. Lu Hu found himself ensnared in a celestial net, bombarded by sword energy. His pained cries echoed as Jiang Feng retracted the ink bamboo, leaving Lu Hu sprawled on the ground, utterly powerless, glaring at Jiang Feng with malice. Who are you? Xiao Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth, visibly excited. Little girl, do you not recognize me? Jiang Feng said, shedding his black robe, a smile gracing his face. Xiao Yu, astonished to see Jiang Feng before her, was momentarily speechless, unable to fathom how he had found her. She initially thought it might be an illusion, but now Jiang Feng stood unmistakably in front of her. She was at a loss for how to express her feelings, yearning to embrace him, yet hesitating, for she had never revealed her affections to him. Fearful of appearing too forward and inciting his disdain, she suddenly began to sob, her emotions overwhelming her. Jiang Feng, witnessing her tears, felt helpless. While he could engage in combat, comforting a girl was beyond his expertise. He could only wait for her to express her grief before assisting her in unraveling the blood pact. You are the one who placed a servant's contract on my daughter. How dare you come here? A commanding voice resonated from the heavens. Jiang Feng beheld a figure descending, a formidable presence radiating from her. He recognized it as Xiao Yu's mother, Wan Yu, who bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, albeit more mature and exuding an air of authority. Wan Yu, the current leader of the Celestial Fox clan, stood at the level of a martial sovereign, yet had refrained from advancing due to the constraints imposed by the laws of the realm. As Jiang Feng assessed her, Wan Yu scrutinized him in return, her gaze narrowing at the sight of the Taiji pattern on his robe, her expression shifting dramatically. You are that scoundrel's disciple? She exclaimed in fury, unleashing a stream of violet fire. Jiang Feng, taken aback by her sudden aggression, hastily dodged, though he appeared rather disheveled. Ultimately, even with the protection of 50 ink bamboo swords and a golden bell shield, he was still struck by her violet fire, sending him crashing into a stone wall, creating a substantial dent. Clutching his chest, he struggled to stand, the ink bamboo scattered around him. Please, don't scold me. Jiang Feng began to curse, but the voice of the golden-winged rock echoed in his mind. Do you know her? Jiang Feng communicated with the rock mentally. How could I not know? Had it not been for the death of Yunshen 3,000 years ago, she would have been your matriarch. The rock replied. Matriarch? Jiang Feng nearly choked, the weight of the familial hierarchy overwhelming him. This matter dated back 3 millennia when he and Yunshen traveled across the land, encountering Lan Yu, who was causing chaos in the Eastern Sea, triggering devastating tsunamis. At that time, she had just reached the martial sovereign realm. Seeing her wreak havoc, Yunshen subdued her, recognizing that her powers were unstable due to her recent breakthrough. Instead of killing her, he opted to establish a servant's contract and bring her back to the sect. However, unbeknownst to him, She developed feelings for Yunchun, who remained oblivious as he dedicated himself to cultivation. Eventually, upon learning of her identity as a member of the Celestial Fox clan amidst the world's turmoil, Yunchun dissolved her servant's contract, allowing her to return to the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, she adamantly refused to leave, fearing that his presence might endanger her. Yunchun promised to visit her after resolving sect matters. Tragically, on his way to the 10,000 Great Mountains, he was ambushed by the Dragon Clan while protecting a companion. The sect had only recently been established, and with chaos erupting throughout the realm, Lan Yu, left without news of Yunchun, likely concluded he had deceived her. Thus, she suffered. Jiang Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him as the rock recounted this tale. Chapter 33. Turmoil. Upon hearing this history, Jiang Feng felt as though he had to swallow his pride. Yunchun was the founding master of the Daoist sect in this world, and thus, Jiang Feng was obliged to refer to him as his ancestor. By lineage, he was indeed required to address Lan Yu as matriarch. The thought of her potentially punishing him was daunting. Yet, as he pondered this, he remained oblivious to the fact that he and Yunchun had embarked on eerily similar paths. Had he realized this, he would have been struck by a profound sense of dread. The ferocity of a woman's wrath is truly terrifying, and when it arises, consequences are often disregarded. Observing Jiang Feng's continued movement, Lan Yu's expression shifted from anger to determination, and she attacked once more. Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Feng hastily connected with the scale given to him by his companion, prioritizing his survival over respect for elders. "Mother, no!" Xiao Yu cried out in panic, acutely aware that Jiang Feng could not withstand this assault. As Jiang Feng braced for the violet fire's impact, a fissure suddenly appeared before him, absorbing the flames entirely. Following this, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, and a strikingly handsome young man emerged from within, exuding an aura of lethal power. It was Yizi. Spatial traversal. Lan Yu thought, alarmed. She understood that such a technique could only be employed by one of divine rank. "Yizi, how could you be here?" She wondered anxiously, fully aware of the rumors surrounding him and fearing that any misstep could provoke his wrath. Given his divine status, should he unleash his fury, only the reclusive patriarch would be able to contain him, leaving the rest of the realm in peril. "Lan Yu, my benefactor nearly met his demise at your hands. Shouldn't I intervene?" Yizi replied with a cruel smile. "Today, I wish to see who dares to lay a finger on Jiang Feng. I cannot guarantee that this place will remain intact." His tone carried a hint of jest, even as the gravity of the situation loomed. "You?" Lan Yu could only utter a single word, the disparity in their strengths rendering her powerless. Yizi regarded her with amusement, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, observing Yizi's mirth, felt a surge of anxiety. "What are you smiling about? You've made a bold statement. And when you discover her identity as my matriarch, along with the fact that her loss of a partner is due to saving you, you'll have ample reason to weep. Perhaps you should prepare some tofu to soften the blow." Jiang Feng thought desperately. "Yizi, this scoundrel placed a servant's contract on my daughter, subjecting her to daily torment. This matter is between him and me. I ask you to refrain from intervening," Lan Yu declared, striving to prevent Yizi from interjecting, as doing so would jeopardize her opportunity to confront Jiang Feng. Yet, she failed to notice her daughter shaking her head vigorously. "I admit it was wrong to place a servant's contract on Xiao Yu, but I cannot accept your claim that it causes her suffering. Throughout our time together, I have never discriminated against, scolded, or abused her, nor have I ever placed her in peril." At this moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward, having regained some composure and no longer appearing so disheveled. "You claim your innocence. Yet why did you establish a servant contract?" Lan Yu retorted coldly. Jiang Feng gazed at this unreasonable matriarch, feeling speechless. Thankfully, Yunchun had perished early. Had he truly married you, he would have eventually taken his own life, he mused. "Lan Yu, I never expected you to still harbor such grievances over past events." A golden figure materialized before the crowd. Lan Yu, astonished, exclaimed, "Jian Peng, what are you doing here? Were you not with Yunchun? If you are here, he must be nearby. Summon him to meet me. I need to confront him about why he deceived me all those years ago." Her agitation was palpable. "My benefactor has been deceased for 3,000 years, Yazi interjected sorrowfully. Lan Yu froze at this revelation. "He is dead. I refuse to believe it. At that time, he had already attained divine rank. How could he have died so easily? Jian Peng, tell me the truth. What truly happened to Yunchun?" Her voice escalated into hysteria. Xiao Yu watched her mother in shock, witnessing her mother's uncharacteristic fervor, stirred by someone named Yunchun. Who was this person? And what was his relationship with her mother? Jian Peng sighed as he observed Lan Yu's distress. "Lan Yu, It is indeed true that Yunshan has passed away. I witnessed his self-detonation with my own eyes. After failing to fulfill his promise and arranging matters for the Daoist sect, he descended south to seek you, only to be ambushed by the Dragon Clan on Jiang Feng Mountain. You are aware of the chaos that plagued the world at that time. The various clans of the Central Plains were embroiled in bloody battles against the underworld. The Daoist sect was merely a minor faction, and news could hardly reach the southern wilderness amidst such turmoil. Moreover, countless sects had perished. Who would remember a small sect? Even if someone did, the passage of time would have eroded those memories. You naturally remained unaware. Lan Yu, Yunshan never betrayed you. You should know his character well. Otherwise, you would not have returned alone to the 10,000 great mountains to await him. He did not betray me, yet he died, and I was left in ignorance, harboring resentment towards him for 3,000 years. Lan Yu appeared utterly lost, muttering to herself. Lan Yu, I must remind you that the Dao sect is no more. Jiang Feng may be the last remaining bloodline of the Dao sect. It is for this reason that I am willing to assist him in becoming his sword spirit. You nearly killed him in a fit of rage, severing the last bloodline of the Dao sect. If you were to meet Yunshan in the afterlife, how would you face him? Jin Ping's tone grew icy. Only then did Lan Yu realize the gravity of her near-fatal mistake. Nonetheless, she was quick to apologize to Jiang Feng, who felt unworthy of such an apology, hurriedly bowing in response. Yazi, listening to their conversation, felt utterly confused, only knowing that Lan Yu's relationship with Yunshan was extraordinary. Jiang Feng, what is the nature of this relationship between Lan Yu and my benefactor? Yazi communicated telepathically. Jiang Feng was taken aback, thinking, is this fellow truly so dense? The answer is quite evident. He replied mentally, the story is as follows. At the time, the matriarch was wreaking havoc in the East Sea, having just reached the martial sovereign realm. My master subdued her, recognizing that she had just broken through and was struggling to control her newfound power. In a moment of compassion, he spared her life and established a servant contract, bringing her back to the Dao sect. However, something unexpected transpired. She developed feelings for my master, who was solely focused on his cultivation and remained oblivious. Eventually, upon learning of her identity as a member of the Tianhu clan amidst the chaos, my master dissolved the servant contract, allowing her to return to the 10,000 great mountains. Yet, she stubbornly refused to leave. My master, not wishing to endanger her, promised to find her after settling matters within the sect. Little did he know that on his way to the 10,000 great mountains, he would save you, only to later sacrifice himself to protect you from the Dragon Clan's ambush. Jiang Feng relayed Jin Ping's previous words to Yazi. Upon hearing this, Yazi immediately sought out a stone to collide with, while Jiang Feng observed in disbelief, thinking, I must have been remarkably accurate. The others were equally perplexed by Yazi's actions. My head hurts. Jiang Feng chuckled. Now that the situation had become somewhat clearer, an awkward silence enveloped the group. Lan Yu had nearly killed Jiang Feng, who was the last bloodline of Yunshan's Dao sect. Although she had apologized, one does not simply dismiss matters of life and death. Lan Yu found it difficult to move on. Jiang Feng, meanwhile, was at a loss for how to navigate his relationship with this suddenly reappeared matriarch, especially considering he had signed a servant contract with her daughter. Jin Peng remained displeased with Lan Yu's near-fatal actions against Jiang Feng, regardless of her anger. She should not have threatened the last bloodline of the Dao sect. He had fought alongside Yunshan for so long and understood the value he placed on the sect. Xiao Yu observed the silence among the group, choosing to remain quiet herself. The rest were too wounded to speak, while Yazi continued to bang his head against a stone, overwhelmed by the conflicting emotions of vengeance and gratitude. Having already felt guilty towards Yunshan, he found it unbearable to threaten the woman of his benefactor. Xiao Yu, come here. Jiang Feng called. Xiao Yu obediently approached, and Jiang Feng proceeded to cast a mark. His right hand glowed with blue light as his fingers pointed to Xiao Yu's forehead. The blue light gradually penetrated her brow, and a drop of crimson blood began to seep forth. Xiao Yu suddenly felt something being extracted from within her, sensing a waning connection with Jiang Feng. Master, what are you doing? She gasped in fear. Do not move. I am dissolving the blood pact to restore your freedom, Jiang Feng explained, simultaneously enhancing his power. No, I do not want this. Xiao Yu vehemently shook her head, resisting Jiang Feng's efforts. Noticing her resistance, Jiang Feng urged, Xiao Yu, stay still. Once you regain your freedom, you can stay home peacefully, and you won't have to engage in a marriage alliance. Just listen. No, I do not want it. Xiao Yu continued to shake her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She kept evading him, making it impossible for Jiang Feng's energy to flow properly. The blood could not escape. A flicker of something unusual crossed Jiang Feng's eyes, but it vanished quickly. Seeing Xiao Yu's persistent noncompliance, he sighed, "Very well. I will return to help you dissolve it another time. Now that you are home and safe, I have no further worries. You should remain here. I have matters to attend to. Yazi, let us depart." With that, Jiang Feng mounted his sword and prepared to leave, while Yazi hurriedly followed. "Have you truly decided to abandon me?" Xiao Yu gazed at Jiang Feng's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with tears. Wan Yu, observing her daughter, understood her feelings all too well. She recognized the depth of Xiao Yu's reaction when Jiang Feng attempted to free her from the contract, recalling her own struggles from years past. Yet, she was helpless against Yun Chen's formidable cultivation. "Xiao Yu, return home," Wan Yu urged, but Xiao Yu seemed oblivious. Standing there gazing at the sky. "By fate's design, I met you, and through our daily companionship, feelings blossomed in silence. Alas, I remain unaware of your intentions, burying my affections deep within my heart. Now, as we part ways, I dare not express my feelings. Clad in azure robes, I tread the skies, leaving only tears to stain my garments." Chapter 34. Parting. Jiang Feng and Yazi flew out of the Wuxiang Valley. The moment they exited, Jiang Feng coughed up blood. "Yazi," alarmed, exclaimed Jiang Feng. "What is wrong?" "I'm fine. It may just be the aftermath of the battle triggering my wind and fire calamity. Quickly, help me find a place to suppress it, or the thunderstorm will descend." Jiang Feng struggled as Yazi immediately cast a spell to envelop him in magical energy. With a swift motion, he tore through the void, transporting Jiang Feng to the training chamber of his castle in the wasteland. Jiang Feng promptly began to suppress the impending calamity of wind and fire. Tricolored lights swirled around him, revealing the 3 family seals. Yazi, observing the protective seals surrounding Jiang Feng, felt a surge of astonishment. This young man was certainly no ordinary individual. Yazi silently praised him before departing. "Go. Spread my decree of annihilation. Should any strangers enter from the 4 corners, show no mercy." The fierce killing intent emanating from Yazi made his subordinates shiver, and they hurriedly obeyed his command. Yazi finally let out a breath of relief. He could not allow any disturbances to interfere with Jiang Feng's suppression of the wind and fire calamity. A day later, Jiang Feng emerged from the chamber, and seeing his normal demeanor, Yazi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "My lord Yazi, do you know of a suitable location for crossing the tribulation in the 10,000 Great Mountains?" Jiang Feng inquired. "You intend to face the tribulation? Are you in a fit state for it?" Yazi responded with concern. "Whether fit or not, it must be done. To be frank, I have refined 4 inner elixirs of level 10 and above in quick succession. My internal power has surged too rapidly. I estimate the lightning tribulation will arrive soon. So preparation is essential," Jiang Feng replied with resignation. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Yazi's gaze shifted. This lad was indeed daring. Nevertheless, he quickly began to contemplate suitable locations for Jiang Feng's tribulation, despite Yazi's formidable presence ensuring no other creatures dared to interfere. Ancient forces lurked within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the power of the lightning tribulation might awaken them. Thus, choosing an optimal location was of utmost importance. Ultimately, Yazi selected a place known as Thorn Valley, a secluded gorge dense with trees and thorns, where a person could easily vanish from sight. Furthermore, the absence of significant demon clans such as the Tianhu nearby alleviated concerns about attracting powerful adversaries. Proximity to the wasteland also ensured greater safety. "This shall be the place," Jiang Feng declared, clearly satisfied. "By the way, Jiang Feng, take this." Yazi handed him a book from a nearby shelf. "This is the formation my benefactor used to assist me in facing the lightning tribulation. It may prove useful to you." Jiang Feng accepted the tome and began to peruse its contents, which detailed a formation known as the Wuxiang Great Array. Its structure combined the principles of the Tai Chi Bagua Array, the 8-gate Golden Lock Array, and the 3 Talents Array. First, 8 flying swords were positioned in the 8 cardinal directions to establish the Bagua Array. Then, 2 swords were placed at the yin and yang points of the Tai Chi Array, with an additional 8 swords arranged in the 8 gates Golden Lock Array surrounding the Tai Chi Bagua Array. Finally, 30 swords were positioned outside the 2 arrays, forming the 3 Talents Array that enveloped the entire formation. The 3 arrays would complement and support each other. After reviewing the book, Jiang Feng calculated that a total of 48 flying swords were required for the formation. With his current ability, he could utilize 50 swords, leaving 2 for his protection after completing the array. He resolved to give it a try. The demons in Thorn Valley were in for a rough day. Yazi personally led his subordinates to seize the area early that morning. Upon hearing that the infamous Yazi had arrived, the The resident demons were terrified, fleeing in panic to relocate. Thus, Yazi and his group effortlessly took control of the area. The various factions within the 10,000 Great Mountains showed little reaction to Yazi's invasion of Thorn Valley. They were well aware of his reputation and knew he could easily make enemies over trivial matters. Seizing a place like Thorn Valley was hardly surprising, especially given its distance from major powers. They had no desire to provoke this harbinger of death, as it would be their own suffering in the end. Consequently, Jiang Feng was able to set up his formation in peace in Thorn Valley, preparing for the tribulation. In Wuxiang Valley, Lan Yue observed her daughter's sullen demeanor over the past few days and sighed. She approached her daughter gently. "Yur, my dear." Lan Yue spoke softly. Xiaoyu glanced at Lan Yue, but remained silent. "Yur, I can see that you have feelings for Jiang Feng, yet you do not truly understand him. Those who cultivate the Tao have hearts as hard as stone. They are seldom moved by familial affections. I see in Jiang Feng the same spirit as Yinshin from years past." Lan Yue's words were tinged with an unmistakable sadness. "Yinshin?" Xiaoyu's heart stirred at the mention of the name. "Mother, can you tell me about Yinshin?" Xiaoyu inquired. Lan Yue, slightly taken aback, proceeded to recount her story with Yinshin. Cultivators only concern themselves with the immortal path, the suffering of the people, and the fate of the world. They have no room for personal attachments. Even if Yinshin had not perished and had come to the 10,000 Great Mountains, based on my understanding of him, he would not have entertained matters of the heart. Lan Yue sighed deeply. In that moment, Xiaoyu barely grasped her mother's words. Her mind reeling in shock upon realizing that her mother had also formed a bond with Yinshin due to a contract of servitude, which eventually blossomed into affection, mirroring her own circumstances with Jiang Feng. "Yur, what are you thinking?" Lan Yue asked, noticing her daughter's distant expression. "Mother, I can't help but wonder if I am destined to follow the same path," Xiaoyu replied, tears welling in her eyes. Lan Yue, concerned by her daughter's distress, pressed. "What troubles you, dear?" Xiaoyu then recounted her experiences with Jiang Feng in detail, leaving Lan Yue momentarily speechless before she offered a wry smile. "Why must this be so? Is it our fate to be entangled with this path?" In Thorn Valley, Jiang Feng had commenced his tribulation. The sky was filled with swirling thunderclouds as the Wuxiang Great Array began to operate. A massive transparent barrier rose above Jiang Feng, and from the roiling clouds, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended, purple gold divine lightning. Jiang Feng gasped in awe. Although Starfall and the Golden Winged Dapeng had warned him that using external forces would magnify his tribulations, he had not anticipated the arrival of purple gold divine lightning, the most formidable of all tribulation lightning. The divine lightning struck down, but was intercepted by the three talents array. The transparent barrier began to buckle under the force of the divine lightning. Jiang Feng continuously formed seals with his hands, but the divine lightning managed to breach the barrier and struck Jiang Feng directly. However, its power had been significantly diminished. Jiang Feng endured the strike with little adverse effect. Yet he understood this was merely the beginning. The strength of the tribulation would intensify with each subsequent strike, particularly the final one. Countless cultivators had perished beneath the last bolt of divine lightning. As another strike descended, Jiang Feng rapidly channeled his internal power, pushing the array to its limits. The array glowed with hues of yellow, red, and blue, while the tribulation lightning rained down like colossal swords from the heavens, sending ripples across the surface of the array. "Master is in danger," Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed. Lan Yue, observing her daughter's alarmed expression, asked in astonishment, "Yur, what is the matter?" "I sense that Master is in peril," Xiaoyu replied. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of Jiang Feng's unusual departure. The fleeting thought intensified her concern that Jiang Feng had been concealing something from her. With no time to ponder further, she soared out of the palace. At that moment, a shadow silently followed her. Lan Yue, initially stunned by her daughter's abrupt departure, soon realized, is Jiang Feng in danger? She then took off in pursuit of Xiaoyu's aura. Utilizing her blood bond with Jiang Feng, Xiaoyu swiftly located him, concealed among the trees. She watched Jiang Feng from a distance as he faced the tribulation. Jiang Feng had already endured 17 bolts of divine lightning. His garments were tattered, his body scorched, and his face smeared with blood. Within the expanse of the Wuxiang Great Array, trees and boulders had been reduced to dust from the relentless onslaught of divine lightning. Xiaoyu anxiously observed Jiang Feng, covering her mouth with her hands, fearful that even a whisper might disrupt his tribulation. Meanwhile, another figure in the distance kept a watchful eye on Jiang Feng. The guardian, Yazi, suddenly sensed an intrusion into the forbidden zone. He was about to send someone to investigate but hesitated, for entering the perilous area would mean that the divine lightning would descend according to his own standards. potentially leaving Jiang Feng with nothing but ashes. Just then, Yazi felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Ascending into the sky, he spotted Lan Yu approaching. Recognizing her, Yazi dared not act arrogantly and respectfully inquired, "What brings you here, clan leader Lan Yu? Have you seen Yua? She seems to have come this way, and I must enter to find her." In a state of urgency, Lan Yu replied, "You must not. Jiang Feng is undergoing tribulation inside. If you enter, it will provoke an even greater storm of divine thunder, endangering both Jiang Feng and your daughter." Upon hearing Lan Yu's intention to breach the forbidden zone, Yazi quickly warned her. Stunned, Lan Yu halted just as a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a cataclysmic event. The final divine lightning struck, mirroring the intensity of Huangfu Weiming's tribulation, effortlessly shattering the defenses of the 3 talismans array and the 8 gates golden lock array. It collided with Jiang Feng's ultimate Taiji Bagua array, where Jiang Feng concentrated all his strength into the remaining 2 ink bamboo swords. The 10 ink bamboos of the Taiji Bagua array simultaneously emitted a blue glow, converging onto the 2 swords. The clash between the azure light and the purple golden divine lightning was fierce, yet the latter gradually pressed forward, causing the blue barrier to buckle under the pressure. Jiang Feng swiftly cast a seal, summoning a golden rock that engaged in a desperate struggle against the divine lightning. With a final roar, Jiang Feng felt the divine lightning ultimately consume him. It seemed insatiable, continuing to bombard the ground, fracturing the earth, uprooting trees, and causing the cliffs of the valley to collapse, as if heralding the end of days. Little Yu watched in terror, her spirit shattered by the relentless assault of the divine lightning, tears streaming down her face. As the storm clouds dispersed, the Thorn Valley lay in ruins, having been ravaged by the divine thunder, with Jiang Feng's tribulation site transformed into a massive crater. Little Yu's gaze remained fixed on the pit, but after a long silence, her eyes dimmed with despair. Suddenly, a figure crawled out, and she burst into tears of joy, wanting to cheer, as Jiang Feng struggled to emerge from the depths, utterly exhausted and devoid of strength to express his relief. "Get away!" A figure suddenly lunged forward, startling Jiang Feng. "Lu Hu, what are you doing here?" Lu Hu's face bore a cruel smile, and a gleaming long knife glinted in his hand. Jiang Feng, now too weak to resist, could only watch as Lu Hu approached, blood spraying upon impact. Both Lu Hu and Jiang Feng widened their eyes in shock. Lu Hu suddenly ran away frantically, while Little Yu collapsed into Jiang Feng's arms, blood seeping from her wounds, staining her pure white dress a deep crimson. "Little Yu," Jiang Feng trembled, "Master, I've loved you for a long time, but never dared to confess. Now that I am about to die, I can finally say it." She smiled through the pain, blood continually flowing from her mouth. Jiang Feng felt a ringing in his ears, memories flooding back. The day Little Yu refused to dissolve their blood pact, her words on the cliff, the moment he returned to life outside Yunan City, all played vividly in his mind. With great effort, he reached out to caress Little Yu's cheek. Though she was on the brink of death, she felt his touch and peacefully closed her eyes. "Little Yu, you won't die?" Jiang Feng smiled, but then his expression changed. A pale thread shot from his right hand, swiftly entering Little Yu's body. Instantly, her wounds healed, and she radiated with a spectrum of colors. The celestial foxtail behind her grew rapidly, reaching 9 tails as she ascended to the rank of 9-tailed celestial fox. Her excitement evident as she covered her mouth in disbelief. However, upon seeing Jiang Feng, his form began to dissolve into starlight. Little Yu felt their blood pact vanish, signifying Jiang Feng's demise. In disbelief, she watched as Jiang Feng's nascent soul appeared before her, smiling gently. "Little girl, I just gave you my newly formed celestial veins. Live well, for I must go into reincarnation. Remember to cherish life." Jiang Feng's nascent soul turned away, sensing Xing Luo's presence. "Since you are here, I shall accompany you," he said with a smile. Xing Luo had arrived at the moment of Jiang Feng's dissolution, granting him a farewell opportunity. With a wave of his hand, he shackled Jiang Feng. "No, return him to me." Little Yu cried out, her body shimmering with 7-colored light. "Humph! You think to defy death upon ascending to the divine realm?" Xing Luo scoffed, dispersing Little Yu's radiant aura with a sweep of his sleeve. In despair, she could only watch as Jiang Feng was taken away. "No, I don't want the celestial veins. I only want you alive," she wailed, as Jiang Feng closed his eyes, wishing to cry, yet no tears would fall. "After 20 years of seeking immortality, I realize I am devoid of fate. Hearing the lament of a beautiful lady, I finally understand that I too possess feelings. Alas, the heavens have placed us apart, leaving only the bitterness of longing. A wisp of a soul returns to the cycle, May we not fail each other in the next life. Yazi and Lan Yu, witnessing Jiang Feng's prolonged absence, finally entered the area, only to find little Yu and not Jiang Feng. Lan Yu stared in astonishment at the now nine-tailed celestial fox before her. What has happened? Lu Hu tried to kill me, but Jiang Feng sacrificed his celestial veins to save me, sacrificing himself in the process. I have truly lost him. I didn't even get the chance to be his servant, little Yu wept. Celestial veins. Lan Yu gasped, covering her mouth, understanding the profound implications. Those were the essence of a cultivator's path to becoming a celestial being and ascending to the heavens. Little Yu, having stored Jiang Feng's ink bamboo, walked away alone. But Lan Yu distinctly heard her vow, I will marry him, regardless of whether he is alive or dead. Yinshun, what debt do we owe to your sect that we are treated this way? This has been the case for 3,000 years, and it continues after 3,000 more. Lan Yu cried. Lu Hu, I demand retribution from your entire clan. Yazi roared, a tremendous killing intent permeating the air. Chapter 35. The Abyss of Hell. At this moment, the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains was engulfed in shock and confusion. The young master of the Celestial Fox clan had inexplicably shattered a 3,000-year-old taboo, breaking through the martial sovereign realm to ascend as a nine-tailed celestial fox. This revelation left many astounded and perplexed. However, the subsequent actions of the Celestial Fox clan sent ripples of alarm throughout the 10,000 great mountains. The young master personally led an assault against the Tiger clan, with the Lord of the Wasteland, Yazi, joining the fray. Even more terrifyingly, it was revealed that Yazi was also a divine being, something previously undiscovered. Under the combined might of these two divine entities, the blood river flowed in the Hu Tiger Ridge, and Lu Hu was brutally torn apart by the frenzied Yazi. In the end, the ancestor of the Tiger clan, Lu Wu, took to the battlefield. In the compendium of beasts, Lu Wu, resembling a tiger with 9 tails, possesses the face of a man and the claws of a tiger. He is indeed a divine being, overseeing the 9 divisions of heaven and the imperial realm. Lu Wu was originally a celestial beast, cast down from the heavenly realm for unknown reasons, landing in the 10,000 great mountains as a demon. In the Hu Tiger Ridge, Lu Wu single-handedly withstood Yazi and Little Yu's combined assault. Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement, with Lu Wu leading the Tiger clan southward to the southernmost point of the 10,000 great mountains, relinquishing Hu Tiger Ridge to the Celestial Fox clan and Yazi, while Yazi and the Celestial Fox clan would cease their pursuit of the Tiger clan. Thus, this divine conflict came to an end. Nothingness Valley, Foam. I have driven the Tiger clan to the southern reaches of the 10,000 great mountains. You shall never see them again. Little Yu murmured at Jiang Feng's sword monument. Instead of erecting a spirit tablet for Jiang Feng, she constructed a sword monument using his sword, believing it to be the best tribute to his life dedicated to the blade. The golden-winged rock remained hidden within the inked bamboo, never to reveal itself again after Jiang Feng's demise. In the desolate land, one could find a soul perpetually intoxicated, uttering but a single phrase, a waste of divine caliber. This realm, a forbidden ground for the living, served as the final resting place for the departed. It was a place of torment, fraught with endless suffering. The cycle of life and death intertwined here. Reincarnation began from this very point. Is this what they call the underworld? Jiang Feng gazed upon the boundless mountains of blades and seas of fire, where countless souls were herded by spectral enforcers along the ghostly path. Let us proceed, commanded Xing Luo, who with a mere gesture liberated Jiang Feng from his iron chains. Together, they descended before the city gate. Jiang Feng raised his gaze to scrutinize the imposing structure, which was entirely shrouded in black. Inscribed upon the city walls were the ominous characters for the Ghost Gate. Following Xing Luo, they approached the entrance, where the spectral enforcers, upon sighting Xing Luo, immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Soul Envoy." Xing Luo nodded, "Open the gate," he stated matter-of-factly. The two enforcers complied, simultaneously unleashing beams of light upon the gate, which gradually creaked open, releasing a terrifying wave of deathly energy that made Jiang Feng's heart race. "Let us enter." Xing Luo stepped forward, and Jiang Feng followed closely. Who is this individual that warrants the personal attention of a soul envoy? Jiang Feng pondered, realizing that Xing Luo was reputed for capturing dragon souls. The enforcers whispered among themselves, and Jiang Feng's curiosity about Xing Luo's prowess intensified. Xing Luo effortlessly seized souls. Even Xiao Yu's 9-tailed celestial fox powers had proven ineffective against him. Now, hearing that he specialized in capturing dragon souls, Jiang Feng could not restrain his inquiry. "Xing Luo, what exactly is your cultivation level?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng's question, Xing Luo smiled and replied, "You belong to the Taoist sect, I presume? By your standards, I am at the golden immortal level." Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, though he had suspected Xing Luo's formidable cultivation. The mention of the golden immortal surprised him, yet seemed plausible. Xiao Yu, having gained Jiang Feng's celestial lineage and recently attaining the divine tier, was merely at the human immortal level, with the earth and heavenly immortal levels above. Thus, Xing Luo's ability to defeat Xiao Yu in a single move was not astonishing. Following Xing Luo, they arrived at the Bridge of Forgetfulness. "Am I to be reincarnated?" Jiang Feng questioned, bewildered. "Who informed you of that?" "I certainly did not." Xing Luo appeared equally perplexed. "Then why bring me to the Bridge of Forgetfulness?" Jiang Feng retorted. Xing Luo chuckled and replied, "Who said arriving at the Bridge of Forgetfulness necessitates reincarnation? This bridge is merely a grand teleportation array, capable of reaching any corner of the underworld, including the tunnel of reincarnation." Jiang Feng then comprehended that this was but a common misconception among mortals. It was understandable, as most souls arriving here did so for the purpose of reincarnation, making it exceedingly rare for others to come for different reasons. "Greetings, Lord Soul Envoy." Two figures emerged from the Bridge of Forgetfulness, one clad in black and the other in white. "General Fan, General Xie, back on duty again." Xing Luo greeted them. Jiang Feng recognized them as the notorious black and white impermanents. Their appearances bore striking similarities, both wielding sorrowful staves entwined with heavy iron chains. Jiang Feng felt an immense pressure radiating from them, akin to confronting a fierce beast. It was evident that mortals misunderstood their true capabilities. The black and white impermanents were nearly invincible within the southern continent, yet their strength was essential for subduing powerful souls. The black and white impermanents were known as Xie Bian, white impermanents, and Fan Wujiu, black impermanents, also referred to as Seventh Master and Eighth Master. Legends spoke of their bond since childhood, akin to brothers. One day, as they traversed beneath the southern platform bridge, a storm loomed. Seventh Master requested Eighth Master to wait while he fetched an umbrella. Unfortunately, upon his return, he found Eighth Master had perished in the flood. Grief-stricken, Seventh Master took his own life at the bridge pillar. The Lord of Hell, recognizing their deep loyalty, tasked them with apprehending wrongdoers. "Lord Soul Envoy," Xie Bian declared, "the Celestial Fox Clan and the Fierce Beast have united to assault the Tiger Clan at the Sleeping Tiger Ridge, resulting in heavy casualties among the Tiger warriors, including those of Martial Sage and Grand Sorcerer levels. The Lord of Hell has commanded us to capture souls to prevent any further harm to the mortal realm." "What? Xiao Yu and the Fierce Beast are attacking the Tiger Clan?" Jiang Feng was taken aback, immediately realizing the implications. "Haste is of the essence," Xing Luo urged, and the black and white impermanents promptly took their leave. Jiang Feng and Xing Luo stepped onto the Bridge of Forgetfulness, feeling the scenery around them shift rapidly, until a grand and imposing hall came into view. As they alighted from the bridge, Jiang Feng noticed the three characters proclaiming Hall of Hell prominently displayed. "What brings me here? I have not committed any grave offenses," Jiang Feng thought, reflecting on his minor mischief against certain officials and his modest cultivation practices. Surely, this did not warrant a personal audience with the Lord of Hell. Lost in thought, he unknowingly entered the Hall of Hell, where Xing Luo guided him to a side chamber. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon-patterned robe awaited them, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. "Greetings, Lord of Hell." Xing Luo bowed respectfully. Jiang Feng was stunned, gazing at the cultured figure before him, unable to reconcile this gentleman with the fearsome Lord of Hell. Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. Rumors can be so damaging, Jiang Feng mused. "Jiang Feng, do not forget your manners before the Lord of Hell," Xing Luo reminded him. Snapping Jiang Feng back to reality as he hurriedly bowed. "I am Jiang Feng, honored to meet you, Lord of Hell. Please, no need for formalities." The Lord of Hell exclaimed with palpable excitement, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Feng's hand firmly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Feng with an intensity that felt almost invasive. Jiang Feng, taken aback by the Lord's fervor, exchanged glances with the smirking Xing Luo, feeling a shiver run down his spine. This Lord of Hell was far too enthusiastic for someone he barely knew. Was there an ulterior motive, or was the oppressive atmosphere of the underworld affecting him? Jiang Feng's mind was a flurry of questions, while the Lord of Hell continued to hold his hand, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. "Ahem. Lord of Hell, perhaps it is time to share the matter with Jiang Feng?" Xing Luo interjected, sensing the awkwardness. "Ah, yes, of course." The Lord of Hell appeared to snap back to reality, finally releasing Jiang Feng's hand, granting him a moment of relief. "Jiang Feng, You are aware that over the past 3,000 years, nearly all martial sage-level cultivators who attempted to transcend their tribulations have perished beneath the thunderous skies? The Lord of Hell resumed, regaining his composure. Indeed, what of it? Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. Their failures have led to an overwhelming influx of powerful wandering souls confined within my realm, accumulating immense resentment over the millennia. This resentment is now threatening the stability of the underworld, and should it collapse, the mortal realm would follow suit. The Lord of Hell lamented gravely. Then why not allow them to be reincarnated? Jiang Feng suggested. We wish we could. However, their resentment is too profound. Reincarnating them would only give rise to tyrants and demons, further exacerbating the world's woes. Moreover, we must strip them of their powers before reincarnation. And our resources within the underworld are limited, as we are preoccupied with capturing souls. Thus, we turn to you for assistance. The Lord of Hell implored earnestly. Me? I have only just reached the martial sage level. What can I possibly contribute? Jiang Feng responded, confusion etched across his face. This time, we seek to utilize your refining techniques. The Lord of Hell explained. Jiang Feng quickly deduced that Xing Luo had recognized his ability to refine the Ink Dragon and had set his sights on him. With the Taoist sect's fall, such techniques had become nearly extinct, making him the last hope. He realized that Xing Luo's previous assistance was likely to bolster his strength for this very purpose. Quite a clever scheme. However, Jiang Feng felt compelled to refuse. I am truly unable to assist. Unable to assist? Both the Lord of Hell and Xing Luo expressed incredulity, their gazes fixed on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, feeling the weight of their expectations, sighed, I genuinely find myself powerless. I have perished, devoid of corporeal form, leaving only my nascent soul. Consequently, my magical prowess has significantly diminished. Furthermore, in the absence of a physical body, I am unable to merge my flying sword with my being. The refinement of the soul necessitates the presence of a flying sword. Moreover, I am unaware of the whereabouts of my sword. Yet, this is merely the most fundamental issue. To maximize the refinement of my soul, it is imperative that the physical body be my own. Otherwise, the efficacy will be severely compromised. Jiang Feng, having finished speaking, spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating that his inability to assist was not due to a lack of desire. Chapter 36. A Tangle of Mysteries. This is indeed a predicament. Yin Jun lamented. Fear not, Yin Jun. This dilemma may pose a challenge elsewhere. But for us in the realm of the dead, it is quite manageable. Do not forget our little six paths. Xing Luo smiled. And upon hearing the term little six paths, Yin Jun's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and he too smiled. Ah, thanks to my wise younger brother for the reminder. I almost overlooked our little six paths. What is this little six paths? Jiang Feng inquired, intrigued by the mysterious concept that seemed to hold the key to unraveling all problems. Noticing Jiang Feng's confusion, Xing Luo clarified. Our realm possesses six paths: heaven, humanity, Azura, beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell. However, these pertain to mortals and cultivators. The little six paths are unique to our realm, crafted in imitation of the six paths, specifically designed for our spectral officials. Jiang Feng remained perplexed. Do ghosts also require reincarnation? Isn't a ghost simply a person reborn? What then is the purpose of the little six paths? Seeing Jiang Feng's continued confusion, Yin Jun took it upon himself to elucidate further. The little six paths are intended for ghostly officials rather than ghosts. A ghost is merely a person who has passed away, while ghostly officials are distinct entities, primarily originating from our realm. They are the spirits of the underworld, with only a select few, such as Xing Luo and the black and white impermanents, being sourced from the souls of high-level cultivators from the mortal realm. When our ghostly officials venture forth to retrieve souls, unforeseen occurrences may arise, such as encountering a tribulation and being affected, or capturing a particularly powerful soul that retaliates against the official. This leads to a reduction in the number of ghostly officials. Since the majority do not originate from the mortal realm, they require their own reincarnation tunnel, hence the existence of the little six paths. Within this framework, ghostly officials can cultivate their physical forms and restore their souls, subsequently choosing to relinquish their corporeal bodies to re-enter the realm as ghostly officials. Yin Jun, having conveyed this, cast a glance at Jiang Feng, anxious that he might not comprehend. So, does that mean ghostly officials lack physical bodies? Jiang Feng queried. Not entirely. Individuals like Xing Luo and the black and white impermanents possess physical forms, as they sometimes need to retrieve souls during the day. And their adversaries often have formidable cultivation levels. Thus, they require physical bodies. However, they possess unique techniques that allow them to meld with their surroundings, remaining undetected, just like any other ghostly official. Yin Jun continued. Now, Jiang Feng, you may proceed to the little 6 paths to restore your physical form. Should you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. Jiang Feng observed Yin Jun's anxious demeanor. Am I truly that bothersome? It is merely a few inquiries. With this current attitude, it seems you will use me up and then cast me aside, Jiang Feng mused. However, Yin Jun appeared more anxious than he had anticipated. Niu tu ma mi on, Yin Jun called out, and Jiang Feng then beheld the 2 legendary figures enter. He sighed in relief, recognizing them as a true bull-headed and horse-faced pair. Thankfully, they had not been misrepresented. The bull-headed and horse-faced duo, seeing Jiang Feng relaxed upon their arrival, felt a twinge of frustration. What gives? We've frightened countless ghosts, and this fellow appears so jovial upon seeing us. Do we amuse him? Niu tu ma mi on. Take Jiang Feng to the little 6 paths to restore his physical form, Yin Jun commanded. Upon hearing this, the duo gazed at Jiang Feng in astonishment. He is not here to take our position, is he? They pondered. How curious that he seems so pleased to see us. Why would a high-level cultivator choose to compete with ghosts for sustenance? Nevertheless, they complied with the order, watching Jiang Feng depart with them. As Yin Jun's expression softened, he thought, at least this concern of the underworld has been temporarily alleviated. Yin Jun smiled, and then turned to Xing Luo. I must credit my wise younger brother for his keen insight. Your praise is unwarranted, Xing Luo humbly replied, though his expression grew contemplative. This Jiang Feng, while an outsider, bore a striking resemblance to someone from whom I once extracted a soul. Could it be that he is not entirely an outsider? Has he forged a connection with this realm? Xing Luo pondered deeply. My dear brother, what occupies your thoughts? Yin Jun inquired, noticing the shift in Xing Luo's demeanor. Do you recall the time I failed to retrieve a soul? Xing Luo suddenly remarked. Yin Jun, taken aback by this seemingly random statement, asked, Are you referring to the incident 3,000 years ago? Xing Luo nodded. Indeed, that was my soul failure. I had just reached the divine tier in my cultivation and ventured to retrieve a soul, yet I was defeated by that individual. I sensed a potent dragon aura emanating from him, albeit without vitality, coupled with the aura of heavenly punishment. This indicated that he had battled the dragon race and suffered divine retribution before his demise. Even under such circumstances, I was vanquished. Xing Luo expressed his frustration. I recall that from that moment forward, you assumed the role of the soul catcher, specializing in dealing with the souls of dragons. Your cultivation began to flourish. Yin Jun remarked. Precisely. I am determined to prove that I am not inferior to him. If he can conquer the dragon race, so can I, Xing Luo declared, his face alight with excitement. Was this what occupied your thoughts just now? Yin Jun asked. Xing Luo shook his head. I once extracted a soul from Jiang Feng and sensed a familiar essence within, reminiscent of that individual, yet distinct. I am beginning to suspect that he may be intertwined with that person's soul. If so, I hope he grows stronger swiftly to fulfill a personal ambition. However, Xing Luo did not divulge the entire truth. He was already aware that Jiang Feng did not belong to this realm, nor was he tainted by that person's soul. Nevertheless, he did feel a sense of familiarity with Jiang Feng, which was one of the reasons he chose to assist him, alongside the hope of possibly locating that individual through Jiang Feng. You appear indifferent to everything yet possess an undeniable competitive spirit. Yin Jun chuckled. Xing Luo smiled and shook his head in agreement. Behold, the little 6 paths. This is it. The bull-headed and horse-faced duo presented the entrance to Jiang Feng, eager to curry favor, having witnessed the esteemed figures Xing Luo and the black and white impermanence emerge from its depths. For Jiang Feng, a cultivator entering the little 6 paths, they seized the opportunity to forge a connection. Jiang Feng, however, was oblivious to their attempts at flattery, his gaze fixated on the grand portal before him. Before him stood a colossal door resembling a honeycomb, adorned with 6 circular openings radiating different hues. This was indeed the little 6 paths. The greater heaven path is accessible only to those of divine tier, while the little azura path, little beast path, little hungry ghost path, and little hell path serve to refine ghostly officials or cultivate ghostly beasts. To restore your physical form, simply enter the red-hued human path. The duo explained respectfully. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Jiang Feng replied before soaring into the human path. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's gratitude, the bull-headed and horse-faced duo became elated, envisioning their future rise to prominence. As Jiang Feng entered, the two were lost in their daydreams when, unbeknownst to them, Xing Luo had approached their side. Greetings, Master Soul Catcher. Welcome back, Master. Jiang Feng has already entered. The duo responded with utmost reverence. Upon entering the human path, Jiang Feng beheld a massive, honeycomb-like mass of flesh, segmented into numerous smaller compartments, each nurturing a developing corporeal form. Jiang Feng, select a compartment and commence your cultivation. Your physical body will gradually restore. Jiang Feng suddenly heard Xing Luo's voice. Jiang Feng immediately flew into a flesh chamber, which automatically enveloped him in a layer of flesh membrane after his entry. Within this sanctum, he commenced his cultivation. First, he sought to solidify his primordial spirit. Flashes of azure, violet, and golden light emanated from his being, as the images of his primordial spirits from the three schools of Buddhism, demonology, and Daoism transformed in succession. Inside the chamber, under the influence of Jiang Feng's magical power, traces of blood essence began to materialize, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Outside, Xing Luo, as usual, arrived after 3 years, appearing at the same time each day. Jiang Feng, how are you faring? He communicated with Jiang Feng through their mental link. At this moment, Jiang Feng had restored his physical form, yet he had no intention of exiting. He sensed that the cultivation within this flesh chamber was exceptionally beneficial. The blood essence was pure and devoid of impurities, perfectly suited for the growth of his demonic seed. After bestowing the celestial meridian upon Xiaoyu, Jiang Feng had met his demise. However, due to his mastery of the three schools techniques, during the tribulation, his Daoist primordial spirit had given rise to a celestial meridian. While his demonic primordial spirit, as the second major entity, unexpectedly birthed a demonic seed under the tribulation's purifying force, an existence equivalent to a celestial meridian. The Buddhist primordial spirit, alas, was too feeble to produce a relic. Now that Jiang Feng's physical body had recovered, and given that he had perished only after successfully overcoming the tribulation, his cultivation level remained at the tribulation stage. However, with the loss of the celestial meridian, he could not ascend. Thus he must diligently nurture this still feeble demonic seed, his only hope for ascension. Jiang Feng planned to cultivate the demonic seed into a powerful entity before converting it into a celestial meridian, for his greatest strength still lay within his Daoist primordial spirit. Should he attempt to ascend with the demonic seed, it would necessitate a complete reformation of his demonic path. Yet, his demonic primordial spirit remained relatively weak, which would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time he could ill afford. Transforming a demonic seed into a celestial meridian might seem impossible, as the methods of the demonic path are largely contradictory. However, with the presence of his Buddhist primordial spirit, everything became conceivable. The three schools of Buddhism, demonology, and Daoism complement one another, and the existence of Buddhist teachings acted as a buffer between the paths of demonology and Daoism, gradually harmonizing their divergent trajectories. Thus, Jiang Feng boldly postulated this theory after studying the three schools techniques. I am recovering well. It has been 3 years, and you have come daily. Your dedication is commendable. Jiang Feng responded to Xing Luo. You, too, are concerned for the safety of the netherworld. It is no burden to me, Xing Luo replied. Xing Luo, I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Jiang Feng said, ultimately revealing his intentions over the past 3 years. He believed that the netherworld's soul reaping would inevitably ensnare the souls of those from the Daoist sect, which could lead them to uncover the truth. What is it? Speak freely. Xing Luo responded. Having spent many years reaping souls in the netherworld, have you ever encountered anyone from the Daoist sect like me, capable of wielding a sword? Jiang Feng inquired. None. I have never captured anyone as you, a wielder of swords. There is no record of such in the netherworld, Xing Luo affirmed confidently. None. How can that be? Could he be deceiving me? Yet it does not seem so, Jiang Feng pondered, feeling a sense of unease. Is there any circumstance that would prevent the ghostly emissaries from capturing a soul? What happens to souls that do not come to the netherworld? Jiang Feng mused, feeling discontent. There are typically 2 reasons a ghostly emissary cannot capture a soul. Either the emissary has arrived too late, and the soul has dissipated, or the soul has defeated the emissary. Souls that do not reach the netherworld, aside from those of exceptionally high cultivation who can reincarnate on their own, generally return to the land of Azuris, a realm akin to our netherworld, where the aura of slaughter is overwhelming. Souls that arrive there are reborn as Azuras or Rakshasas, intertwined with that violent energy, Xing Luo explained. In that case, are Daoist spells capable of self-detonation? Thus, those below the tribulation stage would obliterate their primordial spirits, while those above, protected by celestial meridians, could preserve their souls. And defeating a ghostly emissary? Perhaps there are indeed powerful beings within the Daoist sect capable of such feats. Furthermore, Yun Chun, Jin Peng mentioned that Yun Chun had reached the celestial immortal stage in his time. Thus, he might ensure his soul's survival even in self-detonation. With his celestial cultivation, he could potentially vanquish a ghostly emissary. If individuals from the Daoist sect are not present in the netherworld, it is quite possible they have ventured to the land of Azuras, Jiang Feng speculated. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's magical power accelerated. As he sought to reconstruct his celestial meridian and journey to the land of Azuras in pursuit of clues. Xing Luo, having received no further response from Jiang Feng, departed, pondering whether he, too, would venture to the land of Azuras. Chapter 37. Celestial and demonic Jiang Feng had resolved to explore the land of Azuras to seek out the souls of those from the Daoist sect who had been fortunate enough to escape. Should he succeed, the truth behind the fall of the Daoist sect might finally be unveiled. Therefore, within the realm of Shaolu Dao, Jiang Feng devoted himself to nurturing the demonic seed. He needed to expedite this process, transforming the seed into a celestial meridian. After all, most of the inhabitants of the land of Azuras had failed their tribulations at the level of martial sovereign, which implied they possessed the cultivation of martial emperors or great sorcerers. Moreover, having endured tribulations, they were likely to be significantly stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Thus, Jiang Feng understood that he must enhance his strength to the utmost in a short time frame for his journey to the land of Azuras. Within his dantian, his demonic primordial spirit radiated wisps of purple light intermingling above its head, where a golden seed gradually emerged. Both the demonic seed and celestial meridian lacked a specific form. Unlike the primordial spirits that required a defined shape, they could merge with a cultivator's soul. This characteristic allowed for self-detonation beyond the tribulation stage while preserving the soul. However, should a cultivator require them to manifest a specific form, they could simply summon them with their thoughts. This is why Jiang Feng was able to invoke the celestial meridian to aid Xiaoyu. The golden demonic seed incessantly absorbed the blood essence within the chamber at an astonishing rate, almost as if devouring it, creating a whirlpool of surrounding blood essence. As the seed consumed more and more, fine threads of blood began to emerge on its surface, each glowing a deep crimson. Excellent. Jiang Feng had already sensed this change and rejoiced, declaring it to be a sign of the maturation of the demonic seed. As the bloodlight emanating from the seed intensified, enveloping the entire entity, Jiang Feng's Buddhist infant immediately cast a golden mark, shrouding the demonic seed in Buddhist radiance. Gradually, the golden shell of the demonic seed began to crack from the top, and a blood-colored sprout emerged, slowly growing out. From that tender sprout, a powerful bloodlight erupted, swiftly filling the surroundings and clashing continuously with the Buddhist light. Jiang Feng's Daoist infant quickly unleashed a blue radiance, encompassing them all. With the addition of the Daoist light, the chaotic bloodlight noticeably calmed. The bloodlight intertwined with the Buddhist light, meeting the blue light that had also entered, and upon contact, began to clash. The Buddhist light rippled in response as the three colors of light engaged in a struggle, with neither side gaining the upper hand. During this conflict, the weakest, the Buddhist light, gradually merged with the two other hues. Then, a marvelous event transpired. After integrating with the Buddhist light, both the blue and blood lights shimmered with points of golden glimmer, and their battle significantly diminished. The Daoist blue light, being inherently more powerful, seized the opportunity to break through the Buddhist light and penetrate the blood light, leading to a complete collapse of the blood light, which began to retract. The blue light pressed on, intertwining with the blood sprout. The sprout struggled violently, as if attempting to break free, but with the continuous influx of blue light, its resistance weakened. Eventually, it was completely enveloped by the blue light. Jiang Feng's Daoist infant relentlessly cast marks, while his demonic infant gradually faded, transforming into a wisp of purple light. Merging into Jiang Feng's Daoist infant, the blood sprout of the golden demonic seed began to change, its bloodlight dimming until it was stripped away. Merging into Jiang Feng's Daoist infant. As Jiang Feng's Daoist infant continued to cast marks, the sprout gradually turned a milky white. Once the final mark was completed, that milky white dispersed into countless specks of starlight, integrating into Jiang Feng's body. Indeed, it is possible, Jiang Feng exclaimed with excitement, realizing he had finally found an opportunity to continue his exploration of the heavenly Dao. Suddenly, the blood energy surrounding Jiang Feng surged violently. Within his dantian, the demonic seed did not dissipate. Instead, it voraciously consumed the blood energy. The area from which the sprout had been removed still retained remnants, and these remnants, nourished by the abundant blood energy, began to grow slowly once more. The tempestuous blood energy continuously gathered around the demonic seed, gradually forming a fleshy mass resembling a heart. Pulsating rhythmically, Jiang Feng's Daoist infant suddenly dissipated its blue radiance, transforming entirely into the demonic infant. How could the demonic infant form? Jiang Feng marveled. The demonic Jiang Feng infant cast a mark towards the demonic fetus, drawing it into its body. The demonic Jiang Feng then unleashed 2 beams of purple light upon the demonic fetus, which instantly transformed into bloodlight, merging with the demonic Jiang Feng infant. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the Buddhist Jiang Feng infant, returning to the form of the Daoist infant. However, he no longer appeared as ethereal as before. A hint of malevolence now adorned his features, and the blue light emanating from him flickered with points of purple starlight. What is happening? Jiang Feng pondered, suddenly recalling an ancient legend from Mount Shu. Since the dawn of time, when the 6 realms separated, the celestial and demonic forces have been locked in endless conflict. A prodigious talent emerged from the celestial path, who managed to merge 2 conflicting powers, embodying both celestial and demonic paths. This individual could switch between the 2 at will, transcending the boundaries of both realms. He became invincible to both celestial and demonic forces. However, his power drew the ire of both realms, leading to his pursuit and eventual demise. Contemplating this, Jiang Feng began to channel the Daoist method. With the recovery of his celestial veins, he could distinctly feel the celestial energy radiating from his body, entirely originating from within, not a mere manifestation of magical power. He then activated the heavenly demon technique, allowing a torrent of demonic energy to surge forth. Jiang Feng's Daoist infant transformed once again into the demonic infant, and he felt that this demonic energy, like the celestial energy, emanated from his own being. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, as he activated the heavenly demon technique, his appearance and aura mirrored that of the demonic infant, completely devoid of the previous ethereal grace, especially his blood-red eyes, which made him appear as if a demonic lord had descended. Jiang Feng withdrew his demonic powers and attempted to channel the tranquil heart incantation. The Buddhist light radiated magnificently, exuding a dignified aura. Yet, Jiang Feng understood that this emanated from magical power, entirely distinct from the earlier sensation. When he activated his magical power, the Buddhist infant merely manifested as an illusory shadow. Unlike the demonic and Daoist infants that could interchange, Jiang Feng now truly comprehended that he was akin to that unparalleled prodigy, capable of shifting between celestial and demonic forms. Albeit his cultivation was still too low to ascend as a true celestial or demon, preventing him from traversing both paths freely. After stabilizing his current state, Jiang Feng soared away from the Little 6 realms. Xing Luo, as usual, awaited outside the Little 6 realms and noticed Jiang Feng's emergence, immediately sensing the change within him. Jiang Feng also observed Xing Luo's arrival and descended before him. "It seems your cultivation has advanced," Xing Luo remarked with a smile. "Ah, merely luck," Jiang Feng acknowledged, knowing he could not deceive Xing Luo, given his status as a golden immortal. "Your technique is quite remarkable. It appears to meld 2 originally conflicting methods," Xing Luo observed. Though maintaining his usual demeanor, a hint of an ominous aura lingered in his expression. Xing Luo spoke without intent, yet Jiang Feng perceived the underlying implications. "How astute, to discern my differences so swiftly. I can no longer dwell on this topic." Jiang Feng felt a sense of peril. Although this world lacked the celestial and demonic paths, his unique techniques could easily attract unwanted attention. Caution is the mother of safety. He needed to uncover the truth behind the Daoist gate's demise and could not afford an early downfall. Thus, he hurriedly shifted the conversation, saying, "All right, I have recovered. Once I retrieve my sword, I can assist you in refining the souls." In his heart, Jiang Feng had already devised a plan. He suspected that many dragon souls would be among those to be refined. If he could recover Mo Zhu with his current cultivation level, he could fully unleash the strength of the golden-winged Great Peng in the martial sovereign realm. At that point, he could specifically deal with the dragon souls and, at the opportune moment, feign an inability to handle them and seek assistance, using that as an excuse to explore the realm of Shura. Xing Luo, upon hearing this, seemed unperturbed, smiling. "No rush, no rush." Jiang Feng found this curious. When he first arrived, Yanjun had seemed eager to begin, so why the sudden change? "Have you resolved your issues?" Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. "Not yet, but we should address your concerns first," Xing Luo replied with a smile, appearing completely unfazed. "What concerns do I have?" Jiang Feng remained confused. "To retrieve your sword, you should at least put on some clothes, right?" Xing Luo stated. It was only then that Jiang Feng realized he had been conversing while completely unclothed. Although he had restored his physical form in the Little 6 realms, His clothes did not return, so he emerged in a state of undress. "You, pervert! Why didn't you say so earlier? We've been chatting here for ages," Jiang Feng exclaimed, hastily attempting to cover himself. This fellow was as peculiar as Yen Jun, maintaining a smiling demeanor while conversing with someone completely naked. Had he grown accustomed to such sights? Jiang Feng pondered, sending shivers down his spine. Xing Luo paid no heed to Jiang Feng's thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, a set of Daoist robes materialized in his hand, crafted from the silk thread of the heavenly silkworm king and infused with the blood of the previous dragon emperor. This soft armor had been forged using hellfire. "Put this on. It will serve you well in the future," he stated, as a wisp of deathly energy enveloped the robes and presented them to Jiang Feng. Upon donning the attire, Jiang Feng immediately sensed a remarkable difference. He could distinctly feel a powerful energy coursing through the robes, particularly concentrated in vital areas. "How did you acquire such materials?" Jiang Feng pondered, fully aware of the rarity of these components, especially the Dragon Emperor's blood, which piqued his curiosity regarding Xing Luo's source. "I collected them while gathering souls. Now, you may proceed to retrieve your sword." With that, he departed, fully aware of the dubious nature of his actions. Jiang Feng stood in stunned silence, incredulous at Xing Luo's audacity. "I was right. If one behaves like a rogue, they should not pretend otherwise. Why not simply call yourself a bandit?" he thought disdainfully. Nevertheless, he had no intention of returning the robes and decided to pursue his sword instead. Observing the token in his hand, given to him by Xing Luo alongside the robes, he noted the prominent character for soul etched upon it. Chapter 38. A meeting. Jiang Feng ascended the Niha Bridge, and in an instant, the reincarnation tunnel appeared before him. He descended the bridge and observed the restless spirits leaping into 6 distinct passageways. Jiang Feng followed suit. But as the ghostly messengers approached him with the intent to seize him, he brandished the token. The sight of it prompted the ghostly beings to bow respectfully. "I am commanded to venture into the mortal realm. Open the tunnel," he proclaimed. The ghostly messengers immediately turned to the reincarnation tunnel, collectively unleashing a beam of green light upon a ghostly visage sculpture. The sculpture's mouth opened wide, revealing a swirling azure light within. "Master, the passage to the mortal realm is now open," one of the ghostly attendants announced respectfully. "In this world, numerous paths lead to the netherworld. Yet only 2 routes permit exit: reincarnation or, like Jiang Feng, possessing a ghostly messenger token to traverse the tunnel as one of their kind." Without hesitation, Jiang Feng stepped into the ghost's gaping maw. As he entered the tunnel, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself amidst a grove. Emerging from the trees, he discovered he was outside Wufeng City. After 3 years, Jiang Feng had returned to the mortal realm, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He shook his head lightly, as if to cast away any lingering discontent, and smiled as he entered the city. Lacking the ability to conceal himself, like Xing Luo, Jiang Feng sought a black cloak to shroud himself entirely. He was mindful that this area was still under the influence of the Kuning Pavilion, and it was possible that someone might recognize him. As he strolled through the bustling streets, curious glances were cast his way, but Jiang Feng remained indifferent. His purpose in entering the city was merely to savor the sensation of life once more. He resolved to venture into the 10,000 great mountains in search of his ink bamboo. As he continued his walk, a figure caught his eye, a woman clad in white. The passage of 3 years had left her unchanged, still radiating beauty and purity. Jiang Feng found himself halting in his tracks. During these years, the Kuning Pavilion had firmly established control over the 4 nations. Huangfu Yenru was presently basking in the adoration of the people. Throughout these 3 years, she had achieved the 10th level of cultivation. Today, she had just returned from the southern regions, having led her followers in vanquishing demons. When the Kuning Pavilion sought to reassert its dominance over the 4 nations, she had expressed a strong desire to oversee matters in the southern Cloud Nation. Huangfu Weiming understood her intentions well. On the day that Wu Xiang arrived at the Kuning Pavilion, urging Huangfu Weiming to restore protection to the southern Cloud Nation, he had also mentioned Jiang Feng's journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains. This news had stirred great excitement within Huangfu Yenru, prompting her request to travel to the southern Cloud Nation. Huangfu Weiming had reluctantly acquiesced, hoping that his daughter might bring Jiang Feng back. As Jiang Feng gazed upon Huangfu Yenru, who was receiving the adulation of the crowd, a faint smile crept across his face. It had been 3 years since they last met. Surely, she had fared well. Jiang Feng mused, then adjusted his cloak, lowering his head to obscure his features as he walked nonchalantly past the throng. In the crowd, Huangfu Yenru noticed a shadow pass by, drawing her attention. She turned her head, catching only a glimpse of a black figure. Could it be him? She pondered internally. Upon exiting the city, Jiang Feng soared toward the 10,000 great mountains. Now at the tribulation stage of his cultivation, even without his sword, his speed was impressive. As he sped through the evening sky, he sensed the barren landscape ahead. Through his connection, he discerned that his ink bamboo resided in the Wuxiang Valley. Having undergone multiple refinements, the ink bamboo was now intricately linked to Jiang Feng's soul. As long as they remained within the same realm, Jiang Feng's soul would endure, allowing him to locate it. However, he could not breach the valley's barrier, necessitating a visit to Yazi to utilize his spatial abilities to enter Wuxiang Valley. He wished to keep his survival a secret from Xiaoyu, for the tasks ahead were perilous. Though Xiaoyu had ascended to the divine tier, danger still loomed. She had already sacrificed herself once for him, and Jiang Feng could not bear to see her face such peril again. Arriving at Yazi's castle, Jiang Feng was aware that Yazi's scales had integrated into his nascent soul, but they had vanished following his successful ascension to the immortal demon realm. Cautiously, Jiang Feng infiltrated the castle, confident that, with his current strength, the creatures within would not detect him. He reached Yazi's garden, where he found him sprawled on the ground, asleep, surrounded by empty wine jars. Jiang Feng shook his head at the sight. Lord Yazi. Jiang Feng approached him. Upon hearing his name, Yazi groggily opened his eyes, and, upon recognizing Jiang Feng, exclaimed, Jiang Feng? I am truly sorry. I failed to protect you. I am but a useless divine being. To Jiang Feng's astonishment, Yazi began to weep. Understanding that Yazi likely believed he was dreaming, Jiang Feng realized the depth of his character. He was one who repaid kindness, yet failed to do so twice. And the deaths of those indebted to him weighed heavily upon his conscience. Lord Yazi, it is I, Jiang Feng. I have returned, Jiang Feng declared, casting a mark upon Yazi. Instantly, Yazi awoke, his eyes widening as he beheld Jiang Feng standing before him, speechless for a moment. Lord Yazi, do not be astonished. I did indeed perish once, but I have returned. Jiang Feng briefly recounted his experiences in the netherworld. Yazi's expression shifted to one of joy as he absorbed this revelation. Lord Yazi, I sense my ink bamboo is in Wuxiang Valley. I hope you can guide me inside to retrieve it. Jiang Feng implored. Yazi, puzzled, replied, You wish for me to take you in? Why not seek it out yourself? Do you not know how heartbroken Xiaoyu was when she believed you had died? She even brought back your sword and erected a sword mound for you, conducting a ghostly marriage. Now that you have returned, should you not pay her a visit? A ghostly marriage? Oh, that girl. Jiang Feng felt a jolt of shock at Yazi's words, followed by a deep sigh. Yazi observed Jiang Feng's demeanor. Xiaoyu's feelings for you run deep. You should at least see her. He encouraged. No, I cannot. Jiang Feng replied firmly. What? Are you so heartless? Yazi's frustration grew at Jiang Feng's resolute refusal. Over the past 3 years, due to Jiang Feng's demise, Yazi had felt profound guilt toward Xiaoyu. Often checking on her in Wuxiang Valley, he had witnessed her suffering during this time, and seeing Jiang Feng's apparent indifference ignited genuine anger within him. Jiang Feng discerned the fury emanating from Yazi and promptly clarified, My lord Yazi, I cannot meet her because the task ahead is fraught with peril, and I do not wish to embroil her in my troubles. What do you intend to do? Yazi inquired, perplexed. He could not fathom why Jiang Feng, having returned to life, would embark on such a treacherous endeavor, seemingly at the brink of death once more. I have learned in the underworld that none of our sect's souls have been detained there. The only explanations for this outcome are twofold: self-detonation or defeating the soul-reaping specters. Souls that do not enter the underworld are instead sent to a realm known as the Land of Azuras. Thus, I suspect our sect members may find themselves there. Possibly even our ancestors. I intend to investigate, but the place is teeming with souls perished under tribulations, many of whom are formidable. Therefore, I cannot let her know I am alive. If she were to find out, as you indicated earlier, she would certainly accompany me. I cannot bear the thought of her facing death again because of me. For now, let her believe I am gone. Time will heal her wounds, Jiang Feng stated. His expression inscrutable, though a flicker of melancholy danced in his eyes. You say our benefactor will be there? Jiang Feng, regardless of the circumstances, I must accompany you, even if it leads to my demise. Yazi exclaimed passionately. Jiang Feng nodded, understanding Yazi's sentiments. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's acquiescence, Yazi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. My lord Yazi, please take me into the Wuxiang Valley. I wish to reclaim the ink bamboo and commence my plans. If fortune permits me to enter the Land of Azuras, I shall certainly inform you. Jiang Feng articulated. Indeed. Yazi suddenly thrust one of his own scales into Jiang Feng's body. I sense that the scale I previously bestowed upon you has vanished. Allow me to replenish it. Following this, Yi cast a protective spell around Jiang Feng and tore open a rift in space. Jiang Feng, proceed on your own. When you wish to depart, use the scale to notify me. Yi instructed. Jiang Feng nodded and stepped into the fissure. Jiang Feng, you are deserving of Xiaoyu's love. But you are destined to shoulder great burdens, which is a hardship for you. Yi's voice echoed behind him. Jiang Feng did not pause and entered the rift. Upon emerging, Jiang Feng found himself in a chamber where he spotted his ink bamboo embedded in a massive stone pedestal. He inscribed a mark upon it, and an excited laughter resonated from within. The golden-winged rock transformed into human form, emerging from the sword tomb. Jiang Feng, you truly live. The rock exclaimed, astonished. At first, I sensed your connection with the ink bamboo, but I could hardly believe it. Jiang Feng smiled broadly as they engaged in conversation. Is this your plan? Are you certain you wish to undertake such a risk without regard for Xiaoyu? The rock queried. Alas, let it be considered my debt to her in this life. As long as I live, I am fated to plunge into this abyss. The fall of our sect must be understood, and should she accompany me, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps I am courting disaster, yet I cannot allow her to perish alongside me. That is not her burden to bear. She should not pay the price for my choices. To her, I am already dead. A millennium hence, she might begin anew, much like her mother, Jiang Feng replied, though the complexities of his thoughts remained unspoken. Ah, you and Yunshun are remarkably alike. Both of you are prodigies in your cultivation. Yet this also condemns you to bear immense responsibilities, the rock reflected, gazing at Jiang Feng, reminiscent of Yunshun. Suddenly, the door was flung open, startling Jiang Feng. He beheld Xiaoyu standing beyond the threshold. The rock, seeing her arrival, promptly returned to the ink bamboo. Is it truly you? You have returned. Xiaoyu stammered in disbelief, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Feng observed Xiaoyu, who appeared unchanged from 3 years prior, clad in the same attire. Change is evident. Xiaoyu seems more mature, yet also more worn, he mused silently, gazing at her without uttering a word. You've come back to life? Xiaoyu approached Jiang Feng, her hand outstretched as if to confirm his existence. Stop. He interjected coldly, just as her fingers were about to make contact. Her hand froze in midair. I am but a specter of the underworld's enforcers, not the individual you seek. Upon arriving in the underworld, he dissipated. I merely carry remnants of his essence. I have come to fulfill his last request and reclaim his sword, Jiang Feng declared, producing the token as proof. What do you mean? He dissipated? Xiaoyu gasped, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, her expression vacant. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered, yet he remained motionless. He wishes for you to know he is sorry. A fragment of his celestial essence is his meager recompense, and he hopes you can forget, he conveyed. With that, Jiang Feng unsheathed the ink bamboo, reaching out to Yi, causing a rift to appear before him. Without looking back, he stepped through. Yunshun, he is truly reminiscent of you, he thought as the rock sighed softly from within the ink bamboo. Chapter 39. The 19th layer of purgatory. Very well, I shall fulfill my promise. Now, where are the souls you wish to refine? Jiang Feng inquired. The 19th layer of purgatory. Xing Luo replied. The 19th layer of purgatory? I thought there were only 18 layers of hell. Has it been expanded? Jiang Feng asked, perplexed. Ha ha ha. Indeed, little brother, you are astute. It has indeed been expanded. Yin Jun chuckled. Jiang Feng, taken aback by the revelation, fell silent, realizing that even hell had undergone expansion, indicating the increasing number of souls in the world. Xing Luo continued to elucidate. Our underworld indeed consists of 18 layers. The first layer of mud and filth, the second layer of knife mountains, the third layer of boiling sands, the fourth layer of boiling excrement, the fifth layer of black bodies, the sixth layer of train hell, the seventh layer of cauldron soup, the eighth layer of iron bed, the ninth layer of mountain cover, the 10th layer of ice hell, the 11th layer of skinning hell, the 12th layer of beasts, the 13th layer of weapons, the 14th layer of iron grinding, the 15th layer of disembowelment, the 16th layer of iron tablets, the 17th layer of maggot hell, and the 18th layer of molten copper. However, that was in the past. Over 3 millennia ago, as numerous powerful beings perished in tribulations, they arrived in the underworld, confined within the 18 layers. Some individuals were so powerful that even the specters and judges of the 18 layers could not contain them. On one occasion, the integrity of the 18 layers was nearly compromised, prompting the establishment of the 19th layer of purgatory, specifically designed to detain the souls of highly skilled practitioners. Oh, I see now, Jiang Feng exclaimed, comprehension dawning upon him. This is our long-standing surveillance summary of the 19th layer of purgatory. It will prove useful. Xing Luo presented him with a jade talisman. Simply infuse it with your energy to access its contents. He added, "Now, my dear brother, let us proceed together," Yin Jun declared. Thus, the trio traversed the Niha Bridge to the 19th layer of Purgatory, where Jiang Feng noted the absence of any specters or judges, in stark contrast to the presence of many in the 18 layers. "You must be curious as to why there are no specters or judges here," Yin Jun remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Jiang Feng responded candidly. "This is due to the exceptional strength of the souls detained here. No one is willing to come. Therefore, a grand array is employed for suppression, with Xing Luo overseeing matters," Yin Jun explained, and Jiang Feng understood. Indeed, only Xing Luo could contend with such formidable souls. At that moment, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to examine the 19th layer of Purgatory, which resembled a fortress forged of steel, adorned with various runes emanating a kaleidoscope of light. Xing Luo cast a wave of deathly energy upon the fortress, causing a circular portal to open, revealing a faint blue glow within. Suddenly, several souls attempted to escape, but Xing Luo unleashed another wave of deathly energy, eliciting their anguished cries before they dissipated. "Jiang Feng, hurry inside. The method to escape Purgatory is contained within that jade talisman. Once you enter, make sure to memorize it and then destroy it. You must not allow these souls to learn how to leave Purgatory," Xing Luo instructed. Jiang Feng could discern the immense pressure weighing upon Xing Luo at that moment, prompting him to hastily enter. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's arrival, Xing Luo withdrew his powers, revealing a somewhat haggard expression. "Do you think he can succeed?" Yin Jun inquired. "I am uncertain, but given the circumstances, we must give it a try," Xing Luo replied helplessly. In his heart, he thought, "Jiang Feng, I have faith that you will not disappoint me. In the past, even as a level 7 cultivator, you managed to refine a level 10 dragon soul. I believe you will navigate this 19 layers of Purgatory with ease." As Jiang Feng leaped into the 19 layers of Purgatory, the scene before him astonished him. It bore no resemblance to hell, but rather resembled a mundane world. He found himself suspended in the sky of this realm, observing mountains, trees, and cities below, indistinguishable from the mortal realm. At that moment, several souls approached him, and upon a quick glance, he noted that they were all below the tribulation stage. With a cold smile, Jiang Feng unleashed the moku bamboo, and vibrant colors swirled around him, striking the souls repeatedly. The anguished wails of the souls echoed, and suddenly, the silhouette of the golden-winged great Peng erupted from the sword, devouring them in one gulp. Alas, what a pity, merely level 10 souls. After consuming the souls, the golden-winged great Peng remarked, seemingly unsatisfied, before returning to the moku bamboo. At this juncture, Jiang Feng produced a jade talisman, infusing it with power. He felt an influx of characters and images flooding into his mind. Finally, after shattering the talisman, he commenced his actions. "Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts." The words from the talisman revealed that due to the increasing number of imprisoned souls, conflicts among them were inevitable, especially since the souls hailed from various races. As the population of souls from different races grew, distinct factions emerged within the 19 layers of Purgatory, with the human race being the most powerful, followed by the dragon race and the demon race. Originally, the dragon race was the strongest, but due to the exponential growth of humanity, which saw an influx of newcomers far surpassing other races, the human race gradually ascended in power. According to the map provided by the talisman, Jiang Feng discerned that the dragon race's territory lay to the east, prompting him to head in that direction. The dragon race, known for their formidable combat prowess, was typically not to be trifled with. However, with the golden-winged great Peng as a natural nemesis to dragons, they became Jiang Feng's prime targets. As he journeyed eastward, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a village. Observing from the sky, he realized it was a gathering place for human souls, with their cultivation levels akin to that of high-level sorcerers or martial artists, not far from Jiang Feng's current tribulation stage equivalent to a martial saint. The congregation of such high-level souls was peculiar. Perplexed, Jiang Feng searched for information within the talisman, which revealed that this was a forward outpost. Enlightened, he recalled that as humanity grew stronger, conflicts with the dragon and demon races escalated, necessitating the establishment of outposts in their respective territories. A smirk crept across Jiang Feng's lips as he surveyed the outpost. 8 moku bamboo swords descended, encircling the outpost. The souls within, upon realizing they were surrounded by 8 swords from the heavens, gazed upwards, only to find 2 more swords hovering above them. Suddenly, the 8 swords emitted radiant light, converging into a dual sword formation, ensnaring the souls in a vast net. Panic ensued as they attempted to channel their soul powers, only to discover their abilities were utterly drained, as if siphoned away. In the tenfold soul binding array, designed specifically for refining souls, the notion of utilizing soul power was laughable. Jiang Feng, high above, controlled the formation while chuckling coldly. Soul power, once the flesh perishes, remains intact as long as the soul does not disperse. However, with the absence of a physical form, their powers transformed into an ethereal, colorless attack method, obliterating the rigid distinctions between martial artists and sorcerers, thus affirming the adage that all souls become equal in death. As Jiang Feng manipulated the array, the souls within the outpost, unable to access their powers, spiraled into chaos. With a resounding cry, the golden-winged Great Peng reappeared, its golden form devouring the soul's whole. Jiang Feng, you must seek out higher-level souls. If I can consume enough, I shall ascend without needing to undergo a lightning tribulation. The Great Peng communicated to Jiang Feng. Is that truly the case? Jiang Feng's heart raced with excitement upon hearing that devouring souls could facilitate his advancement without facing the tribulation. If so, this was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for his venture into the realm of Azura. Indeed, since I am currently a being of pure soul, the lightning tribulation, which typically serves to forge the flesh, is unnecessary for me. My ascension relies solely on the continual consumption of souls, with increasing quantities and qualities required as one progresses. However, in the mortal realm, souls are bound to physical bodies, often possessing formidable strength, rendering ascension impossible. Yet, once in the realm of the dead, souls are destined to reincarnate, making our opportunity exceedingly rare. The golden-winged Great Peng elucidated. With this understanding, Jiang Feng resolved to seize this exceptional chance. Excellent. Since such opportunities are rare, I shall utilize them wisely, Jiang Feng exclaimed. Thus, he began searching for additional outposts, refining them one by one with the golden-winged Great Peng consuming the souls. After refining a total of 15 outposts, he finally reached the dragon race's dominion. Given that dragons were inherently capable of flight and did so without expending their strength, Jiang Feng observed the dragon souls soaring freely in the sky, unlike the human race, who were confined to the ground and reliant on outposts. Jiang Feng, it seems your refining techniques may prove ineffective against these dragons, the golden-winged Great Peng communicated telepathically. Indeed, these dragon souls are in constant flight, unlike the human souls that remain stationary in their outposts, making surprise attacks more advantageous. If we cannot capture them all, we may attract even more formidable dragon souls, which would spell trouble. Stealthy assaults are our only advantage, Jiang Feng replied. What do you propose? The Great Peng inquired. Using formations against them seems impractical. Can you consume these dragon souls in one go? Jiang Feng asked. The golden-winged Great Peng, understanding Jiang Feng's intent, replied confidently. I can handle those of comparable strength without issue. I am indeed their natural predator. Excellent, Jiang Feng declared, charging towards the group of dragon souls. Upon sensing an enemy, the dragon souls surged forward. Jiang Feng took to the skies, accelerating his flight, while keenly observing the dragon souls. Suddenly, he noticed one dragon soul attempting to escape to deliver a message which he had feared the most. Not willing to let it slip away, Jiang Feng transformed into his demonic form, creating a myriad of shadowy illusions. The dragon soul lost its target, and Jiang Feng swiftly struck from behind with his blood soul claw, his right hand emanating a ghostly crimson light. A lethal claw descended from the sky, obliterating the dragon's soul in an instant. A swift kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng's blood-red eyes glimmered ominously, exuding an aura of malevolence befitting a demonic sovereign. Chapter 40. Devouring Dragon Souls. The dragon souls, witnessing Jiang Feng's overwhelming demonic energy, momentarily froze, oblivious to the grave error they had committed. In their pursuit of Jiang Feng, they had unwittingly gathered in one place, presenting him with an opportune moment. With a cold smile, Jiang Feng seized the chance, returning to his true form. The Moku bamboo sword surged forth, and with a series of hand seals, Jiang Feng unleashed the 100-sword control technique, causing the Moku bamboo to split into 100 flying swords. 100 flying swords encircled the retreat of the dragon soul from every angle, while 100 black bamboos emanated a golden aura, coalescing into the form of the golden-winged rock. Upon seeing its natural nemesis, the dragon soul let out a mournful wail. A cold glint flashed in the rock's eyes as it opened its golden beak and unfurled its magnificent wings, swallowing the entire group of dragon souls into its belly. Jiang Feng withdrew the 100 swords and pressed onward into the dragon clan's territory. The 100 swords represented the pinnacle of the Black Bamboo's division, illustrating the vast chasm between the Great Ascension stage and the Tribulation stage. The nascent soul marks the commencement of the quest for immortality, while the Tribulation serves as a significant watershed. The cultivation prior to the Tribulation can be viewed as a mere accumulation of quantity, but after undergoing the Tribulation, each advancement necessitates enduring the trial of lightning, resulting in a qualitative leap with every progression. Currently, Jiang Feng's Black Bamboo had reached its limit of 100 blades, and from this point onward, every advancement would signify a metamorphosis of the bamboo itself. Ha ha ha. The power of the Dragon Clan is indeed formidable, and its assistance invaluable. If I consume another 100 or so, I might just ascend, exclaimed the golden-winged rock with enthusiasm. Do you truly believe the dragon souls are mere fodder? These are merely the outer sentinels. The true masters have yet to reveal themselves. Jiang Feng chuckled in response to the rock's words. Haha, masters, the more, the merrier. Don't think I am unaware of your current abilities. If these dragons were still alive, we would indeed be at a disadvantage, but they are now mere souls. Even if victory eludes us, escaping should still be feasible. Don't you think? The rock replied with a grin. Jiang Feng did not refute this. Very well, I shall engage with the Dragon Clan here, he declared suddenly. Here? There are no dragon souls present. I cannot sense their aura, remarked the golden-winged rock. According to the information from the Jade Talisman, we should soon reach the Dragon Clan city, where their masters reside. I lack the courage to storm the Dragon City, but I am inclined to ambush along the way. Jiang Feng said with a sly smile. Ambush? Are you certain the Dragon Clan will pass this way? The rock questioned skeptically. I just killed the dragon soul that was about to send word. Therefore, the Dragon Clan will remain unaware of who attacked them. However, with you having devoured so many dragon souls and the aura you carry, I am confident that there will be masters in the Dragon City who can detect it. Yet, due to the uncertainty of the enemy, their experts will likely hesitate to act recklessly. So they may dispatch some dragon souls at the martial sage to martial emperor level to investigate the situation. I trust you understand, Jiang Feng said, his smile growing more cunning. Oh, I see. Your scheming is quite profound. The rock laughed. Now, let us descend. You must also assimilate the power you just devoured, Jiang Feng instructed, before submerging into the forested ground. Jiang Feng observed the trees, which appeared almost real, though they too were sustained by spiritual energy. He settled among the woods, seizing the moment for quiet meditation. Within his dantian, the sword body of the Black Bamboo shimmered with golden light, as the golden-winged rock continued to absorb the devoured dragon souls. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's nascent soul engaged in constant cultivation, shifting between two demonic forms, while the Buddhist nascent soul transformed into a small golden figure suspended at their dantian position. As the demonic forms fluctuated, blue and purple lights flashed incessantly. And to Jiang Feng's astonishment, the Buddhist nascent soul began to be consumed. He found himself utterly perplexed. For the reason was simple. Jiang Feng had previously managed to coexist with the three nascent souls due to their complementary nature, which allowed for mutual restraint. However, with the fusion of the two demonic nascent souls, that balance was shattered, leaving the originally weakest Buddhist nascent soul vulnerable to this fate of consumption. Here they come. Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance gleaming within. He observed a group of figures flying through the sky. A cold smile crept across his lips. Lord Longwei, who is it that dares to attack us this time? Inquired a man adorned with dragon horns, addressing a figure before him with utmost reverence. The hornless figure, a complete human form, indicated a profound cultivation level, as the Dragon Clan, unlike the Demon Clan, could not fully transform into human form without undergoing the tribulation. Otherwise, their horns would remain. This being, referred to as Longwei, was in a complete human form, suggesting that his cultivation was at least on par with Jiang Feng's. Humph. Who else could it be but the human race? Longwei scoffed, quickening his pace and distancing himself slightly from the group. The horned individual understood Longwei's intent to hasten, but before he could utter the final word, a chorus of anguished wails erupted behind him. When he turned, he beheld a throng of dragon souls, ranging from 10th level to Great Martial Master, being assaulted by a multitude of golden glimmering swords, which coalesced into the form of a great bird, relentlessly tearing and devouring the dragon souls as if they were mere sustenance. Terror surged within him, and suddenly, a sword pierced through him, causing him to feel a piece of his very soul being consumed. As more swords surged toward him, he found himself rendered speechless. Who are you? Longwei seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he witnessed the slaughter of his subordinates, locking his gaze onto Jiang Feng, who was shrouded by a protective barrier of flying swords. Jiang Feng. This soul has reached the martial emperor realm, likely perishing during the tribulation when attempting to break through to the martial sage realm. However, you can fully unleash my power now. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. The golden-winged rock declared with fervor. Seeing Jiang Feng's silence, Longwei sneered. Dare to look down on me, then prepare to vanish. His tone was frigid, as if capable of freezing the air itself. A colossal dragon claw emerged, seemingly intent on shredding Jiang Feng to pieces. Heeding the rock's words, Jiang Feng refrained from utilizing his own magical energy, instead drawing forth a single black bamboo. Enveloped in golden radiance, the rock transformed into human form and soared forth. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a golden claw mark materialized, obliterating the dragon claw. While the claw mark surged toward Longwei, Longwei was taken aback, unleashing a furious roar as a colossal dragon phantom materialized around him. The dragon's immense claw shattered the golden claw mark, and the dragon phantom, accompanied by a thunderous roar, lunged at the rock. Heh, you've resorted to using true essence. Clever of you, but ultimately futile. I intended to prolong our game, but with such commotion, I must conclude this sooner. The golden-winged rock replied coldly. Suddenly, golden wings unfurled from the rock's back, and with a sweeping motion, countless golden feathers transformed into razor-sharp blades, assaulting the dragon. The dragon phantom was swiftly dissipated. Realizing the opponent's formidable prowess, Longwei knew he had to fight with all his might. Dragon soul manifestation. He roared, his visage contorting into a fearsome snarl as he transformed into a dragon. Jiang Feng beheld the now golden glowing dragon, starkly different from the pale blue dragon soul he had encountered earlier. Rock, why does this dragon soul appear so different from before? Jiang Feng queried. Fear not. This fellow has activated his true essence. He is likely from the golden dragon lineage, thus his true essence shines golden. This essence represents his soul's power and lies beyond the realms of magic and internal energy. If he were alive, he could pose a problem. However, in his current state, he is of little concern, the rock assured with ease. Little mudfish, your end is nigh. The golden-winged rock proclaimed fiercely, instantly revealing his true form as a giant rock. The golden dragon, upon witnessing the rock's true form, was overtaken by fear and found itself ensnared by the rock's claws. As the dragon strained to shake off the rock's grip, the rock's other claw seized its body, and with a high-pitched screech, the dragon's soul appeared momentarily entranced. Allowing the rock to consume it whole, the rock transformed back into human form and flew to Jiang Feng's side. So, now do you comprehend the might of my golden-winged rock? As long as I have enough dragon souls to consume, I could even devour a dragon emperor. Jiang Feng spoke with an air of arrogance, and after witnessing Jiang Peng's battle, Jiang Feng had gained a direct understanding of his formidable strength. Indeed, Jiang Peng had reached the realm of martial sovereign, yet it seemed he possessed even greater potential. Is that so? Then why not give it a try? Jiang Peng exclaimed. Long time no see indeed. I never expected to encounter you here. What a twist of fate. A resounding voice echoed from the heavens, startling both Jiang Feng and Jiang Peng. They quickly looked up to see the skies changing color, the clouds forming a vortex amid flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Descending from the vortex was a colossal figure, a massive dragon shimmering with a cerulean glow. Jiang Peng, it has been ages. You are here, what of Yinshen? I am eager for another encounter with him. The azure dragon proclaimed, its voice booming like divine thunder. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon. As if he were on the verge of being swept away, he sensed something stirring within him. It was the residual essence of the ink dragon soul. Before arriving, Jiang Feng had requested Xing Luo to extract the ink dragon soul, yet remnants still lingered. The mere presence of these remnants had such a significant effect, and he realized that had the extraction not been performed, he might not have survived this day. Ao Feng, I never anticipated your demise, Jiang Peng remarked, his face devoid of emotion. I, too, am a being under the heavenly Tao, and thus cannot escape the cycle of life and death, unless one can transcend the heavenly Tao. But you, I am quite curious as to how you ended up here. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of Yinshen? The azure dragon inquired, turning its gaze toward Jiang Feng. He is not, but he can represent Yinshen. He is the successor of the Dao sect. Jin Ch Dapeng interjected. Jiang Peng, who is he? He possesses great strength. Jiang Feng inquired telepathically. Of course, he is formidable. He is the 5th-generation dragon emperor, renowned as the mightiest dragon emperor in history. It was he who pursued Yazi in ancient times, only to be defeated by Yinshen. Afterward, he vowed to seek out Yinshen for a rematch a century later. during which he refrained from intervening in any of Yun Chen's affairs. Upon returning to the Dragon Clan, he passed the title of Dragon Emperor to his successor and entered seclusion. Later, he was requested by the 6th-generation Dragon Emperor to hunt down Yun Chen. Yet he, being a true gentleman, did not act until the century had passed, merely observing from the sidelines. Jiang Feng explained, his respect for the opponent evident in his tone. Dragon Emperor? You must be related to crows, speaking so accurately. Jiang Feng mused, harboring doubts about Jiang Feng's lineage. However, upon learning that Ao Feng had witnessed Yun Chen's demise 3 millennia ago and had managed to uphold his vow, he couldn't help but feel admiration for the Dragon Emperor. Hoping to glean information about Yun Chen's fate from him, Jiang Feng, can you ascertain some details from him regarding the circumstances following our ancestors' self-detonation? Jiang Feng asked. It will be challenging. He is a hero but also quite proud. To obtain knowledge from him, you must earn his recognition, Jiang Feng replied, somewhat helplessly. Recognition? What constitutes such recognition? How does one gain it? Jiang Feng questioned, perplexed. Quite simple. Engage him in combat. After one battle, regardless of the outcome, he will provide his assessment of you, Jiang Feng explained. Jiang Feng froze at the thought of battling Ao Feng. While he had no fear of combat or death, he was reluctant to engage in a fight he was certain to lose. Such self-destructive behavior was not in his nature. Yet today, it seemed he had little choice. Jiang Feng, are you sure you want to fight? I can't afford to be killed, he cautioned, aware of the significant gap in their levels. Jiang Feng, bemused by Jiang Feng's trepidation, reassured him, fear not. He will not slay you. He is a true hero. And do not present yourself as if you are afraid of death. The Dao sect still relies on you. Jiang Feng, relieved by the assurance of survival, retorted, it's not that I'm afraid of death. I must preserve my usefulness. If I were to perish prematurely, who would restore the Dao sect? He spoke with a sense of righteous duty, presenting himself as a martyr. Indeed, you have a point. Still, exercise caution. Jiang Feng agreed wholeheartedly. Ao Feng, we are somewhat acquainted. I am aware of your customs. Let us begin. Jiang Feng declared his challenge, then returned to his sword form. Jiang Feng immediately enveloped himself in his intent. Facing such a master, he dared not be careless and prepared to exert his full strength. Ao Feng observed as the world suddenly shifted to shades of black and white. Indeed, you are no ordinary adversary, he praised. Jiang Feng unleashed his seals, and the ink sea surged forth, countless tendrils infused with the power of wind and thunder lunging toward Ao Feng. Yet, Ao Feng remained unmoved, merely sighing as thunder descended around him, thwarting the assault. Realizing this, Jiang Feng quickly formed new seals. Ao Feng sensed stillness enveloping him. Intrigued by the potential of this young man who could indeed represent Yun Chen, albeit requiring more time. I cannot afford to be overly arrogant today, he mused as Jiang Feng unleashed a flurry of attacks. Break! Ao Feng commanded, a ripple of energy emanating from him, dispersing Jiang Feng's ink sea and creating an isolated space around himself. What? He creates his own domain within my intent. Jiang Feng's expression turned grave. Quickly, he cast another seal to reshape the landscape. Mountains rise and seas part, he exclaimed, and 5 peaks erupted around Ao Feng, directly piercing through his space. A whirlwind from the ink sea surged forth, amalgamating wind, thunder, and water to strike at Ao Feng. He conjured a protective barrier, yet the mountains continued to compress inward, and the whirlwind battered against the shield, the brilliance of the 3 elemental forces flashing incessantly. Having reached the tribulation stage, Jiang Feng's comprehension of intent deepened. Ao Feng, witnessing the cracks forming in his barrier, muttered, the dragon's lament, as he exhaled softly. All of Jiang Feng's assaults were dispersed by that breath, transforming into a cerulean dragon that charged toward Jiang Feng. Summoning 100 ink bamboo swords, Jiang Feng formed 10 sword shields, yet they were swiftly shattered. In desperation, he activated the Golden Bell shield, only for it to be reduced to fragments in an instant. The overwhelming dragon energy assailed his body, making him feel as if his very insides were on the verge of bursting. Jiang Feng let out a pained roar, and in that moment of agony, a transformation occurred. His Dao robe emanated a crimson light, coalescing into the form of a blood dragon that enveloped him. The blood dragon lunged at the cerulean dragon, which instantly dissipated. Realizing the threat was gone, the blood dragon returned to the Dao robe. Jiang Feng, gasping for breath, reflected on the near catastrophe he had just endured. He recalled Xing Luo's words about the robe being crafted from the life threads of the celestial silkworm king, combined with the blood of the previous dragon emperor and forged with hellfire. I owe him a great debt, Jiang Feng thought. Could it be that the power of the Dragon Emperor stemmed from his attire? However, without the ability to resonate with that power, he could not activate it. Ao Feng observed Jiang Feng channeling the blood dragon to counter his attack, filled with profound curiosity. In the Hall of the Lord of Hell, my dear brother, you have truly invested in crafting that Dao robe for Jiang Feng, using the precious blood of the Dragon Emperor and the threads of the Celestial Silkworm King. The Lord of Hell chuckled. One cannot say it is much, for Jiang Feng bears significant risk in aiding us. Offering him some treasures is not excessive. Xing Luo smiled and subsequently took his leave. Returning to his abode, Xing Luo produced a book from his sleeve and placed it upon the table. The cover bore 4 ancient characters, the Book of Destiny. Jiang Feng, I have allowed the ink dragon soul to nurture your being. Your spirit should now carry the essence of the dragon. With your strength, you should be able to awaken the power of the Dragon Emperor. Yet, why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity with you? I hope the book does not mislead me. Xing Luo's gaze inadvertently fell upon the tome, Heavenly Way's Supreme Star. A narrative of unforeseen twists and the defiance of fate, yet veiled in destiny's obscurity. He murmured softly, I hope it is him, otherwise, my perilous descent to the mortal realm 5,000 years ago shall have been in vain. A sudden sigh escaped Xing Luo's lips. Who is he truly? What is the essence of Xing Luo, and what transpired between him and the Heavenly Way? 19 levels of purgatory, Jin Qi Daoping cautioned. Jiang Feng, your approach is futile. This adversary was at the divine tier 3,000 years ago, a prowess that could contend with Yuan Qin's celestial cultivation. Though now deceased, he retains formidable strength that you cannot easily overcome. I understand. I shall unleash my full power, Jiang Feng declared, sharing his plan with Jin Prung. His eyes were fixed upon the azure barrier surrounding Ao Feng, a vexing challenge that must be breached. In his mind, he resolved to act decisively. Forming seals with his hands, the formation of the 3 talents sealing sword array materialized as 99 ink bamboos encircled into a colossal prison. The tricolor sword energy struck Ao Feng's barrier like a tempest, creating ripples upon impact, revealing the formidable sealing power within. Ao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Shrink, Jiang Feng commanded, and the prison of 99 ink bamboos contracted instantly, their sharp tips piercing through Ao Feng's barrier. Songlong's roar. Ao Feng bellowed. As a verdant energy sphere flickered within his enormous maw, the sphere erupted, enveloping his massive form and shattering the prison. The ink bamboos plunged into the ink sea. Yet Jiang Feng summoned another ink bamboo, this one radiating blinding golden light. Ao Feng, I shall engage you once more. Jin Peng transformed into his humanoid form, roaring as he soared forth, wielding gleaming golden blades that cleaved towards Ao Feng, leaving only shimmering afterimages. Ao Feng hastily raised defenses, but before the barrier could fully materialize, the golden blades shattered it, piercing through his draconic form. Ugh! He emitted a low groan as Jin Peng's relentless assault continued. In an instant, he reverted to his true form, the great rock, his wings thrumming as countless golden feather blades rained down upon Ao Feng like a torrential storm. Ao Feng expelled a breath of dragon energy to resist, but alas, as the bane of dragonkind, Jin Peng was undeterred, and the golden feathers pierced through, rendering Ao Feng's body increasingly fragmented. Humph, Jin Peng, do you think such efforts can harm me? Ao Feng scoffed. Certainly not, Jin Peng replied with a smile, vanishing abruptly. Ao Feng, startled by Jin Peng's sudden disappearance, was met with Jiang Feng's enraged cry, Blood Soul Claw. Jiang Feng's voice resonated, and Ao Feng was taken aback, witnessing Jiang Feng enveloped in crimson light. 2 massive, sanguine claw marks penetrated Ao Feng's form. Ugh! He groaned again as Jiang Feng's demonic energy began to corrode Ao Feng's dragon soul. Ao Feng attempted to retaliate, but Jiang Feng's ethereal shadows overwhelmed him. Now, which one shall I strike? Ao Feng pondered momentarily, allowing Jiang Feng to withdraw from the fray. Transforming his essence, Jiang Feng formed seals once more. Reincarnation, sword rain. He bellowed, drawing 2 blue-tailed taiji patterns in the earth beneath Ao Feng and the sky above. From these patterns, ink bamboos surged forth, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword rain upon Ao Feng. The ink bamboo rain fell incessantly, as if boundless, and Ao Feng's form began to deteriorate under the onslaught. Observing Ao Feng's writhing body, Jiang Feng realized he had genuinely inflicted injury. The sword rain continued, akin to a golden pillar supporting the heavens. This technique reflected Jiang Feng's newfound insight during his tribulation phase. The 2 taiji patterns served as gateways of reincarnation, absorbing the ink bamboos while propelling them back, akin to the cyclical passage of hell. You are impressive. Ao Feng's booming voice echoed, shaking the very void. Your strength is commendable, he declared, as two arcs of lightning danced between his dragon horns, intertwining to form a luminous sphere. The brilliance surged to its zenith, erupting in a blinding flare that sent Jiang Feng hurtling backward. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Feng perceived his comprehension fracturing, scattering like stardust amid clouds. I find myself somewhat envious of you, Ao Feng mused, his form remaining unscathed. Chapter 42. Unexpected turns. Jiang Feng observed Ao Feng returning to his original state, while he himself was left utterly spent, having narrowly escaped a backlash of magic without making a dent in Ao Feng. Dragon Emperor, your reputation is well-deserved. Jiang Feng steadied his tumultuous energies and spoke sincerely. Young one, you possess great potential. I find myself somewhat envious of Yinshan for having a disciple like you. I wish my dragon lineage had such a successor. Ao Feng remarked with admiration. Your praise is unwarranted, Dragon Emperor, Jiang Feng replied humbly. However, regarding earlier events, I acted on behalf of others. So I implore the Dragon King to show leniency. Sensing Ao Feng's favorable disposition, Jiang Feng swiftly sought to apologize for earlier matters, deflecting all trouble onto Xing Luo. In his heart, he thought, with such a good attitude, surely you cannot hold my actions against me. After all, you must be aware of Xing Luo's might. If you possess the ability, go confront him. Haha, no matter. After all, they were already deceased. Whether they become dragons in the next life is uncertain, young friend. Do not dwell on it. Ao Feng responded generously, allowing Jiang Feng to exhale in relief. Ao Feng, I wish to inquire about something, and you must answer truthfully. Jin Shi Daoping, now in human form, interjected. Speak. I shall share whatever I know. Ao Feng replied. Jin Peng nodded and continued. Ao Feng. During the battle at Shu Mountain, you observed throughout. Therefore, I wish to ask, after Yun Chen's self-detonation, did anything further transpire? Please be candid. Ao Feng fell into contemplation. After Yun Chen's self-detonation, all the dragons that besieged him perished, yet nothing else noteworthy occurred. However, there was one peculiar detail. Amidst the explosion's radiance, I observed a light point emerge, though its destination remains unknown to me. A light point. Indeed, it is possible that our master's soul endures. He may have ventured into the realm of the Azura. Jiang Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jin Peng and Ao Feng exchanged astonished glances. What do you mean? Can Yunshan be revived and did not traverse the cycle of reincarnation? Ao Feng inquired urgently. Indeed, I am certain our master self-detonated at the nascent soul stage. And the light point was his celestial vein safeguarding his spirit's escape. As Xing Luo has stated, if the soul does not enter the underworld, it shall find its way to that realm of Azura, Jiang Feng affirmed resolutely. Jin Peng, you are well aware of our master's cultivation and the practices of the Daoist sect. Thus, such a possibility exists, does it not? Indeed, such a possibility is certainly plausible. Jin Peng nodded in agreement. Very well, Jiang Feng. I have decided to accompany you in search of Yinshan. Finding a true friend in life is rare, yet seeking a worthy adversary is equally challenging. Ao Feng suddenly declared. What? You wish to join us? Jiang Feng and Jin Peng were momentarily rendered speechless by Ao Feng's request. Yes, I am the Dragon Emperor, and my word is my bond. Ao Feng asserted confidently. However, you are the Dragon Soul. Are you not afraid of Xing Luo? Do you truly believe you can triumph over him now? Jiang Feng questioned. I cannot defeat him. Ao Feng began before abruptly merging into Jiang Feng's robe. But now that I possess this garment, the situation is different. This robe contains the essence blood of an unknown Dragon Emperor from the past. Each Dragon Emperor inherits a drop of blood from their predecessor, which merges with their own. Therefore, the essence blood in your robe carries a fragment of my lineage. With this connection, I can rejuvenate myself. I yearn to resurrect alongside Yinshan for another battle. Ao Feng exclaimed excitedly. Oh, now I understand. Jiang Feng suddenly realized that with the blood of the Dragon Emperor, Ao Feng had gained a glimmer of hope for survival. Concealed within himself, he would undoubtedly evade discovery, for the spirit collectors relied on the presence of death energy to capture souls. Any hint of vitality rendered them incapable of seizing a spirit. This was fortuitous indeed. With the Dragon Emperor as my divine guardian, I feel considerably safer. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile at this thought. Golden Peng observed Jiang Feng's expression of joy and speculated on his thoughts, promptly returning to the ink bamboo. Jiang Feng then withdrew the ink bamboo into his dantian and departed the Dragon Clan's territory. After all, their leader was almost becoming his protector, and it would be rather ungracious to target members of his household. Jiang Feng soared towards the territory of the human race, realizing that if the dragon clan had fallen, his only option was to set his sights on the most populous human race. Although their spiritual energy might not aid Golden Peng's ascension as significantly as dragon souls, their sheer numbers made them easier to capture. As Jiang Feng hastened along, he spotted a lookout post. He exclaimed with delight, preparing to set up formations to refine it. Exclaiming, "Haha, all mine!" A voice echoed, and then Jiang Feng saw those souls being drawn away. Following the direction from which the souls were absorbed, he beheld a young scholar-like spirit, shimmering with multicolored radiance, incessantly devouring those souls. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Who was he? How did he possess such radiant colors? Were souls not devoid of hue? Could it be that he, like the dragon clan, had his own innate true essence? Jiang Feng pondered. How come this brat is dead too, and yet confined here? Golden Peng's voice resounded, laced with profound curiosity. What? Golden Peng, do you know him? Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. How could I not know him? He is that peacock fellow. Golden Peng replied disdainfully. I never imagined he'd still be alive, devouring humans, even in death. Is he really that peacock? The one who dared to challenge my ancestor, the phoenix? Jiang Feng gazed incredulously at the peacock, still consuming souls. Peacock, so it is you. At last, I have seen you. Ao Feng's voice joined in. What? You also know him? It seems he is quite famous. Jiang Feng's confusion deepened. Indeed. He is quite renowned. Originally a branch of the phoenix, yet possessing formidable strength, he contended with our progenitor. Ultimately pursued by the Phoenix clan, he turned the tables on his pursuers. This resembles the tale of our clan's Yazi. He then roamed the world alone. But due to his ferocious temperament and penchant for devouring humans, he amassed many enemies, leading to further bloodshed. Eventually, he fled to the west, mistakenly devoured the head of the Buddhist sect, and was subdued by them. The sect's leader conferred upon him the title of the Great Peacock King. But he refused and fled again, disappearing thereafter, likely perishing during the Thunder Tribulation. Ao Feng succinctly recounted the illustrious life of the peacock, leaving Jiang Feng's jaw agape. Is that so? Jiang Feng stammered, turning to Golden Peng. Yes, indeed. I once encountered a monk who sought to convert me into the great Peng king of the Buddhist sect, but I never accepted. I could not endure that monastic life. Moreover, that peacock, fearless and defiant, was indeed formidable. He was among the first from our phoenix branches to attain the martial sovereign realm. This bred his disdain for being a mere branch of the phoenix, prompting him to break free from their control. During a visit from a phoenix envoy, a conflict ensued, resulting in the envoy's death and his expulsion from the clan. I admire his audacity. It inspired other strong-willed individuals among our branches to forge their own paths, free from phoenix domination. However, this fellow became insufferably arrogant once he attained power, looking down on everyone. Golden Peng's tone revealed his disdain, suggesting he had faced his share of humiliation at the peacock's hands. Who are you? You've been standing there, silent for ages. The peacock, noticing Jiang Feng's prolonged silence, inquired with curiosity. Peacock, I didn't expect to see you here. Golden Peng interjected before Jiang Feng could speak, transforming into human form and emerging from Jiang Feng's dantian. Golden Peng's cultivation surpassed Jiang Feng's, allowing him to enter and exit Jiang Feng's body with ease, though he could not stray far from the ink bamboo. Golden Peng, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be eliminated by that someone? The peacock retorted. And don't call me peacock. I have severed ties with the Phoenix clan. I no longer cherish the name they bestowed upon me. I am now Kong Xian. The peacock initially spoke with a flippant tone, but his voice grew icy when speaking of the Phoenix clan, revealing the depth of his hatred. Very well, Kong Xian, can you not speak more civilly? What do you mean by eliminated? At least I can still leave. As for you, best remain here quietly. Golden Peng sought to provoke him. You can leave? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, directing his five-colored radiance towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was alarmed, and the ink bamboo erupted forth. Humph! Kong Xian sneered. As the five-colored radiance surged toward the ink bamboo, Jiang Feng sensed impending danger and attempted to retract the ink bamboo. But it was ensnared by the five-colored glow and utterly unresponsive. Kong Xian, you are merely using this sword to escape, for it bears your essence, Kong Xian remarked, observing the ink bamboo. As Kong Xian claimed the ink bamboo, Golden Peng felt a pang of regret. Alas, you were too careless. That brat's five-colored radiance encompasses the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. So long as his opponent's cultivation is beneath his, any treasure can be seized. Moreover, be cautious not to be taken alongside. Otherwise, unless your cultivation surpasses his, you will be entirely at his mercy. Golden Peng cautioned. Jiang Feng's mind raced. This bore a striking resemblance to his own understanding of intention. Hey kid, you'd better tell me how to leave this wretched place. Kong Xian shouted at Jiang Feng. Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Feng's tone shifted slightly. Yes. Hurry up. Kong Xian appeared oblivious to Jiang Feng's growing intensity. Very well. Jiang Feng bellowed. And at once, 5-colored brilliance erupted from him, causing the ink bamboo to split into 10 blades, forming the 10-fold soul-binding array. Jiang Feng repeatedly cast seals, enveloping Kong Xian in vibrant light. What are you doing? Kong Xian exclaimed in shock, suddenly realizing he had been deceived. You tricked me. Ultimately, he was unwillingly refined into a sword spirit. Wait, something is amiss. Kong Xian's demeanor seemed feigned. He intentionally allowed himself to be refined. Golden Peng suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Feng, now alert, recognized the absurdity of how smoothly everything had transpired. Chapter 43. Who was deceived? Who are you? Surrender that spirit, or face obliteration. A booming voice descended from the heavens. Jiang Feng and Golden Peng looked up to see a multitude of human souls surging towards them like a tidal wave. Among them was a spirit exuding an imperial presence, surrounded by others, radiating an aura of dominion. Emperor Qi Hao, why has he come in person? Ao Feng, hidden beneath a Daoist robe, wondered aloud. What? He is the leader of the human souls? Jiang Feng gasped in shock. Kong Xian, what have you done to provoke the leader of the human souls? Jiang Feng urgently interrogated the concealed Kong Xian within the ink bamboo. Kong Xian, now realizing the gravity of the situation, chuckled nervously. Oh, it's nothing much, just consumed over 1,000 of their souls. Golden Peng, as a sword spirit, had overheard Kong Xian's admission, and Ao Feng, being the most powerful, also caught wind of it. The trio suddenly felt they had been played. Surrender that spirit. Qi Hao commanded sternly. How can I surrender? It has become my sword spirit. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Enough chatter, let us fight. Jiang Feng shouted. And at once, the Dragon Emperor Ao Feng materialized, cloaked in azure true essence, radiating azure light. Qi Hao, we are your adversaries. Ao Feng proclaimed. Very well, I shall engage you. As Qi Hao beheld the sudden emergence of Ao Feng, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, accepting Ao Feng's challenge to combat. The instant Ao Feng appeared, Qi Hao's suspicion that the Dragon Clan might be invading surged within him. Thus, he knew he had no choice but to engage Ao Feng in battle. Until the outcome of their duel remained undetermined, the Dragon Clan would remain inactive, for at their level of cultivation, even a single individual could occasionally alter the tide of the conflict. The two formidable masters ascended into the heavens, for their clash would undoubtedly be astonishing. If the battle unfolded below, it was likely that Jiang Feng and the other human souls would truly dissipate. This was a contest of experts, and the remaining burden would fall upon Jiang Feng and his companions. Jiang Feng gazed at the multitude of over 10,000 souls, a chill creeping into his heart. Although the number of high-level souls among them was scarce and comparable to his own, there were still over 100. What a loss! Cursed be the treachery of Kong Xian. Yet, despite his grievances, he had to fight. In an instant, Jiang Feng unleashed his intent, causing the myriad souls to witness the transformation of the world around them, erupting in a cacophony of awe. 100 ink bamboos, go forth. Jin Peng, Kong Xian, swiftly deal with those souls of martial saint rank and above. Jiang Feng urged, his hand forming intricate seals. Countless ink tendrils imbued with lightning surged toward the sky, causing some of the lower-tier souls to dissipate instantly. Jin Peng and Kong Xian, both of whom had already reached the martial venerable realm, targeted the higher-level souls, effortlessly scattering those that obstructed their path. Jin Peng, with his golden wings spread wide, unleashed a torrent of golden feather blades that swept through the air, obliterating countless souls. Meanwhile, Kong Xian radiated his 5-colored brilliance, which consumed the souls in its wake. Move mountains and seas. Jiang Feng cast another seal, summoning towering peaks within the ink sea, a colossal whirlwind wreaking havoc. The souls, witnessing this cataclysmic spectacle, huddled together, pooling their strength to form a barrier. Jin Peng and Kong Xian launched simultaneous assaults, causing the barrier to tremble, yet it remained unyielding. This barrier, fortified by nearly 5,000 souls, stood resolute as a mountain. Kong Xian, Jin Peng. They aim to delay until my powers wane, then they will flee. Let us combine our forces to shatter this barrier. Jiang Feng proclaimed, his seals shifting rapidly. Reincarnation, sword rain. The yin-yang symbols manifested above and below the barrier, as the relentless rain of swords battered it. Jin Peng's golden wings thrummed, while Kong Xian directed his colorful radiance toward the barrier, attempting to siphon its energy. Yet, the barrier proved too formidable. Even their combined might only caused it to tremble without breaking. I refuse to believe that you can hide within this tortoise shell and rest easy. You shall serve as my crafting material. Jiang Feng sneered. Kong Xian, Jiang Feng, lend me your power. Jiang Feng bellowed. Both Kong Xian and Jiang Feng released beams of light towards Jiang Feng, who transformed, shimmering with five-colored brilliance. At that moment, the 100 ink bamboos were enveloped in radiant hues, hovering around the barrier. The souls within the barrier gazed at the 100 shimmering swords, bewildered. As Jiang Feng completed his seal, he roared, 100 swords, forged together. The five-colored glow surrounding him surged to its zenith, and in an instant, the 100 ink bamboos radiated white light, striking the barrier. Any soul that came into contact with the white light transformed into blue light, guided to the corresponding ink bamboo. In a flash, blue light flickered across the 100 bamboos, as the number of souls dwindled, causing the barrier's luminescence to dim. Now is our chance. Let us break the barrier. Jiang Feng's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Jiang Feng and Kong Xian transformed into their true forms, launching a final assault against the barrier. While the remaining souls scattered in disarray, celestial and demonic boundless, Jiang Feng morphed into his demonic form, shadows of his presence filling the sky. The already demoralized souls were rendered motionless by the sight of the myriad demonic shadows. Blood Soul Claw. Massive blood-red claws flickered in the sky, with each flash. A soul vanished. When the last soul disappeared, the myriad shadows dissipated, leaving only Jiang Feng, cloaked in bloodlight, his eyes still glimmering with murderous intent. This young man is indeed ruthless. His strikes are fatal and devoid of hesitation. I hope following him proves fortuitous. Kong Xian mused, gazing at Jiang Feng's demonic form. As Jiang Feng's demonic manifestation faded, he collapsed, his intent dissipating. Kong Xian and Jiang Feng swiftly returned to the ink bamboo, catching Jiang Feng as he descended towards the ground, where he fell unconscious. Observing his pallid visage, it was evident that he had sustained grave injuries. Within Jiang Feng's dantian, his primordial spirit fluctuated through various forms, the cycle of demonic paths intertwining, as two seals continuously manifested. Who is this young man? How can there be another presence within his dantian? Kong Xian remarked in astonishment at Jiang Feng's primordial spirit. He is a disciple of my Dao sect. Jiang Feng declared with a hint of pride. Dao sect? Is that the sect of the individual you have refined? Kong Xian inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Jiang Feng replied succinctly. The Dao sect possesses its own methods. Upon reaching the primordial spirit stage, practitioners generate such a primordial spirit within their dantian, leading to various supernatural abilities. Jiang Feng briefly elucidated the Dao sect's teachings to Kong Xian. The Dao sect? It appears quite intriguing. Following this young man promises to be an engaging journey, Kong Xian remarked, before retreating to the ink bamboo for rest. Observing Kong Xian ignoring him, Jiang Feng could not help but curse, "You scoundrel, that is my domain. Do not overestimate your own significance." He too entered the ink bamboo, grumbling about how Kong Xian had usurped his space and dared to strike him. "Oh, you yellow-feathered bird. You've grown some prowess. Thousands of years ago, I could teach you a lesson, and I can do so again." Meanwhile, within Jiang Feng's dantian, the ink bamboo trembled, intermittently flashing with golden light and then with five-colored radiance. As Jiang Feng lay in unconsciousness, the heavens above crackled with thunder and lightning. The human Emperor Qi Hao wielded a colossal sword and shield forged entirely from soul energy, revealing his former prowess as a martial deity. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor Ao Feng showcased his full strength, clutching two dragon orbs imbued with thunderous power. Qi Hao swung his sword towards Ao Feng with unadorned force. Ao Feng countered with the dragon orbs, releasing a torrent of dragon breath, which Qi Hao deflected with his shield. Shattering the void, Qi Hao's sword struck again, this time with such speed that it ignited flames from the friction with the air. The dragon's sigh, Ao Feng unleashed a powerful shockwave that thwarted Qi Hao's attack. As a condensed blue dragon surged toward him like an arrow, Qi Hao hastily raised his shield to defend against the onslaught, roaring, resounding impact. He braced himself against the dragon's charge, and as it collided with the shield, a violent tremor erupted, scattering the dragon. Seizing the moment, Qi Hao launched another offensive. Ao Feng, this back and forth is futile. Let us cease hostilities. Qi Hao implored. Very well, but consider this a concession on my part, Qi Hao. Take a look at your army. Are they still intact? Ao Feng taunted. Perplexed, Qi Hao glanced downward only to find that not a single one of his over 10,000 souls remained. His expression darkened to an extreme as he transformed into a shadow, retreating swiftly. With the loss of his vast forces, his stronghold was at risk, and he could no longer afford to save face. Seeing Qi Hao depart, Ao Feng descended to seek out Jiang Feng. At that moment, Jiang Feng, with the aid of his primordial spirit, finally regained consciousness, only to witness Ao Feng landing beside him. Ao Feng transformed into a middle-aged man and asked, "How severe are your injuries?" With great effort, Jiang Feng sat up, responding, "I will survive, fortunately. A moment ago, you extinguished Qi Hao's entire army of souls. I trust that should suffice for your report?" Ao Feng inquired. Jiang Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is time for me to return, and I must venture to the land of Shura." Jiang Feng contemplated, as Ao Feng entered his robe upon receiving a nod from him. Instantly, Jiang Feng felt enveloped by a surge of power. He promptly began to channel his energy to heal his wounds. When he reopened his eyes, a glint of determination flashed within them, accompanied by a confident smile. "In the land of Azura, I hope you do not disappoint me." Jiang Feng swiftly inscribed several ancient characters in the air, causing a teleportation array to materialize before him. He stepped into the array and vanished. "He has returned," Xing Luo exclaimed. "It seems, indeed, that my younger brother possesses a keen eye." Yin Jun chuckled. Chapter 44. The Preparation. Yin Jun Hall. "Are you truly intent on venturing into that realm of Azura?" Yin Jun asked with astonishment. "Yes," Jiang Feng replied. "This time, I shall enter the 19 layers of hell merely to refine souls of similar cultivation levels to mine. However, I am utterly helpless against those souls burdened by excessive emotions. I have inquired with the soul messenger, who mentioned that wandering souls enter the land of Azura. Not a single soul from our sect has descended into hell, leading me to suspect they may have lost their way in the land of Azura. My intent is to seek out my predecessors. Their cultivation levels should suffice to alleviate the troubles of the underworld." Jiang Feng explained. "Jiang Feng, are you aware of the perils of the land of Azura? It is a haven for vengeful spirits. The bloodshed is relentless, and battles are unceasing. Celestial beings have fallen, and ghostly messengers have perished. The Azura and Rakshasa dominate that realm." Yin Jun warned. "From this verse, you should grasp the dangers of the land of Azura. Do you still wish to proceed?" Jiang Feng was taken aback by Yin Jun's words, realizing the grave dangers that lay ahead. Celestial beings could indeed fall. Yet, in pursuit of the truth behind the demise of our sect, I must go, albeit with careful preparation. Jiang Feng resolved. "Yes, I will proceed. This endeavor is not only for the underworld, but also for my sect. Please, Yin Jun, enlighten me on how to reach the land of Azura." Jiang Feng insisted with unwavering conviction. "Yin Jun, you should inform him. This serves our interests as well, and if you remain silent, he will likely be dissatisfied." Xing Luo interjected, attempting to mediate. "Very well. The path to the land of Azura lies either in transforming into a wandering soul or in entering the western realm. Within the Wuwang Valley, located 1,000 miles west of the Shu Mountain, where the Buddhist sect resides, there exists a portal to Azura. However, the means of entering and exiting this portal are controlled by the Buddhist sect, and that will depend on your efforts. The head of the Buddhist sect is not easy to deal with. Everything requires fate. It seems to me that it merely depends on whom he finds pleasing or unpleasing, as if he were intimately acquainted with everyone. His audacity knows no bounds." Yin Jun sneered, revealing his disdain for the Buddhist sect. Jiang Feng, observing Yin Jun's demeanor, pondered, has he suffered at the hands of the Buddhist sect? Indeed, the land of Azura lies in the west, and once souls venture there, they no longer fall under Yin Jun's jurisdiction. Is this not a blatant disregard for him? This realization dawned upon Jiang Feng, granting him clarity. "Thank you, Yin Jun." Jiang Feng bowed respectfully. "Jiang Feng, I must also remind you that the Azuras and Rakshasas are sentient beings, unlike the souls in the 19 layers of hell. Their strength is formidable. The terms Azura and Rakshasa are merely titles bestowed by the Buddhist sect. Although they accept them, never discuss Buddhist teachings with them, or you will meet a most tragic fate. Many among them are practitioners from the Middle Plains, having inadvertently ended up there. They each possess their own beliefs, and should you attempt to discuss Buddhist doctrine, they will view you as a force trying to alter their faith, which is intolerable to them. You must remember this without fail." As she concluded, Xing Luo's tone grew gravely serious. Jiang Feng nodded. "I shall remember." "Very well, Jiang Feng. Since you are determined to venture into the land of Azura, I shall assist you. Here, I present to you a collection of various spiritual materials I have gathered. They may prove beneficial," Xing Luo said, producing a small box from her sleeve and handing it to Jiang Feng. He accepted the box, placing it within his sleeve. "Thank you." He expressed with a bow. There is no need for thanks. Keep that token of mine. As I said, we shall meet again. Xing Luo remarked meaningfully. Jiang Feng nodded and took his leave, bowing once more before departing from Yanjun Hall. My dear brother, you seem to hold Jiang Feng in particularly high regard? The contents of that box must be of great value. Yanjun smiled. Xing Luo merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Jiang Feng traversed the 6 paths and returned to Nanyun country. This time, he did not linger but headed straight for the wasteland. Upon arriving at the Yazi castle, he found Yazi waiting outside to greet him. Jiang Feng, you have finally arrived. I have endured great hardship while awaiting this day. Yazi exclaimed, excitement evident on his face, and promptly ushered Jiang Feng into the castle. Once in the reception hall, Yazi dismissed all the fairies. Jiang Feng, when shall we depart? Yazi inquired. Soon, but the land of Azura is fraught with peril. We must prepare thoroughly. Jiang Feng replied. Yazi nodded, fully aware that this mission could not afford any mistakes. Yazi, I did not expect to see you again. Long Huang Ao Feng suddenly transformed into human form before them. Jiang Feng realized that Yazi was a notorious figure among the Dragon clan, and with Ao Feng being the Dragon Emperor, their meeting could not bode well. He prepared to mediate, but the scene before him was utterly unexpected. Yazi bowed deeply to Ao Feng, expressing reverence. Unfilial grandson, Yazi pays his respects to grandfather. Jiang Feng stood frozen, realizing that Yazi was a prince of the Dragon clan, explaining his remarkable strength and innate talent. He silently observed the reunion of the grandfather and grandson. Grandfather, did you not fall during the Thunder Tribulation? Why are you not in the underworld? Yazi asked curiously. Oh, this is all thanks to Jiang Feng. It is all fate. Ao Feng chuckled. Yazi turned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Yazi clasped his fists in acknowledgement, to which Jiang Feng merely returned a bow, recognizing the sentiment. He understood that, given Yazi's temperament, refusing would only lead him to feel disrespected. Yazi, quickly arrange a training ground for Jiang Feng and me. We need to recover and advance our powers before entering the land of Azura. Yazi, upon hearing this, expressed confusion. Grandfather, do you also intend to enter the land of Azura? Indeed. I now require the blood of the Dragon Emperor within Jiang Feng's clothing to gradually restore my vitality and ultimately revive. Ao Feng explained. Really? Very well, grandfather. You shall train in my castle. I will cleanse the entire wasteland. Yazi declared, immediately setting off to make arrangements. Issue my extermination order. No strangers shall enter within 500 miles of the wasteland, or their entire clan shall be obliterated. Yazi's fierce command echoed across the skies. Still the same. His temper remains unchanged. Ao Feng shook his head in resignation. Yet, if he were to change completely, he would no longer be Yazi. Jiang Feng smiled indeed. Truth be told, it was his fierce nature that allowed him to rapidly grow in combat and become the foremost among the Dragon clan's younger generation. However, every advantage carries a disadvantage, and his ferocity ultimately led to calamity. I have heard of the unity among the Dragon clan, but it has become excessively protective. Sometimes, such fierceness within a family can foster competition. Otherwise, Lord Yazi would not have become the foremost among the younger generation so soon. Jiang Feng advised. Enough of this talk. Let us begin our training and prepare for the journey into the land of Azura. Ao Feng stated, to which Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng opened the small box given by Xing Luo, and a plethora of materials surged forth. As he gazed upon the mountainous pile, he realized that this little box was akin to his own sleeve of the universe. Among the materials were the bones of a demon tiger, the skin of a giant serpent that had attained the martial sovereign realm, and even precious jade, formed from the innate power of the jade Qilin, rivaling that of the dragon pearl. Jiang Feng was truly astonished. How many treasures had Xing Luo pilfered? Suddenly, he also discovered a considerable number of dragon horns and scales, which filled him with concern regarding Xing Luo's formidable power, as it seemed he had captured several dragon emperors. Among these dragon horns and scales lies the power of the dragon emperors. If absorbed properly, it would be highly beneficial for both of us. The voice of Ao Feng resonated in Jiang Feng's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. He summoned the Mo-Zhu sword, which shimmered with 5-colored light. At this moment, Jiang Feng realized that it was impossible for him to advance or significantly enhance his own power. So he chose to elevate the Mo-Zhu instead. After all, the Mo-Zhu had gained Kongxian, possessing 2 powerful sword spirits. Only a mightier sword could unleash their true strength. The Mo-Zhu was enveloped in a radiant aura, and the figures of Kongxian and Jin Peng emerged from the sword, radiating golden brilliance and multicolored glimmers. Their light swiftly enveloped the multitude of materials, which sparkled with starlight, coalescing towards Kong Xian, Jiang Feng, and the Mo Zhu. Jiang Feng continuously changed seals, channeling the five-colored flow to its utmost limit, extracting the spiritual essence from the materials in large quantities, transforming it into gaseous form. Suddenly, Ao Feng unleashed a surge of azure light, voraciously devouring the power of the Dragon Emperors. Kong Xian and Jiang Feng accelerated their absorption of the spiritual essence, seemingly competing with the Dragon Emperors. With the enhancement of Jiang Feng's strength, Jiang Feng, as a sword spirit, gained greater autonomy, enabling him to fully exert his power and become a companion to Jiang Feng rather than merely a passive entity from whom Jiang Feng borrowed strength. In the past, if Jiang Feng had insisted on engaging in combat, Jiang Feng would have been unable to withstand his power and face destruction. However, now Jiang Feng could manage it, and thus he inadvertently gained two formidable allies at the martial sovereign level. This was also one of the reasons for the might of the Daoist swordplay. As Jiang Feng's seals continually shifted, the colorful radiance flowed incessantly, while a torrent of spiritual essence was devoured by them. When Jiang Feng finally halted his cultivation, all the light dissipated, revealing the surrounding materials reduced to mere black residue. I wonder what expression Xing Luo would have upon seeing this. Jiang Feng chuckled. Haha, I have reached the upper tier of the martial sovereign realm. Jiang Feng exclaimed excitedly. He had the potential to attain this level before, but due to the battle at Qianfeng, he had fallen into the sword tomb and lacked sufficient spiritual essence, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Now that he had finally advanced, how could he not be thrilled? I've just reached the upper tier, and I am already at the pinnacle, awaiting enlightenment. Kong Xian scoffed disdainfully. You boast too much, you big-tailed bird. Just then, the Mo Zhu and Jiang Feng's dantian began to tremble, its light flickering incessantly. It seems this journey will not be dull. Jiang Feng remarked with a wry smile. Dragon Emperor, how are you? Jiang Feng inquired, as he had not heard from Dragon Emperor Ao Feng. I am well. You should have Yaji find me a high-tier dragon corpse or the body of a high-ranking creature with dragon lineage. I wish to borrow a corpse to return to life. Ao Feng replied, his tone brimming with barely contained excitement. Chapter 45. Interlude. What did you say? Grandfather, you can come back to life. Yaji exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Indeed. However, I still need to find a high-tier dragon corpse or a high-ranking creature with dragon lineage, Ao Feng explained. Yaji, having been here for so long, can you find one? Let me think. There are indeed some high-tier creatures in the 10,000 Great Mountains, but they are primarily concentrated among the major clans. Furthermore, if grandfather requires a creature with dragon lineage, the options diminish significantly. Only one clan meets grandfather's criteria, Yaji replied. Which clan? Ao Feng inquired. The Yao Jiao clan. Yaji answered. The Yao Jiao are a branch of our dragon lineage, so there is no issue with blood ties. Additionally, there are skilled individuals among them. However, the complication is that for grandfather to revive, the required corpse must at least be at the martial sovereign level. Yet, martial sovereign experts are typically clan leaders who reside within their clans. Capturing one would necessitate attacking a clan, inevitably drawing out their divine-level elders, leading to a significant conflict that would reverberate throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. In such a case, we would struggle to provide a suitable reason, as other clans also have divine-level ancestors to contend with. If we were to engage them in battle, we simply lack the strength. Yaji elaborated. Indeed, after hearing Yaji's words, both Jiang Feng and Ao Feng fell into contemplation. If not handled properly, it could amount to declaring war on the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. A burden they could not bear. My king, not good. Someone has forcefully invaded the wasteland, and we cannot withstand them. A 10th-level wolf demon rushed in disarray, startling both Jiang Feng and Yaji. Who is it? Are they unaware of my kill order? Yaji responded coldly, while Jiang Feng was equally puzzled. In this territory, Yaji was a dominant force, who would dare disregard his kill order issued with divine-level authority. Return to the king. It is the Yao Jiao clan. The trembling wolf demon reported. What? Yaji gasped in surprise. The Yao Jiao clan? Aren't they situated in the south? How did they arrive here? Yaji queried. Return to the king. It is said that they encountered the Tiger clan in the south, resulting in a conflict that escalated into a clan war. Their divine-level elder was slain by the Tiger clan's elder, Lu Wu, forcing them to migrate north. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, they clashed with Yaji's subordinates. As they still have martial sovereign experts, we suffered heavy casualties and are simply no match for them. They are likely already within the wasteland. The wolf demon stammered. What? The Yao Jiao clan was actually driven out by the Tiger clan, and their elder was killed? Yaji exclaimed, while Jiang Feng was equally taken aback. Only Dragon Emperor Ao Feng remained silent and composed. Lu Wu, I did not expect this old fellow to be so ruthless. Ao Feng remarked coolly. Lu Wu is indeed formidable. Back when I joined forces with the nine-tailed fox, Xiao Yu, we could only manage a stalemate against him. Yaji nodded in agreement. You fought to a standstill with a nine-tailed fox? How powerful was that fox, and how long has it been at the divine level? Ao Feng asked, astonished. Xiao Yu had only recently ascended to the divine level. Yazi replied candidly. Haha, it seems he was still lenient with you two young ones. Ao Feng mused, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. Lenient with us? Yaji's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Jiang Feng was equally shocked. To show mercy to two divine-level beings, what kind of strength did Lu Wu possess? Jiang Feng pondered. Indeed, Yaji, you should know that our dragon clan has thrived through the bloodline of the Azure Dragon deity. In contrast, Lu Wu has inherited the bloodline of the White Tiger deity, who is synonymous with slaughter and possesses immense combat prowess. Additionally, Lu Wu was originally a divine beast of the heavenly realm, though for reasons unknown. He descended to the mortal realm, diminishing his cultivation somewhat. Nevertheless, he has been at the divine level for 5,000 years. So dealing with you is no challenge at all. To be frank, if Lu Wu were to unleash his full fury, the current dragon clan would be utterly defenseless. Even I would not dare to confront him directly, as I would surely suffer greater injuries than he. Yaji, you were fortunate. He did not employ lethal force against you. Perhaps he has grown older, and his bloodlust has waned. Ao Feng observed with a smile. While Ao Feng could smile, Yaji was drenched in cold sweat. And Jiang Feng's expression was grave. Everything had unfolded beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity in power even among beings of the same divine level in this world. Great King, what shall we do about the Dragon Serpent clan? The wolf spirit inquired softly, noticing that the others remained silent. Isn't this a splendid opportunity, Lord Yazi? The Dragon Serpent clan has lost even their divine ranks. Their martial sovereign bodies will undoubtedly belong to us. Jiang Feng was the first to react. Indeed. Haha. Just moments ago we were troubled about how to deal with them, and now they come knocking at our door. How could we possibly refuse such a grand gift? Yazi exclaimed excitedly. Go, find out where those dragon serpents have gone. Yazi commanded the wolf spirit, who promptly exited. Ao Feng transformed back into Jiang Feng's robe as they both soared into the sky. Upon their arrival, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was littered with corpses, most of which belonged to Yazi's subordinates. A middle-aged man in black attire, with white hair, confronted them after dispatching a wolf spirit. Who are you? The man in black demanded. Haha, after killing so many of my subordinates, you dare question my identity? What a joke. Yazi retorted coldly. What? You are Yazi? The man in black exclaimed, realizing the formidable power of Yazi. He had no choice but to engage, hoping for a swift escape, only to find himself intercepted by Yazi. At that moment, he understood his fate was sealed. Now that you know, prepare to meet your end, Yazi declared, suddenly striking out with a gentle palm. An illusory dragon claw shot forth, and although the man in black conjured a black shield, it crumbled effortlessly before Yazi's might, sending him flying backward. Struggling to regain his footing, blood poured from his mouth as Yazi was determined to seize his body. Yazi acted swiftly again, ensuring the man had no chance for self-destruction. With a mere gesture, a beam of white light struck him, immobilizing him. Jiang Feng, witnessing Yazi's overwhelming strength, felt a mix of awe and trepidation, pondering whether he could ever rival such power after his ascension. Though the man in black was a martial sovereign, he stood no chance against Yazi's divine prowess. You would do well not to resist. I require your body intact. Yazi spoke coldly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The man in black, initially shocked, soon regained his composure. Very well, I will comply. But I beseech you to spare my kin, he implored, attempting one final plea. Do you truly believe you are in a position to negotiate? You have no opportunity for self-detonation. Yazi replied, laced with sarcasm. Must you annihilate every last one of us? The man in black's eyes glimmered with resentment. Do not harm my father. Suddenly, a girl rushed to his side, shielding him. Jiang Feng noted her prowess. She seemed to be at the great martial master level. The man in black, upon seeing his daughter, was filled with dread. Yinyu, why are you here? Leave at once, he urged, genuinely fearful that Yazi might slay her. He feared not for himself, but for her life. Observing the father-daughter pair, Jiang Feng was reminded of the bond between Huangfu Weiming and his daughter. Lord Yazi, since your goal has been achieved, spare the innocent. Besides, should he harbor resentment, it could negatively impact the resurrection of the Dragon Emperor, which is our utmost priority. Jiang Feng counseled. Yazi, you must temper your wrath. Have you not suffered enough in the past? Ao Feng's voice echoed in Yazi's mind. It seemed as if Yazi had an epiphany, and he turned to Jiang Feng, expressing gratitude. Very well. You should understand that in this vast wilderness, invading another's territory and slaughtering their subordinates carries severe consequences. Nonetheless, I shall grant you this mercy. Yazi addressed the man in black. Do not harm my father, or I swear I will kill you. Yin Yu declared, her eyes filled with vengeance. Yin Yu, do not act recklessly, the man in black urged, terrified that her impulsiveness might sway Yazi's decision. End your own life. Yazi commanded, retracting his spell. The man in black smiled at Yazi and replied, thank you. He then relinquished all his power and peacefully closed his eyes. Father, Yin Yu cried, collapsing against him. All right, take your kin and depart. This is the agreement between your father and me, Yazi proclaimed, enveloping the man in black's corpse in a glowing light, before turning to leave with Jiang Feng. Yin Yu gazed at their retreating figures, vowing, I will have my revenge. Upon their return to Yazi's castle, the Dragon Emperor Ao Feng emerged from Jiang Feng's robe, transforming into a green light that merged with the man in black's body. Gradually, the man in black was enveloped in the green radiance, his appearance beginning to change. As his fingers started to move, his entire being lifted off the ground, the green light dissipating to reveal a formidable middle-aged man radiating an aura of sovereignty. Grandfather, you have finally returned. Yazi knelt in excitement. Child, rise. Ao Feng quickly assisted Yazi to his feet. I must familiarize myself with this martial sovereign body. However, its strength is insufficient to fully contain my power, so I shall require a few days of quiet cultivation to reinforce it, ensuring it withstands the rigors of battle. Understood. Yazi replied. Lord Yazi, we must prepare thoroughly. Jiang Feng added. Yazi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must prepare well. Chapter 46. Arrival in the West 5 days later. Jiang Feng, Ao Feng, and Yazi gathered in the hall, ready to embark on their journey to the Western Great World. Great King, we have apprehended a suspicious individual. A leopard spirit suddenly announced. Oh, has someone learned of my departure and dared to plot against me? Yazi's eyes glimmered with cold light. Bring him forth. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. As the individual was brought before them, Yazi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, mirrored by Jiang Feng and Ao Feng. For it was none other than the daughter of the man in black, Yin Yu. What brings you here? Yazi demanded sharply. To avenge my father's death. This is a debt that cannot go unpaid. Yin Yu declared fiercely. Avenging your father? I made a pact with him, exchanging his body for the safety of your kin. I have fulfilled my end. What grievance remains? Yazi retorted coldly. You are the one who killed my father. That is the grievance. Yin Yu shot back, equally icy. Haha. What a farce. In this vast wilderness, who among the spirits is unaware that invading another's territory and slaughtering their subordinates is a capital offense? This is a universally acknowledged truth, a rule established by your own clans. Do you now seek to deny it? You have slaughtered many of my subordinates. Surely more than one of your clan has a hand in it. I promised your father I would only take his life and spare the others. Is that not a great mercy in this wilderness? Had I chosen to eradicate your entire clan, I am certain no one would have objected. Moreover, let me ask you this. Your dragon serpent clan has long dominated the south. How many spirits have perished at your hands? They too have sons and daughters. When they seek vengeance upon you, what is your response? In this wilderness, only strength matters. Without it, do not speak of revenge. Yazi's voice rang with authority. I will have my revenge. Yin Yu uttered defiantly, though she understood the truth in Yazi's words. In this wilderness, invading another's domain was indeed a grave sin, a principle they had once enforced themselves. Yet, the loss of her father demanded retribution, and in that moment, she could utter nothing more. Revenge? Do you possess the strength for it? Yazi mocked. Will you grant me time? Yin Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Very well, I admire your courage. I shall grant you this opportunity. After speaking, Yazi dismissed his subordinates and cast a spell upon Yin Yu, simultaneously tearing through the fabric of space and entering the rift with her. Ao Feng and Jiang Feng followed closely behind. Why was Yazi behaving so unusually today? In the past, his violent temperament would have led him to eliminate any threats without hesitation. How could he allow someone like Yin Yu to remain by his side? Arrogance. That was not in Yazi's nature. Otherwise, he would have perished in the vast mountains 3,000 years ago. When the rift reopened, the group found themselves in a forest. Yazi withdrew the magic he had cast on Yin Yu and said, Today, I will grant you an exception. You may accompany us on this journey, and you have 3 opportunities to attempt to assassinate me. I will not kill you, but should you exceed those 3 chances, your life will be forfeit. Do you understand? I hope you do not squander this opportunity." With that, he turned away and walked off with Jiang Feng and the others. Yin Yu, watching Yazi's retreating figure, clenched and then released her hands, hurrying to follow. "Grandfather, why do you want me to spare that woman? We must eliminate threats." Yazi and Ao Feng communicated through thought. "Alas, perhaps it is due to this body I have acquired, or perhaps I am simply growing old. I suddenly cannot bear to see that girl meet her demise. However, as my grandson, I do not wish for you to perish either. Therefore, I did not oppose your earlier words. Consider it a small gift from me regarding this body." Ao Feng replied with a hint of resignation. After hearing this, Yazi fell silent. He understood his grandfather's temperament. Although he was the Dragon Emperor with profound cultivation, he was remarkably benevolent towards his descendants, earning immense respect within the clan. Even when Yazi was hunted by their kin, his grandfather insisted on capturing him alive, thus providing him with a chance to survive. Consequently, Yazi dared not disregard Ao Feng's words, especially since this matter was not of great consequence. A grand martial master attempting to assassinate a divine being was akin to a fool's errand. In simpler terms, if Yazi stood still and allowed Yin Yu to attack, she would likely exhaust herself to no avail. The Dragon Clan's physical resilience was extraordinary, particularly since Yazi had attained the divine tier after enduring several tribulations. Even a grand martial master's self-detonation would likely pale in comparison to the divine punishment of ascension. Thus, the 4 emerged from the forest and arrived at a grand city, distinctly unlike those of the Central Plains. Entering the city, the towering banana trees and the uniquely dressed pedestrians made it clear they had entered the Western world. "Let us find lodgings here. Perhaps we can gather more information regarding the Gate of Azura and the Buddhist sect. We must avoid inadvertently antagonizing the Buddhists." As we are on their territory, Jiang Feng suggested. Indeed, Jiang Feng's words hold merit. This is not the Central Plains. I shall proceed with utmost caution, Ao Feng concurred. Once he spoke, it was settled, and Yazi naturally did not object. The 3 set off to seek an inn. This left Yin Yu in a predicament. She was penniless and could not afford to stay. She dared not resort to thievery, considering this was the Buddhist domain. Having heard tales of their mercilessness towards the demon clan, she realized that unlike Yazi and the others, whose powers were extraordinary and could escape danger, she would likely find herself without a chance to flee. She had only considered the possibility of death should her assassination fail, never anticipating being brought to such a place and facing financial woes. Frantic, she felt a sudden presence approaching her. Sensing no immediate danger, she reached out to catch what was coming her way, only to discover a pouch filled with gold. "Don't say I haven't given you a chance, but you must pay a price. 1 non-lethal opportunity has been deducted, leaving you with only 2. Yazi's voice echoed suddenly. Yin Yu looked up, only to see Yazi turning away. Gazing at the pouch in her hand, she thought, "It makes little difference whether I have 1 more chance or 1 less. To deal with him, I need a single lethal strike." With that resolve, she tightened her grip on the pouch and hurried after Yazi. Yazi, sensing her following, mused to himself, "My grandfather's heart is indeed growing softer. However, this may work to my advantage as the threat diminishes." Ao Feng overheard Yazi's mutterings and merely smiled, while Jiang Feng found amusement in the interaction between the grandfather and grandson. "Your kindness towards Yin Yu is intriguing, my Lord Dragon Emperor. It seems there is more to it than mere old age," Jiang Feng communicated with Ao Feng. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's remark, Ao Feng paused momentarily but continued walking. "You are indeed astute, Jiang Feng. I do harbor other intentions. Yazi has always been headstrong and prone to violence, often fixating on trivial matters, which has led to significant mistakes within the clan. My moments of compassion towards this girl stem from pity, admiration for her father, and a recognition of her similarities to Yazi, both stubborn and impulsive. She knows, by the rules of the vast mountains and her own abilities, that vengeance is ill-advised. Yet she still pursues it. This is sheer obstinance. Had I not intervened, she would likely have met her end at Yazi's hands. I have allowed them to be together in hopes that they may reflect upon their flaws in each other and amend them. Moreover, with a descendant as remarkable as Yazi, his offspring will undoubtedly be exceptional. My Lord Dragon Emperor, you cannot possibly hope for them too." Jiang Feng hesitated to finish his thought. "What? You have discerned my intentions? I sensed it earlier. In this situation, the matter between Yazi and that girl is not of great significance within the vast mountains. Besides, Yazi did not directly harm her father. Their transaction was merely a formality. In the vast mountains, even the murder of a father does not constitute an unspeakable crime. So is it not possible? Ao Feng chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Jiang Feng was left speechless, bewildered by Ao Feng's ability to maintain such levity in serious matters. Could it be that the affection a father holds for his daughter has influenced this old man? He pondered. Grandfather, what brings you to smile? Yizi inquired, noticing his grandfather's grin as they walked. Oh, nothing at all. Ao Feng quickly replied, though his smile persisted. Could it be that fellow's mind has been muddled, causing my grandfather to become somewhat senile? Yizi thought, a sense of alarm creeping in. Little did he know that his lifelong fate was nearly settled by the whims of the elder and the girl. Observing the varying expressions on the faces of the trio in front of him, Yinyu found herself questioning, are they truly the gods of slaughter? The group soon found an inn. Excuse me, do you have any rooms available? Jiang Feng asked the proprietor. I regret to inform you that we only have 3 rooms left upstairs, the innkeeper replied apologetically. Very well, I will take one. I will take another. Jiang Feng and Ao Feng tossed down their coins and rushed upstairs to secure a room, leaving Yizi and Yinyu behind. Upon realizing the unfolding situation, Yizi quickly fished out his money. Stubborn as he was not foolish. He understood that trouble was brewing. I will take this room. They both declared in unison, placing their gold coins on the counter simultaneously. I will take this room. You should go elsewhere. Yizi stated coldly. I have also paid. Why should I leave? Yinyu retorted defiantly. Isn't your money mine? Yizi shot back angrily. What do you mean yours? I exchanged one of my chances for this. Yinyu's voice grew louder. Meanwhile, upstairs, the elderly pair watched with keen interest. Why not resolve this amicably? It seems you two are already acquainted. Perhaps you could share a room? The innkeeper suggested diplomatically. In the Western world, such open-mindedness was common, but in the Central Plains, the innkeeper would have faced severe repercussions for such a proposal. Very well, let it be so. Yaji responded first, intending to intimidate Yinyu. But little did he know that the enemy was far too formidable. Excellent. I can strike at any moment. Yinyu's gaze was fixed intently on Yaji, and the two continued their glaring contest up the stairs. Lord Dragon Emperor, Jiang, indeed, is seasoned and cunning. It seems this will lead to something significant. Jiang Feng chuckled before retreating to his own chamber. After watching Jiang Feng depart, Ao Feng also returned home with a smile. Chapter 47. The master of the group settled in a small town within the Western Great World. Jiang Feng's plan was to remain in this town, gather clues, and subsequently consult the Buddhist sect regarding the method to unlock the Shura Gate. However, Ao Feng, citing the need to consolidate his body, opted out, leaving these tasks to Jiang Feng and Yaji, who felt compelled to comply. Once Yaji set off, Yinyu naturally followed. Jiang Feng, where should we go to gather clues? Yaji inquired. This is the Western Great World, where all significant news typically resides within the Buddhist sect. Thus, to uncover information regarding the Shura Gate, we must head to the temple. Jiang Feng replied with a grin. Indeed, brother, your intellect is commendable. Yaji exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Hurry. Master Liao Fan of Fahua Temple is about to commence his sermon. We must go. Someone shouted from the street, prompting a throng of people to surge towards a singular direction. Wow. It seems the influence of the Buddhist sect here is indeed substantial. Jiang Feng marveled at the flowing crowd, reflecting on how their impact was not dissimilar to that of Shushan and Bashu. The Buddhist sect possesses remarkable capabilities. So many people believe in them. Yaji echoed in astonishment. Quickly, let us follow. Suddenly, Jiang Feng snapped to attention, urging Yaji to join the throng. Yinyu, witnessing Jiang Feng and Yaji hasten their pace, promptly caught up. The trio followed the crowd into a temple. Jiang Feng surveyed the premises. The temple walls were tall and robust, adorned with glazed tiles that shimmered, and the main hall exuded grandeur and solemnity. The 4 heavenly kings stood vigil at the entrance, each wielding extraordinary treasures, seemingly guarding against any malevolent intruders among the worshippers. Due to the sermon taking place today, a high platform had been erected in the courtyard, surrounded by banners depicting the 18 grades of lotus seats, symbolizing the Buddha's teachings to save the masses. Beneath the platform, a group of monks clad in bright yellow robes and numerous devoted followers joined their hands in reverence, attentively listening to the speaker reciting scriptures. The speaker, appearing to have surpassed 60 years, donned a silk robe of bright yellow and an azure garment adorned with countless jewels, making him strikingly conspicuous. It was astonishing that a monk of merely 9th-tier cultivation could lead such a lavish existence. This Buddhist sect seemed far from the altruistic ideal of saving all beings. It appeared rather that the beings had contributed offerings, enabling the monks to live in such opulence, resembling deities themselves. Yaji scoffed at the monk on the platform. That must be Master Liao Ran. Indeed, He pales in comparison to that Wuxiang. Jiang Feng mused, shaking his head in disapproval. Oh, esteemed benefactors. It appears you hold certain views regarding the Buddhist sect. Master Liao Ran abruptly halted his sermon and turned to Jiang Feng and Yaji. His comment drew the attention of all the worshippers and monks, their gazes tinged with hostility. Regarding the Buddhist sect, we naturally dare not voice any opinions. After all, it has existed for millennia, possessing its own mysteries. However, your attire is excessively extravagant for a mere monk, resembling a secular individual rather than embodying the essence of Buddhism. It is quite laughable that you stand here to educate others on the path to enlightenment. Yaji retorted derisively. Benefactor, you speak too harshly. I have devoted my life to the Buddha, studying the Dharma. How can I not teach others? Liao Ran replied, somewhat irked. Seeing the situation escalate, Jiang Feng hastily intervened. Acutely aware that this was the domain of the Buddhist sect, and a confrontation would yield no benefit. Master, my friend's point is that the Buddha teaches all beings are equal, and anyone can attain Buddhahood. Since all beings are equal, your lavish attire starkly contrasts with others, which contradicts the Buddha's teachings. If you deviate from the Buddha's teachings, what qualifications do you have to guide others towards enlightenment? How can you propagate the Dharma? Jiang Feng spoke with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Master Liao Ran appeared taken aback, descending from the platform and garnering gasps from the gathered worshippers. He approached Jiang Feng and Yaji, his demeanor noticeably more respectful. Esteemed benefactors, your words resonate with truth. Although the Buddha teaches that all beings are equal, he also desires to lead beings to the pure land of ultimate bliss, thus necessitating a leader's image. As I represent the Buddha in disseminating the Dharma, I cannot forsake the sacred and solemn appearance of the Buddha. My attire serves to illuminate the path in darkness, not out of a desire for luxury. Please do not misunderstand. Liao Ran spoke earnestly, as if his words were entirely selfless. Oh, illuminating the path in darkness with your superficial cultivation. Yaji suddenly exuded a hint of divine pressure, causing Master Liao Ran to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Master, your previous assertions are profoundly misguided. On the day the Buddha attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, he preached the Dharma in the humble garb of a commoner, yet still guided the world. This demonstrates that illuminating the path in darkness does not require opulent attire. What truly matters is the purity of one's heart. If your heart is sincere in the pursuit of the Buddha, and you possess profound knowledge of the Dharma, you can guide others out of suffering, even as a beggar. Conversely, lacking insight, no amount of divine adornment can redeem you from being a laughingstock. Jiang Feng concluded, reciting a calming incantation. Instantly, a radiant aura enveloped him, exuding an air of sanctity that rendered all monks and worshippers beneath his light remarkably devout. Master, Jiang Feng retracted the radiance, smiling gently. Master, I, Liao Ran, am but a novice in my practice, having disrespected the Dharma and spoken foolishly before you esteemed masters. Such a transgression is indeed grave. Liao Ran immediately shed his monk's robe and prostrated himself before Jiang Feng and Yaji. His action prompted other monks and worshippers to follow suit, each bowing with increasing sincerity, as though they regarded Jiang Feng and Yaji as embodiments of the Buddha. Yen Yu, observing the crowd's reverence, was taken aback. How could such formidable beings receive such devoted worship? Could they truly be good people? If they were virtuous, what did that make her? What was she meant to do? Yen Yu's heart was in turmoil, while Jiang Feng and Yaji remained oblivious to her thoughts. Witnessing so many kneeling before them, they exchanged wry smiles, realizing they could not remain silent any longer. Ah, brother, I see you possess quite the eloquence. I entrust this to you. Yaji nonchalantly pushed the task onto Jiang Feng, who sighed in resignation. Everyone, please rise. There is no need to bow to us. Whether you venerate someone is inconsequential. What truly matters is the goodness in your heart and your commitment to benevolence. In time, you shall surely attain your own path. After all, did not the Buddha have no one to worship him at first, yet still achieved unparalleled merit? Jiang Feng proclaimed. The crowd nodded in agreement, murmuring, the esteemed masters possess profound Dharma. We beseech you to ascend the platform and impart your wisdom, relieving our confusion. Master Liao Ran immediately spoke, and upon his words, the monks and devotees below fervently echoed their agreement. Jiang Feng and Yazi were momentarily taken aback. This clearly exceeded their expectations. However, observing the current atmosphere, it was evident that public sentiment was not to be disregarded. The two had no choice but to muster their courage and ascend the platform to address the multitude's inquiries. The monks and devotees appeared to view this as a rare opportunity to glean wisdom from Buddhist teachings, each eager to pose questions with unparalleled enthusiasm. A burly man cautiously inquired, "I encountered a bandit in the woods the other day who was murdering and plundering. I intended to capture him alive, but inadvertently ended up killing him. I understand that the Buddha opposes killing, yet I acted to save lives. Will the Buddha forgive me?" "Well done," Yazi interjected abruptly, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. How could a Buddhist master advocate for killing? "Indeed, you shall find forgiveness. The bandit committed grievous sins by taking lives and stealing. Your intention was noble, and in your act of misfortune, you inadvertently punished evil and protected many. It is essential to understand that punishing evil can be regarded as the greatest virtue, thus your actions are commendable. The Buddha, recognizing your noble intent, will surely grant you forgiveness. There is no need for concern," Jiang Feng replied, exuding an air of wisdom. Upon hearing this, the burly man sighed in relief and respectfully bowed. Others, too, were convinced by his words, leading to an increase in inquiries. From that moment onward, the crowd regarded Jiang Feng and Yazi as if they were manifestations of the Buddha himself, accepting their words without question. Even casual remarks from them seemed to inspire profound insights among the listeners, allowing Jiang Feng and Yazi to speak with ease. They found themselves weaving tales while the audience hung on their every word, eyes wide in rapt attention, mouths agape in wonder. As the sun began to set, the monks and devotees departed, satisfied. Master Liao Ran had earnestly invited the two to continue their teachings that evening, but the two masters adamantly refused and hurried back to their inn. "What a pity," Liao Ran lamented as he watched them leave. The three returned to Ao Feng's room, where Jiang Feng and Yazi collapsed on the floor, foam bubbling from their mouths. "What happened to you?" Ao Feng inquired, sensing something was amiss. Jiang Feng and Yazi pointed at their mouths and then shook their heads, promptly losing consciousness. "What on earth is going on?" Ao Feng wondered helplessly. Turning to Yen Yu, who appeared still in shock, her expression frozen in disbelief. Ao Feng's face darkened as he pondered the events of the day, wondering what could have transpired to leave them in such a state. "Those followers are truly fervent. My mouth was nearly worn out from speaking yesterday," Yazi lamented, rubbing his stiff face. "I had it worse. You could throw out casual remarks, but I had to explain your words to the followers. Do you have any idea how much work that was? And you're complaining?" "I truly want to complain," Jiang Feng retorted, carefully using his powers to heal his swelling face. "I can no longer tolerate engaging in Buddhist teachings. It is beyond what any person can endure. I truly admire those monks who can speak for an entire day and seemingly revel in it. I cannot fathom their mindset, but I do respect their ability to articulate. How do they train their mouths to withstand such endurance? You're not the only one suffering. I can barely handle it myself. As a member of the Dragon Clan, renowned for our resilience and ability to endure, even I am at my limit. I refuse to believe their endurance surpasses that of my dragon kin." Yazi exclaimed in exasperation. "Enough. You were sent to gather information but ended up lecturing in a temple all day, leaving you in this pathetic state. You've embarrassed the cultivators of the Central Plains." Ao Feng scolded, shaking his head at Jiang Feng and Yazi's disheveled appearance. "Ah, let it wear you out. If you end up heavily injured, I may finally have my chance." Yin Yu thought gleefully. Downstairs, the innkeeper was tallying accounts when two imposing figures entered. Their muscular arms were like coiling dragons, and they donned golden robes, signifying their significant status within the Buddhist community. Upon entering, the patrons of the inn bowed to them, and they returned the gestures without any airs, exuding a demeanor vastly different from that of Master Liao Ran of Fahua Temple. "Masters, how may we assist you?" the innkeeper asked respectfully, aware of the high regard bestowed upon Buddhists in the Western world, far surpassing that of the nobility. "May I inquire if any unfamiliar travelers have lodged here recently?" one of the monks asked kindly, his words imbued with sincere reverence, creating a refreshing atmosphere. "Indeed, esteemed masters. For individuals who appear to be from the Central Plains arrived yesterday and are currently staying upstairs. Would you like me to guide you?" The innkeeper responded respectfully. "Oh, that will not be necessary. We kindly ask all guests to vacate the premises temporarily. We have been sent by the master to meet with these 4 distinguished guests from the Central Plains to discuss certain confidential matters. We appreciate your understanding." The monk addressed the patrons of the inn. "Understood, as per the Buddha's wishes." The crowd responded in unison before departing one by one. The Buddhists have arrived. Yet it seems these 2 monks are somewhat polite and possess a degree of cultivation," Yazi remarked, noticing the newcomers. "That monk has been in the divine realm for nearly 10,000 years. Such matters cannot escape his perception," Ao Feng remarked. 10,000 years. Shouldn't he have ascended by now?" Jiang Feng questioned, puzzled. "Well, he should have, But this monk was already at a divine level 10,000 years ago. The divine realm is quite unique, with clear divisions: first, second, third, fourth, and fifth tiers. Ascending through each tier is immensely challenging, with significant differences between them. He reached the fifth tier 3,000 years ago, preparing to break through to the realm of the Master God and ascend to the heavenly realm. However, due to the law that those at the martial sovereign level cannot survive the tribulation, he chose to continue gathering strength instead, which is why he is yet to ascend. I suspect his power has significantly increased over the years. I doubt anyone, aside from the ancient beings of the underworld or the madman from the Luwu clan, would be his match, Ao Fong stated, his expression darkening as he spoke. Everyone was astonished by Ao Fong's words. If the divine tier directly corresponded to the 5 celestial ranks: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Luo Immortal, Golden Immortal, and Mysterious Immortal, then it was no wonder Yun Shun was merely at the second tier, making it clear why Xiao Yu could not withstand Xing Luo's strike. Jiang Feng pondered why the Dragon Emperor had previously stated that Lu Wu had allowed Xiao Yu and Yizi to escape. Well, since they have arrived, we cannot afford to shut our doors and appear fearful. Let us go greet them, Ao Fong declared before stepping out ahead of the others, who promptly followed him from the room. Upon seeing Ao Fong and the others descend the stairs, the two monks immediately bowed. Disciple Wu Jie, Wu Yan, greets His Majesty the Dragon Emperor and the esteemed guests. They exclaimed in unison, both possessing the cultivation of the martial emperor realm. Jiang Feng assessed their strength with keen insight. Ah, it's you two bald fellows. Kong Xian suddenly materialized before them. Ah, we pay our respects to the Ming Wang. Wu Jie and Wu Yan immediately bowed. Ming Wang, why do you look like this? The enigmatic monk known as Wu Jie, who spoke upon entering the establishment, raised no eyebrows for those familiar with the tales of being struck down by lightning. Was it truly such a cause for alarm? After all, did not all face the inevitability of death? Yet, here they were, so quick to judge others for their inability to transcend life and death, while their own understanding of the Dharma remained shallow. Kong Xian took it upon himself to deliver a lesson to Wu Jie, who humbly acknowledged. The words of the Bright King are indeed insightful. This humble monk is but a fool. As Jiang Feng and his companions observed Kong Xian chastising Wu Jie, the latter dared not retort, leaving them all momentarily stunned. It seemed this young man had once held the title of the Peacock Bright King, and possessed a certain level of authority that commanded respect, a realization that Jiang Feng could not overlook. The Dragon Emperor, along with Yizi and Yenyu, shared a moment of surprise. What brings you two here? Are you not bound to remain within your sacred mountain? Kong Xian inquired. This question struck fear into Wu Jie and Wu Yan, who trembled as they replied, O Bright King, please refrain from such reckless words. The grave sin of abandoning our mountain gate is one we cannot bear. Look at you, so easily frightened by a jest. Is it truly necessary to react so? Kong Xian replied nonchalantly. Wu Jie and Wu Yan exchanged glances, their disdain palpable. Did he truly believe they shared his level of freedom? Even the sect master had to tread carefully around him. Enough of this nonsense. If there is business to discuss, let us proceed promptly. I would hate for any delays to be blamed upon me, Kong Xian declared, returning to Jiang Feng's inner energy. Upon re-entering the realm of Emoju, Jin Peng chuckled. Ah, you truly are no ordinary creature. I have no desire to bicker with you, little yellow-haired one, Kong Xian replied, endeavoring to maintain his dignity. With a flourish, Wu Jie restored his demeanor as a venerable monk, stating, I come on the orders of the sect master, inviting you all to the sacred mountain. Please do not decline. Ah, splendid. Since he remembers this old friend, I shall gladly pay him a visit. Ao Fong responded with a smile. Very well. Let us proceed together to the sacred mountain. Wu Jie gestured graciously. Jiang Feng interjected. Might I inquire about the connection between the two masters and the Master Wuxiang? His intuition sensed a link between them. Oh, Master Wuxiang is our junior disciple, who has recently embarked on a journey and has yet to return. Given that you are Jiang Feng, it is indeed a fortuitous encounter, as the Daoist and Buddhist paths are deeply intertwined. I trust our sect master will be delighted to learn of your arrival, Wu Jie said with a broad smile, treating Jiang Feng as a treasured discovery. Less idle chatter. If we are to leave, let us do so swiftly. You monks may not have mastered much, but your ability to engage in meaningless talk is indeed commendable. Kong Xian's voice rang out once more. Yes, Bright King, you are correct. This humble monk shall lead the way. Wu Jie immediately complied, producing a golden lotus from his robe. As he recited an incantation, the golden lotus descended, enlarging as it bloomed, revealing a magnificent golden pedestal, releasing an enchanting fragrance that enveloped everyone. Jiang Feng felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Ah, it appears our esteemed master has a penchant for such theatrics, remarked the Dragon Emperor, Ao Feng. This golden lotus belongs to our sect master. It is the only means to traverse the barrier of the sacred mountain. Otherwise, we would be seen as intruders. Now, everyone, step onto the golden lotus. With that, Wu Jie and Wu Yin ascended the lotus, followed closely by Ao Feng and Jiang Feng. Outside the inn, onlookers witnessed a radiant light emanating from within, prompting them to bow in reverence. Once the light dimmed, they rushed inside, only to find Wu Jie and Jiang Feng had vanished. Ah, what a miracle! The Buddha has graced my humble establishment, exclaimed the innkeeper, his excitement palpable. I shall raise my prices in gratitude and offer donations to the temple to honor this divine visitation. The crowd watched in disdain as he counted his newfound wealth. Yet the allure of having been in a place touched by the Buddha's presence compelled them to spend generously, eager to prolong their stay. As Jiang Feng and the others traveled upon the golden lotus to the sacred mountain, the moment the lotus touched the ground, it transformed into golden clouds. Dissipating into the air, Jiang Feng took a moment to appreciate the grandeur of the sacred mountain, with its peaks piercing the heavens and roots intertwined with the essence of the earth. Indeed, this place lives up to its name. Even our Shushan cannot compare. Jiang Feng marveled inwardly. Come, please follow me. Wu Jie beckoned, leading the way, and indeed, the sacred mountain proved itself a divine locale, rivaling even the dragon abyss. Yazi could not help but express his admiration, while Ao Feng remained stoic, his experience as a fifth-tier deity rendering him impervious to the awe surrounding him. Yinyu, consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Yazi, paid little heed to the scenery. The group halted at a cliff's edge. Please wait a moment, Wu Jie announced, and shortly thereafter, clouds swirled above, forming a bridge of mist. Please, proceed, he urged, leading the way onto the cloud bridge, which would take them to the mountain gate. All visitors must disarm before entering. Called a guardian monk at the gate. Wu Jie sensed trouble and hurried to interject. What do you mean disarm? I am his weapon. If you have the ability, try to disarm me. Kong Xian materialized, and Wu Jie promptly began chanting for the guardian monk. Forgive me, bright king, the monk pleaded, realizing he had unwittingly provoked a formidable presence. Follow me, Kong Xian commanded, leading Jiang Feng and the others into the mountain gate. With Kong Xian paving the way, Jiang Feng's party encountered no obstacles. Even those monks who had intended to assert their authority upon their arrival fled in haste upon seeing Kong Xian, leaving everyone astonished at the chaos he had wrought. Jiang Feng pondered the extent of his mischief within the sacred mountain. Kong Xian, why are they so afraid of you? Have you never faced the wrath of the masters here? Jiang Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Wrath? They've been fortunate to avoid mine, came the voice of Jin Peng, echoing in Jiang Feng's mind. What do you mean? Jiang Feng's confusion deepened. Little yellow-haired one, allow me to explain. Kong Xian interjected, in truth, what I wield is not merely my five-colored radiance. It is more accurately described as the five-elemental glow. Beyond my ability to gather treasures, I can also create my own miniature realm. Within that space, as long as my opponent does not clearly surpass me by a tier, victory shall elude them. Presently, I stand at the martial sovereign level, rendering me invincible beneath the divine tier. While there are indeed numerous experts within the sacred mountain, only Shi Jia has ascended to the divine tier. This is, in fact, a reason for his stagnation. Sects lacking divine tier power are easily devoured. Moreover, I owe my gratitude to that scruffy phoenix. Being the latest branch of their lineage allows me to undergo rebirth, meaning as long as I am not sealed, I can continuously revive. Thus, Shi Jia is utterly powerless against me. With that, none dare to provoke me anymore. With a triumphant laugh, Kong Xian reveled in his own prowess. Is it any wonder you are so arrogant? Jiang Feng gazed at Kong Xian in disbelief. Upon entering the main hall, he noticed that the Buddhist experts were present, all at the martial sovereign level. However, upon seeing Kong Xian, they began to tremble, evidently haunted by past encounters with him. How has he returned? What is his purpose? The assembly murmured, clearly unwelcoming towards Kong Xian. Yet, Kong Xian, undeterred by their disdain, bellowed, the Ming Wang has returned. Is this how you greet me? As he was met with silence, the experts hastily bowed, proclaiming, we welcome the Ming Wang back to the sacred mountain. Their voices harmonized, albeit with a tremor. Jiang Feng noted their fear. It was evident that Kong Xian had not been idle during his absence. Shi Jia, my old friend. It has been a while. Kong Xian directly greeted the head of the Buddhist sect, seated upon the 18-petaled lotus throne. Oh, Ming Wang, you have returned. Shi Jia's expression turned visibly strained. This troublesome fellow has returned after running away. he thought. Observing Shi Jia's discomfort, Ao Feng's face displayed surprise. What manner of creature is this Kong Xian, to even unsettle Shi Jia, who is usually unflappable? Ao Feng exclaimed. Fellow Daoist Ao Feng, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again. Shi Jia momentarily disregarded Kong Xian to address the dragon sovereign, Ao Feng, donning a natural smile. Fellow Daoist, I trust you are well. Ao Feng responded. May I inquire what brings you here today? Shi Jia asked. Master, we have come to seek your guidance on how to enter the land of Shura. We hope you will graciously impart your wisdom. Jiang Feng interjected. The land of Shura. The countenance of all present, including Shi Jia, shifted dramatically. Who are you, and why do you wish to venture into that perilous realm? Shi Jia scrutinized Jiang Feng. I am Jiang Feng, and I humbly request your guidance on the method of entry, for which I would be most grateful. Jiang Feng clasped his fists in respect. Jiang Feng, you are the disciple of the Daoist Yuchun. Shi Jia's excitement was palpable. Indeed, Jiang Feng replied succinctly. Excellent, excellent. I once had the fortune to meet your master. Many of our Buddhist techniques draw upon the profound mysteries of the Daoist teachings. To encounter a descendant of an old acquaintance is indeed a great fate, Shi Jia remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng sensed hope. He had learned from Yin Jun that Shi Jia acted based on fate. Since he acknowledged their connection, it would likely be easier to request the method. Master, I implore you, in the spirit of our shared legacy, please reveal to this junior the way to enter the land of Shura. Jiang Feng pressed once more. Jiang Feng, why do you wish to enter that realm? Do you understand it is a place of unending carnage and conflict? Shi Jia questioned. Master, I must go for the sake of the Daoist sect. I beseech you to grant this junior your assistance. Jiang Feng implored. For the Daoist sect? What do you mean? Shi Jia inquired, puzzled. Master, my sect was obliterated upon the death of our founder, with nearly no survivors. Strangely, I have learned from the spirit messengers of the underworld that not a single soul from my sect has entered the afterlife. Thus, it is highly likely they have perished in the land of Shura. To uncover the truth of our demise, I implore you to share the method of entry. Jiang Feng expressed his profound gratitude. Given this situation, I cannot remain indifferent. Shi Jia nodded in agreement. Wait. A voice arose as a monk stepped forward. Master, I, Wu Chun, wish to spar with Jiang Feng to ascertain his strength, thus allowing you to judge if he is worthy to enter the land of Shura. This could also serve as an account to our ancestral master. Wu Chun stated, while Shi Jia nodded in approval. Wu Chun, do not harbor any illusions. Jiang Feng's strength is sufficient. I am now his sword spirit, and if you wish to spar with him, you must first contend with me. Do you believe you can defeat me? Kong Xian grinned mischievously. At that moment, the expressions of Shi Jia and all the monks shifted drastically, particularly Wu Chun, whose face paled, recognizing the implications of having the Ming Wang as a sword spirit. He was reluctant to face such a formidable opponent. Shi Jia, taken aback by Kong Xian's revelation, realized he had no choice but to divulge the method. To enter the land of Shura, one must pass through the Shura Gate, located within the Wuwang Mountain. To unlock the gate, you will require my golden lotus. With that, Shi Jia emitted a beam of golden light, conjuring an unopened golden lotus flower in Jiang Feng's hands. When the time comes, you need only present the golden lotus and channel your essence into it to open the great door. Jiang Feng, remember, upon entering the land of Shura, you will temporarily transform into a Shura, and women will become Rakshasas. However, do not be alarmed. You will remain yourself without any other changes. It is a tangible world, and you will inevitably become embroiled in various conflicts, which are fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. Shi Jia advised earnestly. Thank you for your assistance, master. Jiang Feng immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, dear friend. Ao Feng added, as Yazi and Yin Yu also expressed their thanks. With that, they took their leave. Master, I bid you farewell. Kong Xian clasped his hands. As Jiang Feng departed, Shi Jia smiled broadly, bidding him well. Safe travels, Ming Wang. The monks chorused, relieved at his departure, all silently wishing he would not return. I shall return if given the chance. Kong Xian's voice echoed back, causing the remaining smiles to freeze in place. Shi Jia's discomfort was unmistakable. Fools, I would never return to entertain you bald heads. Kong Xian smirked, reveling in his success. Chapter 50. The land of Shura. Is this the Wuwang Mountain? A most desolate place. Jiang Feng surveyed the barren landscape around him, filled with lifeless trees and fallen leaves. Devoid of vitality, truly a land of death. Before them loomed a massive circular gate suspended in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. A blood-red vortex spun languidly upon its surface, resembling a colossal eye surveying Jiang Feng and his companions. This must be the Shura Gate. Such potent malevolence. It is no wonder this place is a wasteland. Ao Fong lamented. Look here, there is a stone tablet. Yazi exclaimed. The group approached to find inscriptions carved upon it. Land of Shura, resting place for souls. Conflict endures, battles rage on. Celestial beings have fallen, ghostly messengers have perished. Shura and Rakshasa reign supreme. Those who enter the realm of Asura shall transform. Men into Asuras, women into Rakshasas. In this land, strength reigns supreme. Those who slay a saint become great Asuras or great Rakshasas. Those who kill a venerable become Asura venerables or Rakshasa venerables. And those who vanquish a goddess sin to become Asura kings or Rakshasa kings. Upon reading this passage, the expressions of all present shifted from lightheartedness to solemnity. It became clear that we must devise a meticulous plan before venturing into the realm of Asura, Ao Fong remarked. Indeed, Jiang Feng replied, transforming into his demon form. We should alter our appearances and auras, for this realm may harbor our enemies. If we are recognized, it would jeopardize our mission, Jiang Feng added. Yes. Jiang Feng's reasoning is sound. We must be vigilant about this, and our identities must also change. Jiang Feng, you should address me as grandfather like Yaji. Instead of calling me Dragon Emperor, I genuinely wish to have a grandson like you. Ao Fong chuckled. Then I shall boldly call you grandfather, Dragon Emperor. Jiang Feng exclaimed joyfully. After spending so much time in this world, he finally felt a sense of familial connection. He was quite pleased to play the role of a grandson. Good brother. Yaji patted Jiang Feng's shoulder with enthusiasm. Ever since he was banished from the Dragon Clan, he had not had a single relative in the past 3,000 years. Today, Jiang Feng being regarded as his grandson truly brought him joy, as he gained a good brother. Yes, big brother. Jiang Feng promptly responded. And you, little girl? Will you call me grandfather or something else? Ao Fong turned to Yanyu, drawing the attention of Jiang Feng and Yaji towards her. Would grandfather soften his heart and claim her as his granddaughter? This would complicate matters, Yaji thought nervously. Yanyu gazed at Ao Fong, feeling a sense of warmth from him. She could not harbor the resentment she felt towards Yaji when faced with Ao Fong. However, Ao Fong was still Yaji's grandfather. If she called him grandfather, how could she justify that to her own father? Yanyu wrestled with her conflicting emotions. Quickly decide, child. Otherwise, you should refrain from entering the realm of Asura with us. The dangers within are beyond your capabilities to survive, and we cannot afford to extend our help to you. Ao Fong continued. Upon hearing this, Yanyu froze. Not allowing her to enter the realm of Asura would mean letting Yaji go unpunished. Child, remember that the greater good must always take precedence. Do not allow personal emotions to influence the larger picture. Yanyu suddenly recalled her father's teachings. Gritting her teeth, she finally uttered, Grandfather. Ahaha. Excellent. Yaji, your sister is entrusted to your care. Ao Fong immediately assigned the task to Yaji. No way. Both Yaji and Yanyu exclaimed in unison, staring at each other in disbelief. Do you think protesting will be of any use? Brother, it is the Dragon Clan's duty to protect the weak, and this is a task bestowed by grandfather. Furthermore, Yanyu, with your current abilities, how can you ensure survival in the realm of Asura without my brother's protection? Do not expect me to safeguard you. I can only manage to protect myself. If grandfather were to intervene, it would not be a simple matter. His level of expertise would not be easily called upon. And when he does act, it will lead to a cataclysmic battle. As a young lady of a clan, you should understand this. Therefore, if you seek vengeance, you must allow him to protect you. Additionally, brother, you ought not to defy grandfather's orders. After imparting this wisdom, Jiang Feng patted them on the shoulder and approached Ao Fong. Yaji and Yanyu stood there, locked in a silent standoff. How long will you two continue to stare at each other? Are we going or not? Jiang Feng suddenly exclaimed, causing both him and Ao Fong to break into smiles. Oh, we're coming. Yaji and Yanyu hurriedly joined them. The four stood before the gate of Asura. Jiang Feng retrieved the golden lotus bestowed upon him, infusing it with his spiritual power. The lotus began to rise, gradually blooming. When it reached its pinnacle, it emitted a beam of golden light towards the gate of Asura. The gate, stimulated by the golden radiance, slowly opened, akin to a long slumbering eye finally awakening. Once the gate opened, a powerful suction emanated from within, and Jiang Feng retracted the golden lotus. Hurry inside, Jiang Feng exclaimed loudly. And he flew towards the gate of Asura, with Ao Fong and the others quickly following. As the four figures vanished into the blood-red vortex, the gates slowly closed behind them. Bloodsea City, an ordinary small town within the realm of Asura, was currently under siege by a vast army. Various spells and energies flickered in the skies, and figures continuously fell from above. General Capricorn, our forces are mightier than ever. This trivial Blood Sea city shall be easily conquered. From a distant cliff away from the battlefield, several figures closely observed the unfolding events. The one referred to as General Capricorn was named Capricorn, the Grand Marshal of the Storm Empire in the realm of Azura. He had already attained second-level divine cultivation, and the one who had just spoken was his deputy, named Moro, a venerable Azura. Behind them stood several figures, all exuding the aura of martial saints. Blood Sea City, no matter how fiercely it resists. It is merely a jewel upon my crown. Capricorn confidently laughed. Where are we? It seems we have arrived at a battlefield, and these warriors appear to be 9th and 10th level cultivators. Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. 9th and 10th level cultivators are considered minor powers outside. Yet here they serve merely as foot soldiers. This realm of Azura is truly terrifying. Jiang Feng thought in disbelief. Just as Jiang Feng was lost in contemplation, the battling cultivators suddenly turned their aggression towards them. Foolish clowns. Yaji waved his hand lightly, rebounding their attack. Given the weak strength of Blood Sea City, the surrounding area was almost entirely occupied by Capricorn's forces, and those injured were naturally from Capricorn's side. The defenders of Blood Sea City immediately mistook Jiang Feng and his companions for reinforcements, converging towards them. Brother, shall we have a contest? Yaji proposed, his violent instincts flaring as he looked over the battlefield, eager to join Jiang Feng in battle to see who could claim a greater tally of victories. Now in his demon form, Jiang Feng felt the bloodthirsty essence of the demonic path awaken within him. Excellent. I shall go first. Jiang Feng laughed maniacally, wielding the ink bamboo sword and unleashing a potent aura of blood and murderous intent. The crimson light transformed into blood-colored wings upon his back. A fierce roar erupted as a blood shadow swept forth, and with each flash of bloodlight, figures fell from the sky. The Blood Soul Claw. Several blood streaks illuminated the sky, causing blood shadows to explode, sending waves of crimson mist into the air. Jiang Feng wielded his sword with lightning speed, dispatching several cultivators who attempted to block him, piercing their throats and severing their heads. Ha! Come on! Jiang Feng, thrilled by the carnage, laughed uproariously. Seeing Jiang Feng's audacious display, a throng of Capricorn's cultivators surged forward, attempting to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. With the shadows of the demons swirling around him, Jiang Feng transformed into a myriad of afterimages, enveloping the adversaries. Bloodsword dance. Suddenly, his myriad of afterimages coalesced into a single beam of blood light that surged into the crowd. Ah! 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 The cries of despair echoed from the throng as blood light flashed, and blood splattered continuously. When Jiang Feng reappeared, a single drop of blood dripped from the blade of his ink bamboo sword, while the adversaries remained frozen in place, their bodies disintegrating at a visible pace, ultimately reducing them to a mass of flesh that plummeted from the sky. This gruesome sight caused some of Capricorn's forces and the defenders of Blood Sea City to retch in horror. Yet Jiang Feng seemed insatiable, his bloodlust now directed towards his next target. Heavenly Demon Break. Jiang Feng roared as his figure transformed into a streak of blood light, charging into the enemy ranks. The blood light and demonic energy surrounding him instantly converged upon the ink bamboo, which shimmered with hues of purple and red, entwined in the magic and blood glow. Jiang Feng thrust his sword towards a Capricorn army cultivator, who attempted to block with a massive shield. However, the ink bamboo shattered the shield effortlessly, piercing into his body. The last thing the cultivator saw was the eerie smile on Jiang Feng's face, as the purple and red radiance erupted, flooding in 8 directions, obscuring the sky with a wave of crimson. Jiang Feng stood silently in the void, his demonic energy surging, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Capricorn army, witnessing Jiang Feng as a god of slaughter, began to retreat in disarray. Good. Yazi and Ao Feng simultaneously exclaimed, such audacity. One man's might intimidates thousands. Indeed, Ao Feng remarked. So ruthless. Yin felt a wave of fear wash over her. Ruthless. Should we show mercy to our foes? Would you have done so when you invaded my territory and slaughtered my subordinates? Humph. Yazi replied coldly, and this time, Yin had no rebuttal. She could not contest his words. Chapter 51. The Battle of Shura, my good brother. I have arrived. Yazi watched as Jiang Feng wreaked havoc. His bloodthirsty nature could hardly contain itself. Little girl, let me show you how merciful I was back then. Seeking revenge now is an act of foolishness. With that, Yazi plunged into the fray, constantly shifting his hand seals. Above his head, a golden magical array materialized, inscribed with arcane characters, while lightning coursed between them. Heavenly thunder. Yazi roared, his voice akin to thunder splitting the air. Instantly, 8 bolts of lightning descended from the golden array, striking in 8 directions. Any cultivator who came into contact with the lightning was reduced to dust. Yaz's hand seals continued to shift, guiding the lightning towards the Capricorn army. The 8 bolts, resembling colossal whips of thunder, lashed out at the Capricorn forces. With no formidable opponents among them, they were helpless against Yaz's divine lightning strike, which was akin to a heavenly tribulation, resulting in catastrophic casualties and a complete rout. They fled in terror. While the previous assault had merely drawn blood, this unleashed devastation, turning foes to ashes in an instant. Who are those two? How could such powerful figures exist in Bloodsea City? What is your intelligence worth? Moro seethed as he witnessed the army's retreat. Forgive me, my lord. I truly do not know their origins. We had not uncovered such formidable beings during our prior investigations in Bloodsea City. They likely became embroiled in this conflict by chance. Moro knelt in deference. I care not for your excuses. As victory slips from our grasp, you shall face the king's wrath alone. Do not expect my protection. You know the king's fury. Moro's tone was chilling enough to freeze the blood. I shall immediately capture those two. Upon hearing he must face the king, Moro felt a chill run down his spine. He understood the terror of the king. Rather than confront his wrath, he preferred to perish on the battlefield. Storm 8 guards. Follow me into battle, Moro declared, charging toward the fray, with the 8 martial saints trailing behind him. Brother, formidable adversaries are approaching, but they are not yet worthy of my intervention. Can you handle them? Yazi sensed Moro's approach and addressed Jiang Feng. Certainly, I shall test my limits. Should I falter, I trust my elder brother to assist. Jiang Feng, in his demonic form, chuckled. Haha, well said. Yazi laughed heartily. Who dares to lead my army in a siege? Are you unaware of the illustrious name of the Storm Empire? Moro and the Storm 8 guards arrived, with Moro at the forefront and the 8 standing in formation behind him. If you intend to fight, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Jiang Feng, now in his true form, coldly retorted. Though his demonic body was formidable, it was ill-suited for multiple foes. Thus, he would rely on his Daoist techniques, the ones he had cultivated for the longest time. As the battle commenced, Jiang Feng opened his intent, aiming to annihilate his opponents. Otherwise, his Daoist identity would surely be revealed, attracting the enmity of the Daoist sect, which would be troublesome. Moro and the 8 guards were astonished as they witnessed the sudden transformation of the world around them. This fellow seems to possess only the cultivation of the Holy Realm. How could he wield such earth-altering powers? Moro questioned internally, but his expression soon turned to one of greater incredulity and shock as he beheld 2 figures emerging from Jiang Feng's body, seemingly of comparable strength to his own. Beads of sweat trickled down Moro's forehead. The 2 sword spirits, Jiang Feng and Kong Xian, had now materialized beside Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's cultivation had reached a level sufficient to sustain the separation of the sword spirits. As long as he remained unharmed and the ink bamboo intact, he could allow Kong Xian and Jiang Feng to fight independently, making them true allies. This was the pinnacle of the Daoist practice of refining sword spirits. Jiang Feng, Kong Xian, you are to join forces against that martial sovereign. Remember, do not let him escape alive. I cannot afford for my Daoist identity to be exposed. Jiang Feng instructed them with utmost seriousness. Understood, Jiang Feng replied gravely, fully comprehending the significance of Jiang Feng's words. A martial sovereign? I am invincible below the divine realm, Kong Xian boasted. Kong Xian, you would do well to take this seriously. You are currently a sword spirit, not in your living form. Your cultivation is comparatively diminished, so your 5 elements radiance may not fully suppress the opponent. I have no desire to live a life on the run. That existence is one you know all too well, Jiang Feng cautioned. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's demeanor changed to one of earnestness. Indeed, his past experiences of being hunted were far from pleasant. All right, I understand, Kong Xian replied. Jiang Feng, reassured by Kong Xian's response, felt a sense of relief. At times, he perceived a similarity between himself and Kong Xian, though they might appear carefree. They would earnestly confront serious matters. 8 guards, concentrate your efforts on that youth. I will hold off the 2 sovereign-level experts. I believe if we can eliminate that young man, the 2 sovereigns will surely falter. Moro promptly devised a strategy, demonstrating his experience in battle. However, a plan is one thing. The reality of combat often unfolds differently. Kong Xian, I will lead the charge. You observe from the side and remain vigilant for any hidden attacks. Then it will be your 5 elements radiance to counter. Jiang Feng instructed Kong Xian. Rest assured, I know what to do. Kong Xian replied solemnly. The 2 adversaries chose to cooperate sincerely when facing a common enemy. 8 guards move out. Moro commanded, charging toward Jiang Feng and Kong Xian. As Jiang Feng saw the 8 guards rushing toward him, he formed a hand seal. Bind. The 8 guards' movements became sluggish, and countless tendrils sprouted from the ink sea. The 8 guards, seeing the lightning-illuminated tendrils, hastily defended themselves, forming a peculiar battle formation. 2 remained at the center, while the other 6 occupied the 6 positions, fending off the tendrils. The 2 in the center prepared to unleash their magic. Jiang Feng's judgment proved accurate as it was quickly validated. The 2 great wizards in the formation simultaneously conjured 2 fire dragons, which shielded the 6 within. As the tendrils encountered the fire dragons, they turned to ashes, the fire dragons breaking through the tendrils' obstruction and charging toward Jiang Feng. He immediately summoned hundreds of ink bamboos to protect himself as the fire dragons relentlessly assaulted him. Jiang Feng felt the searing heat of the flames. He had underestimated them. Jiang Feng coldly declared, forming a seal with his hand. The 2 great sorcerers of the 8 guardians were summoning a fire dragon when they suddenly noticed several flying swords piercing towards them from within the dragon's flames. Startled, they immediately went on the defensive, causing the fire dragon to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng unleashed the remaining flying swords like a torrential downpour upon the 8 adversaries. The 6 outer members swiftly unleashed their protective aura, successfully blocking the onslaught of ink bamboo. The 2 sorcerers promptly began to form seals again, unleashing 2 chains of lightning that struck down the ink bamboo, sending them plummeting into the ink sea. With the force of shifting mountains and overturning seas, Jiang Feng's seals transformed continuously, and 5 massive mountains suddenly erupted from beneath the feet of the 8 guardians, trapping them within. The forces of wind, thunder, and water coalesced into a violent vortex that roared toward them. The 8 guardians gazed in astonishment at this apocalyptic scene, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they collectively elevated their magical powers to their utmost potential. Despite Jiang Feng's control over the vortex and the massive mountain's ferocious assault, the 8 guardians were bona fide masters of the sacred realm, and their full defensive prowess made it improbable for Jiang Feng to breach their defenses easily. With a thunderous shout, a massive clap of thunder erupted in the air, resembling a miniature sun as the lightning sphere exploded, shattering the vortex. 6 Harmony's fist. The 6 outer Azuras shouted in unison, unleashing 6 powerful punches that caused the 5 mountains to collapse instantaneously. Jiang Feng smirked enigmatically, 3 talents sealing sword formation. A cage materialized, with 3 colored sword energies intertwining. Just as the 8 guardians had broken through one wave of attacks, they found themselves forced to defend once more. Within my realm of intent, I have confined the heavens and earth. Regardless of your cultivation, this relentless assault will surely leave you depleted. Jiang Feng sneered. This tactic was devised after he recognized the 8 guardians as formidable opponents. By wielding his mastery over the realm of intent to confine the space, he rendered them incapable of utilizing their surroundings normally, leaving them with only the fate of being worn down. Break. The 8 guardians once again shattered the cage. Jiang Feng immediately formed another seal, and the scattered flying swords dove into the fabric of heaven and earth, summoning 2 Taiji symbols that instantly generated a rain of swords. Reincarnation, sword rain. Jiang Feng bellowed, as the 8 guardians found themselves drenched in the downpour of blades. Although they attempted to defend again, they suddenly realized that they could not harness the surrounding power effectively. Under the relentless and tumultuous assault of the sword rain, they could only emit unwilling cries of despair. Jiang Feng retracted the ink bamboo and turned his gaze to another battle unfolding in the skies. The golden rock unleashed a flurry of golden rays, its wings shimmering as a torrent of golden feather blades rained down upon Moro. Faced with such a violent onslaught, Moro couldn't help but break into a sweat. Surrender. Your subordinates have all perished. Jiang Feng suddenly shouted. Moro, startled by Jiang Feng's unscathed presence and the disappearance of his 8 guardians, was taken aback. This momentary distraction allowed the golden rock to seize the opportunity, inflicting a wound upon his left arm. You dare to lose focus while battling me? Truly seeking your own demise. The golden rock admonished fiercely. Recognizing his imminent defeat, Moro reached behind him for a life-saving treasure known as the 5 Poisons Banner. Once activated, it would unleash a torrent of poison that even divine beings could not withstand. However, just as he grasped it, a flash of 5-colored brilliance enveloped him, and he realized the banner had vanished. Kong Xian had unleashed his own 5-colored radiance, prompting Moro to instinctively flee. Jiang Feng waved his hand, and 100 ink bamboos obstructed his escape route. The 5-colored brilliance swiftly consumed Moro. Seeing the situation secure, a faint smile crept onto Jiang Feng's lips. What? The observing Capricorn questioned in confusion, his figure vanishing from sight. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Gods. As Jiang Feng watched Moro's impending fall, his realm of intent began to distort. A strikingly handsome young man appeared within his consciousness. The Capricorn immediately sensed Moro's essence and struck out with a palm, creating a colossal, colorless imprint that resonated through the air. Kong Xian relinquished his hold on Moro, who returned to the side of Capricorn, albeit covered in wounds. You truly conveyed the truth to me just now, Capricorn declared sternly. Returning to the commander, I would never dare to lie. That man is indeed the one sought by the Wang. Moro replied respectfully. If the commander doubts my words, he may verify for himself, and the truth shall reveal itself. Capricorn promptly struck downwards, and the shadow of the demon surged as Jiang Feng transformed into a flurry of afterimages, narrowly evading the attack. Humph. Trivial skills. Break. Capricorn roared, unleashing a shockwave from his being. Ah! Jiang Feng cried out in agony, a mist of blood erupting from his mouth as his realm of intent faded, sending him plummeting from the sky. Yaji, witnessing Jiang Feng's inexplicable injury and his fall, was taken aback and hastily caught him. You dare deceive me. Capricorn coldly directed at Moro. I speak only the truth and would never deceive the commander. However, the commander's profound cultivation renders him incapable of countering. Should the commander capture him, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed. Moro insisted fervently. Very well, I shall trust you once more. Capricorn responded, plunging downwards. At this moment, Yaji had already returned Jiang Feng to Ao Feng's side, awaiting Capricorn, eager to avenge the arrow that had struck his newly recognized brother. To have such a misfortune occur under his very eyes was a blow to his dignity as an elder brother. If he could not protect his own kin, what right did he have to be called a big brother? The fury within Yaji reached an unparalleled intensity. Capricorn descended, but found no sign of Jiang Feng. Only a young man radiating murderous intent, causing him to feel a sense of unease. Yet, he remained silent, merely observing Yaji, as if searching for something within him. You harm my brother, Yaji declared coldly, his eyes ablaze with fury capable of melting the world. And what of it? Capricorn replied coldly, his face devoid of expression. Then prepare to pay with your life. Yaji revealed a cruel smile. How dare you be so disrespectful to our commander? Moro roared, seeking to ingratiate himself with Capricorn. Then you shall fill his place first. Yaji bellowed, unleashing a punch. Ah! Moro was instantly obliterated into dust. Divine Realm Level 2, evenly matched with me, splendid. Wang is indeed formidable, and I am insufficient to contend. Today, I finally encounter a worthy opponent. Capricorn's face lit up with excitement. All right, let us engage in battle. Let us see who will pay for whom. Capricorn roared, having not encountered a worthy adversary in ages, his thirst for battle reignited by Yaji. Fragmenting the void, Capricorn formed his hand into a blade, channeling colorless energy into a colossal sword, hewing it down towards Yaji. Azure Dragon Fist. Yaji countered with a punch, summoning a massive azure dragon that surged forth with a thunderous roar to meet the blade. The tremendous impact created a shockwave that cleared the clouds from the sky, leaving the area devoid of any cloud cover. Ao Feng and Yen Yu, observing from 10 miles away, could distinctly sense the overwhelming power unleashed. Ao Feng remained as steadfast as a mountain, quietly healing Jiang Feng, while Yen Yu, lacking sufficient cultivation, struggled to maintain her balance. Is this truly his strength? How can I seek vengeance? She pondered, her heart filled with bitterness. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you can stand against me. Capricorn laughed maniacally. Is that so? Then prepare to regret it. Yaji spoke as if addressing a dead man. Dragon Lock. Yaji formed a seal, summoning a gigantic black hole above Capricorn, from which countless bolts of thunder descended. The thunder coalesced into a dragon that ensnared Capricorn tightly, followed by a frenzied barrage of strikes. Ah! Primordial Heavenly Gang. Capricorn's roar erupted from within the tempest of thunder. The dragon formed from thunder scattered, revealing Capricorn enveloped in a white barrier, transforming Chi into a blade, slaughtering all beings. With one final seal, the air around Yaji morphed into countless razor-sharp blades aimed to shred him apart. Break the void. Yaji unleashed a seal, and the surrounding blades began to shatter. Remarkable, to have mastered the art of void shattering to such a degree. Ao Feng marveled at Yaji's display of the Dragon Clan's void shattering technique. Void shattering. Turn. In a fierce clash, the mark of the Yazi struck once more, causing the very fabric of space surrounding Capricorn to shatter. What? He could actually change the target of his attack mid-release. Witnessing the distortion of space around him, Capricorn's expression shifted drastically as he invoked void confinement. The white energy surrounding him dispersed, sealing the fractured void to prevent further destruction. Seizing the opportunity, Yazi materialized before Capricorn in an instant, prompting Capricorn to feel an ominous premonition. Yazi unleashed a punch imbued with azure light, sending Capricorn's body plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The impact created a cloud of dust that soared nearly 100 feet high. From within the dust, Capricorn emerged and charged at Yazi with a flurry of blows. Yazi, caught off guard, was struck by one punch, sending him hurtling backward and causing a mountain to crumble. Yet, Yazi's figure reappeared, ready to continue the fight. The onlookers from Bloodsea City, along with the cultivators of Capricorn's army, could only gaze in awe at this divine-level battle. The sheer force of their attacks resembled cataclysmic events, a true display of devastation. In the sky, the figures of Yazi and Capricorn clashed repeatedly, each collision bursting forth with radiant light. At that moment, they had separated, and Capricorn declared, "Your strength is formidable. We are evenly matched," unable to determine a victor. His face was alight with excitement. "Humph. Whether a victor can be determined is not for you to decide," Yazi retorted fiercely, azure light flickering in his hand as he conjured a dragon spear. The spear's tip shimmered with deadly intent. "Very well. I shall accompany you to the end." Capricorn laughed heartily, summoning a great white blade into his grasp. Azure Dragon Break. Yazi thrust the dragon spear, summoning a dragon that surged forth. World Annihilation Slash. Capricorn swung his great blade, unleashing a white tiger from its arc. The two engaged in a fierce battle, clashing from the boundless skies to the expansive earth, leaving deep ravines and transforming mountains into plains, yet still unable to claim a decisive victory. Their conflict had wrought changes upon the land akin to the passage of ages. "Are you not weary of this battle?" Capricorn gasped, his grip on the great blade trembling. "You fear?" "Huh," Yazi laughed. Though his own condition was not much better, the dragon spear wavering in his grasp. "Very well. I shall risk my life here to determine our standings," Capricorn proclaimed, his white aura surging like the sun. "If you dare to fight to the death, so shall I." Yazi's azure light flared as he fully unleashed his true essence. Both prepared for their final confrontation, Capricorn waved his hand lightly, slicing through space with a beam of white light. In response, Yazi retaliated with a strike of azure light, shattering the void in their wake. As the sky began to crack, panic ensued among the cultivators witnessing the celestial rift. "Ah, the heavens are breaking," they cried in terror, fleeing in disarray. "Enough. Do you wish to destroy this world?" A resounding voice echoed from the heavens as Ao Feng appeared beneath the fractured sky, followed closely by Jiang Feng and Yin Yu. "Disperse," Ao Feng commanded, waving his hand to summon a colossal azure palm that effortlessly dispelled the light surrounding Yazi and Capricorn. The giant hand then moved towards the shattered void, gradually healing the rifts. Divine Level 5. Capricorn gasped in astonishment, retreating through the void. Ao Feng had indeed exerted his 5th-level divine power, but it came at a cost, causing cracks to appear in his body, unable to bear such immense strength. However, failure to intervene would lead to their eventual demise at the hands of a black hole. He used his magical power to temporarily mend his wounds. Shaking his head at the weary Yazi, Jiang Feng, meanwhile, was in a state of shock, contemplating the might of a 5th-level divine being. "When will I attain such power?" he thought, waves of yearning crashing within him. Yin Yu remained silent, torn between her thoughts. She was uncertain whether to stay, with her strength. She could not defeat Yazi and would instead find herself under his protection. Yet, leaving meant abandoning her vengeance, leaving her in a state of indecision. "Yazi, when will you learn to temper your impulsiveness? How many lives must be lost before you change?" Ao Feng scolded, reflecting on the destruction wrought by such recklessness. "If I do not intervene, Jiang Feng, too, will perish because of you." Ao Feng was genuinely enraged. Traditionally, divine-level experts exercised caution in their battles to prevent catastrophic consequences. He looked at his grandson, who remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Forgive me, grandfather. Forgive me, benefactor. Forgive me, brother," Yazi silently lamented. Chapter 53. The city lord. As Ao Feng descended with Jiang Feng and the others to the ground, the landscape lay in ruins. Ravaged by the conflict between Yazi and Capricorn, Jiang Feng stepped onto the earth, only to find his foot sinking deep, leaving a footprint 2 inches deep. It was evident that Yazi's battle had been extraordinarily brutal. Observing the Bloodsea City, what was once a towering wall now stood as mere remnants, devastated by the clash. Truly, divine-level battles could not be taken lightly. One strike could lead to annihilation. Jiang Feng pondered the potential devastation of a confrontation at the Master God level. Ao Feng entered Blood Sea City first, where the remaining Azura and Rakshasa knelt in greeting. I, Feng Zhong, humbly express my gratitude for your assistance, esteemed elder. I daringly request that you take charge of Blood Sea City. He presented the city's seal with reverence. You are astute. Ao Feng replied with a smile. Accepting the seal. Thank you for your kindness. Feng Zhong beamed, and Jiang Feng observed the middle-aged man's joy, nodding in approval. Indeed, he was a capable city lord. Not only did he possess substantial strength, but he also demonstrated quick wit. This gratitude served to request his grandfather's guardianship over the city, providing a safeguard while expressing appreciation, truly a masterstroke. Jiang Feng thought, noting Feng Zhong's smile in return, recognizing his strength, and choosing to reciprocate friendliness. Yet, he was secretly astonished. This young man is formidable. It seems he has seen through my intentions. Guided by Feng Zhong, Ao Feng and the others arrived at the city lord's residence. Feng Zhong, please inform us of the current state of the Azura territory, Ao Feng said, glancing at the mirror on the wall, which displayed a misty map. Yes, my lord. Feng Zhong swiftly assumed his role as the city lord. The Shura realm is currently dominated by two primary forces, the Northern Empire and our Southern Tribal Alliance. The Northern Empire primarily consists of the Storm Empire, from which Capricorn hails, as well as the Blazing Flame Empire and the Starshine Empire, three major empires alongside several smaller nations. In contrast, our Southern Alliance controls regions based on each city as a stronghold. For a long time, the North and South coexisted peacefully. However, 2 millennia ago, a Shura king emerged from both the Storm and Starshine empires, while the Blazing Flame Empire produced a Rakshasa king. It was from that moment that the three empires began to rise. Following several fierce battles among themselves, they realized that none could claim decisive victory, prompting them to set their sights on the south. Consequently, the three empires dispatched armies southward, and to date, nearly 1/3 of southern territory has fallen under their control. Our Southern Alliance, due to certain constraints, cannot coordinate as effectively as they do. Furthermore, we are lacking in divine tier Shuras and have no presence akin to a Shura king. After all, it is exceedingly challenging for one divine tier being to slay another unless there is a significant disparity in their cultivation levels. Thus, we find ourselves in a continual retreat. Feng Zhong gestured over a map, explaining the current situation of the Shura realm to Ao Feng and the others. Very well. Feng Zhong, your explanation was commendable. Please step down and attend to the fortification of the city, Ao Feng remarked, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. And you, girl, kindly step out for a moment as well. He then smiled at Yin Yu, prompting both Feng Zhong and Yin Yu to exit. What are your thoughts? Ao Feng inquired. Yaji lowered his head, hesitant to speak. Jiang Feng, what is your opinion? Ao Feng directly addressed Jiang Feng, noticing Yaji's silence. Hasn't grandfather already initiated action? Why ask us? Are we merely to extol his remarkable prowess? Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Oh, ha ha. Ao Feng erupted into laughter. Jiang Feng, you are indeed astute. With a successor like you, how can we worry about the Dao sect's decline? Indeed, prior to my entry into the Shura realm, I contemplated the necessity of seeking clues amidst the chaos of this relentless battleground. It would be futile for just the few of us to scour the world for information. We risk being recognized by our enemies, which would lead to significant complications. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to establish our own influence, allowing us to gather intelligence under various pretexts without raising suspicion. Even if we are suspected, our safety would be considerably enhanced. However, this endeavor will require substantial time. Nevertheless, I believe that with Yun Shen's strength, if he can survive these 3,000 years, waiting an additional decade or so will make little difference. Ao Feng chuckled. Indeed. Grandfather speaks wisely. Jiang Feng concurred. Ah, Jiang Feng, what a pity. You are not of the Dragon clan. If you were, I would confidently believe you to be the finest candidate for Dragon Sovereign. Ao Feng said, suddenly expressing regret. Grandfather, you exaggerate. My elder brother may be impulsive, but in this Shura realm, we must expand our territory, relying on him as our fierce general. Surely, we can't expect the elderly and the young to take up the mantle. Jiang Feng hastily interjected with a laugh. Haha, that is indeed true. Yaji's combat prowess is commendable anywhere. Ao Feng's expression softened with satisfaction. Seeing Ao Feng's approving gaze, Yaji cast a grateful look at Jiang Feng and thought, brother, thank you. Jiang Feng seemed to sense Yaji's gratitude and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ao Feng's gaze grew even gentler as he observed the bond between the two brothers. The three then discussed their future development plans. Ultimately, Ao Feng had to focus on solidifying his own position, while Jiang Feng and Yaji took their leave. In the small courtyard, Yin Yu gazed at the departing figures of Yaji and Jiang Feng, a look of helplessness crossing her face. When will I be able to exact my revenge? She sighed inwardly. Brother, as we plan to expand our influence, how should we proceed? You are reliable in your endeavors. Just say the word, and I shall follow your lead. Yaji remarked, having gained a clearer understanding of his shortcomings after today's events. Thus, when Dragon Sovereign Ao Feng instructed him to heed Jiang Feng's guidance in their plans for expansion, he did so without complaint and with full conviction. Hehe, elder brother, you flatter me. However, regarding our expansion, it is best to develop within the Southern Alliance. After all, the Northern Empires are far too powerful for us to challenge at this time. Yet, we must first consult with Feng Zhong to gain a detailed understanding of the Southern situation before making any decisions, Jiang Feng pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, Yaji's expression grew serious in agreement. The northern part of the Shuro realm is entirely under the dominion of the three major empires, with the Storm Empire located in the northeast of the Shuro realm, specifically in the Hurricane Plains. This expanse is an endless plain where a towering city rises, reaching heights of 100 zhang. If this vast plain were akin to a silken cloth, then this city would undoubtedly be a sparkling jewel upon it. This is the capital of the Storm Empire, Hurricane City. At the heart of Hurricane City lies an even more magnificent inner city, characterized by towering walls and grand buildings adorned with intricate carvings and majestic designs, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Within a grand hall, a tall figure sits upon a golden throne, shrouded in a golden robe that obscures his features, leaving only his pale hands visible. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the hall, and Capricorn tumbled out in disarray. Yet, he paid little heed to his own disheveled state and quickly knelt in reverence. Capricorn, what is the meaning of this? How fares the war? The figure on the throne spoke coldly. I am incompetent. During our assault on Bloodsea City, we encountered several formidable opponents of unknown origin. Moro and the 8 guards of the storm have perished, and I engaged in a fierce battle with a divine tier Shura, resulting in mutual destruction. Our losses are catastrophic. Capricorn's voice trembled towards the end. Indeed, catastrophic. The tone turned cold and ruthless, causing Capricorn to break into a sweat. My lord, please do not be angered. Although our forces suffered greatly, I have made a startling discovery. Capricorn exclaimed in a panic. A startling discovery? Speak. I hope you are not fabricating tales. While a divine tier Shura general is rare, it does not grant you the liberty to deceive me. The voice became thunderous. I would never dare. During this conflict, we uncovered the individual my lord has long sought. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is undeniably true. He was the one who repelled the vanguard of our forces. Afterward, I attempted to capture him, which led to my confrontation with that divine tier Shura, Capricorn hurriedly explained, desperately seeking to preserve his life. What? Is this true? The voice now brimmed with excitement. The pale hands clenched into fists. After a brief moment, they relaxed. Very well. I will credit you for this discovery and overlook your military defeat. You are now tasked with monitoring this individual and gathering all pertinent information about him. Remember, do not act against him without my command, nor allow anyone else to do so. The voice became stern once more. I understand. I shall not betray my lord's mission. Capricorn replied, trembling as he exited the grand hall. The Dao sect. I have finally found you. A bout of laughter emanated from the throne. Yet no one could discern whether it was one of joy or something more sinister. Having narrowly escaped death, Capricorn mused. How curious that the king is so interested in this person, almost as if he knew he would come. Best to proceed with the king's orders. Should he be eliminated by the Blazing Flame Empire or the Starshine Empire, I fear I may be next. At this moment, Capricorn felt an undeniable connection between his life and that person. He swiftly created a rift, and the individual vanished without a trace. Chapter 54, New Forces Lord Feng. My grandfather has entered seclusion, and thus I shall manage all affairs of Bloodsea City. I wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics surrounding our city, who may be inclined to ally with us, and who poses a formidable challenge. Please enlighten me. Jiang Feng inquired. Very well, I shall follow your lead, young master. Feng Zhong replied, smiling. This youth evidently possessed exceptional qualities, earning the profound trust of his grandfather. I must be cautious in our future dealings, Feng Zhong reminded himself. Young master, due to the recent southern advance of the Capricorn army, the lands north of Bloodsea City are predominantly under the influence of the Storm Empire. However, following our lords and the 2 young masters' significant victory over Capricorn, it is likely they will remain inactive for some time. We indeed have the opportunity to expand. To the south of Bloodsea City, there lie 5 major cities, Jiuyu, Huangliang, Huangfeng, Dishui, and Yaodu. along with numerous smaller tribes. The majority of potential allies will be these smaller tribes. While the 5 major cities appear to be quite resistant, as they still possess considerable strength. At best, they may submit to us. But complete allegiance seems unlikely given their long-standing independence and the habits of their local leaders, Feng Zhong explained with a hint of resignation. Indeed, that is the case. Please continue, Jiang Feng encouraged. Yes, the 5 major cities, Jiuyu and Dishui City, are relatively comparable in strength to Bloodsea City and do not require excessive attention. However, Huangfeng City, Asura and Rakshasa are adept at manipulating the winds. Once conflict erupts, the entire city becomes shrouded in cutting winds, rendering any assault nearly impossible. Then there is Huangliang City, which is rife with illusions. Aptly named Huangliang's dream. Entering this city can easily ensnare one in its deceptive fantasies, presenting quite a challenge. Lastly, there is Yaodu City, where the Asura and Rakshasa predominantly hail from the demon race, with humans being a minority. However, all human Asuras are formidable, reaching the sacred rank. And among them is a great Asura. The city lord, Meng Liang, is a revered Asura of the sacred rank. Although he cannot be compared to the great young master, he is a descendant of the Xuanwu deity, his true form being a tortoise infused with the bloodline of the Xuanwu. His renowned defensive capabilities make him a tough adversary, as even ordinary divine Asuras and Rakshasa find it difficult to contend with him. Thus, Yaodu represents the most formidable obstacle, Feng Zhong summarized. Is that so? We must devise a meticulous strategy, Jiang Feng mused. Brother, it appears Meng Liang is indeed the most challenging foe, while the others seem manageable, Yaji observed. Noticing Jiang Feng's contemplative demeanor. How many warriors do we have available for combat? Jiang Feng suddenly inquired, clearly directing his question at Feng Zhong. Young master, due to the Capricorn siege, we have fewer than 3,000 capable fighters in the city, while the remainder are largely of inadequate skill, merely adding to the casualty count. Feng Zhong replied. Jiang Feng understood that Feng Zhong was referring to those of rank 9 and above among the Asuras and Rakshasa. That should suffice for defense. Jiang Feng stated, Elder brother, your abilities will be crucial from here on. Brother, if you wish for me to lead the charge, I truly owe you my gratitude. Yaji exclaimed, having grasped Jiang Feng's intention. Elder brother, I need you to independently assault the cities of Jiuyu, Huangliang, Huangfeng, and Dishui. While I infiltrate Yaodu as an insider, Jiang Feng articulated calmly. What? You intend to go alone into Yaodu? No way. What if you encounter Meng Liang? He can defeat even the most ordinary divine beings, let alone you. Yaji interjected, his concern palpable. He feared Jiang Feng might suffer grave injuries once more. A possibility he could not bear to contemplate. Rest assured, I shall act as an insider, not as an assailant. Even if I encounter him, I can flee if overmatched. Elder brother, you must recognize our current limitations. We can only rely on your ability to traverse the void for surprise attacks on the other cities. If you can swiftly conquer those 4 cities, we will exert significant pressure on Yaodu, discouraging Meng Liang from taking rash actions. Should I also sow some discord within Yaodu, it is likely they will surrender without a fight, or at the very least, it may disrupt their morale. Thus, my safety hinges on your ability to secure those 4 cities quickly. Jiang Feng implored earnestly. No, that is still not a good idea. It would be better for us to join forces and take the cities one at a time, which wouldn't take much longer. Yaji disagreed. Elder brother, time is not on our side. The Storm Empire will undoubtedly retaliate after their recent losses. My strategy is the most effective course of action. Furthermore, my grandfather has entrusted all matters here to me, so I do not wish for you to be the first to oppose my authority. Jiang Feng's expression had turned serious. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your judgment, Yaji conceded, recognizing the gravity of Jiang Feng's demeanor. Now, Lord Feng, please expedite the fortification of the city. Jiang Feng commanded, then turned to Yaji. Elder brother, the day the city is restored will be the day you march into battle. Remember, if you encounter an opponent of equal rank, do not act impulsively. I am willing to place my trust in you once more, Jiang Feng stated earnestly. Indeed, I will, Yaji affirmed with a resolute nod. With the concerted efforts of the Asuras and Rakshasa within Bloodsea City, the reconstruction was swiftly completed. Simultaneously, the nearby Jiuyu city came under attack, marking the commencement of Bloodsea City's expansion, now transformed into his demonic form. Jiang Feng strolled through the streets of Yaodu City. Observing the passers-by, he noted that the majority, as Feng Zhong had described, were demons capable of assuming human forms. The Asuras and Rakshasa within the city regarded Jiang Feng with trepidation rather than hostility, primarily due to the scarcity of human Asuras. Those who managed to survive in Yaodu were all formidable beings of the sacred rank, including Ming Liang, who actively sought to recruit them, wary of provoking them. As Jiang Feng walked, he noticed a gathering of Asuras along the street, drawn together by a spectacle. Curiosity piqued, he approached to investigate. Where did this Rakshasa come from? Quite beautiful, albeit seemingly mad, a voice remarked. Jiang Feng perceived a hint of lewdness in the tone. He squeezed through the crowd to find a Rakshasa, her figure graceful, her beauty striking, yet disheveled, appearing somewhat disoriented. Jiang Feng recognized her as a human Rakshasa, and at that moment, a grinning Asura reached out to touch her face. The Rakshasa recoiled in fear against the wall. Ha! The Asura laughed heartily at the Rakshasa's reaction, reveling in his apparent triumph, and attempted to reach out again. A look of disgust crossed Jiang Feng's face as he witnessed this. Just as the Asura's hand was about to make contact, a sharp cry echoed. Ah! Ouch! The Asura yelped, discovering that a hand had tightly grasped his own. Who are you? The Asura shouted, as Jiang Feng's demonic aura began to radiate ominously, his blood-red eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Ah! Great Asura! The Asura, upon seeing the small blood-colored ghoul emblem on Jiang Feng's hand, was struck with shock and terror. The surrounding Asuras instinctively stepped back, recognizing Jiang Feng as a great Asura. In the realm of Asuras, where souls find their final resting place, battles are unending, and wars persist. The fallen gods and extinguished ghostly messengers have left the Asuras and Rakshasa to dominate their territories. Those who enter the realm of Asuras are transformed, men into Asuras and women into Rakshasas. In this land, power reigns supreme. Those who slay the holy ones ascend to become great Asuras or great Rakshasas. Those who kill the respected ones are known as Asura lords or Rakshasa lords. And those who vanquish the divine ones are exalted as kings of Asuras or kings of Rakshasas. These inscriptions are etched upon the colossal stone at the gate of Asuras. Jiang Feng, having slaughtered the 8 guardians of the storm, had already attained the status of a great Asura, signified by a small blood-red demon visage adorning him. The Asura lords bear a purple demon visage, while the kings of Asuras possess a purplish-red one, and the same applies to the Rakshasas. Begone! Jiang Feng uttered coldly, suppressing his murderous intent, merely wishing the Asura to leave. He did not desire to gain undue notoriety in this city of demons, for even the most formidable individual would find it a Herculean task to breach an entire city, especially when Asuras and Rakshasas allied. Cities like Huangfeng and Huangliang, fortified with magical arrays, would require considerable time to conquer, even for divine beings. Thus, Jiang Feng opted to avoid trouble whenever possible. Observing a Rakshasa cowering in the corner, he extended his hand, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. The Rakshasa, sensing Jiang Feng's difference from others, timidly reached out to him. This scene mirrored a memory from many years ago, when a young boy trembled in a corner, only to be met by a kind and gentle smile. It was then that he found his way to Shushan. Consequently, whenever Jiang Feng witnessed the arrogant sons of nobility bullying others, he would intervene. Likewise, when he encountered the Asura's malicious taunts, he would not hesitate to act. Gently, Jiang Feng cradled the Rakshasa and departed. Strangely, within his embrace, she displayed no fear, but rather an obedient demeanor. The Asuras behind him exchanged glances, whispering among themselves about the emergence of a new powerful figure in the demon city. Atop the walls of Jiuyo City, Yazi stood, blood flowing like a river beneath his feet. The city lord and the remaining Asuras and Rakshasas knelt respectfully at his feet, pledging allegiance to the sea of blood. The Jiuyo City lord raised the city seal high, trembling with fear. We are willing to surrender to the sea of blood. Yazi received the seal with a scoff. A mere small city of Jiuyo has taken me an entire day to conquer. His tone reflected deep dissatisfaction. Quickly, send the surrender document to the Sea of Blood City. Have Fangzhong send someone to take over the city. Hurry, I have no time to waste. Yes, yes. The inhabitants of Jiuyo City hastily dispersed, chaos ensuing as they scrambled about. I cannot believe I wasted an entire day on such fools. Yazi lamented silently, hoping for better prospects from Blood Droplet City. Chapter 55. The depths of water. Jiang Feng rescued the Rakshasa and settled into an inn, where the proprietress, a female fox demon Rakshasa, exuded a captivating charm. Yet, before the imposing presence of Jiang Feng, the great Asura, she dared not display any semblance of allure. The demonic aura surrounding him sent chills down her spine. Help her clean herself up, and provide her with fresh clothing. Jiang Feng instructed the proprietress. Yes, yes, revered one, she replied respectfully, reaching out for the Rakshasa in Jiang Feng's arms. However, the Rakshasa clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. Revered one, what should I do? The proprietress looked at Jiang Feng, unsure of how to proceed as the Rakshasa remained in his embrace. Alas, it seems this child is truly frightened. Jiang Feng sighed, recalling his own childhood, filled with evasion and hardship. A glimmer of tenderness flashed within his blood-red eyes. Go with her, I will not leave. He smiled at the Rakshasa, who nodded understandingly and followed the proprietress to the bathing area, while Jiang Feng awaited in the main hall. Revered one, here are the young lady's belongings. The proprietress soon returned, presenting a jade pendant. Curiously, Jiang Feng examined the pendant, discovering it to be made of black jade, brimming with spiritual energy. His understanding of the essence allowed him to connect with the jade, sensing the energy flowing into him. He felt himself entering a state of transcendence, as if fully immersed in an inkwash world. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he returned to reality, carefully inspecting the black jade. Its exquisite craftsmanship and abundant spiritual power indicated the Rakshasa's extraordinary heritage. Is this your name, Lingxi? Jiang Feng pondered, noticing two characters inscribed on the back of the jade. At that moment, the Rakshasa emerged, having changed and groomed herself. Jiang Feng glanced over and nodded approvingly. Her innate beauty had been further enhanced by the proprietress's attire, which suited her well. The combination of her exquisite features and the elegant clothing captivated the attention of several Asuras and Rakshasas on the street, who gawked in awe. Is this great Asura a man? This Rakshasa's beauty could enchant even her kind. The proprietress merely smiled at Jiang Feng, unlike the others who were entranced by the sight, completely unaware of Jiang Feng's upbringing, which had shielded him from the allure of women. He could see through others, but remained oblivious to his own feelings, only realizing the depth of his emotions when he lost Xiaoyu. Just then, an Asura entered, clearly smitten, and attempted to reach out and touch the Rakshasa's face. Startled, she recoiled. The Asura was suddenly sent flying backward as Jiang Feng's demonic aura surged. His blood-red gaze swept over the onlookers, instilling fear in their hearts. What a blind fool! Do you not see the great Asura here? How dare you flirt so brazenly? Are you seeking death? The proprietress interjected, stepping forward. Great Asura. The surrounding Asuras and Rakshasas scattered, for a great Asura was a formidable presence, surpassing even the typical holy ones. To attain such a rank, one must have slain numerous powerful foes, a fact that instilled terror in others. I require 2 rooms. Once the crowd had dispersed, Jiang Feng addressed the proprietress. Yes, I shall arrange that immediately, she replied, rushing back into the inn. Jiang Feng returned to the main hall. Is this yours? He asked, handing the black jade back to the Rakshasa, who quickly tucked it away in her embrace, to which Jiang Feng displayed no reaction. Is your name Lingxi? Jiang Feng inquired again. The Rakshasa nodded, then shook her head, her response perplexing him. He cast a mark, allowing his blood-red, demonic energy to flow into her. As the energy coursed through her, Jiang Feng's brow furrowed with concern. What is this? How could she be so gravely injured? And her cultivation seems quite high. I cannot sense it at all. She appears to have lost her memory. Retrieving his energy, Jiang Feng spoke. I do not know your identity, so for now, I shall call you Lingxi. Do you understand? The Rakshasa nodded in silent agreement. Revered one, your rooms are ready. Both are of the finest quality. The proprietress returned, bowing respectfully. Lingxi, you may accompany her to your room. After speaking, Jiang Feng turned to the innkeeper's wife and said, please take good care of her. The innkeeper's wife assured him repeatedly, rest assured, I will take excellent care of the young lady. Satisfied, Jiang Feng nodded and departed quietly from the inn as night fell. He concealed himself and made his way to the city lord's mansion, intending to access the archives of the demon city to ascertain the true strength of this realm. With a few swift movements, he arrived at the archives, where the guards were formidable Shura at the 10th level. Or perhaps those who had not yet reached the holy realm, making it nearly impossible for them to detect Jiang Feng's presence. Successfully infiltrating the archives, Jiang Feng found them sparsely guarded. In the world of cultivators, truly significant matters were seldom recorded on paper. His primary goal here was merely to gain a general understanding, as the ultimate siege would rely on the prowess of Yazi. As he perused the scrolls, he discovered records detailing the number of Shura and Rakshasas in the demon city, their respective races, and the overall strength levels. He learned that, aside from the venerable Meng Liang, who held a position in the Holy Realm, there were 10 other Holy Realm guests, all of whom were human Shura, while it appeared that the demon race was predominantly below the Holy Realm. After gathering sufficient information, Jiang Feng prepared to leave the archives. As he stealthily approached the main hall of the city lord's mansion, he noticed a figure hastily enter a room. Intrigued, he stealthily ascended to the roof of that room, lifted a tile, and peered inside. At that moment, he suppressed his aura, daring not to release even a hint of his magical energy for fear of being detected. Inside, he saw a man in a black robe already present. The subordinate Meng Liang addressed him, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The newcomer bowed to the figure in black, who Jiang Feng surmised must be Meng Liang. But who was this black-robed man, and why did Meng Liang refer to him as envoy? "I come bearing the king's command. This is a secret edict containing the detailed arrangements for your mission," the envoy stated, producing a sealed letter from his robe to hand to Meng Liang. Jiang Feng's attention was immediately captured by the six-pointed star insignia on the envelope. It indicated that the envoy was from the Starshine Empire. This revelation confirmed Jiang Feng's suspicion that Meng Liang was a spy for the Starshine Empire within the alliance, suggesting that the alliance's defeats were not solely due to a lack of strength. "Lord Envoy, is it not simpler to convey this message using magical communication? Why trouble yourself to deliver it in person?" Meng Liang inquired. "I have a special task to attend to. You must mobilize all your forces immediately to search the city for a Rakshasa. She possesses a black jade pendant, and it is imperative that you capture her," the envoy commanded. Could they be hunting Lingxi? Jiang Feng was taken aback, pondering the implications. He then stealthily exited the city lord's mansion. Back in his room at the inn, Jiang Feng connected the dots of the night's events. Meng Liang was a spy for the Starshine Empire. The envoy had a secret mission to capture Lingxi, who had lost her memory yet possessed formidable power. Did the Starshine Empire injure her and seek to eliminate her completely, dispatching someone to pursue her? Wouldn't this expose Lingxi's whereabouts? Upon forming this hypothesis, Jiang Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. He recalled saving Lingxi in the street. Many had witnessed it, making it easy for them to track him down. With this thought, he rushed next door. Lingxi was still awake, and upon seeing him, she smiled and said, "Jiang Feng, why aren't you asleep? How do you know my name?" Jiang Feng asked, astonished. He wasn't surprised that Lingxi could speak. He had sensed she wasn't mute when he examined her injuries with demonic energy, but he had never revealed his name to her. "How did she know?" "It was the jade that told me." Lingxi pointed to the black jade pendant. Jiang Feng, glancing at the jade, recalled the sensation he had felt when he first encountered it. Could it truly be the source of her knowledge? It seemed the depths of the demon city were far more complex than he had imagined. "Lingxi, we are in grave danger. I need to leave immediately. Do you trust me? Will you come with me?" Jiang Feng asked urgently, with little time to ponder. "Yes." Lingxi nodded with a smile. Jiang Feng promptly led her out through the window. Unfortunately, he noticed squads of Shura beginning to search the area house by house. He quickly pulled Lingxi into a narrow alley. Chapter 56. Discovery. Jiang Feng and Lingxi took refuge in a small alley as he carefully observed the movements of the Shura. They seemed determined not to overlook any corner, searching every potential hiding spot. Jiang Feng considered contacting Yazi, but he realized that the envoy's strength appeared to surpass Yazi's, risking a repeat of the disastrous confrontation with Capricorn that had nearly shattered the heavens. As the searchers approached, Jiang Feng summoned the blood-sword feather, instantly conjuring hundreds of ink bamboo to form wings on his back. He transformed into a streak of blood-colored light, soaring out of the demon city. "Look, over there!" the search party exclaimed. "Lord Envoy, should we pursue?" "Yes, go check. I will remain here to prevent her from fleeing," the black-robed envoy commanded. "Understood. I will pursue at once," Meng Liang replied, darting away like a flash of light. "I refuse to believe I cannot capture you," the envoy declared coldly. As Jiang Feng flew swiftly, he deliberately avoided the direction of Bloodsea City, aware that involving the Starshine Empire was perilous. They had already been at odds with the Storm Empire, and adding the Starshine Empire to the mix was far beyond his current capabilities. Instead, he headed toward the Storm Empire, creating the illusion that their involvement had already begun. "Lingxi, what is your true identity that warrants the Starshine Empire sending a divine envoy, risking exposure of Meng Liang as a spy to hunt you down? And what about that jade?" Jiang Feng looked at Lingxi, his heart filled with uncertainty. Although he sensed Lingxi's formidable power, her memory loss likely rendered her unable to utilize it, so he had no choice but to carry her as he flew. "So soon? Is it Meng Liang?" Jiang Feng suddenly felt someone closing in on him. Despite having activated the blood sacrifice, the disparity in strength between the Holy Realm and the Venerable Realm was insurmountable. The Holy Realm merely represented the tribulation stage, while the Venerable Realm was akin to the level of a human immortal. With no option to accelerate, Jiang Feng swiftly dove into the mountains with Lingxi. Upon seeing Jiang Feng vanish into the forest, Meng Liang hurriedly followed. Within the woods, Jiang Feng and Lingxi found temporary shelter in a cave. He was reluctant to confront Meng Liang directly, Although he had the protection of Kong Xian and Jin Peng, Meng Liang, who had inherited the bloodline of the Black Tortoise, possessed defenses that most divine beings could not breach. Jiang Feng understood that even if he unleashed his intent, overcoming Meng Liang through a full-scale assault would be a protracted battle, and killing him would be exceedingly difficult. If he could not defeat Meng Liang, it would be his own life at stake. Thus, he chose to remain hidden rather than engage, waiting for an opportunity. Boy, you had better come out. If I find you, you will have no escape. I see potential in you. Why not surrender to me? Meng Liang exclaimed loudly. Although his words aimed to lure Jiang Feng out, they also reflected his genuine thoughts. He was indeed an ambitious individual, gathering skilled warriors in hopes of one day establishing his own dominion. He understood well that serving as a lackey would lead to no substantial future. True power lay in his own strength. Possessing the inherited bloodline of the Xuanwu, his defensive capabilities were remarkable. Once he attained the divine tier, only a Shura or Rakshasa of level 3 or higher could pose a threat to him. In this realm of Shura, both Shura and Rakshasa were required to transcend calamities. However, due to its parallel existence to the Tiannan continent, it was free from the curses that plagued that land. The Shura here were essentially imprisoned, unless they possessed the golden lotus bestowed upon them, or if the majority of Shura and Rakshasa collectively focused their intentions to open the Shura gate. Many of these beings had entered over the past 3,000 years, predominantly being formidable figures, their collective will far exceeding that of ordinary Shura and Rakshasa. Yet, aware of the curses on the Tiannan continent, they preferred to remain here, where such malevolent forces did not exist. Moreover, here, the inhabitants were all Shura and Rakshasa, creating a more egalitarian atmosphere devoid of the rigid racial hierarchies seen in Tiannan. For instance, none of Meng Liang's 10 esteemed guests belonged to the demon race. Illustrating this point, which could perhaps be considered a form of irony. At that moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward, while Ling Shi clutched his sleeve tightly, hiding behind him. Jiang Feng found himself somewhat helpless in this situation, yet it inadvertently aided him. Indeed, you are a wise man. A true hero recognizes the times. Meng Liang smiled. Ah, it seems you have other plans. You do not seem to recognize Ling Shi. Jiang Feng pondered Meng Liang's demeanor, suspecting, from your words, you must be the esteemed lord of Meng Liang City. Indeed, what of it? If you surrender that Rakshasa to me, I can reward you and invite you to my lord's estate as a deputy lord. What do you say? Meng Liang tempted. Lord Meng Liang, you truly are eager to recruit talent. Since you are so sincere, I shall. Jiang Feng deliberately elongated his response, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Liang's changing expression. While Meng Liang looked on with eager anticipation, I shall send you to your doom. Jiang Feng's face twisted into a cruel smile. What? Meng Liang's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a rift appeared behind him, and a hand glowing with a green light emerged, striking him squarely on the back. Caught off guard, Meng Liang spat out blood. Yet he did not perish. Instead, he quickly leaped aside. From the rift, a figure named Yazi sprang forth. I didn't expect his defense to be so formidable. My ambush couldn't kill him, Yazi remarked, surprised. Brother, watch out above. Jiang Feng suddenly cried out, noticing another rift tearing open in the sky, through which a powerful punch surged forth. Yazi retaliated with a punch of his own, and the two forces collided, sending a shockwave that flattened the surrounding forest. Who would have thought there were more experts? A figure emerged from the rift, revealing himself to be the black-robed envoy. Humph, you are not so bad yourself. Yazi responded coldly. It seems today you are my enemy? The black-robed envoy replied icily. Brother, stay calm. Jiang Feng urgently communicated with Yazi, fearing a repeat of their last encounter. Rest assured, last time, I was too impulsive. Divine tier battles typically occur in other voids. I shall not act recklessly again. Yazi assured him. No need for further words. Let us engage. Yazi sliced open a rift, a passageway to another realm. Divine tier battles were cataclysmic, so such beings typically refrained from fatal confrontations. If a situation escalated to that degree, they would retreat to an uninhabited void. The last encounter between Yazi and Mo Jia had been a clash of battle maniacs, who had forgotten these principles, nearly leading to disaster. The black-robed envoy, recognizing Yazi's challenge, understood that as a divine tier Shura, he held his own dignity, especially as an envoy of the Starry Empire. To show cowardice would tarnish the Empire's honor. He too opened a rift. After you, the black-robed envoy said, and both vanished into the rift. Now only Jiang Feng, Ling Shi, and Meng Liang remained. Seizing the opportunity presented by Meng Liang's injury from Yazi's earlier attack, Jiang Feng prepared to strike. A fierce demonic flame engulfed him, and the sword Mo Zhu blazed with infernal fire. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng's blade was at Meng Liang's throat. Meng Liang managed to grasp Mo Zhu with both hands, yet the flames seared his palms, turning them black and spreading rapidly. Blood Demon Claw. A wicked smile emerged on Jiang Feng's face as he struck Meng Liang's abdomen, sealing his power with a mark. Jiang Feng swiftly executed his escape technique, having successfully ambushed him. Injured already, Meng Liang suffered further harm from Jiang Feng's attack, causing him to cough up more blood. At that moment, Jiang Feng began forming seals anew, his hands stained with crimson blood, indicating he was performing a blood ritual, entwined with blood spirits. Pointing a finger, an almost invisible thread of blood shot forth, ensnaring Meng Liang. What is happening? Why is my strength draining away? Meng Liang exclaimed in alarm. Jiang Feng wore a cold smile. This was all part of his scheme. The blood demon claw could seal an enemy's power, while the blood thread absorbed it. If one did not exert all their strength to break free immediately, their power would be gradually siphoned away until they perished. Jiang Feng employed this method to weaken his opponent, for even a wounded Meng Liang was not someone he could contend with directly. All right, I shall fight you to the end. Meng Liang suddenly roared, unleashing a blue radiance that enveloped him. A tremendous roar of a beast reverberated through the air as Meng Liang's form expanded, revealing his true identity as the Xian Gui. The Xian Gui resembled a tortoise. With a bird-like head, an eagle's beak, and a serpent-like tail, it possessed a single head and was of the Xuanwu bloodline, ruling over the water element. Jiang Feng gazed at the colossal Xian Gui, its two massive heads swaying like the divine beast Xuanwu, and felt an overwhelming sense of danger. At that moment, the serpent head of the Xian Gui fixed its gaze upon Jiang Feng, its enormous maw revealing two sharp fangs exuding a murderous aura. As a chilling blue orb of energy flickered within, Jiang Feng's expression grew graver than ever. Chapter 57. Ling Shi's power. The serpent mouth of the Xian Gui erupted with icy light, unleashing countless ice spikes that rained down upon Jiang Feng. He retreated repeatedly, but the ice spikes pursued him relentlessly. Heavenly Demon Break. Jiang Feng struck with his sword, causing the purple-red glow of Mo Zhu to explode. The radiant light split into 8 sharp tendrils, each branching further into multiple offshoots, resembling a vast web. Wherever the light passed, the ice spikes shattered, sending icy shards flying into the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Meanwhile, the other head of the Xian Gui glimmered with a cold light, visibly exhaling columns of icy vapor that transformed anything they touched into ice. Jiang Feng's expression shifted to one of alarm, not due to the power of the cold, but because Ling Shi happened to be in the line of attack. Blood Sword Feather. Jiang Feng morphed into a specter of blood, racing ahead to save Ling Shi from the icy onslaught. Jiang Feng was startled by a strange sound, only to see a pair of wings made of ink bamboo, one of which was already coated in a layer of ice that continued to spread. As the icy area expanded, Jiang Feng lost his balance and plummeted from the sky. He and Ling Shi tumbled down a hillside, rolling together. In the midst of their descent, Jiang Feng made every effort to protect Ling Shi, cradling her head and neck in his arms. When they finally reached the flat ground, Jiang Feng stood up and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Ling Shi shook her head, reassuring him, "I'm fine." Only then did Jiang Feng feel a sense of relief. Although Ling Shi's gaze remained fixed on his face, a fearsome roar echoed through the air as the massive beast, the Xian turtle, charged down the slope. Jiang Feng was astonished by the speed of the creature, finding it hard to associate it with the concept of a turtle. The Xian turtle moved with a velocity that could only be described as lightning fast. In an instant, Jiang Feng reverted to his true form, his consciousness expanded, and the world transformed before him. The Xian turtle, instinctively wary of the unfamiliar, halted, its two enormous heads cautiously surveying the monochromatic landscape. At that moment, Jiang Feng stood atop this realm like a sovereign. He waved his hand gently, causing the air around Ling Shi to tremble. Gradually, her form began to blend into the surrounding world of ink and wash. This was a small insight Jiang Feng had gained after his encounter with the ink jade. In his dantian, 2 beams of light shimmered, and the figures of Kong Xian and Jin Peng appeared beside him. The Xian turtle, both exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, it is the Xian turtle, and today I shall vanquish it," Jiang Feng declared resolutely. I told you that following you would be quite entertaining, and it certainly is. The Xian turtle's defenses are undoubtedly the strongest among the beasts. Tackling this formidable opponent will require considerable effort, Kong Xian chuckled. "I will test this tough shell and see whether it is harder than my claws," Jin Peng declared, brimming with battle spirit. "Move mountains and drain oceans," Jiang Feng commanded. As mountains rose from the ground and whirlwinds howled forth, the Xian turtle remained stationary, unleashing a furious roar. Jiang Feng witnessed a colossal illusion of the Xian turtle rise up to absorb all attacks, shattering the icy barriers. Suddenly, the Xian turtle spoke, and from the ground erupted countless towering ice spears that obliterated the mountains and whirlwinds, spreading relentlessly towards the ink sea. Jiang Feng was taken aback and shouted, "Stop! Release!" His seals were hastily cast, causing the advance of the ice spears to falter, a portion of them shattering and halting their spread. "I never expected it to possess such immense power," Jiang Feng exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead. Just moments ago, his consciousness had nearly been annihilated. "Jin Peng, Kong Xian, prepare to unleash your full strength. He has already sustained injuries, and I believe we can wear him down," Jiang Feng instructed. "Understood," they replied, nodding in agreement. Jin Peng transformed into his true form, the golden-winged roc, and his massive golden claws lunged towards the Xian turtle. Another roar erupted from the creature, and its colossal illusion manifested, blocking the strike. The snake-like head of the Xian turtle showed no fear of Jin Peng, spewing ice spikes continuously. Jin Peng, alarmed, flapped his wings vigorously, engaging in a fierce clash with the ice spikes using his golden feathers and gusts. Meanwhile, the other head of the Xian turtle unleashed another icy breath. "Humph!" Kong Xian snorted, summoning the brilliance of the 5 elements, with the green light representing wood shining the brightest, transforming into a giant green hand that blocked the cold air. Seizing the moment, Jiang Feng cast his seal, and countless tendrils from the ink sea entwined around the Xian turtle, binding it tightly. As both heads of the Xian turtle roared in unison, Kong Xian unleashed the full extent of his 5-element radiance, ensnaring the creature within his miniature world. Jiang Feng observed as Kong Xian's resplendent peacock tail fluttered within the light, seemingly exerting great effort. Suddenly, Kong Xian hurled the Xian turtle from the 5-element radiance. Jin Peng seized the opportunity, attempting to grasp the Xian turtle, but it promptly withdrew into its shell, unable to penetrate the defenses. Jin Peng resorted to forcefully slamming the shell onto the ground, while simultaneously unleashing 2 golden blades in pursuit. Just as the Xian turtle was about to crash to the earth, it extended its limbs, head, and tail, emanating a blue glow, halting its descent. Both heads unleashed twin beams of blue light, shattering the golden blades. "This shell is remarkably sturdy. Even in my 5-element radiance, I cannot overcome it," Kong Xian lamented. "Indeed, my claws can pierce dragon scales, yet they are utterly ineffective against him. I can hardly believe he is of the same realm as us," Jin Peng added. "Kong Xian, Jin Peng, let us combine our forces for another attack," Jiang Feng urged, altering the seals in his hands to form the 3 talismans of sealing sword array. The 3-colored sword energy bombarded the Xian turtle relentlessly. Sensing its confinement within the cage, the Xian turtle suddenly erupted with ferocity. The blue glow on its shell surged, and Jiang Feng sensed impending danger. "Shrink!" Jiang Feng shouted, casting a seal that summoned 99 ink bamboo spears to strike the Xian turtle. Xuanwu's might. The Xian turtle, once again speaking, unleashed a torrent of blue light that transformed into a colossal whirlwind, devouring the 99 ink bamboo spears. Not only that, but even the ink sea began to be consumed by its overwhelming suction, drawing clouds from the sky towards it. "What is happening? How does it still possess such formidable strength?" Jiang Feng exclaimed in terror. "This is bad. The creature has gone mad. It is burning its Xuanwu bloodline, aiming to perish with us," Kong Xian exclaimed in panic. Indeed, Meng Liang was fighting desperately, initially ambushed by Yizi and then ensnared by Jiang Feng's blood demon claws. His power had been severely depleted. He had hoped to quickly defeat Jiang Feng, relying on his innate abilities and cultivation level, but he had not anticipated Jiang Feng's resilience. Bolstered by 2 powerful allies, after several exchanges, weakened by the blood demon claws and his injuries, Meng Liang's strength was on the verge of collapse, while Jiang Feng's combat prowess remained robust. With death imminent, Meng Liang resorted to igniting his Xuanwu bloodline for a final, desperate struggle. As Jiang Feng witnessed his consciousness being consumed by the whirlwind, he felt himself nearing the point of resistance against the immense pull. It seemed as though everything was about to come to an end. The Xuanwu bloodline, the bloodline of the divine Xuanwu beast, held powers beyond Jiang Feng's current capabilities. Kong Xian and Jin Peng continued to fight back, but their efforts were futile, unable to alter the dire situation as they were inexorably drawn towards the whirlwind. "Ha! You will all accompany me to the grave," the Xian turtle roared one last time. "I refuse to accept this fate." Jiang Feng thought bitterly, suddenly reminded of Xiaoyu. Perhaps it was indeed right not to tell her. A bright voice resonated through the heavens, "Hand of the celestial vault." An ink jade materialized suddenly. Jiang Feng stared in astonishment. "Ling Shi." He felt his consciousness being drawn into the jade, while Ling Shi emerged from the ink sky. With a gentle strike of her palm, a beam of ink light shot forth, twisting towards the swirling clouds above the whirlwind. The clouds transformed, revealing a colossal hand descending from the heavens, effortlessly suppressing the whirlwind. The turbulent winds dissipated like smoke, and the Xian turtle vanished along with the remnants. With a single hand, I stabilized the cosmos. Jiang Feng marveled at the Xian turtle, which moments ago had nearly trapped him in despair, now reduced to nothingness. He looked at Ling Shi, sensing her newfound authority, exuding an air of unparalleled supremacy. Who is she? That technique she just executed bore a striking resemblance to the one his grandfather had used to mend the heavens. Jiang Feng's confusion deepened. Jiang Feng, you are incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon such a formidable ally. From what I observed, her technique demonstrates at least Tier 3 divine strength. Kong Xian whispered as he flew to Jiang Feng's side. What do you mean by stumbling upon a powerful ally? It seems that divine ranks are not yet so prevalent here. Is it? Not to mention the divine ranks. Even the realm of mere mortals is not so ubiquitous. Jiang Feng looked at Kong Xian with a foolish expression. Yet he still concurred with Kong Xian's assessment of Ling Shi's strength. This great-tailed bird, aside from its large tail, is lacking in other areas. So it is inevitable that there will be times when it proves inadequate. After speaking, the golden phoenix fled back to Jiang Feng's dantian. As long-term experiences of being beaten had shown him that he could not yet defeat Kong Xian. You little yellow-haired rascal, looking for a beating again, are you? Kong Xian remarked before also retreating into Jiang Feng's dantian. Ling Shi, she suddenly called out, and Jiang Feng looked up to see her happily waving at him. However, with that wave, her power dissipated, and she plummeted from the sky. Jiang Feng, save me. Ling Shi cried out. Jiang Feng swiftly summoned his sword to catch her. Ling Shi clung tightly to him, and it seemed she was frightened to the point of tears, indicating that her earlier reaction was merely instinctual in a moment of crisis. Jiang Feng smiled inwardly at the sight of the terrified Ling Shi. Chapter 58. Fishing in troubled waters. As Jiang Feng descended to the ground with Ling Shi, he noticed the absence of Yizi. Had their battle not yet concluded? Puzzlement filled Jiang Feng's mind. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky, and Yizi, along with the dark-robed envoy, fell out from within. It appeared that their confrontation had been quite brutal, as both were injured, though the dark-robed envoy bore the brunt of the harm. Well, our green mountains endure, and our waters flow eternally. We shall meet again, the dark-robed envoy declared before tearing through the void to escape. Elder brother, how are you? Are you all right? Jiang Feng hurriedly inquired. Fear not. That fellow has only recently attained the 2nd level of divine rank. He is not my match. However, I cannot kill him, Yizi remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. Jiang Feng, observing his demeanor, could only smile bitterly. Truly, a battle fanatic, divine rank experts are not so easily slain. Otherwise, there would be but 2 Azura kings and 1 Rakshasa king across the entire Azura continent. Elder brother, today's events are exceedingly strange. We must return to Blood Sea City immediately to inform grandfather and let him decide. Jiang Feng's expression grew serious. Is it that grave? Yizi exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, brother, this is... Yizi glanced at Ling Shi, his confusion evident. She is Ling Shi, whom I rescued in the Demon City. She has suffered severe injuries and lost her memory. Jiang Feng explained. Yet, I sense her identity is quite mysterious. Her cultivation is at least at the 3rd level of divine rank, but due to her amnesia, she cannot wield it properly. Jiang Feng communicated with Yizi telepathically. What do you plan to do? She is currently without support, so I will bring her back to Bloodsea for now. With grandfather and you there, she will likely not cause much trouble. Jiang Feng replied. Indeed. Hey, brother, you must not develop feelings for her. Xiaoyu has been waiting for you. Yizi suddenly interjected. What nonsense is this? Jiang Feng nearly choked on his words at Yizi's comment. How could he be concerned about me in this regard when he himself has remained single for 3 millennia? Jiang Feng thought to himself, but he still assured, Elder brother, do not worry, I will be prudent. Yizi nodded in relief before tearing through the void, leading Jiang Feng and the others back to Bloodsea City. In Bloodsea City, Dragon Emperor Ao Feng had emerged from his seclusion. It seemed that the Starshine Empire might have infiltrators in various southern cities. Ao Feng remarked as he listened to Jiang Feng's report regarding the Demon City. It is highly likely, grandfather. What shall we do? Yizi asked. What is your perspective on this matter, Jiang Feng? Ao Feng inquired. Grandfather, I believe this presents an opportunity. Jiang Feng articulated. Oh, Ao Feng raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by Jiang Feng's assertion. How do you perceive this as an opportunity? Please elaborate. Ao Feng urged with curiosity. Yes, grandfather. If the Starshine Empire can establish infiltrators in the Demon City, they can do so elsewhere, including here. However, Bloodsea has just experienced warfare, even if they have infiltrators. They would likely not dare to take risks in contacting us, as they cannot guarantee whether their operatives survive the conflict. Thus, we are temporarily safe. However, we must be vigilant regarding the newly conquered cities of Jiaoyu, Huangfeng, and Dishui. The reason I see this as an opportunity is that if we disseminate this information, regardless of its veracity, in the current context of the Northern Empires continuously invading the South, the cities will likely take action out of concern for their safety, simultaneously fearing infiltrators. The Northern Empires will also be anxious. Therefore, the message I intend to spread is that the Starshine Empire has placed infiltrators throughout the Azura realm, including the other two major empires, and the more convincing it is, the better. This will stir chaos, and we can take advantage of this turmoil to further expand our influence. Jiang Feng articulated eloquently. Well said. Absolutely, this is indeed an opportunity. We possess significant advantages during this turmoil. While others fear chaos, we, having just endured conflict, are unafraid of it. No matter the adverse factors, we can legitimately eliminate them. The more chaotic it becomes, the more beneficial it is for us. We can seize the moment to fish in troubled waters. Ao Feng laughed heartily. Feng Zhong. Ao Feng suddenly called out. City Lord, what are your orders? Feng Zhong responded respectfully. Immediately conduct a thorough investigation in the other 3 cities. Replace all key positions with our people. Those who resist shall be executed, ensuring they face utter annihilation. Ao Feng commanded with a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Understood. Feng Zhong broke into a cold sweat, realizing the severity of the situation. In the Azura realm, there are no soul reapers, unlike the Tiannan continent. Here, when Azuras or Rakshasas die, their souls journey to a place called the rebirth pool, where they are reincarnated. Each reincarnated soul forgets its past, yet its cultivation is reduced by 1 level as the cost of rebirth. This serves as a significant reason for the continuous bloodshed and conflict in the Azura realm. The punishment Ao Feng spoke of, ensuring souls do not reincarnate, is the most terrifying fate for Azuras and Rakshasas. Grandfather, having lived for so long, your greatest pride is becoming the Dragon Emperor, meeting a formidable opponent like Yun Shun, and having a grandson like me. Ao Feng said with a smile. And for me, my greatest pride lies in meeting my benefactor and becoming brothers with you. Yazi added with a grin. Grandfather, elder brother, you are being too serious. Jiang Feng chuckled, genuinely enjoying this familial atmosphere. Second young master, I have a matter I wish to inquire about, if I may. Feng Zhong suddenly spoke up, causing all eyes to turn toward him, and he could not help but feel tense. Feng Zhong, speak freely. What do you wish to ask? Jiang Feng encouraged. Second young master, you mentioned that if the Starshine Empire can place infiltrators in the Demon City, they can do so elsewhere, including here. However, Bloodsea has just experienced warfare. Even if they have infiltrators, they would likely not dare to take risks in contacting us due to uncertainty about the fate of their agents. Therefore, I must ask, how can you guarantee that I am not an infiltrator? Feng Zhong finally mustered the courage to voice his concern. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's strategy regarding infiltrators, he felt a weight pressing on his chest, genuinely fearing suspicion towards himself. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. Feng Zhong, I understand your concerns. I do not suspect you of being an infiltrator primarily because you voluntarily offered the city to us after we defeated Capricorn. If you were an infiltrator from another empire, the most prudent course of action would be to treat us as esteemed guests, for an infiltrator would not dare to surrender a city. Their goal is to facilitate their master in seizing benefits, and the best way to achieve this is by holding significant power. Feng Zhong, you surrendered the city to us. I fail to see how you could maneuver in this realm, where strength reigns supreme, to sway the Azuras and Rakshasas in the city to heed you rather than my grandfather. Please, enlighten me. Jiang Feng concluded with a smile, prompting laughter from Ao Feng and Yazi. The second young master is indeed extraordinary. Feng Zhong is filled with admiration. At this moment, Feng Zhong's heart felt as though it had been returned to his chest, amazed by the cleverness before him. Yet, simultaneously, a wave of apprehension washed over him. All right, Feng Zhong, you should attend to the matter we discussed earlier, Ao Feng instructed. Feng Zhong, feeling a tremendous sense of relief, hurriedly exited. However, once outside, his heart remained turbulent. It was terrifying how, in their presence, human thoughts seemed devoid of secrets, as if laid bare. This realization made Feng Zhong shudder involuntarily. Soon, tales of the Starshine Empire's infiltration with spies spread throughout the Shuro realm, transcending both north and south. The accounts varied greatly, each more vivid and substantiated than the last, prompting simultaneous actions across regions to root out traitors. Go, report everything happening here to the king, commanded Capricorn to his subordinates. He was tasked with gathering intelligence on Jiang Feng, making him acutely aware of the Empire's espionage in Demon City, which led to his own state of confusion. He became the first to initiate actions against traitors in his country, thus encouraging others to believe fervently in the matter. If Jiang Feng were to learn of this, it might prompt him to bestow a plaque for benevolence upon him. However, Jiang Feng was currently preoccupied, deliberating on the next steps with Yizi. What? You plan to act alone again? Yizi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The 5 cities we initially planned to attack are now under the influence of the Starshine Empire. So we cannot proceed there. The only city left unclaimed is Huangliang City. As you mentioned, once we enter, there will be illusions everywhere, making it impossible for our foes to pinpoint us. This suggests that there may be masters within Huangliang City, capable of sensing your divine aura. Perhaps they are not even at the divine level, so I am the most suitable for this mission. My cultivation is lower. They will not regard me as a threat. Moreover, I can dispel illusions. Even if they possess true masters, I shall notify you with my scales for a surprise attack. I believe this is the most prudent approach. Jiang Feng smiled at Yizi. Very well, but do take care, Yizi urged, knowing he could not dissuade Jiang Feng. I will. I need to prepare. Jiang Feng replied before returning to his quarters. I never expected you to care for your brother. What a surprise. Suddenly, Yin Yu appeared from nowhere. There is nothing surprising about it. I care for Jiang Feng because he is my brother, and he has shown me kindness. I shall always be ruthless toward my enemies, unless they earn my respect. I must admit, your father is also worthy of respect, but I do not regret his demise. However, since you have referred to my grandfather as grandfather, I shall assist you for now. How you perceive this is your concern. I shall only do what I deem necessary. That is who I am. After speaking, Yizi walked away alone. Hearing Yizi's words, Yin Yu was taken aback. I do not care for your feigned sentiments. You are my enemy. Do not think I will let go of my hatred so easily. Not a chance. Yin Yu suddenly shouted in anger. But Yizi walked away without looking back, leaving her to crouch alone on the ground, weeping. Chapter 59. Intricate entanglements. Yin Yu sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Through her tears, she saw 2 large feet appear before her. She quickly lifted her head and saw Jiang Feng, who had returned unannounced. You? Why are you back? Yin Yu's tone turned icy. In her eyes, Jiang Feng and Yizi were of the same ilk, and thus, she held no fondness for him. May we converse? About my brother? Jiang Feng smiled gently. What do you want? Do you wish for me to forget the grudge I hold for my father's murder? I assure you, that is impossible. He is my enemy. Yin Yu responded fiercely. Then let me ask you, in light of the current circumstances, do you truly harbor animosity? My brother clarified your situation while in the wastelands. I believe you know well that there is no true enmity between you. According to the customs of the 10,000 mountains, this hardly qualifies as a grudge, and you were, after all, at fault first. I suspect this is why your father was willing to barter his life for my brother's. For, even if I annihilated your entire clan back then, I doubt any other clans would have uttered a word against me, would they? Am I wrong? Jiang Feng smiled. Do not attempt to sweet-talk me into abandoning my vengeance. No matter how eloquently you speak, I will not relinquish my hatred. Yin Yu asserted firmly. Then let me ask you once more, can you kill my brother? Not just you, but nearly no one in the Shura realm could do so. Should you think to return to the mortal realm for assistance? I must inform you that I, too, have connections with the underworld. Even if my brother were to perish, I could seek the underworld's King Yin to resurrect him. Then, it would be the end for you and your kin. You should be aware of how my brother deals with enemies, correct? I believe your father would not have wished for you to lead your clan to their demise. The best course of action is for you to maintain a good relationship with my brother. It would benefit both you and your clan. As you have just seen, my brother is protective and caring towards friends and family. Please give my words due consideration, Jiang Feng concluded, walking away without a backward glance. Why must it be this way? Am I not justified in seeking vengeance, father? Was this your reasoning back then when you acted as you did? Yin Yu murmured to herself. Jiang Feng, are you going far? Can you take me with you? Upon his return to his courtyard, Ling Shi rushed forward with eager anticipation. What? How did you know? Jiang Feng was taken aback. His decision to go to Huangliang was made only moments ago with Yizi, and no one else could possibly know. If Ling Shi had been eavesdropping, Yizi's cultivation would have detected her, unless she had regained her memories. Which was not the case. How did you find out? Jiang Feng inquired, fixing his gaze intently upon Ling Shi's face, hoping to discern a crack in her facade. It was the jade that told me. Ling Shi pointed to her black jade, her expression innocent and carefree. Once again, this jade. What treasure is this? Jiang Feng pondered, observing Ling Shi's naive demeanor, which seemed genuine, leading him to suspect the jade's significance. Jiang Feng, will you take me with you? Ling Shi pressed, noticing Jiang Feng's silence. She tugged at his sleeve, shaking it playfully, resembling a child seeking attention. All right, but you must promise to listen to me. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, I will. Oh, we can go out to play? Ling Shi exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Feng watched her cheer, yet a frown creased his brow. Who is she really? Why is the Starshine Empire pursuing her? And what of her cultivation and that jade? All of this remains shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is best to let her accompany me. I wish to uncover the secret she holds. Jiang Feng resolved within himself. Jiang Feng, what were you just saying? What secrets? What mysteries? Ling Shi suddenly questioned again. Nothing. Jiang Feng was genuinely startled this time and hastily denied it. Oh, noticing his denial, Ling Shi ceased her inquiries. When are we going out to play? She looked up at him with wide, expectant eyes. Tomorrow, Jiang Feng replied. Yay. Ling Shi cheered once more. As Jiang Feng observed her excitement, he mused that perhaps keeping her around was indeed for the best. Just then, Ling Shi stopped her celebration. Her eyes fixated on Jiang Feng. Realizing he had miscalculated, Jiang Feng hurried back to his room. In the imperial palace of the Starshine Empire, a tall figure with a handsome, yet perpetually somber demeanor coldly inquired about the identity of the one who had slain Meng Liang. He demanded to know the origins of the entity that dared to obstruct him and the identity of the individual who had rescued that wretched person. It was imperative to uncover these truths. If he could not recruit them, he would find a way to eliminate them. Yes, I shall endeavor to ascertain the origins of that entity, Your Majesty, rest assured, replied a trembling subordinate, kneeling beside a black-robed emissary who had recently returned to the Starshine Empire after recovering from an injury inflicted by a vengeful spirit. Currently, it appears that our arrangements for spies have been deliberately exposed, prompting a thorough internal investigation across various regions. Our losses have indeed been considerable. You must arrange for this matter to be investigated as well, or I shall impose dual penalties upon you. You are well aware of the consequences. The voice turned chillingly cold and terrifying. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The emissary hastily withdrew. Who dares to obstruct me? Is it the blazing flame or the storm? He pondered aloud. The three great empires of the Shura realm, Blazing Flame, Storm, and Starshine, were the strongest forces, each led by a monarch of regal stature. The Blazing Flame Empire's king of Rakshasas, the Storm Empire's king of Shura, and the Starshine Empire's king of Shura. Coincidentally, they had named their empires after themselves or their titles. After dividing the northern territories, they engaged in several fierce battles. Yet due to their formidable leaders and their ranks filled with divine-level Shura and Rakshasas, no clear victor emerged, leading them to engage in a strategic contest in the south. However, the emergence of Jiang Feng's new force complicated this struggle further. Starshine, what manner of individual are you in pursuit of? They have even mobilized the spies we had set in place. I find it quite intriguing. The tone of the storm leader was laced with amusement. Capricorn, ensure that this matter is investigated thoroughly. Regardless of the Starshine Empire's intentions, obstruct them at all costs. He commanded into the void, where a mirror hovered, reflecting the scene. Understood. Capricorn replied respectfully from within the mirror. Jiang Feng, the great Shura, possesses the ability to create his own realm during battle and command a multitude of swords. This bears a striking resemblance to the techniques of Taoism. Could it be that practitioners of Taoism are indeed present here? The leader of Storm reflected on the information recently relayed by Capricorn. Have you still not found him? You worthless fools. Continue your search, and do not return empty-handed. The king of Blazing Flame thundered in his palace, instilling fear in his Rakshasa subordinates. The Blazing Flame Empire was unique among the three, dominated by Rakshasas, whose strength and numbers far surpassed those of the Shura, effectively rendering it a matriarchal realm. Get out and search again, the king roared once more, causing his subordinates to scurry away. Where could you possibly be? He mused, a sense of helplessness washing over him. In Huangliang City, Jiang Feng appeared in his demonic form and found his initial suspicions confirmed. Observing the city around him, he noted the lack of illusions. While Lingxi looked around with unrestrained joy, this reminded Jiang Feng of the first time Xiaoyu entered Yunan City, radiating similar delight. Xiaoyu, I wonder if she has managed to recover from her sorrow. I hope she forgets me soon. He reflected. Jiang Feng, who is Xiaoyu? Lingxi suddenly inquired. Jiang Feng paused. Then a faint smile crept across his face. She is a good girl. I owe her much, he replied. Oh, I see. Is she pretty? Is she more beautiful than I? Lingxi pressed, lifting her gaze once more. I am unsure how to respond, Jiang Feng stammered, feeling the weight of the question. Since he had devoted his life to cultivation, he had never considered the companionship of a woman, and thus did not place great importance on beauty, as long as it was not excessively unappealing. Come on, just answer, Lingxi urged. Well, I don't know how to say it. Perhaps you are, Jiang Feng replied awkwardly. However, Lingxi disregarded his hesitation, beaming at his compliment. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Feng's conclusion stemmed from a debate with Kong Xian and Jin Peng. When Lingxi first posed the question, Jiang Feng consulted them, leading to a dispute over whether Xiaoyu or Lingxi was more beautiful. Ultimately, Kong Xian resorted to coercive measures to declare Lingxi the prettier. Perhaps it was a mistake to bring her along, Jiang Feng lamented inwardly. Suddenly, Lingxi looked up, causing Jiang Feng to feel an acute sense of regret. Jiang Feng, do you not wish to take me out for fun? Why are you unwilling to take me along? She implored, her voice filled with confusion. Why? Why did I bring you out? What sins must I have committed in my past life? Jiang Feng was left speechless. Chapter 60. The matter of Huangliang. After enduring Lingxi's incessant questioning, Jiang Feng entered an inn. Innkeeper, I require 2 guest rooms, he declared. A Rakshasa approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Feng and Lingxi, but quickly masked his surprise. Please wait a moment, esteemed one. I shall make the arrangements. He retreated to prepare. Quickly, inform the king. We have located the target. The Rakshasa instructed as he moved to the back courtyard, discreetly giving orders. Yes, Ashura immediately set off. All done without Jiang Feng's awareness. Jiang Feng, is it true that you do not wish to take me out for fun? Lingxi continued to press the issue, leaving Jiang Feng feeling overwhelmed. Esteemed one, the rooms are ready, the Rakshasa announced upon his return. Ah, excellent. Please escort her to her room promptly, Jiang Feng exclaimed, relieved. Indeed, but there is something you must be aware of, the Rakshasa interjected. What is it? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. In Huangliang City, there is a rule that prohibits any Shura or Rakshasa from venturing outside at night. Although you are a great Shura, you cannot evade this, as there are still stronger individuals within the city, the Rakshasa explained. Why is that? Jiang Feng inquired. Recently, this city was subjected to a surprise attack. To prevent such incidents from occurring again, the entire city is now enveloped in illusions and array formations at night. If one inadvertently falls into a major formation, the consequences would be dire, the Rakshasa emphasized. Oh, thank you for the warning. I understand. Please lead us to our rooms. Jiang Feng replied. Yes, the Rakshasa responded respectfully, leading the way. As he turned, Jiang Feng's gaze swept over him, instinctively masking his expression. Jiang Feng, why do you always appear this way when we go out? I prefer your original form, Lingxi remarked, not comprehending Jiang Feng's choice to adopt a demonic appearance. This time, he chose not to respond, as she had not sensed anything from her obsidian jade. Clearly, Jiang Feng was concealing his thoughts. So stingy. Lingxi could not fathom Jiang Feng's thoughts, feeling a surge of frustration. However, Jiang Feng's attention was entirely fixated on the Rakshasa, for he had just observed a ghostly pattern on her hand, identical to his own. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tattoo, but it was evident that she was a formidable Rakshasa. Given her strength, even without his intervention, she would inevitably be sought after by other factions. Otherwise, death would be her fate. This was the harsh law of the Shura realm. If one could not be utilized, they would be discarded. The likes of Xinghui operated under this principle. The fact that this Rakshasa had the audacity to run an inn here led him to 2 conclusions. Either the city lord was a fool, or there was something amiss within the city itself. This was Jiang Feng's assessment. As night descended, Jiang Feng sat in his room, contemplating his next course of action. Before this, he had explicitly warned Lingxi against using her ink jade to sense his thoughts, to which she had obediently acquiesced. Faced with Jiang Feng's threat of excluding her from future escapades, she had no choice but to relent. A Rakshasa running an inn in a city under curfew, could it merely be a consequence of the earlier ambush by Yazai? Yet, that had occurred months ago, surely. It was excessive. Everything felt peculiar. Jiang Feng mused to himself. It appears that the waters of Huangliang are not shallower than those of the demon capital. Approaching the window, he peered through the cracks and observed a transformed landscape outside, illuminated by flickering lights. It seemed that illusions and formations indeed enveloped the night here. He concluded that a night exploration was futile. Thus, he decided to check on Lingxi next door. As he reached her door, about to knock, he heard faint rustling from within. Without hesitation, he forced the door open, only to witness Lingxi being whisked away through the window by a shadowy figure. From the silhouette, he discerned it was the very Rakshasa he suspected. Indeed, something was amiss. Jiang Feng immediately pursued. The moment he leaped from the window, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. Surveying the hellish scene around him, filled with anguished wails, he furrowed his brow. Instantly, a radiant light enveloped him as he chanted calming mantras, each recitation of the Buddha's name driving away the malevolent spirits. Gradually, the surrounding illusions dissipated, revealing a landscape as normal as daylight. He sighed in relief. Yet the obstruction had caused him to lose track of the Rakshasa. He resolved to head to the city lord's estate, where he might uncover methods to dispel these illusions and find clues about Lingxi. With only his daytime memories as a guide, Jiang Feng hastened towards the city lord's residence. After traversing several dozen paces, he encountered yet another illusion. Upon entering this one, a cold smirk crept across his lips, for it was identical to the illusion he faced when confronting the nightmarish Mo in the kingdom of Nanyun. Thus, upon seeing the visage of his master, he struck without hesitation, swiftly ending the illusion. What? He shattered 2 formations so easily? A Rakshasa's voice echoed within the city lord's estate. Yeme, guard the next formation. Ensure you use your mind-reading tome to uncover his weaknesses. Otherwise, he will breach the city lord's domain. The Rakshasa commanded. Understood, I shall proceed. The reply came from none other than the formidable Rakshasa herself. Hurry, he has broken another formation. He is on his way to the city lord's estate. The urgency in the voice was palpable as Yeme hastily departed. Jiang Feng continued to dismantle illusions and formations with ease, as the Daoist sect excelled in such matters. Among the techniques he had mastered were the 8 trigram sword formation, the complete soul binding formation, and the 3 talents killing sword formation, all formidable strategies. Thus, these illusionary formations posed little challenge to him. Upon entering yet another illusion, he was taken aback, for he beheld Xiaoyu. Jiang Feng's heart raced with disbelief. Xiaoyu should not be here. She lacked the golden lotus, and he had not informed her of his arrival. This could not be her. It was all a deception. He repeatedly reminded himself. That is her weakness, those she cares for. Yeme, controlling the illusion from the shadows, smirked confidently, employing her mind-reading technique. Her eyes deepened as she cast a spell, perceiving Jiang Feng merely as a shadow within which fragments of images flickered. Jiang Feng, Xiaoyu. She loved him. And he cared for her. Yeme gleaned this information from the fragmented images. Had her cultivation been superior, she would have obtained more detailed insights. Yet, Jiang Feng's focus remained undisturbed. Good. This is sufficient, Yeme declared, her presence fading into obscurity. Jiang Feng. The illusion of Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. How could this be? Jiang Feng was astounded to hear her utter his name, his composure shattering. If anyone could unsettle him, it was Xiaoyu. She had died for him. He had nearly perished to save her. 3 years of heartache had passed, and now, upon their reunion, he found himself once more inflicting pain upon her. Jiang Feng acknowledged the debt he owed her, and as Xiaoyu's voice reached him, the calm he had maintained disintegrated. Since ancient times, love has been the most difficult trial to endure, he reflected. Faced with a woman who had died for him, and for whom he would gladly sacrifice himself, even the most resolute heart could waver. Otherwise, he would not have felt the urge to weep when Xinghuan had taken him away. Having sought immortality for 20 years, I believed myself devoid of passion. Yet now, hearing the lament of a beautiful soul, I realize I too possess feelings. Alas, the mortal and celestial realms are separated, leaving only the bitterness of longing for beauty. May a wisp of soul traverse the cycle of rebirth, and in the next life, let us not fail each other. Jiang Feng's quest for immortality had shifted in focus, driven by his feelings for Xiaoyu. Seeing you brings me such joy. Her voice resonated once more. Xiaoyu, how did you end up here? Jiang Feng's voice trembled with alarm, revealing his frayed composure. I died and arrived here. I never expected to meet you again. I am so happy. Her voice turned melancholic. What? Dead? Jiang Feng felt as though struck by lightning. Had Xiaoyu perished after he had taken the ink bamboo? No. It couldn't be. A wave of despair washed over him, and he coughed up blood, his feelings for her overwhelming him. Is there truly such a man in this world? Especially one who loves a demon? Yeme was taken aback by Jiang Feng's reaction, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet she suppressed it. Jiang Feng, I love you. Do you love me? Xiaoyu's voice echoed like a spell in his mind. Jiang Feng, I love you. Do you love me? Please tell me. Her words multiplied in his thoughts, causing him excruciating pain. Wait. A flaw. A moment of clarity pierced through Jiang Feng's turmoil, restoring his composure just as the illusion of Xiaoyu lunged at him with a dagger. Startled by his sudden clarity, her hand hesitated, and that moment of doubt allowed Jiang Feng to unleash his sword with fiery wrath, shouting, Heavenly demon break. Yeme's illusion of Xiaoyu was sent flying, and the instant she was airborne, Jiang Feng swiftly followed, landing just as she did. His sword pointed directly at Yimei's throat, demonstrating that a master could determine victory in a single exchange, and this time, Jiang Feng had achieved a flawless victory. Impossible. How could you see through me? You were convinced, and you even bled. Yimei was incredulous, unable to comprehend how he had regained clarity so rapidly, reversing the situation in an instant. Humph. Your performance was convincing, yet you left a flaw. Jiang Feng spoke coldly, admitting that he had initially believed, and upon hearing of Xiao Yu's death, he had genuinely mourned. However, when the illusion of Xiao Yu, conjured by Yimei, repeatedly called his name, Jiang Feng suddenly came to a realization. The true Xiao Yu had loved him. Yet she had never uttered his name, not even in her final moments. If she had not dared to call out to him then, how could this illusion dare to do so now? What an obvious flaw. Yimei, undeterred, questioned him, refusing to believe she could be mistaken. You have no chance left. Upon seeing her, Jiang Feng lunged to strike at Yimei's throat. Jiang Feng. No. A voice suddenly shouted, accompanied by a flash of light. Jiang Feng quickly dodged, and several figures emerged from the illusion. Chapter 61. The identity of Ling Shi. As the figures stepped forth from the illusion, Jiang Feng was astonished to see Ling Shi among them, accompanied by two Rakshasas. One exuded an air of regal grandeur, reminiscent of Ling Shi, while the other, though possessing some poise, appeared rather restrained. Yimei immediately returned to Ling Shi's side, exhibiting utmost deference. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Feng swiftly expanded his own realm to secure the most advantageous environment for himself. As he did, the illusions shattered instantly, leaving Yimei and her companions momentarily stunned by the bizarre transformation of their surroundings. At that moment, a rift in the void opened, and a figure, infused with a palpable aura of menace, stepped through. Kong Xian and Jin Peng appeared on either side of Jiang Feng, both of divine rank. One at the second tier and the other at the saintly level. Are you Jiang Feng? The Rakshasa, resembling Ling Shi, inquired with mild astonishment. It is I. Who are you? Jiang Feng replied. How dare you speak so with our king? Another Rakshasa, who had come with Ling Shi, admonished. Yi Wu, do not be rude. Stand down. The one resembling Ling Shi commanded. Yes, my king. The Rakshasa complied, stepping aside. My king, you are the Rakshasa sovereign of the blazing flame empire, Blaze? Jiang Feng exclaimed in shock, while Yi was equally taken aback, and Kong Xian and Jin Peng displayed expressions of sheer terror. Outside Huangliang City, the black-robed envoy from the Xinghui Empire intended to enter the city, but the Capricorn kept following him, driving him to the brink of madness. Capricorn, why do you persist in following me? The black-robed envoy thundered. What? Me follow you? The road is wide. I walk where I please. And it is none of your concern. Besides, your master's surname is not Xing, is it? The Capricorn retorted defiantly. The black-robed envoy, seething with rage at the Capricorn's insolence, knew he could not act against him. His mission was to investigate, and any confrontation could raise suspicion. Fine, wait for me. Until we meet again. He resignedly departed, while the Capricorn turned and entered Huangliang City. Indeed, I am Blaze, and also Ling Shi's mother. Blaze declared. Ling Shi's mother? Her name is truly Ling Shi? Jiang Feng was further astonished. Yes, Jiang Feng, my name is Ling Shi. Mother has healed my wounds, and I have regained most of my memories. Thankfully, I still remember you, haha. Ling Shi replied with a smile. Now that you two are reunited, I have no conflict with you, so we may take our leave, correct? Jiang Feng stated, his demeanor unyielding. Although Ling Shi remembered him, it did not guarantee that her mother would spare him. Perhaps the latter would attempt to recruit him, and refusing would surely lead to his demise. Individuals like Blaze, perched atop the pinnacle of power, often regarded favors as trivial compared to benefits. So Jiang Feng, adhering to the principle that caution is the best ship, sought a way to depart quickly. Approaching the enemy would only make it easier for them to kill him. Jiang Feng, are you really leaving? Ling Shi exclaimed in distress upon hearing his intent to depart. You are leaving just like that? Blaze observed Jiang Feng with surprise. Is there something else you wish to command, my lord? Jiang Feng queried cautiously, while Yi, Kong Xian, and Jin Peng silently prepared for a fight. You saved my daughter. Do you not seek some form of recompense? I, Blaze, never owe anyone. Blaze asserted. Allowing us to leave would be the greatest form of gratitude. You need not worry about any debts. Jiang Feng replied. Jiang Feng, you are a peculiar Azura. However, since you have stated such, I cannot refuse. You may return. Blaze smiled. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Feng bowed, instructing Yi to prepare for spatial traversal. Jiang Feng, I will return with you. Ling Shi suddenly called out, attempting to fly towards him. A dignitary? Jiang Feng found Ling Shi's strength intriguing. Daughter, do not be foolish. Following him is perilous. You do not understand him. He is one of those who opposed the Capricorn army in Bloodsea City. Blaze cautioned her. Jiang Feng and Yazi were taken aback by Blaze's words, realizing they had been thoroughly investigated by the enemy. It appeared that Huangliang City was no different from the Demon City. Blaze had spies placed here as well. Jiang Feng mused, recognizing Blaze's astonishment. To her, Jiang Feng, having made such formidable enemies, would surely be eager to request allegiance after she offered recompense, believing that would be the proper course of action to ensure his safety. Yet, she never anticipated that he would refuse her offer, which truly surprised her. I don't care. I want to go with him. Ling Shi insisted stubbornly. Daughter, what are you thinking? Blaze questioned. I like him. Ling Shi declared resolutely. What? This revelation stunned everyone, including Jiang Feng. Mother, you do not understand. During my amnesia, I wandered here alone. Many mocked or teased me, but he did not. He even helped me confront someone who ridiculed me. Then, for reasons unknown, the soldiers of the Demon City began to pursue us, and Jiang Feng led me to safety. He could have easily ignored me. A Rakshasa who had lost her memory and was utterly helpless, yet he did not. When battles ensued, his first act was to ensure my safety. Mother, tell me, is there anything wrong with following such a man? Though it may be fraught with danger, at least someone cares for my well-being. Back home, aside from giving me a jade pendant, you hardly paid me any mind. Why should I stay there when I could choose to return with him? Perhaps if I had not run into trouble, you would have forgotten me entirely. Ling Shi's tears streamed down her cheeks. Daughter, Blaze choked back her emotions. Unable to say more, the magic binding Ling Shi was released, and she immediately flew towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, take me with you. Ling Shi implored, wiping her tears. No, I cannot take you with me. Now that you have regained your memories and found your mother, you should return to her. Being with me is perilous. Jiang Feng replied calmly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Why? Ling Shi cried out, her agitation renewed as tears flowed freely. Your Highness, he already harbors feelings for another. Perhaps you should heed the king's counsel. Yi Mei interjected suddenly. Is it that girl named Xiaoyu? Ling Shi asked excitedly, but Jiang Feng did not respond. Return to your home. No matter what, I will not take you with me. My act of saving you was merely because you reminded me of my childhood, nothing more. Do not overthink it. My gratitude has already been repaid to your mother, so let us part ways here. Jiang Feng turned to Yazi and said, Brother, let us depart. All right, Yazi replied, preparing to tear through the void. Lingxi, farewell. Return to your mother's side and cherish your home. Jiang Feng comforted, speaking from his heart. Having grown up in solitude, he had only known the warmth of familial love from his master, which had given him a semblance of a family. Upon arriving in this world, he lived alone, making him place immense value on family ties and affection, often overshadowing other matters. Thus, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he encouraged Xiaoyu to heed Lan Yu's words, and today he urged Lingxi to return home, inadvertently neglecting the feelings she harbored for him. You cannot leave. You must return with me to the Flame Empire. Only then will Lingxi feel secure enough to go home. Qian interjected suddenly. Lingxi's heartfelt lament had deeply affected her, awakening the realization that she had failed in her duties as a mother. Witnessing her daughter's genuine feelings for Jiang Feng, she resolved to embrace her role and assist her daughter in pursuing her love. Lady Qian, is this not forcing the issue? Jiang Feng replied, his expression one of conflict. How could this be forcing? Come back with me, and you will be free from the troubles of the Storm Empire. It will only benefit you. Qian insisted. Lady Qian, please spare Jiang Feng. A rift opened, and Capricorn emerged. Lady Qian, this Jiang Feng is desired by my king, so I implore you to relent. Capricorn stated. Capricorn, do not attempt to intimidate me with the storm. I fear him not. My daughter has taken a liking to this Jiang Feng, and I shall not let him go. Speak further, and you shall remain here forever. Qian's tone turned menacing, causing Capricorn to fall silent. Yet, he secretly formed a seal. Jiang Feng, consider this carefully. Come with me, and I will ensure the safety of you and your brother. The Storm Empire would never dare to trouble you. No, I will not go with you. Jiang Feng resolutely rejected. Indeed, we shall not yield. Yazi echoed. You brothers possess quite the spirit. Do you truly believe you can withstand the storm? Do you possess such strength? Qian's voice was laced with growing ire. How do you know they lack such strength? A rift split the void, unleashing a mighty voice, followed by an overwhelming aura that surged forth, causing even Qian to take notice. Who is it? She questioned, bewildered. Ao Feng stepped forth from the rift, and Jiang Feng and Yazi immediately bowed respectfully. Grandfather. Ao Feng smiled and nodded. Grandfather? I did not expect they had such backing. Qian mused inwardly. How are you, my esteemed lord? My grandsons are safe, I trust. There is no need for your assurances. Ao Feng smiled, yet his dragon sovereign aura remained unabated, making Yi Mei and Yi Wu feel breathless. Qi Yan waved her hand, alleviating their pressure. Since you are here, there is no need for me to intervene. Acknowledging her inability to force Jiang Feng away, she conceded. Little girl, you fancy my grandson, do you not? Ao Feng suddenly inquired of Lingxi, surprising everyone. Though their reactions varied, Qi Yan and Lingxi appeared hopeful, sensing a potential turn of events. Yazi and Jiang Feng shared a similar feeling, but were certain the outcome would not be favorable. Yes, I like Jiang Feng. Lingxi nodded. Ao Feng's smile widened. Very well, this is my approval. The expressions of those present grew more animated. Lingxi and Qi Yan were elated, especially Qi Yan, who envisioned greater implications. Lingxi and Jiang Feng together would undoubtedly bind Yazi and Ao Feng to her side, significantly strengthening her position in the contest against the Storm and Starlight. Upon hearing Ao Feng's approval, Lingxi's tears transformed into joy, confident that Jiang Feng would not dare oppose his grandfather's wishes. Jiang Feng and Yazi, however, were left bewildered by Ao Feng's decision. Grandfather, have you taken an interest in matchmaking? I thought you came to assist me, but it appears you are aiding them instead. All while putting on such a grand show. Jiang Feng mused with a bitter smile. Yazi, equally anxious, quietly urged Ao Feng, Grandfather, do not misunderstand. Jiang Feng is reluctant to be with her. I am aware of that. You, who have been single for 3 millennia, wish to impose the same fate on your brother? Where is your sense of brotherhood? Ao Feng chided without restraint. Yazi felt utterly perplexed. Do you comprehend? If you understand, why persist in this? Is it my failure to articulate, or do we merely think differently? Why am I being dragged into this? I am single, what of it? I am a deity, and I have a long life ahead. Besides, I am being hunted by my clan, and now I must contend with the monsters of the 10,000 great mountains. When would I have the time for such matters? Even if I did, who would dare marry me given my current status? You seem to be a bit senile, and I fear I cannot assist you. If you persist, I might end up being forced to marry that misty figure, and that would be disastrous. Yazi lamented inwardly, casting a helpless glance at Jiang Feng, who could only offer a wry smile. Jiang Feng, I shall take charge of this matter. Do not protest. It is not unusual for a man to have multiple admirers. Ao Feng declared with ease. Jiang Feng's expression soured further, realizing that he should have fled with his brother at the earliest opportunity to avoid such complications. Grandfather, Jiang Feng addresses you as grandfather out of respect. But you must not take advantage of your age. After all, he is not one of your dragon clan, but rather a disciple of my Dao sect. Jin Peng interjected, having discerned Jiang Feng's distress. Indeed, your own grandson is still unwed. Take care of him first, lest he holds you accountable. Kong Xin chimed in, eliciting a startled response from Yazi. What does this have to do with me? What if grandfather truly arranges a match for me? You deserve to be struck down. Yazi thought, cursing inwardly. I too am concerned for your Dao sect. Your numbers are dwindling. If Jiang Feng does not settle down soon, and should any misfortune befall him, what will become of your sect? Ao Feng asserted with a tone of righteous seriousness, as if he were a selfless benefactor. This is true. Perhaps you should make a concession, Jiang Feng, Jin Peng suggested, turning to Jiang Feng. Concede? Do you have no principles? Do you think so little of me? If the Dao sect lacks members, we can always take on disciples. Is it truly necessary to resort to this? Jiang Feng nearly choked on his words. Yet he could not help but admire Ao Feng's cunning, as he deftly exploited Jin Peng's vulnerabilities to turn him against Jiang Feng. How could allowing Jiang Feng to be with my daughter be seen as a concession? That is a grave insult to my daughter. Qi Yan interjected, feeling displeased. Her daughter, the embodiment of beauty, certainly did not deserve to be treated as a consolation prize. If she publicly sought suitors for her daughter, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the Shura continent. Thus, when Jin Peng suggested Jiang Feng should make a concession, Qi Yan was understandably displeased. Yet, upon witnessing her daughter's unwavering gaze fixed on Jiang Feng, she swallowed her words, feeling a pang of frustration for her daughter's plight. As Jiang Feng observed Ao Feng and Jin Peng, he felt akin to a pig being slaughtered, utterly devoid of any voice in the matter. He could only listen as they debated about which path his potential offspring should pursue in their cultivation. Jin Peng naturally advocated for the child to learn the Daoist arts from Jiang Feng himself, while Ao Feng insisted on imparting the techniques of the Dragon Clan. Despite the absurdity of the situation, they engaged in a heated argument, leaving Jiang Feng bewildered. Lingxi, blushing profusely, wondered what kind of family was this that they had already begun discussing the next generation. Qi Yan, equally astonished, stood alongside Yi Mei and Yi Wu, who were utterly dumbfounded. This family was extraordinarily powerful, entirely disregarding their king and decisively determining matters related to the princess and even the next generation, leaving their king speechless. They both thought in unison, since everyone has no objections. Does this mean Jiang Feng can return with me to the Qi Yin Empire? Qi Yin suddenly interjected. Indeed. We truly have no objections. Jin Peng and Ao Feng chimed in simultaneously, completely dismissing the opinions of the parties involved. I do have a differing opinion. Jiang Feng muttered softly. Your opinion is not up for consideration. Children should refrain from interrupting when adults are speaking. Ao Feng retorted brusquely, leaving Jiang Feng speechless. Wow. How terrifying. It's fortunate I died early. He thought with relief. Kong Xian silently prayed. I hope grandfather forgets about me. I am still young. This is too frightening. Yaji also inwardly beseeched. Given these circumstances, will Jiang Feng accompany us to the Qi Yin Empire alone, or will he bring a few companions? Qi Yin inquired. Striving to maximize her own interests, for the presence of a powerhouse like Jiang Feng and his family would be immensely beneficial. Very well. We shall also take the opportunity to explore this land of Azura. Ao Feng's agreement was a welcome affirmation. Splendid. Having several esteemed guests in the Qi Yin Empire indeed brings us great honor. Qi Yan's face lit up with delight at Ao Feng's consent. In fact, among the three great empires, the Qi Yin Empire was relatively the weakest, primarily composed of Rakshasas. Although she had the divine-ranked Rakshasa Yiwu under her command, Rakshasas were inherently weaker than Asuras. If Yiwu were to engage in a one-on-one battle with Jia or the Black Robe, she would likely suffer more defeats than victories. However, with Ao Feng's arrival, Yaji could help turn the tide, and alongside Ao Feng, the Qi Yin Empire could undoubtedly establish dominance in the Azura territory. Jiang Feng, do not be disheartened. This is, in fact, an opportunity. Our growth and strength has been rather slow, but now you have the chance to align with an empire. Utilizing the resources of an empire to seek Yinshan will be considerably easier. Moreover, it appears that girl genuinely has feelings for you. Her beauty certainly does not disappoint. You may have to endure a bit. Ao Feng encouraged telepathically. But, it cannot be so straightforward. How can I be merely exchanged? Jiang Feng replied, increasingly perplexed. Humph. Are you all plotting too grandly? Just as they seemed to be drawing toward a harmonious conclusion, a voice echoed across the heavens. A rift in the void was torn open, and a tempestuous wind surged forth like a wild beast. A figure clad in golden robes emerged from the chasm. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects. Jia immediately knelt in homage. Storm, what brings you here? Qi Yin demanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng and the others instantly adopted grave expressions. Since their arrival in this world, they had drawn the ire of the Storm Empire. And now the Storm himself had arrived. Who could guarantee he was not here for vengeance? None dared to underestimate this Azura king. Heh, Qi Yin. You ask what brings me here. Truthfully, it is nothing of consequence. Merely a discontent with the presence of such a young individual among you. Is that unacceptable? Storm replied calmly. What does that have to do with you? You should not be so arrogant before me. Defeating me will not be so simple. We are both kings. And I fear you not. Qi Yin retorted without reservation. Does it not concern me? Is that so? Storm suddenly spoke mysteriously. Jiang Feng, answer me. Are you a disciple of the Tao? You would do well to respond truthfully. Otherwise, those present may find it difficult to leave unscathed. Storm turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng. Who exactly are you? Jin Peng demanded sharply, but Storm ignored him. Answer me. Storm's tone grew stern. Yes, I am a disciple of the Tao. Jiang Feng replied, simultaneously unsheathing 100 ink bamboos, not as a declaration, but as preparation for battle. Ha ha ha. Well, words may be false, but the sword control technique cannot be faked. Now, let us see if today's events are truly of no concern to me. After speaking, Storm shed his golden robes, revealing himself. It is you? Jin Peng, Yaji, and Ao Feng were all taken aback, astonished. Did they know one another? Jiang Feng, puzzled by their expressions. Sensed the shared confusion among Yaji, Qi Yin, and the others, who wondered about the relationship between Jin Peng, Ao Feng, and Storm. This question lingered in the minds of all present.